Jiang Yenin, go to hell. Shen Jiao's face was full of rage and madness. She stabbed a dagger fiercely into Jiang Yenin's back, then used all her strength to push Jiang Yenin toward the approaching level 4 zombie. With her injuries, Jiang Yenin couldn't avoid the zombie that was already in front of her. Thud! The dark green claws of the level 4 zombie ruthlessly pierced through Jiang Yenin's chest, then bit into her shoulder, desperately sucking her blood. Jiang Yenin ignored the pain and turned her head with effort, staring fiercely at Shen Jiao. The pain of betrayal by someone she considered a sister was far worse than being bitten by the zombie. Why? Jiang Yenin struggled to say these 3 words. The apocalypse indeed made people's hearts hard to read, full of schemes and betrayal. But she never expected that the person who betrayed her would be someone she trusted and cared about the most. Shen Jiao didn't answer her question. She only looked at her coldly, then turned and ran away. Jiang Yenin watched Shen Jiao's stumbling figure running away, letting out a sad and hopeless laugh. Then her expression turned cold.
I'm
dead, and you won't feel good either. She clenched her teeth and concentrated all her remaining abilities into her right hand. A green leaf shot through the air with a breaking sound, piercing straight through Shen Jiao's chest, splashing blood everywhere. Just as a level 3 zombie wasn't a match for a level 4 zombie, Shen Jiao, a level 2, was also no match for her, even though she was badly injured and near death. Watching Shen Jiao stagger and fall, the last breath Jiang Yenin was holding disappeared. Her vision darkened, and she lost consciousness completely. Ji Province, Flower Market. When Jiang Yenin woke up, her phone was ringing non-stop beside her. She instinctively answered. A rough, anxious male voice came from the phone. Jiang Yenin, are you damn serious about quitting? It's already late, and you're not at work? I give you 10 minutes. Hurry up and come to the company, suddenly being scolded. Who could stand that? Jiang Yenin snapped back at the phone. Go to hell, you brainless fool. You just finished your crap and are now whining like a stinky pig. You got 2 onions stuck in your nose and are pretending to be smart. What the heck? After a deep breath, Jiang Yenin suddenly stopped speaking. Wait, wasn't she dead? First, Shen Jiao attacked her secretly, then she was drained by a level 4 zombie and she ate flesh. Now this is... Jiang Yenin looked at the familiar decor in disbelief. Isn't this her home before the apocalypse? And this phone. In the end times, phones were just decorations, with no calling function left. But now, not only can it make calls, but it can also let her curse people. Jiang Yenin swallowed hard, a bold guess forming in her mind. The man on the other end of the call was already furious. Jiang Yenin, how dare you curse me? You'll be fired soon. I tell you, stop whining. I need time to calm down. Jiang Yenin cut off the call with a snap, her gaze fixed on the phone, which hadn't yet turned off. It was July 13th, 2085. Friday, 9:30 a.m. Thinking about the call just now, Jiang Yenin's heart pounded wildly. She had been reborn. Reborn 1 month before the dark, bloody apocalypse was about to arrive. This realization made her breathe heavier. Could this good fortune really have come to her? Wavy dash. So, Jiang Yenin quickly jumped out of bed, rushed to the wardrobe, and pulled out a small wooden box from the back. Inside was a carved walnut. This was left to her by her late adoptive mother. No one would guess that this small carved walnut hid a huge storage space inside. Well, she didn't even know at first. When her death date was pushed forward by half a month, she was so hungry she smashed the walnut to eat it. But instead of food, it transformed into a streak of light, creating an enormous space of over 40,000 square meters with no ceiling. Along with it came a message describing the space. It turned out that this carved walnut was a space magic tool crafted by a powerful being from a fantasy world next door. Inside, time stood still, and it could keep things warm and fresh. She didn't know why it ended up on Earth or how it came to her family, but eventually, it was in her hands. At that moment, she realized this walnut was a treasure. Unfortunately, she discovered it too late. Before she could enjoy its benefits, she died. But now it seemed not too late because she was alive again. Hehe, Omega. Master's message has arrived. Master's message has arrived. While Jiang Yenin was excitedly standing there, her phone rang again. She picked it up, and the moment she saw the sender's name, her face darkened quickly. It was Shun Jiao. Jiang, tomorrow is Saturday. Let's go to the beach to play. The tone was overly affectionate, almost sickening. Thinking of everything before her death, Jiang Yenin wished she could rush to Shin Jiao and end her with a single blow. But she couldn't. In a society governed by the law, killing is illegal. She lowered her head and quickly typed a few words on her phone. Got a cold, can't go. To avoid going inside and waiting, she decided not to meet that little troublemaker before the end of the world. Shun Jiao responded very quickly. All right then, I'll find someone else. Heartsuit. Look at that. She said she had a cold, yet she didn't even bother to show a polite concern, which shows she never truly cared. In her past life, she was really blind, unable to see Shin Jiao's true nature. She was so eager to show concern, even willing to go hungry just to make sure she ate. Now, looking back, she feels she was so foolish. Ugh. Jiang Yenin spat harshly at herself and then temporarily pushed Shin Jiao out of her mind. She had more important things to do now, quickly earning money and stockpiling supplies. What was the most lacking in the end of the world? Of course, various supplies, especially food and water. Having experienced hunger in her past life, she couldn't let it happen again this time. Otherwise, her rebirth would be pointless. Jiang Yenin placed a small decorative walnut on her foot, her eyes shining brightly. With a snap, a streak of light flashed, and a vast space appeared again in her mind. Then, she took out her wallet and all her bank cards. After a quick count, including the cash on her, her total savings were over 1.7 million, plus a house worth more than 9 million. Of course, at only 24 years old, and just 2 years out of university, she didn't have the ability to earn so much money on her own. Most of the house and savings were left to her by her adoptive parents, who had died in a car accident. Thinking of her parents, a warm feeling crossed her heart. Including her previous life's 5 years, they had been gone for 9 years now. But somehow, they still seemed to be protecting her. Whether it was the space floating in her consciousness, her savings, or the house that could bring her funds. Jiang Yenin wiped her eyes and refocused on making money. Even if she sold the house, she'd only get a little over 10 million. Normally, that would be enough for her to live comfortably, but it was far from enough to stockpile the supplies she needed. What should she do? She frowned and thought hard. Then, she had an idea. 2 minutes later, Jiang Yenin quickly tapped and swiped on her phone, leaving traces on various legitimate and illegitimate lending apps and websites. After more than 3 hours, she looked at the over 30 million she had secretly obtained and smiled contentedly. That should be enough. The cheat device, the money, everything was in place. Now, only the supplies were left. Oh, and she still needed to deal with the house. Jiang Yenin took the house key and left, heading straight to the real estate agency. An hour later, she looked at her account and saw over 7 million more. She smiled slightly. She sold the house to the agency for 60,000 less than the market price, with the condition that she could stay for another month. In other words, she basically got over 8.7 million for free again. Wavy dash. After leaving the agency, Jiang Yenin turned another corner and went to another agency on a different street. She rented a large 500 square meter warehouse in the suburbs that could be charged. Then she rented a car from a nearby dealership. Sitting inside, she applied makeup so elaborate she almost didn't recognize herself. After putting on a mask, she stepped on the gas pedal. Off she went. Stockpiling. She headed straight to a wholesale market with cheap prices. She bought 100 pounds of rice and wheat flour, 5,000 bags each. She also bought 3,000 bags of mixed grains like mung beans, buckwheat, sorghum, millet, and cornmeal, each 50 pounds. She purchased 3,000 pounds of dried powders like dried rice noodles, dried pasta, vermicelli, rice flour, potato starch, and sweet potato starch. For cooking oils, she bought several types including peanut, rapeseed, corn, olive, and soybean oils, each in 5-liter barrels, totaling 5,000 barrels. She also bought 3,000 pounds each of various beans like soybeans, mung beans, red beans, glutinous rice, millet, oats, brown rice, and Job's tears. The shop owner asked curiously, "Miss, why are you buying so much stuff?" Jiang Yenin replied calmly, "I'm opening supermarkets." Then she added, "5 of them, big ones." The owner silently swallowed the words he wanted to say next. Opening 5 big supermarkets at once. It was impressive. Sigh, another day of envy for the rich. The owner closed his notebook and punched his fist lightly. "Pay a deposit of 100,000 yuan, okay?" Jiang Yenin said, asking for an account number and transferring the money happily. She then gave the owner the warehouse address. "Deliver the goods to this address in 2 days, all right?" The owner looked at the address, shook his head slightly, and said, 3 days. "By 10 a.m. 3 days from now, I will deliver it." "All right," Jiang Yenin agreed and left. Next, she bought dried goods, cooked foods, and seasonings. She purchased 2,000 pounds each of dried fungus, shiitake mushrooms, wood ear mushrooms, kelp, seaweed, red dates, and dried shrimp. She also bought 5,000 handmade steamed buns, flour rolls, brown sugar buns, flaky meat pies, custard buns, red bean buns, meat buns, and vegetarian buns. Dumplings, rice balls, hand-grabbed pancakes, scallion pancakes, savory pancakes, and flatbreads, all purchased in 1,000 pounds each. Dumpling skins and wet noodles, 1,500 pounds each. Cold noodles and cold rice sheets, 3,000 servings each. The same process. Pay a deposit, leave an address, set a delivery time, then leave. Next stop, Jiang Yenin heads straight to the condiment area. A bag of salt weighing 300 grams, 10,000 bags. The human body needs salt. She remembers that during the last days of the apocalypse, salt became as valuable as crystal cores. It could be exchanged for other supplies or used to trade for crystal cores. At the highest value, 1 gram of salt could exchange for 1 crystal core. Boss, add 3,000 more bags of salt. In her previous life, she envied others who could stand and weigh salt, receiving endless crystal cores in return. This life, she wants to experience that too. The condiment shop owner asked the same question as the previous one, but Jiang Yenin gave the same excuse to brush him off. Then she bought other seasonings from his shop: soy sauce, dark soy sauce, oyster sauce, cooking wine, vinegar, and soy sauce with rich flavor, each of 5,000 bottles. Spices like chili powder, cumin powder, pepper, mustard, and aromatic spices like Sichuan pepper, star anise, bay leaves, cinnamon, over 40 types, each she bought 1,000 pounds. Various sauces like barbecue sauce, hot sauce, ketchup, beef sauce, bean paste, soybean paste, more than 50 kinds, in bags and bottles. She ordered 2,000 boxes of each. She might not use all of these, but the leaders of the big bases will definitely need them. She can take some out, trade at their mission points, and surely exchange for many crystal cores. In her previous life, she was just a worker, handing over crystal cores for others' missions. This life, she wants to become the boss. She transferred 100,000 yuan as a deposit, left her address, and arranged for delivery in 4 days. Then she went to buy sugar, 3,000 pounds each of white granulated sugar, white sugar, brown sugar, and rock sugar. She also bought 2,000 pounds each of fruit candies, milk candies, soft candies, coconut-flavored candies, anything the shop had. Besides eating them herself, she can also exchange them for crystal cores. After finishing the sugar, Jiang Yenin was starving and hurriedly looked for a nearby noodle shop. "Boss, 1 large beef cold noodle and 1 large spicy beef," she called out to the busy owner as she entered. "Got it. Find a seat first. I'll be right there," the owner said cheerfully, wiping sweat from his neck with a towel hanging around his neck, then hurried into the kitchen. Jiang Yenin chose a spot with a fan to sit down, then took out her phone, opened a shopping app, and started shopping extensively online. Buying many items online is faster and more convenient. First, instant foods and semi-finished products are essential. Various flavors of instant noodles, self-heating rice, self-heating hot pot, ready-to-eat corn, sweet potatoes, purple sweet potatoes, snail noodles, spicy and sour noodles, rice noodles, packaged buns, dumplings, pizza, and pies. These are all bought in bulk. She ordered 3,000 boxes of each. Emergency supplies like compressed biscuits, with 5,000 boxes of 150 small packs each, are also included. Snacks and drinks are also necessary. Chocolate, spicy strips, chips, various dried meats, dried fruits, nuts, pickled chicken feet, roasted duck necks, cookies, bread, and ready-to-eat butter, all bought in bulk, 3,000 boxes of each. She also ordered 2,000 boxes of pure fruit juices, cola, Sprite, sparkling water, tea drinks, milk, coffee, and various instant drink packs. For water, Jiang Yenin plans to directly order from a purified water factory. As a girl, sanitary pads are a must. She bought 50,000 packs of daily, overnight, and extended sanitary pads, along with sleep pants and panty liners. She also ordered 3,000 packs of toilet paper, 5,000 boxes of tissue paper, and 5,000 boxes of wet wipes. Disposable underwear, 20,000 pieces, were also purchased. Jiang Yenin changed the delivery address to the warehouse, then asked the seller to add express shipping. Thinking about how dirty she looked at the end of her previous life, she quickly started buying toiletries. Towels, hand towels, and bath towels, each 1,000 pieces. Toothbrushes, toothpaste, shampoo, conditioner, body wash, laundry detergent, and soap, each 500 boxes. Disinfectant hand sanitizer, medical alcohol, disinfectant, and disinfectant effervescent tablets, each 1,000 boxes. Disinfectant spray guns, 500 units. At this moment, she received a call. Jiang Yenin turned off her phone, thanked the shop owner, and began eating. Just one bite brought tears to her eyes. Since the apocalypse 2 years ago, she hadn't eaten anything normal. Now, tasting real, delicious food, her happiness was overwhelming. Tears welled up in her eyes. Seeing the shop owner go into the kitchen, she reopened her phone and continued shopping while eating. The food smelled wonderful, but stockpiling supplies was even more satisfying. After the end of the world, the power supply system quickly broke down, so generators, portable power banks, flashlights, and candles became essential. There were 50 solar-powered generators, 50 gasoline generators, and 50 hand-crank generators. A large-capacity portable power bank that could store 30 units of electricity was ordered from several stores, totaling 300 units. They also paid extra for fast delivery. Such big orders made the shop owners very happy, promising delivery the day after tomorrow. Once the power sources were secured, outlets and data cables were also necessary. There were 200 multi-purpose outlets, 100 fast-charging adapters, 100 multi-purpose connectors, and 500 data cables. Rechargeable waterproof flashlights and high-powered LED lights that could serve as emergency lights, along with solar-powered charging lamps, each numbered 500. For emergencies, 30,000 large candles, 2,000 boxes of matches, and 1,000 rechargeable lighters were purchased. The 4 seasons still rotated normally in the post-apocalyptic world, but summers would be very hot, with an average temperature of 45 degrees Celsius, and winters very cold, averaging minus 35 degrees Celsius. Therefore, air conditioners and heaters were indispensable, with Jiang Yenin buying 100 units of each. They also bought 30,000 bottles of refrigerant for cooling. For winter, 50,000 warm packs and foot warmers were bought. Additionally, after plants mutated, they grew wildly, turning what was once normal jungle into dense, tropical-like rainforests, making it easy to get lost. Jiang Yenin bought 50 high-precision compasses and 200 binoculars suitable for day and night use. The rapid plant growth also caused a frightening problem: mutated insects that grew very well, and some even posed a danger to people. To deal with this, she quietly purchased 100,000 bottles of insecticide and air freshener each. The insecticides from before the apocalypse couldn't kill the mutated insects, nor could the air fresheners, but their scents annoyed the insects and drove them away. She also bought 30 portable stoves, 50 gas canisters per box, totaling 3,000 boxes. After purchasing all these items, Jiang Yenin looked at her dwindling phone battery and decided to stop shopping online for now, planning to finish later at home. She quickly finished her meal, paid the bill, and then headed to the wholesale market for vegetables and fruits. She remembered how in her previous life she longed for fresh vegetables and fruits, even crying at the thought. She bought 3,000 jin of apples, strawberries, pears, grapes, jackfruit, durian, mangoes, bananas, pineapples, watermelons, lychees, any seasonal or non-seasonal produce available in the market, regardless of whether she liked them or not. Among the vegetables, potatoes, sweet potatoes, taro, purple sweet potatoes, and corn, these can be main foods. Each have 5,000 jin. For other items, regardless of whether she likes them or not, she buys 3,000 jin each. Oh, she now seems to like everything she can eat. I can deliver it to you tomorrow afternoon. After collecting the deposit, the shop owners all smiled happily and saw her off until she exited the wholesale market. Once in the car, Jiang Yenin wiped the sweat from her forehead. The shop owners are so enthusiastic, I almost couldn't handle it. She took a deep breath and then drove to a place that sold clothes, shoes, and blankets. Her main rule for clothes is to avoid bright colors. Durability is more important. She bought 3,000 sets of clothes for all 4 seasons, from inside to outside. Underwear was bought separately, clearing out all suitable sizes from the market. Seeing the shop owner's surprised expressions, Jiang Yenin felt a bit helpless. Although she had already bought 20,000 pairs of disposable underwear, the environment in the end of world is really dirty. Plus, during fights, those mutated creatures often spray mud and foul water, often leaving her soaked and filthy. Clothes washed outside can still be worn, but underwear can't. She sighed and went into the shoe section. Shoes are essential and wear out quickly in the end of world. To stay mobile, she bought 1,000 pairs of various styles. In her previous life, she only wore intact shoes at the beginning of the apocalypse. Later, she wore only broken ones, big toe visible, heel exposed. When she died, she was wearing shoes made from woven vines. It was really tragic. This time, she'd rather be a centipede than run out of shoes. Next was the bedding area. She bought 200 thick quilts, electric blankets, and cooling mats each, 100 pillows, and 100 sets of bed sheets and covers. After 2 hours, Jiang Yenin, with the shop owner's enthusiastic gazes, drove to an outdoor supplies store. She bought 200 windproof and waterproof tents, 200 regular sleeping bags, and 200 extreme cold sleeping bags, essential for outdoor survival. She also bought 50 climbing ropes, 200 pairs of climbing gloves, 50 sets of professional climbing gear, and 200 pairs of specialized climbing shoes. After paying the deposit, leaving her address, and confirming the delivery time with the shop owner, Jiang Yenin turned to leave. Outside, the sky was already dark. That's enough for today, she said with a stretch and got into her car. The city lights flickered brightly at 8 p.m., with pedestrians and vehicles coming and going. Jiang Yenin hadn't seen such lively and bustling scenes in a long time. After quietly watching for a while, Jiang Yenin's decision changed again. She planned to visit the night market. She missed so much from her past life. After charging her phone, she opened the navigation and headed toward the nearby night market. At the night market, the crowd was lively, and the lights sparkled brightly. Various sounds mixed together, making this already bustling place even more lively. Jiang Yenin eagerly inhaled the different aromas drifting from the market, squinting happily, then pushed into the crowd. She enjoyed snacks like pancakes, stinky tofu, spicy potato wedges, small seafood dishes, grilled squid, chicken feet, crispy pork belly, crispy rice cakes, shaved ice, and fried skewers. She ate until her mouth was greasy, constantly sneaking into dark corners to store the extra snacks she bought into her space. After the apocalypse, she wouldn't be able to buy these delicious treats anymore, so she had to stock up now. By nearly 1 a.m., when the market was about to close, Jiang Yenin drove home. Even lying in bed, she was still savoring the taste of the snacks. Maybe, she suddenly sat up and opened her shopping app, ordering tens of thousands of semi-finished night market snacks all at once, then finally felt at ease and went to sleep. At dawn, When the first light appeared in the sky, Jiang Yenin was already dressed up and holding her keys as she went downstairs. She headed straight to the wholesale meat market. When she arrived, it was only 6:30 a.m., but the market was already busy with people. Everyone was working hard to improve their lives. However, Jiang Yenin sighed and turned to find the market manager. 5 tons of pork, 3 tons of pork belly, 2 tons of ribs, and 6,000 pig trotters. 3 tons each of fresh beef and lamb, 3 tons of frozen beef and lamb, and 5,000 each of beef and lamb hooves and legs. 10,000 chickens, ducks, geese, rabbits, bullfrogs, and pigeons, all processed. After speaking, Jiang Yenin handed the pre-written delivery address to the manager and pointed to the payment code on the wall. "Is this the payment code?" The manager was so happy, he almost lost his mind and nodded instinctively. Jiang Yenin transferred 200,000 as a deposit, then asked, "When will the delivery be?" The manager snapped out of his excitement, looked at the delivery address, recalled Jiang Yenin's order, and thought for a moment before replying. 5 days to prepare, delivery on the morning of the 6th day. Okay. Jiang Yenin noted the date in her memo and then turned to go to the neighboring poultry and egg market. Local chicken eggs, wild chicken eggs, duck eggs, quail eggs, pigeon eggs, and goose eggs, each totaling 20,000 pieces. Sterile eggs, 50,000. Turkey eggs and ostrich eggs, each 5,000. The person in charge here is the same as the one next door, and he's already very excited, counting money on the computer so fast that his fingers are almost a blur. Money, money. He's only thinking about money. "Boss, I'll transfer 200,000 as a deposit first. On the morning of the 17th, deliver the goods to this address and we'll settle the rest then." "Okay, okay." The person in charge is so happy his eyes narrow into a slit. After leaving the poultry egg market, Jiang Yenin went to the largest pure water sales center in the flower market. First, she stocked up on drinking water. 15,000 30-liter bottles of purified water, 2,000 12-liter bottles, and 2,000 5-liter bottles. 1-liter bottles, 10,000 boxes, 18 bottles per box. For drinking directly, 500 milliliters bottles, 5,000 boxes, 24 bottles per box. This is the maximum supply the Pure Water Center can currently provide her, as they have other orders elsewhere. But Jiang Yenin was very satisfied. These waters would be enough for her to drink for decades. After confirming the delivery time with a sales center manager, she headed to a place that customizes water tanks. She ordered 300 large stainless steel tanks, each capable of holding 20 tons of water. After some discussion with the supplier, they agreed to deliver within half a month at the latest. Leaving the water tank place, Jiang Yenin found a place to eat something, then went to the seafood market. After water resources became polluted, the aquatic creatures living there also mutated and became contaminated. Not only can they no longer be eaten by humans, but they also start eating people. She needs to buy more now, so she won't have to watch the mutated fish and shrimp swimming happily in the water and drool. Eels, carp, grass carp, yellow croaker, sardines, hairtail, bassa fish, dragon head fish, sorry. Jiang Yenin selected over 30 varieties, buying 2,000 of each. Shrimp types like mantis shrimp, red devil shrimp, sweet shrimp, Australian lobsters, green prawns, and crayfish. Lin's company has over 20 types, and Jiang Yenin bought 300 gene of each. Crabs such as swimming crabs, hairy crabs, river crabs, king crabs, green crabs, and more, along with various shellfish, each 300 gene. It's not that she doesn't want to buy more. The prices are just very high. Including what she bought earlier, she has already spent 3/5 of her money, but she still has many items to buy. It seems I can only wait for the black rain to come, then take another trip in the chaos, Jiang Yenin said, fastening her seatbelt. She looked longingly at the seafood market before driving to her warehouse. Fruits and vegetables are about to be delivered. She arrived at the warehouse first, and soon after, the owners of the fruit and vegetable shop arrived in their truck. The owners brought workers to unload the goods, packing them into the warehouse box by box. It took 2 hours to unload everything from the truck. Jiang Yenin looked at the neatly stacked fruits and vegetables in the warehouse, smiling with satisfaction. After settling the remaining payment, Her smile shifted from her face to the owners. "Young girl, the weather is very hot. You should get someone to move the goods out of the warehouse quickly, or they might spoil," one owner kindly reminded her. "Thank you for the reminder, sir," Jiang Mianen replied politely. The owners left with a final comment. "Come back if you need anything in the future. We'll make sure your goods are always fresh." Then they left, massaging their sore arms. As soon as they left, Jiang Mianen hurried into the warehouse to start organizing the items. Only things touched by her hands could be stored in her space. She carefully checked each box. This space really must be made by a powerful person. Storing things like this must be exhausting even for someone with great strength, she muttered. After packing all the fruits and vegetables into her space, Jiang Mianen was out of breath. Weak and tired, she crawled into her car and took out a cup of taro milkshake and a large portion of fried snacks from her space. Enjoying the cool air conditioning, she ate happily and felt fully energized again. Without delay, she headed to the pharmacy. She bought everything she could find: anti-inflammatory medicine, disinfectant, cotton swabs, iodine solution, medical cotton, fever medicine, antibiotics, various hemostatic powders, painkillers, blood circulation medicines, gauze, bandages, and band-aids. Anything available in the pharmacy, Jiang Mianen took. Medicine was very important in this world, especially for stopping bleeding, pain relief, disinfection, and inflammation. Until nightfall, the pharmacy gradually closed, and Jiang Mianen finally stopped stocking up on medicines. She then plunged into the night market. She shopped until the market closed, buying hundreds of snacks. Only then did she drive home to sleep. For the next month and a half, Jiang Mianen mostly stayed in the warehouse. Supplies arrived one after another, both in person and online. She stored everything in her space and organized them by category. While guarding the warehouse and collecting supplies, she kept busy. She continued to recharge her power and ordered countless delicious takeout meals. Ready-made dishes, desserts, milk teas, barbecues, everything she needed. In just half a month, Jiang Mianen had stocked enough food and snacks to last her 3 years. The delivery driver's wheels almost seemed to spark from all the running. After finally bringing the customized water tanks into the storage space, Jiang Mianen let out a sigh of relief. "It's finally done," she said. She patted her sore muscles and decided to buy some muscle relief patches. "But first, I need to find a place to fill the tanks with water." Jiang Mianen opened her navigation and searched for a mountain with a spring, then drove there. To fill all the tanks, she needed 6,000 tons of water. This was far more than a small household tap could supply. Plus, draining so much water in a short time would surely attract suspicion. It was safer to find clean mountain spring water. 2 hours later, Jiang Mianen arrived at the foot of the mountain with a spring. The mountain was very remote, rarely visited. In places where no human stepped, the vegetation grew even thicker. From below, the mountain was covered in lush dark green. Since the sunset had already set, the sky was darkening. The forest looked a bit eerie and intimidating. Occasionally, strange animal sounds echoed through the woods, adding to the mysterious atmosphere. But for Jiang Mianen, who had survived the end of the world, such scenes didn't scare her. They made her more focused. She took out an axe she had bought earlier from a hardware store and started climbing the mountain. Holding the axe, she cut through countless vines blocking her way, scaring away many insects and small animals. Finally, halfway up the mountain, she found the spring flowing down from the summit. She jogged to the spring and set up 4 water tanks. The water poured into the tanks with a loud splash. In less than 10 minutes, all 4 tanks were full. She quickly replaced them with 4 empty tanks. By the next morning, when it was bright outside and she was sleepy, Jiang Mianen finished collecting the last 4 full tanks. Over 9 hours, she had filled 300 tanks with 6,000 tons of water. She stretched lazily and washed her face in the cold mountain spring water. The icy water made her shiver. Fully alert now, she stepped into the morning light and headed back down the mountain along the same path. When she reached the foot of the mountain, she heard voices nearby. Her eyes widened in surprise. Was there someone else here early in the morning? in such a remote place? But it wasn't her concern. She carefully avoided the people, took out her car from a hidden spot, and drove away. Back in the city, she was extremely exhausted. She found a nearby hotel, quickly booked a double room, and fell asleep immediately. When she woke up, it was already 2 p.m. Jiang Yenin took a quick, tough shower, then sat on the bed to count her remaining money. She still had over 500,000 yuan. There were less than 2 weeks left before the end of the world. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Yenin decided to withdraw another 400,000 yuan to stock up on medicine. While buying the medicine, she also checked the gas station points. She used all her remaining money to buy snacks, ready-made meals, and desserts. Once she made up her mind, Jiang Yenin started acting. She either hurried between various pharmacies, drove back and forth to gas stations to check for hidden oil barrels, or moved between dessert shops, milk tea places, and restaurants. At the same time, she charged her remaining, partially charged portable power bank. Occasionally, she wandered through supermarkets, feeling the last peaceful moments before the end of the world. It was 4 p.m. on August 12, 2085. Just like in her previous life, the beautiful weather suddenly changed. A strong wind blew up, and the sky darkened. Soon, dark clouds with hints of red gathered and roiled in the sky. Passers-by downstairs looked at the strange sky, feeling scared, and hurriedly heading home. Jiang Yenin stood by the window upstairs, looking at the turbulent weather outside with a calm face. Master's message came. Master's message came. Her phone lit up with a message from Xinjiao. Jiang, we finished work early, but the weather outside is so scary. Can you come pick me up from the company? Jiang Yenin rolled her eyes. Since Xinjiao appeared on the day she was reborn, he hadn't bothered her again, until today, when he started acting up again. And to pick him up?
No way.
She turned her phone to silent, tossed it onto the sofa, and went to sleep in her bedroom. Most companies, like Xinjiao's, finished work early, and the streets outside were heavily congested. She wanted to sleep for a while now, waiting until late at night when no one was around. Then she would go to the gas station to retrieve the oil barrels she had previously checked before the black rain, which signaled the official start of the end of the world, arrived. After that, she planned to visit the seafood market to find a good deal. 5 hours later, Jiang Yenin turned off the alarm ringing on her bedside table with a yawn, then sat up to wake herself. After waking up, she quickly disguised herself, then got up, grabbed her phone and keys, and left the house. Outside, the sky was even darker. The wind had stopped, but the red-tinted clouds still roiled in the sky, ominous and unsettling. Feeling uneasy, Jiang Yenin glanced at her phone as she started the car. The screen was filled with various guesses about the strange weather. She simply cleared the messages with one tap. Whether she looked or not, it didn't matter. Regarding the more than 20 calls and over 40 messages from Xinjiao, Jiang Yenin simply chose not to look at them. She turned the steering wheel, drove onto the main road, and headed toward the first marked point. The street was quiet and empty. Occasionally, she saw a few hurried pedestrians carrying large and small bags, heading home. The streetlights along the road still shone to guide people, but the colorful neon lights that used to flicker were gone, and the noise had disappeared. Every house was tightly closed. Even the most lively children had quieted down. The whole city was eerily silent, making Jiang Yenin's digging sounds seem very loud. Clang, clang. Jiang Yenin swung her shovel with effort. She needed to remove the top layer of soil from the oil tanks first, then she could store the entire tank in her space. After 20 minutes, she finally stored the 3 large oil tanks at the first marked point into her space. Well, luck is on my side. These 3 tanks are full of fuel. She had gained nearly 150,000 liters of gasoline from this first stop, which made her feel quite good. She hurried to the next location. She prioritized collecting oil tanks from first-class gas stations. She pressed the accelerator to the floor, and her car sped along the road, with flashing police lights constantly warning her silently, "You're breaking the rules." But since the end of the world was tomorrow, who cared about red lights? She charged ahead. It wasn't until 5 a.m. the next day that Jiang Yenin, looking exhausted, finally climbed into her car. Over nearly 8 hours, she couldn't remember exactly how many gas stations she had visited. In total, her space now contained 45 tanks of 50 cubic meters and 34 tanks of 30 cubic meters, all filled to capacity. The tanks that were not full before had been refilled. Although she knew everything inside the space was controlled by her mind, Jiang Yenin still placed the tanks in the farthest corners of her space, away from the igniters, matches, and gas cylinders. She even used stacked water tanks as a barrier in the middle. She took out a cup of strong black coffee and 2 beef and egg sandwiches for breakfast. After eating, Jiang Yenin massaged her temples and continued heading toward the seafood trading market. The last location she checked was only 10 minutes away from the market. The sky remained ominously dark. The entire city was shrouded in darkness. The streets that used to be busy with workers were now completely deserted. Jiang Yenin drove her car to a remote spot near the seafood market, then got out, parked the car, and walked in the dark to the market entrance. The security booth at the gate still had someone on duty, but that was no problem for Jiang Yenin, who had escaped from the alert mutated snake. She tiptoed past the security booth and quietly entered the market. The entire market was empty. The aquariums filled with various seafood shimmered with a blue glow, bubbling softly. The aquariums were connected to electricity, so removing them would cause quite a commotion. Jiang Yenin gently stroked her chin. After thinking for half a minute, she headed to the storage room at the back. Seeing the neatly stacked plastic baskets inside, she smiled. As she expected, there were many boxes used for transporting seafood stored here. The storage also contained a lot of dried seafood and other supplies. Jiang Yenin casually collected everything into her space and neatly arranged the boxes inside. Then she quickly left the storage, efficiently gathering the aquatic creatures from the tanks. She continued until over 2,000 large boxes were full and no more could fit. Then she stopped. Most of the seafood market's items had been cleared out. It was already 7:30. The fierce wind resumed, and dark clouds churned loudly in the storm. Thunder roared loudly, and lightning flashed across the sky. In less than 5 minutes, heavy rain poured down. A foul, sour smell filled the air. The security guard in the booth was frightened by the scene. He hurried into the market with an umbrella and collided with Jiang Yenin, who was about to leave. A lightning bolt lit up the sky, illuminating Jiang Yenin's ghostly face. "Ah!" the guard shouted, clutching his chest. He instinctively took 2 steps back, then suddenly his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. He was so scared he passed out. "Oh no!" Jiang Yenin innocently rubbed her nose. This couldn't be her fault, right? She silently picked up the umbrella the guard had dropped and headed outside. Halfway there, she stopped and turned back. She grabbed the man's collar and dragged him into the storage room. Looking down at his weathered face, a kind image of her foster father appeared in her mind. If the guard had unfortunately turned into a zombie, this storage room could block him from harming others. If not, it could at least protect him for a while. After a moment, Jiang Yenin took a deep breath. "Uncle, good luck." She turned and left the storage, opened her umbrella outside, and walked past the security booth. After leaving the market through the main gate, she took out her car and headed straight to Shen Jiao's home. During this time, she also roughly understood why Shen Jiao wanted to kill her in her previous life. Before Shen Jiao attacked her, they had just found a small bag of salt, about 50 grams, in an abandoned mine. In the 5 years of scarcity during the apocalypse, that 50 grams of salt was enough to exchange for at least a month's worth of food and water for them. If it were just Shen Jiao alone, she could at least survive for 2 months on food and water. But, damn it, that salt was stolen from the bodies of 3 mutated rats she angrily beat up after they tried to eat her supplies. If it were Shen Jiao herself, she wouldn't even have salt. She'd have to feed the rats. Also, if she weren't burdened with this extra weight, her crystal core would never be short of energy. Everyone else was at level 5 or 6, but she was stuck at level 3 forever. Jiang Yenin, full of anger, grabbed a 30-centimeter-long watermelon knife and knocked on Shen Jiao's door. Because she was nervous about the black rain outside, Shen Jiao's body trembled when she heard the knocking. She carefully approached the door, and when she saw Jiang Yenin through the peephole, she let out a sigh of relief. She snorted softly and opened the door for Jiang Yenin. The corridor was dim, and Shen Jiao didn't see the knife in Jiang Yenin's hand. She pushed the door aside and turned to go inside, still muttering, "Jiang Yenin, what's wrong with you? You don't answer calls or messages. If my colleague hadn't kindly dropped me off yesterday, I almost had to stay overnight at the company. If you don't apologize to me today, Before she finished, Shen Jiao suddenly stopped. A large amount of fresh blood gushed out of her mouth. The last thing she saw before dying was the tip of a knife stabbing out from her own chest. Jiang Yenin pulled back the knife, then casually grabbed some wet wipes from the nearby table and wiped the remaining blood off the blade. She then threw the bloody wipes onto Shen Jiao's body and spat at her, who was staring with wide eyes and a lifeless expression. "Bah, you ungrateful traitor," she sneered. "I didn't see your true face in the last world, so I let you stay by my side and survived 5 more years in the apocalypse. In this world apocalypse, I won't even let you live 5 seconds." She rummaged through Shen Jiao's kitchen and fridge, throwing all edible and useful items into her space. Only after that did she leave the house. Shen Jiao was guilty, but the supplies were innocent. Back home, she hurried to take a shower. Then she collapsed onto her bed and started to rest. At noon, the black rain stopped. Like in the last world, countless people fell into coma after the rain ended. The sound of cars rushing away echoed from downstairs, along with urgent calls for ambulances. Jiang Yenin ignored everything. It wasn't until she heard the screams of zombies and the terrified shouts of survivors outside that she slowly opened her eyes. 10 minutes later, dressed in a neat sports outfit, Jiang Yenin looked back at the now empty house, a hint of reluctance in her eyes. "Goodbye, house that has been with me for 12 years. She carried the watermelon knife she used to kill Xin Jiang earlier without looking back and opened the door to walk out. To survive well in the end times, you need more than supplies. You need strength. Staying at home won't improve her skills, so she had to go out and take risks. Suddenly, a zombie lunged at her. Jiang Yenin kept a calm face, raised her hand, and swung her knife. The blade sliced through the zombie's neck with a hiss, and its head floated up lightly. Black and red blood splattered on the white walls of the corridor. Jiang Yenin didn't bother to look. She walked straight to the zombie's head, pointed her finger, and skillfully poked into its brain. Soon, she found a small, transparent crystal core about the size of a soybean. She threw the crystal into a pre-prepared box in her space, and then continued down the stairs with her knife. Her psychic ability would take about a week to awaken, so she kept it stored for now. In the corridor on the first floor, several zombies were banging against the walls. Jiang Yenin quickly took care of each one. She hurried out of the building. The cloudy sky, tinged with red, had cleared away, but the sky remained gloomy and oppressive. The air was thick with the foul smell of decay coming from the zombies. Roar! A few zombies saw Jiang Yenin and roared as they staggered toward her. She greeted them with excitement. In this life, she no longer had to worry about supplies. She could focus on improving her strength.
Charge.
Kill zombies, mutate animals and plants, seize crystal cores. She was moving toward becoming a top expert. She shouted in her mind, carrying her watermelon knife and rushing out of the community. She turned into a nearby shopping mall. She needed to make a small detour on her way to meet the top expert. She still lacked some appliances and utensils to make her life better. As soon as she entered the mall, her eyes hadn't adjusted to the darkness inside when a black-blue claw reached out. Jiang Yenin calmly swung her knife. The sharp blade sliced through the air with a whooshing sound, cutting off the zombie's hand. She kicked the zombie away and, before it could get up, quickly stepped forward and chopped off its head. After collecting the crystal core from its brain, Jiang Yenin hung an emergency light on herself and moved forward. The first floor was dedicated to makeup, skincare, and jewelry. These items were useless in the end times. They couldn't be eaten or drunk, only taking up space and becoming burdens. Jiang Yenin sneered and browsed from counter to counter. A whole wall of lipsticks in all shades?
Take them.
High-end makeup, foundation, Skincare products worth tens of thousands per set?
À pendant, à jade bracelet, à pearl necklace.
I want them all. I took everything. After a thorough search, Jiang Yanan's lips curled into a satisfied smile. For her past self, these things were useless and burdensome. But for her in this life, it's different. With space available, she can become a refined and noble person. Hee hee. Jiang Yanan let out a strange laugh, scaring the person hiding in the storage room half to death. Chow Chow, is that monster laughing? It's so scary. A girl with a bun, her eyes red and face pale, trembling as she whispered to her friend. She and Zhang Chow Chow came to the flower market together. But as soon as they arrived, they encountered strange phenomena. They wanted to buy tickets and go home immediately, but all trains were stopped because of the strange events. Reluctantly, they had to rest at their hotel. They thought they could leave the next morning, but instead, they faced a mysterious black rain. Finally, the black rain stopped. They hurried out with their luggage, planning to pay a high price for a taxi home. But as soon as they stepped out of the hotel, they were chased by monsters with decaying bodies, sharp teeth, and claws. The more they ran, the more monsters appeared behind them. In the end, they hurriedly ran into the shopping mall. I don't know, it sounds like a person. Zhang Qiao Qiao trembled as well. A person? Does that mean the monster is left? The girl with the bun looked happy and carefully peeked through the door crack. They saw Jiang Yanan chopping off a zombie's head. Dark red blood spurted from the zombie's broken neck, splashing Jiang Yanan's face. Under the emergency light, it looked terrifying and creepy. Jiang Yanan nonchalantly wiped her face with her sleeve, then grabbed the zombie's head and rummaged inside its brain. The girl with the bun quickly closed the door, breathing heavily. Zhang Qiao Qiao was also pale and trembling nonstop. It really was a person. But this person was scarier than the monster. Jiang Yanan knew someone was there. After all, their voices weren't quiet. She also knew they were too scared of the zombies to come out. But now, all the zombies on this floor had been killed by her, so there was no danger. She should be happy, but instead, she felt even more scared than before. Confused, Jiang Yanan stepped onto the second floor. Thanks to the black rain in the morning, the entire second floor was empty, with no zombies. Because the first stage zombie's legs had degenerated and stiffened, it couldn't climb the stairs. Jiang Yanan was lighting a lamp as she visited shop after shop. She stored some simple, lightweight clothes into her space. The third floor had men's clothing, and the fourth floor had sportswear. Jiang Yanan also took a look around there, following her principle of taking only what she couldn't use herself to exchange for crystal cores. Then she headed straight to the fifth floor electronics store. She bought 20 items including a fully automatic washer-dryer, a hot water machine, a coffee maker, a mite remover, a vacuum robot, an electric iron, a hairdryer, an induction cooker, a rice cooker, an oven, and a blender. She already had 2 refrigerators in her space, but after thinking about it, she decided to add 10 more large-capacity ones. These appliances have a lifespan, so it's good to have extras. She also picked up 10 sets of pots and pans, 50 different styles of insulated cups, and some disposable items. The 6th floor was for maternity and baby products and toys. She hadn't stocked up on these before, so she decided to buy everything she needed, including the shelves, and stored them in her space. Then she went to the 7th floor. The entire 7th floor was a dining area with a kitchen stocked with many ingredients. Jiang Yanan only took the semi-finished and frozen foods that wouldn't last long. The long-lasting foods she left in place to leave some options for others. I only came to collect some appliances, but... Sigh, my love for shopping is just unstoppable. Jiang Yanan sighed helplessly and shook her head, then headed downstairs. On the way, she made a turn to the 3rd and 4th floors to pick up some children's clothes. Near the 1st floor, she heard some movement below. She put away her lamp and hurried downstairs. On the ground, 2 flashlights had fallen. Under the light, she saw 2 young men fighting a zombie. More precisely, one was hitting the zombie, and the other was running away from it. Exactly, Fong Yi, attack its head. I've read many apocalypse novels that say if you hit the zombie's head, it will die. No, Zhao Jiawei, Hitting the head doesn't work. Fong Yi watched as the zombie, hit 3 times and with its skull exposed, slowly got up again, making his scalp tingle. Then try attacking the heart? Zhao Jiawei, chased by 3 zombies and panting, suggested to Fong Yi as he ran. The heart. Fong Yi muttered, then threw down his wooden stick, grabbed an iron chair from behind the counter, and charged at the zombie. The iron chair's legs stabbed into the zombie's chest. Splat. Black and red blood splattered out. Fong Yi quickly stepped back 2 paces. Looking at the zombie lying motionless on the ground, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "That should be the end of it, right?"
Fong Yi, he's dead.
"Please come save me." Zhao Jiawei panted heavily. Fong Yi quickly reacted, grabbing a metal chair from behind another counter and rushing toward Zhao Jiawei. Just as he took a few steps, he heard a noise behind him. He turned around sharply and saw the zombie he had stabbed in the heart with a chair leg, pinned to the ground, rise up again. The chair, embedded in its chest, fell to the floor with a loud crash as the zombie got up. Along with the chair, half of a black and red heart dropped out. The zombie lunged forward, grabbing its half heart and stuffing it into its mouth. How is this possible? Ugh, the shocking scene made Fong Yi feel queasy, and he immediately vomited onto a nearby counter. After chewing the relatively fresh heart, the zombie slowly got up and moved toward Fong Yi, who was retching. Oh no! Fong Yi's face turned pale as he watched the zombie rush at him. He was too weak to run, about to be overwhelmed. Just as the zombie was about to attack him, Jiang Yan appeared, holding a knife. Actually, Zhao Jiawei's understanding of the apocalypse novel wasn't wrong. The head is indeed the zombie's critical point. But it only works if you hit the exact location of the crystal core, otherwise, you can't kill the zombie. Attacking the heart is useless because all the zombie's activities are powered by the energy in the brain's crystal core, not the heart. So, Jiang Yanin raised her hand and swiftly swung her knife. She cut off the zombie's head, severing the connection between the crystal core and the zombie's body. This is the most effective method. The zombie's head rolled to Fong Yi's feet, blood and gore splattering all over him. Fong Yi instinctively shivered. Jiang Yanin crouched in front of Fong Yi, pulled out the crystal core from the zombie's head, then ran with her knife toward 3 other zombies chasing Zhao Jiawei. Fong Yi looked back at her. The flashlight beam shone directly on Jiang Yanin. In the light, she swiftly delivered 3 precise strikes, and the zombies fell to the ground, dead beyond any doubt. She looked like a superhero emerging from the light, cool and charming. Fong Yi was stunned for a moment. Zhao Jiawei, who was saved, hesitated briefly before rushing to Jiang Yanin. His eyes sparkled with excitement. "Miss, you're amazing." "Want to team up?" Jiang Yanin ignored him. After pulling out the crystal core from the zombie's brain, she carried her knife and headed toward the mall exit. Zhao Jiawei instinctively followed, still calling out, "Miss, don't go." In disasters, following the strong is the only way out. In the apocalypse novels she has read, it is always written like this. This girl is so powerful. She must be the kind of hero in the story who can save the world from disaster. Follow her. Follow her. When she heard a noise behind her, Jiang Yanin gently turned her wrist, with the back of her knife facing down, then suddenly spun around and swung her knife downward. In Zhao Jiawei's terrified eyes, the back of the knife thudded into his shoulder. "If you keep following me, next time I won't just hit with the back of the knife," Jiang Yanin warned coldly, then she retracted her weapon and continued walking out. After experiencing Shen Jiao's betrayal, she no longer completely distrusted others, but she also didn't plan to always go alone. However, she would never team up with someone who only relies on others. Zhao Jiawei's legs went weak. He covered his swollen shoulder and looked pained, but he didn't dare to follow anymore. This strong person's temper seems quite bad. Forget it. I'd better stick with Fong Yi for now. Although Fong Yi isn't as strong as this girl, he's good-tempered and loyal. Unaware of Zhao Jiawei's inner doubts, Jiang Yanin quickly left the shopping mall. "Help! Save me! Get away!" Outside was chaos, with survivors running and screaming back home, while behind them, a long line of zombies was howling and chasing. In the early days of the apocalypse, most survivors saw their homes as their last refuge. They believed staying inside would surely bring rescue from the military. But when their supplies ran out and no rescue arrived, they finally accepted the harsh truth. Only self-rescue could bring survival. Besides the survivors fleeing back home, there were also people driving cars recklessly, panicking to escape the city. But there's no safe place anymore. Anywhere is the same. Jiang Yenin skillfully dodged a rushing car while swinging her knife to cut down a zombie coming from the front left. After bending down to take the crystal core, she looked at her watermelon knife, which had already been dulled after killing only about 20 zombies, and frowned. She needed to find a sturdy, reliable weapon. She remembered that the museum in the city center had some good long swords and knives. It was still a bit far from here, so she'd have to drive. But now, since no storage-type mutants had appeared, taking out her car would be too obvious. Most nearby cars either had their doors locked and no keys, or had already been driven away. Jiang Yenin looked around the roadside. Got it. Come out now. She quickly dashed onto the street and grabbed a zombie sitting in the driver's seat, banging on the steering wheel. While the zombies were still lying on the ground struggling, she drove her car through the zombies and vehicles blocking the road and sped away. Along the way, many survivors shouted and begged her to stop and help them, but Jiang Yenin ignored them. She didn't plan to be a hero or savior. Moreover, the zombies she encountered were the lowest level, the easiest to deal with. They moved slowly, couldn't run or jump, and only ambled toward survivors, waving their claws and opening their mouths to bite. Even if the survivors were too scared to attack, escaping from these zombies was not difficult. Those who stood frozen in fear, waiting for others to save them, could only become zombie food. In the end times, people with weak mental strength wouldn't survive long. Jiang Yenin drove all the way to the museum entrance. A group of zombies was gathered there, repeatedly smashing into the museum door with their bodies. Inside, screams kept ringing out. The noisy scene attracted more zombies. The roar of her car caught the attention of the zombies at the back, and a dozen or so staggered toward her. Afraid that the people inside the museum might take her sword or weapon, she didn't get involved with them. She quickly got out of the car, shook off the zombies, and circled around to the other side of the museum. The wall of the museum and the wall of a nearby commercial building formed a narrow alley. No zombies wandered inside. Jiang Yenin jogged to the window and pulled hard a few times. The window was tightly shut, so she couldn't open it. The survivors inside noticed the movement outside and waved at her urgently, signaling her to go away. But Jiang Yenin ignored them. She grabbed a large piece of stone from under the window and smashed it against the glass. The window shattered with a loud bang. Hearing the noise, the zombies wandering nearby turned around immediately. Without hesitation, Jiang Yenin grabbed the edge of the window, carefully avoided the glass shards, and leapt down. Once the pursuing zombies lost her, they started wandering around again. Meanwhile, Jiang Yenin was surrounded by the survivors inside. What the hell are you doing? Your loud noise will attract those monsters. Are you trying to get us all killed? Yeah, you're so young but so vicious. Get out. We don't want someone like you with us. The middle-aged man who had earlier waved for Jiang Yenin to leave, with a beer belly, pushed through the crowd. He looked angry, pointing at Jiang Yenin. You little brat, I told you to stay away but you didn't listen. How shameless. His spit flew as he yelled. Jiang Yenin scratched her ear, then suddenly raised her hand and slapped the middle-aged man hard. Damn you, you little brat. How dare you hit me? The middle-aged man was furious and swung his fist toward Jiang Yenin. She quickly stepped aside twice, then turned around and grabbed his arm tightly. She twisted it forcefully, causing his bones to crack, and he gasped loudly. It hurts. It hurts. You little brat, let go of me. A flash of anger crossed Jiang Yenin's eyes. She kicked him hard in the back of his knee, causing him to kneel on the ground, grimacing in pain. Jiang Yenin didn't let go. She grabbed his collar from behind and tightened her grip around his neck. The middle-aged man's face turned red as he struggled to breathe. Just as he tried to curse with his neck stiff, Jiang Yenin pulled out a small folding knife from her pocket. The cold blade pressed against his neck, making him break out in cold sweat and clench his lips tightly. The other survivors nearby were also frightened by Jiang Yanan's actions, and no one dared to speak. She dragged him all the way to the broken window, then lifted his collar and pointed outside, saying, "Open your eyes and look carefully." Did my actions just now attract any zombies? The middle-aged man was so scared by her move that he hurriedly shook his head. Still daring to curse, Jiang Yanan pressed his head down and asked coldly, No, I was wrong, miss. Please forgive me. You're generous. Just treat me like a fart, and let me go," the middle-aged man begged with a tearful face. Jiang Yanan lifted him up, his head caught on the window frame. If she pushed forward a little more, the broken glass shards on the window would cut his face. Seeing he was being honest, she loosened her grip and threw him to the ground. Then she turned to look at those who had just shouted at her. When they saw Jiang Yanan turn back, they instinctively stepped back. Seeing they were scared, she didn't delay further. She put away her knife, then stepped upstairs. The middle-aged man collapsed to the ground, gasping heavily, cold sweat soaking his short sleeves in an instant. Just as he relaxed, a dark blue claw suddenly reached inside through the window, scratching non-stop above him. "Us!" the middle-aged man screamed and scrambled backward, hiding behind a pillar in the museum. Other survivors quickly ran to the innermost part of the first floor. Someone broke the glass case, protecting the valuable artifacts, holding in their hands the precious porcelain items from before the disaster, which had little value after. If zombies entered, they would not hesitate to smash the items. Jiang Yanan ignored the commotion below. The museum's windows were high enough. At most, the zombies could reach out and scare them, but they could not get inside. The heavy door was also secure. The zombies climbing slowly up their comrades to hit the door couldn't get in either. However, the sharp sound of breaking glass earlier reminded her. The swords and knives were on the third floor. Jiang Yanan first went to the second floor and stored the collectibles there into her space. Instead of waiting to be destroyed here, she preferred to stay safely in her space. Maybe someday, the disaster would end, and civilization would return. Then she would let these treasures be seen again. The swords on the third floor were still there. These were not ancient artifacts, but gifts from other countries. Especially the two large swords hanging on the wall, each over a meter long, sharp and tough. The handles were decorated with ornate Western-style patterns, both beautiful and slip-resistant. Jiang Yanan approached the swords, stored one in her space, and slung the other over her back. Nearby, there were 3 more long swords, and all the collectibles on the third floor were also stored in her space. After collecting everything, Jiang Yanan returned to the window she had been at earlier. The grayish-blue claw was still reaching out, probing. The stone she had thrown earlier was still there. She picked it up again and threw it forcefully toward the window. With a loud bang, the zombie fell straight down. Jiang Yanan seized the chance, supporting herself on the window frame and quickly climbing up. Just as she was about to jump out, another armless zombie lunged at her. It opened its mouth wide, about to bite her calf. "Whoa!" Jiang Yanan exclaimed, quickly pressing her right hand onto the decayed, slimy back of the zombie's head and pressing down hard. The zombie hit the windowsill with a thud. She then jumped down. After landing, she took 2 steps back, pulled out some disinfectant wipes, and wiped off the sticky dirt from her hand. Only then did she draw her large sword and finish off the 2 zombies. After removing their crystal cores from their brains, Jiang Yanan kindly called out inside, "Hey, it's safe here for now. If you want to escape, do it quickly. Staying inside too long will starve you." After speaking, she ran out of the alley with her sword, rushing toward a few zombies nearby. As she rushed towards the museum entrance, a cry for help came from a street nearby. The zombies gathered in front of the museum turned their heads and immediately saw Jiang Yanan attacking them. Fresh flesh and blood attracted them fiercely. Suddenly, the zombies all turned around and lunged at Jiang Yanan, roaring loudly. The sound of their growls echoed one after another, even attracting zombies from a bit farther away. The city center was already crowded with people, and the number of mutated zombies was higher here than elsewhere. From a distance and nearby, the zombies gradually gathered together, forming a dense, dark mass. They all moved toward her. Jiang Yenin, wanting to test her knife, felt a shiver run down her spine. Without hesitation, she turned and ran. Even if she hadn't awakened her powers, or even as a first-level ability user, she wouldn't dare face thousands of zombies alone. Abilities are limited, not endless. Once exhausted, they need time or crystal cores to recover. An ability user who has used up their powers is no different from an ordinary person. Of course, 5 years of surviving in the apocalypse had given her experience and some skill. She was stronger than most ordinary people. But her stamina was limited. She couldn't keep fighting like a perpetual motion machine, standing in the zombie horde and fighting endlessly. Jiang Yenin ran ahead, with zombies chasing behind her. Just as she gave a kind suggestion, a survivor who was about to climb out of the museum window froze. He looked at the dark mass of zombies outside and cursed loudly. "Damn it, you liar trying to get us killed. You're full of nonsense, I'm not a liar," Jiang Yenin retorted defiantly from afar. She was indeed safe when she warned them. "Pfft, you're not. Then am I." The survivor cursed and retreated into the museum, still thinking it was safe here. The massive zombie horde drew the zombies chasing other survivors toward them. The group grew even larger. Some survivors even loudly thanked Jiang Yenin, saying, "Thank you, kind person." Thanks to her, the zombies chasing them had left. Jiang Yenin's forehead showed 3 black lines. A kind person? Who wants to be a kind person? She quickened her pace, swiftly turning into an alley. She used her knife to deal with the zombies inside, then grabbed their heads and rushed out of the alley, heading into a large supermarket with high steps. Jiang Yenin held 5 still bleeding zombie heads in one hand and used a knife to strike down a zombie security guard approaching her. After extracting the crystal core, she wiped her hands with a wet wipe while walking into the supermarket. The city was already without power. All freezers and air conditioners had stopped working. It was mid-August, and the heat was intense. The entire supermarket was hot and stuffy. About 20 zombies, dressed in supermarket uniforms, wandered among the shelves. They occasionally knocked over displays, making loud, harsh noises. The sour smell of the residual acid rain mixed with the rotting odor from the zombies, creating an even more foul stench after being heated by the sun. The emergency lights flickered intermittently, dazzling her eyes and making her feel irritable without reason. Jiang Yenin casually tore off a clean towel from a shelf to wipe the sweat from her forehead, then quickly moved to the ice cream freezer. She emptied it and took out a melon-flavored ice cream. The sound of the plastic wrapper attracted the attention of a nearby zombie. Roar! Under the flickering emergency lights, the zombie quickly spotted Jiang Yenin, fresh and lively. Its roar drew the attention of others, and soon all the zombies in the supermarket turned toward her. The zombies' growls echoed one after another, causing the zombies outside the store to become restless as well. In a corner of the supermarket, faint sounds of fear and muffled scolding could be heard. Jiang Yenin casually scratched her ear. She wasn't in a rush to kill the zombies or check the situation in the corner. Instead, she turned and headed toward the fresh produce and frozen sections nearby. She first moved the oxygen-starved seafood, which was about to spoil, into a storage space, then cleared out the frozen and refrigerated areas. Next, she collected about 2/3 of the fruits and vegetables. Afterward, she went to the canned goods section, gathering all the cans. She then changed direction and headed toward the snack aisle. While eating her ice cream, she leisurely browsed the shelves for snacks she hadn't managed to stockpile earlier. Then she moved on to the loose goods and beverage sections. The zombies followed her like well-trained dogs, wandering through the supermarket as she led them. Finally, she brought them to the frozen section, which was now empty of everything. After a burst of slicing sounds, like blades cutting through flesh, Jiang Yenin stepped on the dark red bloodstains on the ground and extracted the crystal cores from the zombies' brains. She shook her slightly sore hand and said, "This knife is good to use, but it is really heavy. It seems she needs to find some lighter weapons before her supernatural powers awaken. Once her abilities improve and her strength increases, she can use this knife again." After cleaning and sheathing the knife, she stepped outside the supermarket. As she passed the shelves with instant food, she casually grabbed some. The street was now very deserted, and most survivors had already fled into nearby buildings. Many people were leaning against windows, staring blankly at Jiang Nianen below. She was holding a big chicken leg in her left hand and a bottle of soda in her right, eating happily while avoiding zombies. Jiang Nianen was helpless. She was truly hungry. Maybe her past life had left her with a psychological shadow about hunger. Since her rebirth, whenever she was hungry, she had to eat immediately, or she would feel anxious and uncomfortable. When she finished the last bite of the chicken leg, she happened to arrive in front of a hardware store. She quickly shoved the chicken bone into the mouth of a zombie that was lunging at her and hurried inside. The store owner and his family had already turned into zombies. Seeing Jiang Nianen, they turned to attack her. She kicked the male zombie to the ground, then grabbed an axe from a nearby shelf. She swung the axe at the female zombie's neck, then quickly pulled it out and used it to smash the small zombie away. She took a few more steps and used the axe to kill the male zombie. The female zombie, whose neck was already half broken, staggered back to her feet. Annoyed, Jiang Nianen quickly turned around and delivered a final blow to the female zombie's neck with the axe. It finally collapsed. After collecting the brains cores from their heads, Jiang Nianen began to pick out items from the shelves. The axe felt comfortable to use, but it couldn't kill zombies with one hit.
A saw?
She picked up a saw and tested it on a wooden chair nearby. The saw made a screeching sound, and wood chips flew everywhere. It was quite sharp.
But
Come on, which zombie would stand still and let her saw its neck back and forth? She threw the saw aside. Her gaze then shifted to a hammer, wrench, and screwdriver. These wouldn't work either. Finally, Jiang Nianen found a bone-cutting knife with a long handle in the kitchen behind the hardware store. This is it. Her weapon changed from a large sword strapped to her back to a bone-cutting knife hanging at her waist. When she left the hardware store, it was already dark outside. Night without light is much more dangerous than daytime. Exhausted after a busy afternoon, Jiang Nianen was ready to rest. She quickly climbed onto the roof of the car parked in front of the shop, then leapt up and grabbed the edge of the hardware store's signboard with both hands. Before a large group of zombies arrived, she easily climbed up. The hardware store and the row of shops next to it are all single-story buildings, just high enough that zombies can't reach, and she can easily move up and down. Behind the signboard is a flat cement roof. Jiang Nianen immediately decided to rest there. She took out a tent, laid down a moisture-proof mat and a thin cushion inside, then added a pillow and a summer quilt. Afterward, she used tools to remove the shop sign. The sign fell loudly, crushing a group of zombies below. The zombies underneath kept roaring and struggling with their limbs. Other survivors hiding nearby were frightened by the noise and trembled. Hey, thanks for watching over me tonight. In return, I'll take the crystal cores from your brains tomorrow morning, Jiang Nianen shouted at the zombies below before crawling into the tent. She changed into clean clothes, threw her dirty clothes into the washing machine, added some laundry detergent with bloodstains, and let the machine wash them automatically. Her space has a water system with a water tank, washing machine, portable power source, and large water bucket, which automatically supplies and drains water. She only needs to empty the dirty water from the large bucket after washing. Jiang Nianen yawned, then peacefully fell asleep amid the zombies' roars. The zombies below kept watch for her, so no one dared to disturb her. She was very safe. As for the annoying and frightening zombie roars, Jiang Nianen said she was already used to them. Jiang Nianen panted against the corner of the wall. Since she woke up this morning, she had been fighting zombies for 3 hours straight. Her crystal cores increased from 61 to over 360. Her energy was nearly exhausted. Seeing the zombies once again approaching her, she turned and ran. She couldn't fight anymore. She ran all the way to a large shopping mall and stopped. To her left, a dark crowd of zombies was wandering back and forth. The street behind was also occupied by zombies. On her right, over 100 zombies were chasing her relentlessly. Now, they all lunged toward her. It seemed she could only hide inside the mall. The door handle was tied tightly from inside with rope and tape. Jiang Yenin took out a knife, inserted it into the crack of the door, and cut the rope and tape after pulling back and forth. She quickly opened the door and slipped inside. Then she took out a large U-shaped lock. Just locked the door when suddenly zombies pounded outside. Their dark claws scratched and clawed at the door. Then, a group of them pushed directly against the door from behind. The door shook loudly under their pressure, almost about to break. But inside, there was a revolving door. Jiang Yenin wasn't worried they would break in all at once. Once she was no longer their target, the zombies would soon disperse. She quickly passed through the revolving door into the shopping mall. Inside was dark. The emergency lights had long since gone out due to lack of power. Jiang Yenin was about to take out her flashlight when a chair suddenly flew at her, accompanied by a loud shout, "Die, monster!" She quickly stepped back as the chair hit the ground with a loud crash. Then, a bunch of unknown objects rushed toward her all at once. Jiang Yenin's eyes twitched as she retreated near the revolving door again. After a series of cracking sounds, voices of survivors came from behind the counter. "Is it dead?" "Probably." Jiang Yenin looked at the objects on the ground, grimacing. There was a frying pan, a small stool, a spatula, an empty suitcase, and a toy called "No Need Help." But the most dangerous was a small hammer. Jiang Yenin thought, how can that kill zombies? Not to mention other things that "No Need Help" toy. What could it do? Let the zombies hold it and scratch their itchy spots. Sorry. Jiang Yenin turned on her flashlight with a snap. "I'm still alive." "Ah, the monster is talking. She's not dead yet," a survivor shouted in fear. His voice made the zombies outside pounding the door even more excited, hitting harder. "Idiot, shut up. That sounds like a human voice, and your voice makes those zombie monsters even more excited," another voice scolded. Jiang Yenin. Well, she's quite spirited. She shined her flashlight inside, but just as she took a few steps, she was surrounded by survivors hiding around. They had thought it was zombies forcing their way in, but it turned out to be a fragile girl. This discovery changed their fear into anger. The survivors looked at Jiang Yenin with fiery eyes. "Get out. Go and lead those zombies away that you attracted, knowing there are people hiding inside, yet you broke in without caring about their safety. You're so cruel. Yes, so young but so ruthless and selfish. Why didn't those monsters just kill you?" Jiang Yenin let out an impatient snort and suddenly raised her bone-cutting knife. "Stop talking. Keep it up, and I'll cut you all down." The survivors looked at the blood-stained knife in her hand, startled, and instinctively took a step back. They finally realized that those who escaped from the zombies outside and forced their way in must be tough. "First, I didn't break that door. Second, your noise can be even louder to make the zombies more excited and hit harder." After losing their target, the zombies outside, driven by instinct, scattered and went to find other prey. But now, because of the noise made by these people, they returned. The door started banging again. The survivors quickly shut their mouths. After a moment, another survivor tried to speak. Jiang Yenin moved her wrist and pointed her knife at that person. The survivor hurriedly covered his mouth. Seeing they were silenced, Jiang Yenin ignored them and strode inside. She was starving. She turned off her flashlight and, in the darkness, took out a pack of bread and a bottle of water from her bag. Just as she was about to eat, a sudden sound of breaking glass came from another entrance of the shopping mall. Through the light coming from the door, the survivors saw 3 people supporting each other rushing in. One survivor spat on the ground and cursed, "Damn it, 3 more heartless." Before he finished, the door at that spot was pushed open by a group of people behind the 3. Then, a large horde of zombies flooded in.
Wow.
"Run!" He grabbed his girlfriend's hand and, without hesitation, ran toward the second floor. Other survivors also started fleeing. The first floor of the mall quickly turned into chaos.
Ah.
"Don't push me. Mom, don't step on me. Get out of here." The new arrivals and the survivors already on the first floor all rushed upstairs. In the chaos, someone rushed past Jiang Yenin. Her half-eaten bread was knocked out of her hand so suddenly and elegantly. It fell to the ground and was trampled into pieces by the fleeing survivors. Jiang Yenin angrily squeezed the empty water bottle in her hand.
Ugh.
My bread. She grabbed her bone-cutting knife and, with a dark face, headed toward the zombie horde. She was furious and needed to kill a couple of zombies to vent her anger. While Jiang Yenin was fighting the zombies, the staircase leading to the second floor was already crowded with people. Many were pushed down and trampled by those behind. The smell of blood filled the air, making the zombies even more excited. They roared and lunged at the survivors. The survivors hiding on the second floor heard the noise and hurried out. They blocked the staircase, preventing anyone from going upstairs. Her bag. Just as she was about to eat, a sudden sound of breaking glass came from another entrance of the shopping mall. Through the light coming from the door, the survivors saw 3 people supporting each other rushing in. One survivor spat on the ground and cursed, "Damn it, 3 more heartless." Before he finished, the door at that spot was pushed open by a group of people behind the 3. Then, a large horde of zombies flooded in.
Wow.
Run! He grabbed his girlfriend's hand and, without hesitation, ran toward the second floor. Other survivors also started fleeing. The first floor of the mall quickly turned into chaos. They even licked up all the blood on the ground. This scene made the survivors on the first floor become even more aggressive, rushing toward the second floor. In life and death moments, people's potential is limitless. The survivor on the first floor, facing the threat of zombies, finally broke through the defenses of the second-floor survivors and charged up. Jiang Yenin, who had calmed her inner anger, followed behind the crowd and went upstairs. The number of zombies pouring in was increasing. If they didn't run now, the zombies would vent their anger on her. Jiang Yenin stood at the edge of the second floor, looking down. The first floor was already overrun by zombies, who were looking up and reaching out, roaring loudly. The dark environment, glowing red eyes, and black-blue claws reaching upward. This scene made Jiang Yenin think of several horror movies she had watched. The survivors instinctively gathered in the middle, huddling together for warmth and courage. Gurgle, gurgle. Jiang Yenin patted her stomach, which was growling from hunger. She hadn't eaten enough earlier. She looked around. Many survivors had taken out their phones, using the light to stay alert, with occasional flashes passing over her. This wasn't a good place to grab things. Jiang Yenin stepped toward the third floor. Suddenly, all the survivors' eyes focused on her. There were zombies on the third floor, which was why everyone was crowded on the second. And this girl was planning to go up? From the sounds of zombies coming from the third floor, Jiang Yenin judged that there weren't many, about 10 to 15. She could handle that. Under the shocked gazes of the survivors, Jiang Yenin stepped onto the third floor. But as soon as she arrived, her eyes widened. The zombie on the third floor was surprisingly trapped in a clothing store near the stairs by someone using a counter. Who could it be? Who came up with such a clever idea, similar to how she stayed watchful last night using zombies? Jiang Yenin couldn't help but glance around cautiously. Just then, someone rushed out from behind the clothing store and threw a punch at Jiang Yenin. A cold glint flashed in her eyes. She sidestepped the attack and, turning quickly, kicked the attacker. The attacker was quite skilled. He pushed off the ground with his left foot, spun around swiftly, and avoided Jiang Yenin's counterattack while knocking the flashlight out of her hand. Then he swung a punch at her again. Jiang Yenin quickly drew her bone-cutting knife from her waist and slashed at him. The flashlight rolled on the ground a few times and finally shined on her hand holding the knife. The blade gleamed coldly in the light, making the attacker change his expression immediately. He quickly stepped back. Jiang Yenin didn't let him go and chased after him with her knife. Seeing this, the man grabbed a nearby iron stool, turned around, and blocked her knife. During their struggle, he said, "No matter what benefits he gave you, we're willing to double it, as long as you switch sides." To hell with you. Jiang Yenin couldn't understand what he was saying, nor did she want to. She swung her knife and slashed at him. The attacker kept holding the stool to block her. After a few exchanges, Jiang Yenin's stomach growled loudly again. "Wait, let's take a break. Let me eat something first," she called out, stopping and quickly retreating. The man attacking her. Just a second ago, he was furious, determined to kill her. The next second, she called a break. Is there such a funny person among Shen Nanchuan's people? The man wanted to chase her but hesitated, thinking of something, and stopped. Eat, eat, eat. Jiang Yan'an muttered to herself as she jogged to the fallen flashlight, picked it up, and then hurried inside to the innermost part of the third floor. The attacker watched her run toward the back of the third floor and was alarmed. Oh no! He was about to chase her but saw Jiang Yan'an stop at a position opposite to the person she was supposed to protect. He let out a breath of relief and quickly moved to another corner of the third floor. Jiang Yan'an was already sitting in a cafe, starting to take out her lunch. A bowl of crab roe noodles, a plate of spicy chicken feet, and a glass of iced milk tea. She happily slurped the noodles, gnawed on the chicken feet, and occasionally took a sip of the milk tea. It smelled wonderful. Absolutely delicious. After finishing everything, Jiang Yan'an sat back, closed her eyes, and rested for about 15 minutes. She then stood up and walked around the coffee shop, clearing out the remaining stock. Next, she drew her knife and moved to the third floor. The fight earlier wasn't finished yet. Suddenly ambushed, she couldn't hold back her anger. Finally, Jiang Yan'an found the person who had attacked her earlier in a corner near the coffee shop. Behind him were two others, one crouching and the other leaning against the wall. The air was thick with the smell of medicine and blood. Clearly, the person leaning against the wall was injured. Damn it, Shen Nanchuan. That bastard is really persistent. The crouching man stood up and said to the man who had fought Jiang Yan'an earlier, Yunfan, you take Shen Ge and leave first. I'll deal with her. No, you two go. The person she wants to kill is me. The man leaning against the wall supported himself with his hand and tried to get up. Hearing this, Jiang Yan'an's eyes brightened slightly. Her expression was calm but cold, crisp as jade falling to the ground. Beautiful to hear.
But
that wasn't the main point right now. She tucked her flashlight at her waist and called out softly to the man who had fought her earlier. Hey, that Yunfan guy. We didn't finish our fight earlier. Let's do it again, Yunfan. I'll fight you. Shen Nanchang drew a dagger from his side and pushed himself up against the wall. Shen Ge. The two beside him simultaneously supported him. Let's handle this. Stop wasting time. Just remember to help me get revenge, and let's go. Shen Nanchang shook off their hands, then looked at Jiang Yan'an. Come on. He pressed his hand to his abdomen and held his dagger, his eyes fierce and desperate, like a wolf fighting to the death. Jiang Yan'an didn't move. She stood still and looked at Shen Nanchang carefully. His eyebrows were sharp, his black eyes deep, his nose high, and his lips thin and tight. His face was perfect, and he was nearly 1.9 meters tall, quite handsome. The type she liked.
But
justice has its reasons, and debts must be paid. Even if he was handsome, she wouldn't agree to his request. I won't fight you. Jiang Yan'an directly refused Shen Nanchang. The person who ambushed me isn't you. After saying that, she swung her knife straight at Yunfan. Shen Nanchang's pupils shrank, and he quickly shoved his dagger into Yunfan's hand. Yunfan caught Jiang Yan'an's knife and pushed her forcefully. She felt a strong force pushing her back several steps. In terms of strength, men naturally have the advantage. Jiang Yan'an rolled her eyes, about to continue attacking when suddenly, a crisp cracking sound came from the broken bone knife. Without closely examining Jiang Yan'an, the blade of the bone-cutting knife suddenly cracked in half and fell to the ground with a loud clatter. Jiang Yan'an, feeling a bit embarrassed. What should I do? Wait, let's take a break. I'll go change my weapon. Jiang Yan'an ran off again. When she returned, she was holding a large sword she had taken from the museum. Come on, she said confidently. The three people across from her, Shen Nanchang and his companions, were silent. Shen Nanchang frowned slightly, his expression changing several times. Finally, he squinted and looked at Jiang Yan'an. Are you really sent by Shen Nanchuan? Shen Nanchuan? Who's that? Jiang Yan'an paused, her hand gripping the large sword, her eyes showing confusion. Shen Nanchang and his companions watched her facial expression carefully. Seeing her confusion didn't seem fake, they relaxed a little. Yunfan put down his dagger. Then let's stop fighting. Jiang Yenin? You say we stop and we stop?
Dream on.
The sneak attack behind my back, that's not over. She prepared to attack again, her eyes fixed on the dagger in Yunfan's hand. Unless you want to use that dagger as compensation and give it to me. Good weapons are rare, like this dagger. She liked it and wanted it. Shen Nanqing and his companions. Jiang Yenin looked at Shen Nanqing. The dagger belonged to him. Whether she could get it depended on the owner's decision. No. Shen Nanqing spoke before Yunfan could. This dagger is... Yunfan. Shen Nanqing interrupted him. His voice was weaker, blood seeping from the gap between his fingers pressing against his abdomen. Give the dagger to this lady as compensation. Yunfan was anxious. Brother Shen, but this is... Shen Nanqing cut him off again. It's just an inanimate object. A living person is more important. Yunhua also agreed quietly. Since this girl isn't here to attack Xinge, there's no need for us to clash with her. We should conserve our strength, stay low-key, and let Xinge recover quickly, but Yunfan was still reluctant. Even though Shen Nanqing was seriously injured and unable to fight back temporarily with their strength, they didn't need to fear such a young girl. Give it to her. Jiang Yenin saw that the owner agreed, and Yunfan was still hesitating. She directly reached out and snatched the dagger. The handle was cool to the touch and felt comfortable. The blade was sharp, clearly capable of cutting metal. The back of the dagger was engraved with 3 intricate oracle bone characters, looking very mysterious. She didn't recognize them anyway. Hey, Yunfan was furious as the dagger was snatched unexpectedly. Jiang Yenin took a bottle of hemostatic powder from her pocket and directly handed it to Yunfan. I won't take your advantage. After saying that, Jiang Yenin turned and ran, afraid that Shen Nanning might change his mind. Soon, she disappeared from sight. Yunfan's voice stopped abruptly when he saw the name on the bottle. Meanwhile, Shen Nanhang couldn't hold on any longer. He was supported by someone else and sank to the ground, semi-conscious. A few seconds later, Yunfan's voice carried a hint of surprise. Brother, it's hemostatic powder. Really? Yunhua quickly snatched the bottle, pinched a bit of the powder, and sniffed it under his nose. After a moment, he looked pleased. It really is hemostatic powder, and it works very well. When they arrived here, Shen Nanhang was already badly injured. Then the zombie tide broke out. They only had time to do a quick dressing on Shen Nanhang's wound before being forced into the shopping mall by the zombies. But Yunhua drew a short knife from his waist, cut his finger, and sprinkled some of the hemostatic powder on the wound. He then took a little and ate it, testing the medicine himself. Within seconds, the bleeding stopped, and he felt no strange effects. It works, Yunhua smiled. Yunfan, let's carry Brother Shen to that furniture store over there, okay? Yunfan agreed. The two carefully lifted Shen Nanhang and moved toward the nearby furniture store. Jiang Yenin had already entered the escape passage. Going down the passage would allow her to circle behind the zombie horde and escape through a side door that survivors had already damaged. She carried a large machete, slightly longer than the previous bone-cutting knife. As for the dagger, she had already put it into her space. Although sharp and useful, the dagger was too short to be effective against zombies. Only when her wood-type abilities awakened and she could control vines would she be able to use it properly. As she approached the first floor, she put on a mask over her face and took out a bottle of air freshener, spraying it vigorously on herself. The sweet, heavy scent filled the air, masking her smell. Jiang Yenin stayed close to the wall and carefully moved toward the escape entrance. The path to the escape point and the side door was quite clear. As long as she stayed close to the wall and moved quietly, it shouldn't be a problem. The zombies were crowded directly below on the second floor, desperately looking up and howling. The scent of blood and flesh from the survivors on the second floor deeply stimulated their nerves. Jiang Yenin held her machete in front of her, pressed against the wall, and slowly moved toward the side door. As she moved to a position 2 meters away from the side door, more zombies staggered outside. They immediately saw Jiang Yenin, a living person in motion. Roar! The zombie got excited, ready to attack. Damn! Jiang Yenin was also excited and scared. Thanks to this zombie's bad luck, the others had already noticed her. The food right in front of her and the food upstairs, of course, she chose the one nearby. Suddenly, all the zombies gathered outside the building headed toward Jiang Mianen. Jiang Mianen. The people upstairs were startled by the noise downstairs and looked down. It's that fierce girl from earlier. A survivor recognized Jiang Mianen. Fierce girl? What kind of nickname is that? Jiang Mianen was speechless. She had bright, kind eyes and was clearly a pretty girl. In front of the side door, there were 2 rows of shopping carts. She ran quickly to one, grabbed it, and shouted at the first zombie that noticed her. I'll beat you to death. She pushed the cart forward forcefully, knocking the zombie out of the door with a loud bang. Jiang Mianen also stepped out of the shopping mall. Behind her, many zombies were chasing her closely, heading outside the building. She looked back. Since they had all been drawn out by her, she decided to do her best. Jiang Mianen threw down the cart and turned to run down another street. The zombies followed her, gradually leaving the shopping mall behind. I didn't expect that fierce girl to be a good person, a survivor on the second floor side. Good person? If she really was, she would have tried to save all of us instead of running away alone, someone immediately retorted. Others nearby nodded in agreement. Exactly, there are still many zombies downstairs. The first speaker fell silent, stepping back a bit from the others. Shun Nanheng, who had woken up, withdrew his gaze from the mall entrance and turned to Manhwa. There are a few pharmacies on our way here. Go find some medicine. His wound needed more than just stopping the bleeding. He also needed anti-inflammatory medicine. Yes, Manhwa nodded. I'll go right now. Manhwa climbed out of the 3rd-floor window and then hung onto the exposed drain pipe to climb down. When Jiang Mianen ran to another street, she just saw Manhwa climbing down from the drain pipe. Jiang Mianen. She was on the street behind the mall.
Hey.
Why didn't she think of this good method earlier? Never mind. She had already escaped anyway. She pushed open the door. After striking down the zombie sales clerk who charged at her, she collected the melted ice cream from the freezer. The items in the refrigerated area had already spoiled in the nearly 40 degrees Celsius heat. She then checked the storage room again. Some cold air still remained there, and the semi-finished products and ready-to-eat rice balls and bento boxes had not gone bad. Jiang Mianen stored them all in her space. For food that could be kept at room temperature, she only chose the ones she hadn't stocked up on. Then she carried her sword and went out to fight more zombies. Over the next 5 days, Jiang Mianen was caught in a cycle of killing zombies, mining crystal cores, looting supplies from nearby shops, eating and sleeping. The number of crystal cores in her space kept increasing. The day her powers awakened was getting closer. Time quickly passed to the 7th day of the apocalypse. Jiang Mianen woke up to find herself running a fever. Her eyes suddenly lit up, a sign that her abilities were about to awaken. She sat up abruptly. When she felt sharp, needle-like pains throughout her body, her heartbeat quickened, and she became excited. Her body had entered an automatic strengthening phase. Yes, her powers were coming. 10 minutes later, the pain intensified. The needle-like stabbing turned into tearing pain. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans appeared on her forehead, sliding down her smooth face, then onto her neck, finally dripping onto her soaked clothes. She clenched her teeth tightly, enduring the indescribable pain. This was unbelievable. How could she not remember her powers awakening being this painful? Could it be a side effect of rebirth? After what felt like a long time, the tearing pain gradually subsided. Jiang Mianen gasped heavily. Finally, it was over. She just had to wait for her energy sphere to form. A cool flow of energy entered her dantian, gradually forming a small, pale green sphere about the size of a glass marble. It was complete. A smile appeared on Jiang Mianen's face. She moved her mind, and the pale green sphere in her dantian spun, swirling with familiar wood element energy. Like crystal cores that provide energy for mutated creatures, her energy sphere stored the energy she needed. But there was a difference. When a mutated creature died, its crystal core remained, but when an Esper died, the energy sphere would dissipate. Jiang Mianen let out a breath of relief. Although her awakening process was more painful than in her previous life, her loyal little wood element companion was back. Jiang Yenin flicked her finger, and a bright green leaf appeared before her eyes. In the next moment, it shot toward the zombie below the roof. The leaf directly entered the zombie's brain at the crystal core, spinning around. The crystal core was suddenly pulled out with a snap. The zombie collapsed to the ground. The green leaves turned into a thin green thread, one end in Jiang Yenin's hand, the other on the crystal core. She beckoned with her finger, and the crystal core came to her. Dealing with a level 1 zombie is easier with special abilities, Jiang Yenin said, looking at the crystal core in her hand with a sigh. To a superpower user, a level 1 zombie is just a slow-moving source of crystal cores. But soon, mutated plants and animals will appear. Especially the mutated animals, which move quickly and are much harder to deal with than level 1 zombies. Also, zombies that can't find enough living creatures to eat will soon turn their attention to their own kind. These are easier to catch than survivors. When that happens, their mutations will speed up greatly. Higher-level zombies will also appear soon. In the end, she needs to improve her strength quickly. First, have breakfast, then absorb the crystal cores I've gathered over the past few days, and then, Jiang Yenin's words suddenly stopped. Her consciousness sank into her dantian, and her eyes widened suddenly. Another white energy surged into her dantian. Soon, a small white ball the size of a light green orb formed. At the same time, a 5 square meter sealed space appeared in her mind. Is this a space storage system? Jiang Yenin was surprised. In this life, she had awakened 2 abilities, wood element and space storage. Dual ability users are very rare, especially those with both attack and storage powers. If it had been her previous life, she would have been overjoyed. But in this life, she looked at the walnut space beside her, and her mouth twitched. What's the difference between awakening only 1 ability? Does she lack those 5 square meters or what? Her mood sank as she thought about it. She had planned to have a bowl of noodles for breakfast, with 2 eggs and 2 sausages, but now she reluctantly took out 2 large steamed buns. While munching on the buns, she sighed, why isn't it some other ability? Sigh like mental control. Only a super genius can awaken that kind of ability. I don't want that, but there are so many options: metal, water, fire, earth, ice, lightning, light, darkness, wind. Any of these would be fine, she muttered. Or at least some enhancement abilities: strength, speed, hearing, sight, or smell. Any of those would do. Why does it have to be space storage? Sigh. Jiang Yenin shoved the last piece of bun into her mouth and held her head in frustration. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that she reluctantly accepted the fact. Well, she had already planned to use the space storage ability as an excuse to freely use space. Now, it was just that her excuse had become real. Jiang Yenin took out the crystal cores she had collected over the past few days. About 2,000 in total, each like a small diamond, clear and shiny. She grabbed a handful from the box, and with her mind, the wooden element energy ball in her dantian started to spin rapidly, absorbing energy from the crystals. Soon, the crystal cores in her hand were completely drained by the wooden energy ball, leaving only a thin layer of white powder. She flicked the powder into the air, then grabbed another handful of crystals. 2 hours later, Jiang Yenin stared intently at the box filled with crystals, her brows furrowed. Each handful she took contained about 20 crystals. She had taken about 90 handfuls, totaling roughly 1,800 crystals. There should have been around 200 left, but now, she looked at the empty box. Where are the remaining crystals? Her consciousness swept through her walnut space. Only neatly stacked supplies were there. Could they have been stolen? That seemed impossible. Only she could move things within her space. Could she have been so distracted fighting zombies that she miscounted? Jiang Yenin stored the box and the tent behind her into her space, filled with doubt. She jumped down from the roof, sword in hand, to continue fighting zombies. This time, she was more cautious. While carefully noting the number of crystals, she only placed 50 crystals into her walnut space. The rest she stored in her 5 square meter space. Jiang Yenin fought her way through zombies to the street corner. Just as she was about to stop and find a place to rest, A young girl suddenly rushed out from a corner. She was limping on one leg, followed by 7 or 8 zombies. Jing Yenin quickly stepped back, keeping her distance from the girl, while simultaneously knocking down a zombie that lunged at her from behind. She then swiftly climbed onto the roof of a nearby truck. Help me, help me. I don't want to die. The girl staggered and fell to the ground, crawling weakly toward Jing Yenin. Watching her leg already rotting, Jing Yenin shook her head. She was already starting to mutate. There was no hope. She was about to kill the girl to prevent her from fully transforming when she suddenly sensed danger approaching from behind. Without hesitation, Jing Yenin flipped sideways and leapt into the truck bed. In the next second, a black shadow landed where she had just been standing. It was a mutated cat, entirely black, with fur standing on end. Its eyes, faintly red, stared fiercely at her, and it growled lowly. Jing Yenin was shocked. Animals in this world had already mutated so quickly. She leaned forward slightly, drawing her dagger from her previous position, and quickly prepared for battle. In this post-apocalyptic world, mutated animals and plants of the same level naturally had the advantage, so she couldn't underestimate her opponent. The mutated cat let out a sharp cry and quickly leapt toward Jiang Yenin. Jiang Yenin flicked her wrist, and a green light beam wrapped around her dagger, rushing straight at the cat. A series of clinking sounds of metal against metal rang out as the mutated cat retreated back onto the roof. Jiang Yenin retracted her dagger, and a ball of wood element energy spun inside her dantian. 5 green leaves appeared in front of her. She was not the type to wait passively. She preferred to attack first. With a focused mind, Jiang Yenin directed the 5 green leaves, which tore through the air toward the mutated cat. The cat jumped again, quickly shifting its body and passing through the gaps between the leaves. Its sharp claws gleamed with cold light as they aimed straight at Jiang Yenin's face. She suddenly leaned back, holding her dagger horizontally in front of her chest. The mutated cat brushed past the dagger and charged forward. Jiang Yenin quickly stood up and flipped, sending a green beam of energy straight at the cat again. The cat twisted its body midair, swinging its claws in an attempt to knock the dagger away. But lacking leverage in midair, it was struck by the dagger and was sent flying. It crashed into the glass of the house behind, then quickly turned over and landed gracefully on the ground. Jiang Yenin couldn't help but marvel. Being a cat, that light and agile landing was something a human could never learn. Just as the mutated cat crouched, preparing to attack Jiang Yenin again, a plump mouse suddenly jumped out from a nearby alley. Its scarlet eyes fixed on Jiang Yenin, revealing a hint of bloodthirstiness. Just as the mutated mouse was about to attack Jiang Yenin, the mutated cat dashed out of the house and headed straight for the mouse. Despite its mutations, the natural instinct of a cat to hunt mice remained unchanged, and the mouse's fear of cats was deeply ingrained. The mouse looked terrified and turned to run, with the mutated cat close behind. Their shadows quickly disappeared around the corner. All that was left was Jiang Yenin standing in the back of the vehicle, stunned. That was quite a move, impressive. After a moment, Jiang Yenin stored her dagger into her space, grabbed her large machete, and jumped down from the vehicle. She cut her way through the horde of zombies that had gathered, then slipped into an office building on the next street. It was time for lunch. Inside the lobby on the first floor, about 20 zombies wandered aimlessly. Jiang Yenin ignored them and headed straight for the second floor. After eating, she would deal with them. The second floor was crowded with about 30 survivors. Some mutants were showing off their abilities to the ordinary survivors who had not awakened their powers, like performing acrobatics. Some cheered in support, while others forced smiles, hiding their jealousy. At this moment, everyone was watching Jiang Yenin with wary and displeased eyes. Since a survivor was clearly bitten but chose not to speak, and soon after entered as a zombie, nearly causing their complete destruction, they were very suspicious of any new survivors. "Hey," a roughly 30-year-old, dark-faced man called out to Jiang Yenin. She had just sat down at a desk when she heard him and looked up. "What's the matter?" she asked. The man stepped closer and asked in a gruff voice, "You haven't been bitten or caught by those zombies, right?" "No." Jiang Yenin waved her hand. The man examined her carefully, and seeing nothing unusual, he turned and walked away. Wait, just saying no isn't enough. We need to check you, he said with a sneaky smile. Just as Jiang Yenin was about to take out disinfectant wipes to clean her hands, a lecherous voice sounded. She looked up impatiently and saw a creepy-looking man approaching her. He was one of the people who had shown off his supernatural ability earlier. Jiang Yenin remembered he was a water-type ability user. In the wasteland without water, water-type abilities were valuable because they could exchange water for food and crystals. But this kind of water ability user, who gets lecherous thoughts when seeing women, only uses his power for disgusting things. Ma Zhixin stood about 2 meters from Jiang Yenin. He rubbed his hands and looked at her with greedy eyes, his face leering and ugly. Even the places covered by clothes need to be checked, you know, he said with a creepy smile. As soon as he finished, a chorus of boos sounded around. Jiang Yenin's appearance was cold and beautiful, but her figure was different. Many men's eyes glinted with lust as they looked at her. Yes, Ma Zhixin is right. We need to check to see if it's true, someone said. Haraha, little sister, do you want me to help you take off your clothes? 2 men cheered and moved toward Jiang Yenin. One of them even started to undress as he approached, clearly intending something inappropriate. Trash is trash. Even if it wears a human skin, it can't hide its disgusting nature, Jiang Yenin said slowly as she stood up. What did you say? Ma Zhixin's smile turned to anger. I said you're trash. Jiang Yenin shot out a vine about the thickness of a finger from her hand. Before Ma Zhixin could react, the vine pierced through his neck. Blood splattered, and the surrounding survivors were stunned. The 2 men approaching Jiang Yenin were even more frightened and ran away. Who can tolerate such sudden violence? Jiang Yenin's eyes flashed with coldness as she forcefully shook off the hand holding Ma Zhixin's body. The body was thrown toward the 2 panicked escapees. With a loud crash, they were knocked down. As they struggled to get up, Jiang Yenin's whip transformed into 2 sharp spikes. She gently raised her hand and then swung down heavily. The spikes pierced through their backs and into their hearts.
Ugh.
Help! Help! The 2 weakly reached out toward the nearby survivors before collapsing into a pool of blood.
Ah!
She's killing people. Help! As the 3 bodies fell, the survivors screamed and fled from the 2nd floor. Jiang Yenin retracted her knife, her face calm, and chose a clean office desk to sit at. She took disinfectant wipes from her space and slowly wiped her hands. Thoughtless trash, not even useful compared to the zombies outside. They shouldn't be alive. She saw these 3 as greedy for their own flesh and forcing others into disgusting acts. She believed she should eliminate anyone like them. After lunch, Jiang Yenin stood by the window, her gaze deep. Mutant animals had appeared, which meant that the rat swarm that brought disaster to the flower market would arrive in at most half a month. After the rat swarm, the flower market, or rather, the entire Ji province, would become a paradise for mutated creatures. She needed to leave before then. Where should she go? Jiang Yenin lowered her head in thought. In her previous life, she escaped from mutant rats and headed north. She initially planned to go to the capital city, but ended up collapsing at the entrance to the mountain city. She was then rescued by the mountain city's defense team. After waking up, she couldn't continue northward and, with Shun Jiao, a burden, she decided to stay in the mountain city. But honestly, she didn't adapt well to life there. The mountain city was surrounded by mountains and constantly attacked by mutated animals and plants. The roads were complicated, and her poor sense of direction made her often lose her way. Sometimes, she wouldn't even know where her home was. Maybe. Jiang Yenin looked toward Jing City. She decided to go there first, to see the place she had wanted to visit in her previous life, but never managed to reach before she died. After making up her mind, Jiang Yenin stretched lazily and took out the crystal cores she had obtained from killing zombies that morning. She planned to absorb them and rest a bit. She counted the number of crystal cores in her walnut space, 50 in total, not missing a single one. The 123 crystal cores in her 5 square meter space were also intact. Could it be that she was so overwhelmed earlier that she miscounted? Jiang Yenin doubted herself, but began absorbing the crystal cores. An hour later, she brushed off the white powder on her and, carrying her knife, went downstairs. She continued fighting the zombies. The flower market and the capital city are separated by more than half of Huagua. To get through safely, you need real strength. After another 5 hours of fighting, night fell. Jiang Yenin, carrying a bloodstained knife, finally entered a supermarket. Mutant animals had appeared, and the open roof was no longer safe. The first floor of the supermarket was very quiet. Jiang Yenin used her flashlight to look inside. Everything was messy. All the shelves with food and water were empty. Jiang Yenin wasn't surprised by what she saw. Since the end of the world and the awakening of her powers, a week had passed. It had drained the supplies of survivors hiding at home and made them face reality. She walked around the first floor, collecting useful items into her space, where her home was. Maybe. Jiang Yenin looked toward Jing City. She decided to go there first, to see the place she had wanted to visit in her previous life, but never managed to reach before she died. After making up her mind, Jiang Yenin stretched lazily and took out the crystal cores she had obtained from killing zombies that morning. She planned to absorb them and rest a bit. She counted the number of crystal cores in her walnut space, 50 in total, not missing a single one. The 123 crystal cores in her 5 square meter space were also intact. Could it be that she was so overwhelmed earlier that she miscounted? Shen Nanhang was wiping his bloodstained sword. When he noticed Jiang Yenin's gaze, he looked up and met her eyes. They stared at each other for a few seconds, then Shen Nanhang nodded slightly at her. Jiang Yenin was momentarily stunned but responded with a slight nod and then looked away. She took out 2 rice balls for dinner. Shen Nanhang was surprised to see her suddenly produce rice balls out of nowhere, but then he sensed the energy ball in her dantian and realized something. He lowered his head to continue cleaning his sword. After eating the rice balls, Jiang Yenin took out a bottle of water, tilted her head back, and drank it all in one gulp. Her bold way of eating amazed Yunhua and Yunfan. They were used to seeing young ladies eat a piece of bread in 3 bites and drink water in 3 sips, but they had never seen a girl eat so freely before. Jiang Yenin turned her expressionless face to look at them. "Something wrong?" she asked. "No." They quickly shook their heads. They leaned back against the glass railing, closing their eyes to rest. Jiang Yenin looked at them strangely, feeling that their gaze just now was a bit weird. She yawned. Although it was still early, she was really tired after a long day. At this moment, the disadvantages of being alone became clear. No one was guarding her. Jiang Yenin looked at the survivors on the second floor, but she couldn't be sure if all of them were good people. Next to her, the person who returned her dagger looked honest and not like a bad person. Just as Jiang Yenin was thinking about whether to ask Shen Nanheng for help, a young voice suddenly sounded in her mind. To be precise, it came from the walnut space. "I can guard the night for you. Who are you?" Jiang Yenin looked at the blue egg that appeared suddenly inside the walnut space, feeling surprised and curious. "I am Qinglong, the guardian spirit of this space." A large blue egg, about half a meter tall, floated at the edge of the space. Its shell was carved with mysterious symbols and emitted a faint golden glow, making it look powerful and mysterious. Guardian spirit, Jiang Yenin circled her awareness around the blue egg. "Since you're a guardian spirit, why didn't I see you when I opened the space?" Her voice was full of doubt and caution. Because back then, the blue egg suddenly bumped toward the edge of the space. With a soft pop, the blue egg passed through the thin membrane at the edge, and a voice came from the other side. Over here, as the egg moved, the membrane at the edge of the space began to turn transparent. In an instant, the space expanded to include 200 acres of land and a 30-acre lake. There was also something that looked like the sun hanging in the air, continuously emitting heat and light. But the membrane at the edge did not disappear. It still stood there, dividing the walnut space into 2 parts. The side with stored items remained static, keeping everything fresh and insulated. The land and the fish pond side were dynamic. When Jiang Yenin's consciousness reached that side, she could even feel the air moving. "What's going on?" How did this space suddenly get so much more land? She asked Xinglong. Didn't you put some energy-rich, transparent stones inside earlier? Yes, Jiang Nianen replied. Those stones awakened me, as I had been sleeping due to a lack of energy. Once I woke up, the sealed part of the space also returned. I can help you plant some of what you like here. But what? Jiang Nianen looked at the blue egg. But whether it's guarding the night or planting things, you have to pay me for my help. Guarding the night costs 10 transparent energy stones each time. Planting 1 acre of land costs 20 stones. The blue egg floated back to the storage side, swaying as it spoke. Wait, Jiang Nianen thought about the nearly 200 crystal cores that had disappeared. Her eyes suddenly darkened. So, the 200 crystal cores I lost were swallowed by you. Clearly visible, the blue egg looked panicked. Jiang Nianen saw its guilty reaction and understood everything. It seemed the egg could freely move things stored in her walnut space. From now on, she couldn't put crystal cores into the walnut space anymore. All must be stored in the 5-square space under her full control. In this way, the space storage system was quite useful. The white energy sphere finally caught Jiang Nianen's eye. At this moment, the blue dragon was indeed very nervous. Its guardian spirit was integrated with the space. That means Jiang Nianen was not only the space's owner, but also its owner. If the guardian spirit used her belongings without permission, it would be a serious offense. The owner could directly erase it with a thought.
I'm sorry.
When I absorbed that energy, I was semi-conscious, acting purely on instinct. I won't do that again. The blue dragon obediently admitted fault, and the golden glow on the egg dimmed a little. But the blue dragon suddenly became confident again. It was I who exhausted my last bit of energy to protect your soul, taking you through space and time, so you could be reborn. I had no energy left to maintain my body and was forced back to the egg stage. So, if I provide you with some energy stones, allowing me to recover quickly, that would be right, wouldn't it? Save me? Jiang Nianen's consciousness turned into a tiny version of herself, floating in front of the blue egg, with a slight raise of her brow. It's because if I die, you'll also vanish, so you risk everything to save me, right? As soon as she said that, the glow on the blue egg dimmed again. It was indeed true. Jiang Nianen watched its dejected look, a slight smile appearing at the corner of her lips. She had guessed right. However, no matter why this little blue dragon saved her, it had done her a great favor. She was always clear about gratitude and resentment. She wouldn't overlook the kindness owed. It seemed she could only work harder, kill a few more zombies, and hire it. Just as Jiang Nianen was about to tell the blue dragon, she decided to hire it. The blue egg suddenly fell to the ground and collapsed on the spot. Before Jiang Nianen could understand what was happening, the round egg started rolling and flailing on the ground. A childish voice echoed through the space. I don't care. I don't care. I want a transparent energy stone.
Am I right, dear nephew? Gu Tianya stared at her in silence. After a long moment, he softly said, People from noble families can be useless, but they are never helpless. I used to think that wasn't always true, but now I see it makes a lot of sense. This was a spontaneous remark, but the woman looked very surprised. She instinctively asked, Who taught you this kind of wisdom? Her face was full of suspicion, and she kept staring at Gu Tianya. Then she asked, You come from a poor family, and there are no scholars in the village. The constant war in Hebei has lasted for years, and the official schools wouldn't accept poor students.
Cover quickly. That would be right, wouldn't it? Jiang Nianen's mouth twitched repeatedly. But are you really a blue dragon? She remembered from ancient books that dragons were proud and loved to show off. But this creature was throwing tantrums and rolling around whenever it wanted. The blue dragon sensed her meaning and lifted its body back into the air, sounding a bit shy. I'm only 400 years old this year, still a little dragon. In your human years, I'm only 4. The elders in my clan said that little dragons can be shameless, Jiang Nianen interrupted. The blue dragon. That was true, but it shouldn't say it so directly. By the way, do you need to eat something? Jiang Nianen asked cautiously. She didn't want her hard-stored food to be eaten up. Not inside the egg, but after I hatch, I will need to eat. However, I won't touch anything in your space without your permission. I know those things are important to you, so after I hatch, you can catch animals with transparent energy stones inside for me to eat. Jiang Nianen nodded in relief. It was better than the mutated animals eating her supplies. She looked at the 200 acres of land again. Little blue dragon, can anything be planted here? Of course, the blue dragon said proudly. Even if the seeds are bad, I can make them come back to life and grow something. I'm very powerful. Jiang Nianen's eyes lit up suddenly. That's great. She decided to plant some vegetables and fruits. Her stored rice and flour were enough for her to live until old age. Will that lake dry up? She asked again. If you keep taking water without replenishing, yes, the little blue dragon nodded. Then it added proudly, but once I hatch and restore my true form, I can use my dragon's cloud and rain powers to help it refill. Even if you use up all your stored water, there will still be water in the lake for you. Love to show off. But this creature was throwing tantrums and rolling around whenever it wanted. The blue dragon sensed her meaning and lifted its body back into the air, sounding a bit shy. I'm only 400 years old this year, still a little dragon. In your human years, I'm only 4. The elders in my clan said that little dragons can be shameless, Jiang Nianen interrupted. The blue dragon. That was true, but it shouldn't say it so directly. By the way, do you need to eat something? Jiang Nianen asked cautiously. She didn't want her hard-stored food to be eaten up. Not inside the egg, but after I hatch, I will need to eat. Something is coming. In the middle of the night, little green dragon's anxious voice echoed in Jiang Nianen's mind. She suddenly opened her eyes and saw a suspicious figure quickly approaching her. Just as she was about to draw her knife and stand up, a flash of lightning streaked across her vision and struck the figure directly. Using the lightning, Jiang Nianen saw what the figure was, an altered monkey. Yua, Yua, a sharp scream came from a monkey. It shimmered with electric light, its black-brown fur standing on end, and it was writhing on the ground in pain. It's true, doing bad things can get you struck by lightning. Jiang Nianen clicked her tongue softly and turned to Shen Nanqing. It was Shen Nanqing who had made the move earlier. She hadn't expected him to awaken the most powerful attack element, lightning. Thanks, Jiang Nianen said, though she could handle it herself. You're welcome. Also, thanks for the medicine last time. It helped a lot. Shen Nanqing nodded slightly, retracting his supernatural ability. Hearing him mention the medicine, Jiang Nianen's eyes flashed with suspicion. Could he be regretting it and trying to take back the dagger with his earlier attack? That medicine wasn't for you. Jiang Nianen clenched her bone-cutting knife tightly. Shen Nanqing's eyes flickered. Not for him. He instinctively covered his nearly healed wound, realizing the medicine had already been used up. Thinking about the dagger he had lost, his heart skipped a beat. Could he be asked to compensate again? That medicine was exchanged for your dagger. Jiang Nianen's voice came with caution. Hearing this, Shen Nanqing sighed in relief, but also felt a bit amused.
All right, fine.
The medicine was exchanged for my dagger, and about the last time I ambushed you from behind, the dagger originally meant to defend against ambushes had been unexpectedly used to treat his wound.
The temperature is around 20 degrees Celsius, but the river water is still very cold. While the afternoon sun was still strong and the temperature warm, Chinsu took a break and then jumped into the river for a good wash. When he returned home, feeling refreshed, Chen Jiangshi had already cooked soybeans and wild vegetables rice. Xinger was squatting by the stove, watching the fire, while Jiang Chun was preparing to cook fish soup with a few fish. Sewer, go next door to the Dasher family and borrow some salt. Jiang Jiangshi instructed. Chinsu nodded and turned to leave. After walking a few dozen meters along a small path, he saw another thatched cottage.
Thanks, Jiang. Yun Fan and Yun Hua had already woken up. They approached the exhausted mutated monkey. One of them cut its neck with a knife, while the other poked inside its head with a dagger. Hey, this monkey's brain also has those energy stones, Yun Fan whispered, picking out a crystal core with his dagger. First zombies, now these strange animals. I really wonder what will come next, Yunhua muttered as he hurried back to Shen Nanqing. Jiang Nianen heard him and silently thought to herself that there were still many strange things out there. Just as the 4 of them were about to sit down and rest, The monkey's screams and the sound of glass breaking happened at the same time. The next moment, dozens of mutated monkeys rushed in from the second-floor window and the first floor. They charged into the survivors, biting and clawing at them. "Ah, help!" The survivors screamed in fear and rushed toward the staircase on the second floor. Jiang Yenin and Shen Nanxing's group stayed near the staircase. "TSK, can't even sleep peacefully," Jiang Yenin muttered, rotating her wrist before grabbing her knife and rushing forward. Shen Nanxing and the others also drew their weapons and attacked the approaching mutated monkeys. "Why are all these monkeys attacking me?" Jiang Yenin exclaimed as she charged into the crowd. The monkeys attacking others suddenly turned and lunged at her. She slashed at the monkey's claws, grabbing her, then kicked sideways to repel one trying to attack her from the side. She also used a vine to pull away 3 mutated monkeys coming from the front. More than 20 monkeys were attacking her. Even as an experienced survivor of the apocalypse, Jiang Yenin found it hard to hold them off. Suddenly, 3 more mutated monkeys attacked her from behind, while others from the front and sides lunged at her. "Come on. Do I look like a piece of meat that everyone wants to pounce on?" Jiang Yenin cursed silently. Looking at Shen Nanxing and his group working well together nearby, and then at herself, alone and surrounded by attacking monkeys, Jiang Yenin felt a wave of sadness. At the same time, she began to think about finding someone to team up with. In the apocalypse, walking alone is too dangerous. She held a knife in one hand to fend off a mutated monkey charging at her, while using a vine to control a dagger, slicing past the neck of a mutated monkey on her right. After dealing with the monkeys in front and on her right, the ones on her left and behind had already reached her. Jiang Yenin's pupils shrank. It seemed she would have to get hurt today. Just as she was about to abandon her position on the left and turn to attack from behind, dozens of thunder-like sparks, about the size of a thumb, struck behind her, knocking down the monkeys rushing at her. Jiang Yenin took the opportunity to slash the monkey on her left away, then turned her head to look behind. Shen Nanxing's hands flickered with sparks. Without a doubt, it was Shen Nanxing who helped her earlier. He exchanged a quick look with Yin Fan and Yin Hua, and the 3 of them quickly moved closer to Jiang Yenin. In the blink of an eye, the 4 formed a circle, each facing a different direction. Other abilities users also mimicked their actions, trying to attack with their powers. After half an hour, all the mutated monkeys that had broken in were killed. Jiang Yenin stood still, took a few deep breaths, and looked at Shen Nanxing leaning against the wall, relaxing. She clenched her teeth, then took a dagger from her space and strode over to him. "Thanks for earlier." Jiang Yenin looked at the dagger with some reluctance, then finally closed her eyes tightly and handed it over. "It's yours." She was repaying the favor of the person who helped her earlier. Shen Nanxing didn't reach out to take it. He straightened up and looked down at Jiang Yenin. "Are you planning to go to Jing City?" Jiang Yenin was surprised, then squinted slightly, a hint of caution flashing in her eyes. "What do you mean?" "We're heading to Jing City and looking for a partner to store supplies and travel together." Shen Nanxing was worried she might not admit she had this ability, so he pointed to the rice ball wrappers she had left in the corner. "If you're thinking of going to Jing City, why not team up?" Jiang Yenin understood but didn't answer immediately. She was weighing the pros and cons. From her recent fight with the mutated monkeys, these 3 definitely had strong fighting skills. Judging by their appearance, they didn't seem like bad people. They fit her criteria for teaming up. Going to Jing City together would save a lot of trouble.
But
Jiang Yenin remembered how Shen Nanxing and the others looked when she first saw them, like they were being chased by some evil force. "If you're interested in going to Jing City and joining us, my earlier actions were just helping a teammate, so there's no need to thank me. If not," Shen Nanxing pretended to reach for Jiang Yenin's dagger. Jiang Yenin quickly retracted her hand holding the dagger and then tucked it into her space. She slightly lifted her chin and said, "Got it. If things don't feel right or seem inappropriate later, we can just split up. Let me introduce myself. My name is Jiang Yenin, 24 years old, a dual ability user with space storage and wood element powers." Jiang Yenin extended her hand toward Shen Nanxing. Dual abilities. Shen Nanxing thought about the vine that had appeared in Jiang Yenin's hand earlier. His eyes showed understanding, and he reached out to shake her hand lightly before letting go, then introduced himself. Shen Nanxing, 27 years old. According to your words, I should have lightning abilities, but where did you hear those titles? Jiang Yenin had already prepared her words. I saw them in a post-apocalyptic novel. I thought the descriptions fit the current situation, so I used them casually. I see. Shen Nanxing, who never read novels, felt like he was learning something new. At this moment, Yun Hua and Yun Fan, who had been listening nearby, stepped forward. Yun Hua, 27 years old, water element. Yun Fan, 26 years old, ice element. Jiang Yenin nodded to both of them. Enin, can we call you that? Shen Nanxing asked gently. Jiang Yenin nodded casually. Sure, then I'll call you Brother Shen. Shen Nanxing nodded slightly. Okay. Jiang Yenin looked at Yun Hua and Yun Fan again. Yun Hua smiled at her. Just call us by our names. Enin, the lively Yun Fan asked excitedly. What's your storage space like? Shen Nanxing and Yun Hua also looked at Jiang Yenin, both curious. It's a sealed space about 5 square meters in size and about 3 meters tall. All first-level space storage users have spaces of the same size, so there's nothing secret about it. It's quite large. Shen Nanxing's eyes flashed with interest, and he discussed with Jiang Yenin. Shall we go out to gather supplies at dawn and then set off? Sounds good. Jiang Yenin nodded. By the way, have you seen any seed shops nearby? Seed shop. Yunhua shook her head gently. No, I haven't. I know where a seed shop is. Shen Nanxing thought of a place. I'll take you there. All right. This saved her the trouble of searching herself. Enin, why are you looking for a seed shop? Yunfan asked curiously. Jiang Yenin suddenly flipped her right hand, and a small vine whip appeared, trembling slightly as it moved through the air. The vine emitted a green glow, especially striking and dazzling in the darkness. It kept changing size, sometimes growing larger, sometimes shrinking smaller. Yun Hua and Yun Fan were momentarily stunned. Only Shen Nanxing kept watching Jiang Yenin, waiting for her to speak. As you can see, I can't control my supernatural powers very well. I read in a novel that when a wood-type ability user encounters this situation, they can find some seeds and practice activation. Yun Fan nodded as if he understood, looking enlightened, and said, You're the first person I've seen to bring a story's method into real life. Jiang Yenin was speechless. She was just trying to fool them. Shen Nanxing and Yun Hua felt something was off. Jiang Yenin's previous display of controlling the vine to attack the mutated monkey was vivid and clear. It didn't seem like she couldn't control her powers. Yun Hua opened her mouth to ask, but Shen Nanxing shot her a look to stop her. Although they were now a team, they were still strangers who had only met twice, so there was no need to dig into everything. Near the seed shop, there are several supermarkets and malls. Tomorrow we'll go there. Yun Hua and Yun Fan will gather food, and Enin and I will go to the seed shop, Shen Nanxing said, scanning the faces of the three, finally resting his gaze on Jiang Yenin. Is that okay? Yun Fan and Yun Hua completely obeyed his command. He was mainly asking Jiang Yenin. Yes, she replied. After confirming, Yun Hua and Yun Fan went to dig the crystal cores from the mutated monkey's brain. Jiang Yenin and Shen Nanxing returned to their original resting spot. Jiang Yenin had wanted to go dig the crystal cores too, but Shen Nanxing told Yun Hua and Yun Fan to do it, promising to split the cores with her afterward. She decided not to insist. They could rest for another 2 hours before dawn. Jiang Yenin no longer felt sleepy and prepared to absorb the crystal cores. Even with 3 capable teammates who were also supernatural users, she knew she couldn't fall behind. Relying on herself was always the most reliable. Jiang Yenin reached into her 5 square meter space and grabbed a handful of crystal cores, also glancing into the walnut space. She wanted to thank the little green dragon for reminding her earlier. She thought the proud little dragon would take credit and ask for a couple more cores, but she only saw a blue-green egg curled up in the planting space, radiating a sense of despair. What's wrong with you? Her consciousness quickly moved to the little green dragon and poked the egg with her small hand. The blue-green egg slowly turned around.
Oh wow!
When she saw what the egg looked like now, her consciousness recoiled 2 steps in shock. A tearful, blue-colored egg. Has anyone seen one before? Truly, the world is full of wonders. Wow, wow. The blue egg falls to the ground, tears pooling into a small water puddle. You found a teammate, so I don't have to guard the night anymore. I only guard one transparent energy stone at a time, and now it's gone. Jiang Yenin. Is that enough to make someone cry like this? You still need to guard it. The little consciousness figure plops onto the egg. Since the nearby land was flooded with the little blue dragon's tears, she had nowhere to rest. Really? The little blue dragon sniffs. Really? Even though I teamed up with others, I trust you the most. Jiang Yenin says sweet words. She's in her space, and the little blue dragon is there too. If her space disappears, the little blue dragon will disappear as well. Their lives are tied together, so she naturally trusts the little blue dragon the most. But she can't tell the little blue dragon this big truth. When the little blue dragon hears Jiang Yenin say she trusts it the most, her tears change from pouring out like a spring into gentle drips. Then, do I still guard one transparent energy stone? The little blue dragon continues to sniff and sob. Of course, Jiang Yenin waves her hand and summons 2 crystal cores from her 5-square space. Here, one is your reward for guarding, and the other is for reminding me of danger in time. Yay, yay, yay. The tears on the egg vanish instantly, and the 2 crystal cores are pulled away by a suction force. With a pop, they enter the egg. Oh dear, don't break, okay? Jiang Yenin's expression changes. She quickly floats to check the blue egg carefully. The shell is intact, but inside, she hears a crunching sound. Little blue dragon, are you okay? The little consciousness figure leans on the egg, listening carefully. I'm fine. The little blue dragon replies vaguely. This energy stone tastes a bit bad. Jiang Yenin scowls and chooses not to bother with it anymore. Master, I need to tell you something. The blue egg suddenly blocks her path, sounding a little guilty. What is it? Jiang Yenin asks, guessing why the little blue dragon feels guilty. All the crystal cores have been stored in her 5-square space, so the little blue dragon can't get them. Could it be stealing her supplies? Jiang Yenin's mind jolts. She quickly checks her supplies. Nothing is missing or damaged, and no animal supplies are involved. Then what is it feeling guilty about? Those monkeys all attacked you because After saying this, the blue egg shrinks back into the corner, tears hanging on its shell again. What does that mean? The little consciousness figure floats in front of the blue egg, looking serious. Inside, the little blue dragon trembles with fear. When I woke up, I didn't control the dragon energy inside my body well, and a trace of it dispersed into space. You are the master of the space, so naturally a little bit of dragon energy also clung to you. Dragon energy has a strong attraction for other creatures, so animals in this world become frantic when they approach you. The little blue dragon swallowed hard, carefully moving the egg, ready to escape quickly. The consciousness little person slapped the egg and said, "Solution." Huh? The little blue dragon shivered and was momentarily stunned, looking a bit silly. "TSK, you silly little egg," the consciousness little person gave the blue egg a tap on the head. "How do I fix the dragon energy that's on me? Wait. Until I come out of the egg and restore my true form, the dragon energy will naturally return to my body." The little blue dragon secretly felt a bit hopeful but also worried that Jiang Yenin might not believe it, so it added, "I'm telling the truth, not just trying to trick your energy stone." Jiang Yenin didn't doubt what the little blue dragon said. As its owner, she could sense whether it was lying. "How many crystal cores do you still need to hatch?" The consciousness little person sat heavily on the egg again. "Just like the many you previously stored in the box." The little blue dragon's voice lowered by 3 points. Jiang Yenin knew it was referring to the amount of crystal cores she had stored in space on the day her abilities awakened, about 2,000. "Got it. You eat these first." Out of the remaining over 100 crystal cores in the 5-square-meter space, Jiang Yenin took 70 and kept more than 40 for herself, in case her abilities exhausted and she needed to recover quickly.
But we refused to give up on opening the iron door, even if there was a bigger danger inside. We were close to the car, so if something went wrong, we could escape back into the bus. Also, Su Shorin and the others were already very hungry and desperate, holding on to this small hope. Masen stood on the left, using a stick to lift the curtain. We formed a circle, ready to attack, while the bus door was opened to secure our escape route. The iron curtain slowly moved up as Ma San adjusted the stick. At first, it was heavy, but the curtain was designed to be about waist-high and smooth. Ma San reduced his effort once it reached the zombie's knee level.
Silly. Shun Nanning looked confused and wanted to ask her, but she said, I can't sleep, so I'm going out to hunt a couple of zombies. Shun Nanning. Others would choose to rest when they can't sleep, but she chooses to hunt zombies? Previously, Shun Nanning was told that Jiang Yenin had a playful personality, ate boldly, was reasonable, and skilled in combat. Now, he silently added another trait. Her thinking process is unusual. After collecting the crystal cores, Yun Fan and Yun Hua happened to come back. Brother Shen and In, there are a total of 51 crystals. Yun Hua hands the small bag containing the energy cores to Shen Nanqing. Shen Nanqing takes out 21 crystals and shares them with Jiang Yenin. Jiang Yenin's eyes show surprise. Why is she getting so many? But the next second, Shen Nanqing explains, from now on, all energy cores will be divided into 5 parts. 2 parts are for you. 1 is your rightful share, and the other is for a space storage system that benefits everyone. After speaking, Shen Nanqing looks at Yunhua and the others. Do you have any ideas? They both shake their heads. No, helping others and earning rewards is just the right thing to do. Jiang Yenin looks at the 21 crystals in her hand, her expression complicated. This way of sharing is something she never thought of. It's extremely fair. In the entire post-apocalyptic world, it's outstanding. For a moment, Jiang Yenin's impression of Shen Nanqing and the others improves a bit. After dividing the crystals, Shen Nanqing picks up his long sword and steps downstairs. Yunfan calls out to him, Brother Shen, where are you going? Can't sleep. Going to hunt a couple of zombies for fun. Shen Nanqing slings the sword over his shoulder and repeats Jiang Yenin's earlier words without looking back. As the team leader, he should lead by example and go first when fighting zombies. Yunfan's face falls. Brother Shen, you just finished hunting monkeys, and now you're going after zombies? Are you feeling okay? Jiang Yenin, who also can't sleep and plans to hunt zombies for fun, feels slightly offended by this remark. Shen Nanqing pauses, snaps his fingers sharply. The next second, Yunfan screams, "Ah," as a puff of white smoke rises above his head. Jiang Yenin chuckles, and Yunfan looks at her with some resentment. I can't sleep either. I'm going out to hunt a couple of zombies." Trying to hold back her laughter, Jiang Yenin grabs her sword and sneaks away. Yunhua glances at Yunfan, leaves a word, and also picks up his weapon to go downstairs. Yunfan. He watches the 3 people who have already left the supermarket, then looks at the 3 large, unattended bags in the corner. Why is it always him who gets hurt? Finally, Yunfan resigns himself, slings the bag over his shoulder, and picks up his weapon to follow. He calls out to Jiang Yenin, who is wielding a bone cleaver and fighting a zombie fiercely, and then, pack up your bag. Then, he joins the fight with his weapon. Jiang Yenin swings out a vine to hook her bag, throws it into her space, and continues fighting. The 4 of them spend an hour and a half fighting zombies outside the supermarket until the sky begins to lighten with dawn, and they finally stop. Shen Nanqing and his companions had prepared a car in advance, which was parked by the roadside. "Come on, get in," Shen Nanqing called out to Jiang Yenin. After all 3 got into the car, Shen Nanqing drove off quickly. Many survivors were hiding inside the buildings along the street. When they heard the roar of the engine, they stuck their heads out of the windows to call for help. "Help! Help! Please take me with you." Jiang Yenin looked around at the expressions of the 3 people.
It instantly threw him back. In a flash, Wang Weijun was shocked. He realized the enemy hadn't left, but was waiting for him here. He turned around and ran. At this moment, Wang Weijun had no strength left to fight. He only had his infant soul. Even if the enemy was 2 top experts or just 1 in the infant soul stage, he couldn't win. He was terrified and fled wildly. Smack! It was like a fly being slapped. Although it didn't hit the ground, this strike knocked his infant soul flying. There were continuous cracking sounds. His infant soul was thrown like a ball, flying everywhere. No matter how he ran,
Shen Nanqing's expression softened slightly, feeling that they had sensible teammates who wouldn't waste kindness. As for those calling for help, It had been 8 days since the disaster began, enough time for those survivors to realize the danger and pick up weapons to fight back. But they hadn't. They still huddled in corners, waiting helplessly for others to rescue them. In this sudden, perilous disaster, where everyone was preoccupied with survival, waiting for others to save them was like digging their own graves. Shin Nanqing pressed the accelerator, and the car disappeared rapidly from the sight of the survivors calling for help. 2 hours later, Shin Nanqing woke Jiang Yenin and the others. "Are we there?" Jiang Yenin asked him, quickly observing the surroundings. The area was filled with buildings, but there weren't many zombies wandering the streets. Jiang Yenin guessed it was probably a residential area with few residents. "Yes," Shen Nanqing replied. "Just your right." Jiang Yenin turned her head and looked to her right, and indeed saw a seed shop. She quickly opened the door and got out, kicking a zombie that lunged at her aside, then strode into the seed shop. Shen Nanqing followed behind her, while Yun Hua and Yun Fan headed toward a nearby shopping mall as previously planned. "What kind of seeds do you need?" Shen Nanqing asked. Jiang Yenin had already started shopping and she replied, "Anything, I want everything." Shen Nanqing raised an eyebrow, picked up a packet of lettuce seeds from the shelf, and squeezed it. The seeds inside the bag were tiny and looked quite poor. Could these be used to practice supernatural powers? He was skeptical but still grabbed a large bag from beside him and helped Jiang Yenin gather all the seeds from the shelf into the bag. After busying herself for over half an hour, Jiang Yenin looked at the pile of about 3,400 bags of seeds in the corner of the space and nodded with satisfaction. Most of these she took while going to the back of the shop to use the restroom and sneaking into the small storage room. In the storage room, there were also about 20 saplings labeled as fruit trees. She didn't know exactly what kind of fruit trees they were, so she threw them all into her space. She also put in large bags of grain seeds. Although she didn't plan to plant them, she didn't mind taking them. After looting the entire storage room, Jiang Yenin really went to the restroom again before reappearing in front of Shen Nanqing. Shen Nanqing didn't suspect anything, just thought the girl took a very long time in the bathroom. Watching Shen Nanqing still helping her carry seeds, Jiang Yenin also muttered to herself, "Sigh. With a teammate around, safety is definitely increased, but she couldn't just take supplies recklessly like before." "That's enough, let's go," Jiang Yenin said as she took another large bag handed to her by Shen Nanqing. She placed all 3 of Shen Nanqing's seed bags into her 5 square meter space. She planned to put all the supplies they collected next, which had passed 4 people's line of sight, into her 5 square meter space, while secretly taking her own into the walnut space. This way, she could always accurately remind the 3 of the remaining space and the loss of supplies, preventing her from accidentally confusing the quantities and arousing suspicion. Thinking of this, Jiang Yenin glanced at Shen Nanqing. Having such a teammate around was troublesome, maybe. Jiang Yenin was already considering breaking up. But the next second, she looked at the nearly 800 crystal cores stored in the 5 square meter space and licked her lips. She could at least get 300, which was much more efficient than hunting zombies alone. Overall, having a teammate was still good. Jiang Yenin felt very pleased again. When they left the seed shop, Jiang Yenin rubbed her stomach, feeling hungry. She took out 2 cans of coffee and 3 packs of meat floss bread from her space. "You must be hungry too. Here, have a few bites first." She handed 2 packs of bread and 1 can of coffee to Shen Nanqing. Shen Nanqing looked at the bread and coffee in his hand, standing still in surprise. Besides Yun Fan and Yun Hua, this was the first time someone else cared whether he was hungry. Jiang Yenin had already eaten half of her bread, and seeing Shen Nanqing hadn't eaten yet, she asked, "Don't you like coffee and bread?" In the end times, being picky was not acceptable. Moreover, nearly half of the 800 crystal cores in the space were killed by Shen Nanqing using his lightning powers. She took another large bag handed to her by Shen Nanqing. She placed all 3 of Shen Nanqing's seed bags into her 5 square meter space. She planned to put all the supplies they collected next, which had passed 4 people's line of sight, into her 5 square meter space, while secretly taking her own into the walnut space. This way, She could always accurately remind the three of the remaining space and the loss of supplies, preventing her from accidentally confusing the quantities and arousing suspicion. Thinking of this, Jiang Nianen glanced at Shen Nanqing. Having such a teammate around was besides the shopping mall nearby, most shops were still under renovation, empty inside with nothing there. Despite the constant sounds of zombies howling nearby, the street remained eerily quiet. Jiang Nianen couldn't help but glance back at the seed shop. So, even in a place that wasn't lively before the apocalypse, could opening a seed shop really make money? As Jiang Nianen was pondering this, the glass on the third floor of the mall where Yun Fan and the others were suddenly shattered, followed by a burst of flames. Jiang Nianen and Shen Nanqing both tensed and quickly turned to get into the car. Shen Nanqing stepped on the accelerator, and the car sped to the limit. As they reached the mall entrance, they saw Yun Fan and Yun Hua rushing out, each carrying 2 large burlap bags. When they saw Shen Nanqing and Jiang Nianen, their faces lit up with joy, and they hurried over. "Enin, grab your stuff. Quick," they shouted, tossing the bags onto the passenger seat before rushing into the back seat. Jiang Nianen had already stored the 4 large bags into her space. "Brother Shen, let's go. There are a lot of rats in the mall." Yun Fan's face turned pale at the thought of the swarm of rats flooding in. Shen Nanqing didn't hesitate and turned the car around sharply, speeding forward like an arrow. Just as they reached the mall entrance, they saw Yun Fan and Yun Hua carrying the bags out. The two looked relieved when they saw Shen Nanqing and Jiang Nianen. "Enin, take your stuff, quick," they urged. Behind them, the survivors were calling for help. But the more they shouted, the faster Shen Nanqing's car sped away. From the rearview mirror, he saw the rats Yun Fan mentioned. They were much larger than normal rats, with sharp teeth, bright red eyes, and a bloodthirsty, violent look. There were countless of them, at least 1,000. In just a few seconds, the group of over a dozen people was chased down by the mutated rats, and before they could scream, they were completely eaten. Jiang Nianen also kept an eye on what was happening behind her. When she saw the largest mutated rat among the swarm fix its gaze on their car, she knew they had been targeted. "Brother Shen, we are being watched," Jiang Nianen warned Shen Nanheng. The sound of mutated rats squeaking came from behind, and the Rat King led the mutated rat group straight toward them. "All right, hold on tight," Shen Nanheng told the 3 of them. He suddenly turned the steering wheel sharply, causing the car to drift dramatically into a wide main road. Then, after several turns through alleys, they drove for about half an hour, with the mutated rats always following behind. "Damn, they are really persistent." Yun Fan looked at the increasingly close mutated rat group behind them, growing anxious. The car's fuel was limited, but the rats seemed to have endless stamina. Once the gasoline ran out, no matter how skilled they were, they couldn't outrun so many rats. Jiang Nianen's brow furrowed tightly. When mutated rats target you, it's a fight to the death unless there's something they fear enough to leave, like cats or fire. Jiang Nianen looked around and saw a pile of crooked cars at the entrance of a nearby alley. Her eyes lit up. If they could set off an explosion there, it might stop the rats. "Brother Shen," Jiang Nianen took out a 10-liter gasoline can. "Drive into the alley on the left." She then turned to Yun Fan and Yun Hua and said, "Get ready to jump out of the car." Shen Nanheng quickly understood her plan. He pressed the gas pedal to the floor and sped to the alley entrance, stopping the car. The mutated rats were less than 300 meters away. "Get out now, quickly." Jiang Nianen and Shen Nanheng both opened their doors at the same time. Yun Fan and Yun Hua also quickly jumped out. Shen Nanheng grabbed the gasoline can from Jiang Nianen and shouted, "Back off, you 3.
Instead, he slowly sat cross-legged, using the bamboo basket behind him as support to prevent falling. This was a habitual sitting posture, which signified Mi Shaojing's cultivation. Although he did not recite any spells, the heart tower inside him was emitting a faint glow. At this moment, Wang Weijuan's spiritual infant forcibly entered. Due to the power of the spiritual infant, Mi Shaojing quickly lost consciousness. Destroying and stripping the opponent's soul is a necessary part of soul possession. Just as Wang Weijun thought he had succeeded and was overjoyed, the heart tower shone brightly, with a golden light flickering at its base.
Car's fuel was limited, but the rats seemed to have endless stamina. Once the gasoline ran out, no matter how Jiang Yenin and the others quickly threw themselves forward. A loud explosion followed, with continuous booming sounds. A scorching blast wave spread out from the car in all directions. Shen Nanqing instinctively protected Jiang Yenin with his body, while Yunhua and Yunfan also tried to shield her with their own. The mutated rat at the front was buried in the fire, and the rats behind were blown over by the gust. The Rat King was also burned on its skin. It looked back at the rising flames with fear, then squeaked and ran away with the remaining rats. After hearing the rats retreating, Jiang Yenin and the others slowly got up from the ground. Jiang Yenin let out a hiss. Her arms and knees were covered with cuts of various sizes, bloody and looking frightening. Besides scratches, Shen Nanqing and the others also had burns on their backs and legs. Overall, all four looked pretty battered. "Thank you all just now," Jiang Yenin sincerely said to the three of them. If they hadn't protected her, she wouldn't have just gotten some scratches. "Oh, it's nothing to thank us for," Yunfan waved his hand. "We're on the same team. You're the youngest and a girl, so we should protect you." Haha, his loud laugh pulled at his burn on the back, causing him to wince in pain. Yunfan's face immediately fell. It hurt so much. Shen Nanqing and Yunhua didn't speak, but their eyes showed the same feeling. Jiang Yenin felt a warm wave in her heart but didn't say more, only pointing to the apartment building nearby. "I have some medicine. Let's go inside and treat the wounds." Shen Nanqing and the others nodded, and the four of them left the alley, heading toward a nearby residential area. 10 minutes later, they entered a room with an open door, fairly clean. Jiang Yenin only took disinfectant, cotton swabs, hemostatic medicine, and burn ointment. Because it was very hot outside, they only needed to disinfect and apply medicine. Covering the wounds could cause infection. Her own scratches looked serious, but weren't actually dangerous. After disinfecting and applying medicine to the wounds, Jiang Yenin saw Shen Nanqing and the others still tending to their injuries. Thinking of Yunhua and Yunfan who hadn't eaten breakfast, Jiang Yenin stood up and went to the kitchen. Although the power was out, the gas stove still worked and the seasonings were complete. Jiang Yenin took out a new pot from her space and cooked a big pot of instant noodles. She also sliced 4 sausages, cracked 10 eggs, and then reheated the oil. After 10 minutes, a sweaty Jiang Yenin carried out a large pot of stir-fried noodles. The smell of fried noodles made Shen Nanqing and the others' eyes light up. Since the disaster began, they had been eating bread for a week. Everyone was getting tired of it. "You're hungry, right? Let's have breakfast together." Jiang Yenin placed noodles in front of the three of them, then took out 4 bowls, chopsticks, and 4 cans of soda. "Smells so good." Yunfan eagerly filled a large bowl for himself, leaned over the noodles, took a deep sniff, and then happily started eating. Yunhua also picked up chopsticks and served himself a full bowl of noodles. Shen Nanhang first handed Jiang Yenin some tissues to wipe his sweat, then reached for a soda. He wasn't very hungry, but was a bit thirsty. "Is it cold?" The cool feeling of the ice made him curious. The city had been without power for a week, and indoor places like supermarkets and shopping malls were even hotter than outside. In such heat, not only ice-cold drinks but even drinks at room temperature were rare. Jiang Yenin intentionally brought out the cold soda. One reason was to clear the way for the fridge and portable power sources in the space, and the other was to prepare cold drinks for later. With such hot weather, it was impossible for her to just watch cold desserts and drinks without eating or drinking. She waved and took out 2 large-capacity 3-door refrigerators, each connected to a portable power source. "This is the fridge I used before," Jiang Yenin explained to the 3 of them. She wasn't making this up. The refrigerators she brought out were indeed her old ones. One was bought when her parents were alive, and the other was purchased after she graduated from college with her first paycheck. "Used before?" Shen Nanhang looked at Jiang Yenin. "And are you from the flower market?" "Sort of. I was in middle school when I moved to the flower market with my parents, but according to household registration, I'm from the north." "And what about your parents?" Yunfan asked. A trace of sadness flickered in Jiang Yenin's eyes. "My parents have passed away. I'm sorry, Yenin. I didn't know." Yunfan looked apologetic. It's okay. Jiang Yenin quickly recovered, smiled at him, and pointed to the portable power sources. Thanks to my previous love for outdoor camping, I still have 2 portable power sources. She had already prepared this explanation while cooking the noodles. Also, the space keeps things warm and fresh. Jiang Yenin told them another good news. This wasn't made up. The space of the space storage system had this function as well. Enin, do you mean that as long as we have enough power, we can keep ice products frozen? Shan Nanning tightened his grip on the soda. If that was true, life would be much easier in the coming days. It's really hot in weather over 40 degrees. As for the preservation function, Shen Nanheng didn't pay much attention to it. All foods that cannot be stored at high temperatures have already rotted and smelled bad, and those still firm in the heat no longer need preservation. Exactly. That's what I mean. Jiang Yenin smiled happily. She liked talking to smart people like Shen Nanxing who could see through things easily. Huh? What do you mean? Yun Fan stared with a silly expression. Why can we have free ice treats just because we have enough power? Yunhua rolled his eyes when he heard Yun Fan's question. His brother could be so silly. But he patiently explained to Yun Fan, because the space can keep things warm, so as long as the ice is inside the space, it can stay at the same temperature as when it was in the fridge. So, we can put things to be frozen into the fridge first, take them out once frozen, and then put them into the space. Then, add new items. Jiang Yenin nodded. Yes, that's exactly it. Yun Fan's eyes lit up with realization. He scratched his head and said, Got it, got it. But if that's the case, I can do it too. He formed a cloud of ice mist in his hand. Shen Nanxing waved his cola and said, Using my cola as an example, these 2 refrigerators can freeze over 100 bottles at once. Can you do that, Yun Fan? No, he couldn't. Shen Nanxing asked again, and since you've used your powers to freeze things, what if you face danger and need your powers, Yun Fan? Again, he was stuck. But after a few seconds, he cheered up and looked at Shen Nanxing excitedly. Brother Shen, your decision to bring Enin into the team was so wise. She's a real treasure. Yunhua nodded in agreement. Yes, Shen Nanxing didn't deny it. He looked down at Jiang Yenin kindly. Enin is not only skilled but also smart, calm, decisive, and most importantly, she carries a portable storage. This not only boosts our team's strength, but also solves our survival problems. Hearing Shen Nanxing praise Jiang Yenin, Yunhua and Yun Fan were both surprised. It was the first time they heard Shen Nanxing praise someone so wholeheartedly. But he was right, it's true. Good praise, I love to hear it. Jiang Yenin couldn't help but give Shen Nanxing a thumbs up. Seeing her modesty, the 3 couldn't help but laugh. But they had to admit, Jiang Yenin's genuine, straightforward personality made them really like her. If she had a different personality, no matter how skilled or how big her space was, they wouldn't want to team up with her. Jiang Yenin walked to the fridge with a smile in their eyes, waved her hand, and said, Brothers, please don't blink. Watch this carefully. She quickly opened the refrigerator door. The cool air rushed out, driving away the heat in the room. So comfortable. Jiang Yenin sighed happily, looking very pleased.
Behind them, a young boy and a woman also crossed the town gate. Although Muyun is a county, it is in a remote area. The town is small, with few people and little business, lacking outside traders. Most people entering the county are locals, so there is no toll at the gate. The reason is simple. The people are too poor. Even if there were taxes at the gate, they wouldn't collect much, probably less than 1 in 10 people. The poor can't pay, but they can't just kill them either. Even without a toll, there are 2 guards at the gate. They look very lazy, not paying attention to the passers-by. They just lean against the gate, napping, occasionally stomping their feet to keep warm.
Before Jiang Yenin took out the items, she had already thought of a good excuse, so she was quite calm. Before the disaster came, I noticed the sky was strange, and I saw online predictions about the end of the world one after another. I was worried something might happen, so I stocked up at the supermarket. She smiled slyly and proudly. I didn't expect it to really come in handy. After the space appeared, I stored them inside it. Hearing Jiang Yenin say this, Shen Nanxing also remembered the apocalyptic rumors circulating online earlier. He had thought they were nonsense at the time, but the sudden arrival of the end times slapped him in the face. He also remembered that Jiang Yenin was a fan of apocalyptic novels and someone who liked to bring those stories into real life. He shook his head helplessly, no longer doubting her. "We'll rest here for a few days, then set out once our injuries heal," Shen Nanqing told the three of them after a while. Yun Hua and Yun Fan had no objections. Jiang Yenin nodded in agreement with Shen Nanqing. They were all injured, especially the three of them with burns on their backs, so they needed proper rest. "There are 2 rooms here. An inn can have one alone, and the 3 of us will share the other," Shen Nanqing arranged. "At night, we'll take turns keeping watch. As for an inn," he looked at Jiang Yenin, paused, then said, "None of us are good at cooking, so we'll trouble you to help improve our meals when we're tired of eating bread." "That's no problem," Jiang Yenin agreed with a nod. Occasionally cooking would make their nights more peaceful, which was worth it. Most importantly, she couldn't stand eating bread every day. After the plan was settled, Shen Nanqing asked Yun Hua to bring some water for cleaning. The 4 of them were covered in blood and sweat, feeling sticky and uncomfortable. The limit for a first-level water-type ability user is 50 liters of water. Shen Nanqing divided half of it to Jiang Yenin, and the 3 of them shared the other half. He also asked Jiang Yenin to take 3 clean pairs of pants from her backpack. Because of the injury on her back, she took off her top for treatment and didn't put it back on. Until her wound healed, she could only go around shirtless. All 3 had excellent physiques, but in Jiang Yenin's eyes, none of them looked as tempting as a piece of roasted pork. Roasted pork could be eaten, but what use was their perfect body if they looked like a washboard? Even the washing machine couldn't make them look as clean. Jiang Yenin packed up the fridge and power supply, then carried water back to her room to wash herself. Even though Shen Nanqing had already given her half of the water, it still wasn't enough. She took out more water from her space, and also glanced at the green egg. It was still crunching on the crystal core. Its effort was not enough. Jiang Yenin smiled slightly, then looked away. Carefully avoiding her wound, she washed herself thoroughly from head to toe, changed into clean clothes, then carried out a bucket of murky wastewater. The 3 outside had finished washing as well. Shen Nanqing took the bucket from her hand and went into the bathroom. He didn't pour it out, just kept it to flush the toilet. After Shen Nanqing came out, Jiang Yenin took out nearly 800 crystal cores. "While we're healing, let's absorb these," she said to the others. Shen Nanqing agreed. In the end, Jiang Yenin absorbed 314 cores, and Shen Nanqing's group each took 158. Jiang Yenin gave 100 cores to the little green dragon, keeping the rest to improve her own strength. The little green dragon was slow at eating the cores. After finishing, the 4 stayed inside to recover. On the 3rd day, Jiang Yenin's scratches had mostly healed, but Shen Nanqing and the others still had serious burns. They could move a little but couldn't travel far, especially on dangerous roads. On the 5th day, Yun Hua and Yun Fan's injuries were almost healed, but Shen Nanqing's back burns still needed 2 more days of rest. Jiang Yenin silently calculated the time until the mouse tide arrived. There was still time. 2 days later, Shen Nanqing's back was fully healed. The 4 decided to gather more supplies and then head to Jing City. First, transportation. Their previous car was destroyed in the explosion, so they needed a new one. Luckily, there was a 4S shop nearby. Shen Nanhang chose a car with good performance and plenty of space. Jiang Yenin and the others found all the loose gasoline stored in the shop. After manually filling the car with gas, Jiang Yenin took the remaining gasoline. The outside temperature was very high, so keeping gasoline in the car still posed some safety risks. The car's navigation system still worked. Shen Nanhang quickly pulled up a map of the nearby area and found a supermarket 8 kilometers away, then drove there immediately. Jiang Yenin looked out the window at the constantly changing scenery, lost in thought. Yun Fan and the other 2 were dozing in the back seat. 10 minutes later, Shen Nanhang slowly parked in front of the supermarket. "Yun Hua, you stay and watch the car. Anin and Yun Fan come with me to find supplies." "Okay," they replied. As soon as they entered, a zombie lunged at them from the side. Yun Fan quickly chopped off its head with a knife, then hurriedly dug out the crystal core, grabbed his knife, and took a few steps forward to catch up with Jiang Yenin and the others already inside. The entire supermarket was filled with a rotten, sour smell that was very unpleasant. The smell was especially strong in the fresh produce and frozen food areas, as well as the nearby fruit section, which was unbearably foul. Not only was it stinky, but it was also covered with countless flies, about the size of a thumbnail, crawling and writhing constantly. From a distance, it looked like a dark, swirling mass of black. It was disgusting and frightening. The ground was muddy and messy. Rotten fruit, zombie flesh, survivors' severed limbs, and various excretions were mixed together and trampled into the mud. White maggots could be seen writhing and twisting among the debris. The stench of rotten, sour water was everywhere, and stepping on it was easy. Some unknown wriggling creatures also crawled among the filth. Cockroaches and other insects scurried through the mess. Ugh, Yunfan couldn't hold back and vomited. This is so disgusting. Just don't go that way. Jiang Yenin was already used to scenes like this, and Xin Nanning had a strong mental fortitude. Both reacted calmly. Although the shelves were messy and ransacked, there were still many usable and edible items. Jiang Yenin took out 3 large bags and said to the others, "Let's split up to look. Also, there's about 2 square meters of space left." The 2 600-liter refrigerators took up nearly 2 square meters. She added some instant food, along with the gasoline and other supplies they had collected earlier. Jiang Yenin stacked everything high and organized it, finally squeezing out nearly 2 square meters of space. "Okay, got it. Be careful, both of you." The 3 of them took the bags and split up to search.
His fierce expression gradually changed. He frowned and thought about what I said. Finally, he looked up. "Then I'll just kill you now and throw you down. That's a good idea." Hearing this, the middle-aged madman immediately picked up the kitchen knife he had before, ready to end my life. I hurriedly said, "But that's worse for your daughter." "Why?" "Because I escaped from the city center before, so I know a lot about zombies. If someone is bitten, they turn into a zombie. When they die, they also become zombies. I made this up. I don't know if it's true, but I said it to scare him. If you kill me, I'll turn into a zombie and might eat all your daughter's food."
The water was gone, but some drinks still remained. Jiang Yenin took all she could. Ahead was the checkout counter, with a large freezer beside it. She stepped over to it, opening the lid to find melted ice cream and some frozen dumplings and rice balls. She tossed the frozen items aside and put the ice cream into her space. Then she continued carrying the bag around. After a few steps, she felt something was wrong. The space was on her, so she could just toss things inside directly. So, Jiang Yenin looked at her bag and wondered, where's the point of running around carrying it? Just as Jiang Yenin was about to store the bag in her space, a burst of flames suddenly shot toward her. Her eyes flashed with coldness as she waved her hand, releasing a green light that shattered the fire. Then 2 more green lights shot out, heading straight for 2 storage cabinets near the supermarket exit, with a chilling sound. "Come out!" The green lights struck the cabinets, transforming instantly into several vines. Under Jiang Yenin's control, they knocked over the cabinets. Dust filled the air. Cough, cough, came some awkward sounds from behind the dust. Soon, 5 people, 2 men and 3 women, ran out, waving their hands. Jiang Yenin looked them over. "Cough, cough, not bad. You actually managed to dodge." The short-haired man stepped forward and stopped about 5 meters from Jiang Yenin. He was speaking to her, but his eyes were fixed on the bag she held. They had also gone inside earlier to look for supplies, but as soon as they left the supermarket, someone stole from them. They decided to follow the pattern, crouching at the door and robbing lone survivors, and had already tasted success. The girl in front of them was a psychic, but she was alone. Among their 5, 2 were also psychics. This time, they were confident. Jiang Yenin remained calm, even rolling her eyes. What did he mean by saying she managed to dodge? Although she was stronger and defeated their attack, she also fought back and forced them to retreat. What a fool.
Duh.
Some people just love to praise themselves. While Jiang Yenin was silently complaining, the man with short hair across from her was quickly thinking. Psychic abilities are different from those without powers. If a fight really broke out, even if they won, they would likely get hurt, possibly badly or even fatally. We only want the supplies, not to hurt anyone or cause trouble. If you hand over the items in your bag, we will let you go. Considering they had many people and only wanted supplies, the girl might accept. But if they ask for more, they might have to fight to the death. The short-haired man suppressed his bad thoughts, licked his lips, and his eyes suddenly turned fierce. Of course, if you refuse, don't blame us for being rude. As he finished speaking, a flame appeared in his hand. The girl beside him also raised her right hand, her palm shining with a golden glow. She was a gold element psychic. The girl with the gold power stared at Jiang Yenin with jealousy in her eyes. Jiang Yenin, who was healthy and well-dressed from head to toe, looked calm. Meanwhile, Jiang Yenin had become exhausted, disheveled, and much thinner after just a few days, forming a sharp contrast. Why was she suffering so much, yet still living so well? Captain, besides the supplies, I also want her clothes, the jealous girl with the gold power said viciously. First, take her supplies, the short-haired man Lin Wenbing said. Although he thought Li Yuzhu was meddlesome, he didn't show it. Li Yuzhu wasn't very nice, but she was strong, and their team still needed her. The other girl, though jealous, didn't have any bad intentions. When she heard the gold element girl's words, she was shocked. It was hot outside, and everyone was only wearing light summer clothes. Without her clothes, she'd be left with nothing. That was too cruel and vicious for a girl. Zhu Zhu, don't take her clothes, Wang Jiao said, pulling at Li Yuzhu's clothes with a hint of reluctance. Without clothes, how will she go out? You better shut up. If you say one more word, I won't care about you, Li Yuzhu said coldly, glancing at the man on the other side of Lin Wenbing with a dark look, implying something. The man immediately turned to look at Wang Jiao, his eyes lecherous and unhidden. He was eager for Li Yuzhu to stop caring about Wang Jiao. If it weren't for Li Yuzhu suddenly becoming a supernatural, always meddling and stopping him, Wang Jiao, the innocent girl, would have already been taken by him. Even under the scorching sun over 40 degrees, Wang Jiao couldn't help but shiver at his gaze. She quickly shook her head. I won't say anything more, I won't say anything. The group spoke in hushed voices. Jiang Yenin only saw them whispering and muttering, but didn't catch what they said exactly. She didn't care about their conversation. She threw the burlap bag into her space, ready to join in the fun. Lin Wenbing saw the burlap bag in Jiang Yenin's hand suddenly disappear, first surprised, then overjoyed.
Space.
No wonder this girl was so clean and comfortable. She was living better than them. His attitude changed instantly and he smiled. Miss, walking alone is always unsafe. Why not join us? Captain, Li Yuzhu was annoyed upon hearing this. Shut up, Lin Wenbing turned to glance at Li Yuzhu, with a warning in his eyes. Space storage abilities are much more useful than her metal-based powers. Moreover, this girl has dual abilities. It's been half a month since the apocalypse started, and this is the first time he's seen a dual ability user. Judging by Jiang Yenin's completely different state from theirs, her space must be hiding many good things. If she joins them, she will have to share her treasures. Plus, with her space, they wouldn't have to worry about supplies being stolen. It's a win-win. No, a three-win. Besides supplies and space, there's also a beauty. Lin Wenbing's bad thoughts resurfaced. The more he thought about it, the more he liked the idea. His gaze on Jiang Yenin grew hotter. Jiang Yenin saw through his intentions and, with her energy sphere spinning, a green glowing vine whip appeared in her hand. Huh, she sneered, swinging the whip fiercely at Lin Wenbing. If you won't do the right thing, I'll send you to be a ghost. Lin Wenbing's eyes darkened. It seems you're not respecting the rules and want to face the consequences. He retreated while dodging and threw a dozen fireballs the size of ping-pong balls at her. Jiang Yenin easily shattered all the fireballs with her whip and sneered at Lin Wenbing. Aren't you hungry? Is that all you've got? Lin Wenbing felt his chest tighten at her words. He hadn't eaten. Furious and embarrassed, he shouted at his teammates nearby, Are you blind? Hurry up and help me. Li Yuzhu and the others quickly moved forward. Just as they prepared to attack Jiang Yanin, a streak of lightning and thunder shot toward the five of them with a breaking sound. The five were startled and hurriedly retreated backward. The next moment, lightning struck where they had just been standing. A loud explosion cracked the floor open, and a black crack quickly spread toward Lin Wenbing. His pupils shrank sharply, and his heart pounded. He took a few steps back again. Luckily, the crack did not continue forward. He let out a breath of relief and looked up toward the direction of the lightning. Before he could see clearly the figure emerging from the darkness, the lightning energy suddenly burst out from the crack. Ah! Lin Wenbing screamed as he was hit by the lightning force and was thrown backward. He then fell heavily onto a collapsed storage cabinet, making a loud noise and stirring up dust. Captain, Li Yuzhu, and others were startled. They quickly turned around to check on Lin Wenbing. "Are you okay?" Shen Nanhang hurried over to Jiang Yanin with a look of concern. He had just gone into the supermarket storage area and hadn't noticed what was happening here. "I'm fine." Jiang Yanin shook her head. "Just a few weaklings." Lin Wenbing had already been helped out by two other men from the team. His hair stood on end, and he was smoking. His mouth was bleeding, and he kept spitting out foam. His eardrum was ruptured, with blood flowing from his ear. He had burns all over his body and was twitching constantly, unable to stand steadily. It was a terrible sight. "Brother Shen, I envy you." Jiang Yanin turned to Shen Nanhang, her eyes shining with envy. Shen Nanhang looked puzzled, unsure where her words came from. Jiang Yanin gently waved her whip, saying, "The damage caused by your lightning strike is equivalent to 10, no, 20 of my whips." Shen Nanhang chuckled softly. You only see how powerful that strike was, but you don't realize it took only 1/10 of my special ability's energy. Lightning-type powers are indeed strong in attack, but they also consume a lot of energy, suitable for quick battles. Jiang Yanin's wood-type ability isn't as destructive, but it consumes less energy and is better for a prolonged fight. "That's true, but I still envy you," she said. She understood the reasoning, but couldn't help feeling jealous. Due to her natural talent, the growth limit of abilities varies among practitioners. Those with strength or speed enhancement abilities are the weakest. For example, Xin Jiao's ability to enhance hearing was at its limit after reaching level 2. Next are natural element types like metal, wood, water, fire, earth, lightning, wind, ice, light, and darkness. Then comes space storage abilities. However, space storage users, after absorbing crystal cores, only increase their storage area, not their attack power. Standing with other ability users, she looked like a fragile little flower swaying in the wind, so weak. The strongest are the mental type abilities, which could be called the reserve leaders, but mental abilities are rare. Out of 10,000 people, having one mental type ability user is already a high chance. In comparison, natural element users are more likely to become experts, especially those with lightning abilities, which have the highest talent. This means that as long as Shen Nanqing doesn't die prematurely, his future achievements will definitely be impressive. Even if he doesn't become a top expert, he won't be weak. As for her, space storage abilities, even with top talent, her space won't be as large as a walnut's. For the wood element. Wait! Jiang Yanin suddenly froze. In her previous life, she couldn't upgrade her abilities past level 3 due to a lack of crystal cores. After rebirth, she kept talking about becoming a big shot, but deep down, she could only be sure that her growth limit in the wood element wasn't level 3. Could it be level 4? Or stuck at level 5? Degree. Though it's good to think positively, in the apocalypse, overly optimistic thoughts that don't come true could be a matter of life and death. So she had to prepare for the worst. If her growth limit is only level 4 or 5, then the supplies in this space are like a ticking time bomb. Unless she finds a place where ability users can't find her to survive. But such a place would likely be inhabited by many high-level mutated plants and animals. If she really went there, she would be walking right into danger. This is really bad, very bad. Brother Shen. Jiang Yanin's mind was racing, and her expression quickly changed. She looked grim as she turned to Shen Nanqing. Since she couldn't be sure she would become a big shot, she decided to cling to the nearby big shot first. What's wrong? Still jealous? Shin Nanqing looked at her with her wrinkled face, like a little old lady, and found it quite amusing. The wood element can be both offensive and defensive, and with the ability to store supplies, solving basic survival needs, the space storage ability is perfect. If this got out, many people would envy her to death, yet she still envies him. Such a greedy little girl. No. Jiang Yenin made a sad face, then suddenly looked tearful, pitifully staring at Shin Nanqing. You have to promise me one thing. Used to her energetic self, Shin Nanqing felt a strange tightness in her heart when she saw her like this. Tell me, Brother Shin, let's become sworn brothers, a sworn brotherhood, tied together for life. Sharing joys and sorrows. Brother Shin alone suffers. Joys should be shared and worries too. Brother Shin alone worries. Even if we are not born together, I wish to die together. Oh no, she wished Shin Nanqing would never die and that he would become a big shot soon. Jiang Yenin blinked her almond-shaped eyes lightly, clasped her hands together in front of her chest, and muttered to herself. Her gaze at Shin Nanqing was full of hope. Shin Nanqing's head slowly appeared with 3 question marks. If he remembered correctly, he was only 3 years older than Enin. But just 3 years. Was the generation gap really that big? He couldn't keep up with her way of thinking. One second, she was jealous of him. The next, she wanted to swear brotherhood with him. Had she been reading too many martial arts novels besides apocalypse stories?
What?
Yun Fan, rushing over from behind, was surprised. And are you going to marry Brother Shin? Oh my gosh. In the short half hour while he went upstairs to fight zombies and look for supplies, what exactly had happened? Jiang Yenin? Shin Nanqing? What's going on? Yun Fan, are you deaf? I said brotherhood, not marriage. Jiang Yenin stopped pretending to be innocent, crossed her arms, and glared at Yun Fan. She emphasized again brotherhood, not marriage. Shin Nanqing also looked at Yun Fan with disdain. Haha, realizing he had made a mistake, Yun Fan awkwardly chuckled and asked curiously, But Enin, why are you so determined to swear brotherhood with Shinji? What else could it be? Of course, it was to make him my bodyguard and tool man. Jiang Yenin thought to herself, but she knew she couldn't say that out loud. Because I've always wanted a brother who can protect me. And Shinji's way of protecting me just now looked like how a brother protects a sister, so I want Shinji to be my big brother. She was making it up on the spot, but her words softened Shin Nanqing's heart. Even if we don't swear brotherhood, I can still be your brother and protect you, he said. They were already on the same team, and he was very protective of her. Me too, me too. Yun Fan couldn't wait to speak after Shin Nanqing finished. And I can also be your brother. No. One big brother is enough, Jiang Yenin directly refused. And I don't want to be the big brother. Shinji is not only your big brother but also my big brother, Yun Fan patted his chest. I'll be your second brother. No way. Jiang Yenin refused 3 times in a row. Come on, you're 37 degrees Celsius. How can you say such cold and ruthless words? Yun Fan covered his chest dramatically, acting exaggerated. Shin Nanqing sighed, helpless at this drama queen. Yun Fan, you're to blame for always grabbing my snacks. Jiang Yenin flicked her finger, sounding playful. Shin Nanqing. Well, he started acting like that with him too. Hey, it's because of this. Third brother promises he won't steal your snacks anymore. Look, I even brought you so many snacks. Yun Fan hurriedly put down the burlap bag on his shoulder and untied it. Jiang Yenin looked inside and saw it was filled with all kinds of snacks. She casually picked up a bag of beef jerky and tore it open to eat. Now, can I be your third brother? Yun Fan chuckled. Barely. Jiang Yenin mumbled with her mouth full. Yun Fan scratched his head and grinned again. Barely is fine. Barely is fine. Anyway, I am your third brother now. Watching the 2 children acting so silly, Shin Nanqing shook his head helplessly and then shot a bolt of lightning. With a loud crack, he stopped the 5 people trying to sneak away. Enin, how should we handle this? Shin Nanqing turned to Jiang Yenin and asked her opinion. Before she could answer, Li Yuzhu hurriedly spoke up. I am a psychic. I want to join you. She didn't expect this woman to not be alone, and her teammate was so powerful. Compared to her, Lin Wenbing was already useless, and their small team was finished. She had to find a new group quickly, like the one in front of her. Li Yuzhu quickly looked at Shen Nanqing again, then lowered her head, a flicker of obsession in her eyes. This man was the most handsome she had ever seen, and his strength was impressive. Being protected by him must feel amazing. Her gaze then shifted behind Shen Nanqing and to the two large burlap bags at Yun Fan's feet. She was very good at finding supplies, unlike this small team, where they suffered. After joining them, Li Yuzhu's eyes finally settled on Jiang Yanan. She would definitely take everything this girl currently enjoyed. A determined look flashed in her eyes. As for whether they would agree to her joining, she was a rare psychic. How could they refuse? Li Yuzhu, you can't leave. The man who had bad intentions toward Wang Jiao immediately became anxious when he heard Li Yuzhu wanted to leave. With zombies and monsters roaming outside and order collapsing, trust was hard to find. Without Li Yuzhu's protection, they would surely die. Whether I stay or leave, it's not up to you. Li Yuzhu didn't care about their lives. She was a selfish person and would ruthlessly abandon anything that harmed her interests, like these two useless trash. As for Wang Jiao, she still needed to take her along, or who would do her work? Just as Li Yuzhu was eagerly waiting for Shen Nanhang and the others to welcome her into the team, 3 large sacks suddenly fell on her, breaking her fantasy. Within half an hour, I want to see these 3 sacks filled with food, or... Jiang Yanan raised her hand and made a gesture across her neck. Isn't she into robbing? Then she should try experiencing being robbed instead. The supermarket had almost nothing left to eat, and they had already scavenged around. Now, filling 2 sacks was good enough. To fill 3, they would have to use their own supplies. Jiang Yanan's gaze landed on the corner to the left of the supermarket exit. There, 3 bulging hiking backpacks were stacked. Li Yuzhu looked at the sacks in front of her, suddenly raised her head, and her eyes flashed with anger. I said I want to join you. How dare that scoundrel ignore her words? Oh, not accepted. Jiang Yanan raised her eyelids lazily. You have 29 minutes left. I'm a supernatural. Li Yuzhu's hands shimmered with golden light. Don't be ungrateful. Besides, I was asking about him, not you. From their earlier words, she realized Shen Nanhang was the real leader. A crackling bolt of electricity shot straight at her face. Shen Nanhang responded with a gesture. Li Yuzhu's expression changed. She immediately threw the half-dead Lin Wenbing out. Ah, the lightning struck Lin Wenbing, making him tremble like chaff, his face twisted in pain. You have 26 minutes left, Jiang Yanan said, checking the time on her wrist and kindly reminding them. Shen Nanhang's fingertips flickered with sparks, and his eyes, cold and fierce, looked at the 4 of them. Yun Fan also cracked his fingers, with icy mist swirling between his hands, clearly threatening. We'll find it. 2 men quickly grabbed 2 sacks and rushed into the supermarket. Remember, only edible items. If you dare to throw in spoiled goods to fill the sacks, Jiang Yanan snorted softly, frightening the 2 into trembling. We won't dare. Compared to the 2 honest men searching for supplies, Li Yuzhu was much sneakier. She threw the remaining sack into Wang Jiao's hands and signaled her to fill it with the supplies piled in the corner. Wang Jiao dared not disobey her, hurriedly walking to the corner and stuffing all the food from her travel bag into the sack. Watching Wang Jiao obediently follow her like a little servant, Li Yuzhu's anger eased considerably. 10 minutes later, Wang Jiao struggled to drag back the full sack of supplies. Li Yuzhu, realizing their hope of joining was slim, pointed at the sacks and said, Here's the stuff. You let us go. I am talking about you 4 delivering 3 large bags of supplies to me within half an hour. You still need to deliver 2 more bags. Li Yuzhu's face changed. You, stop the you and me talk, Jiang Yanan said as she put away the supplies she retrieved from Shen Nanhang and Yun Fan into her space. She then gave a nasty smile. You have 15 minutes left. Help, At that moment, the two people searching upstairs for supplies suddenly let out very miserable screams, accompanied by the squeaking sounds typical of mutated mice. Judging by the sounds, there are quite a few. Jiang Yenin and the others' faces changed, and they immediately rushed toward the exit. As they passed by Li Yuzhu and the others, Jiang Yenin didn't forget to take her loot. As soon as they exited the supermarket, Yinhua was already driving over from the entrance. Brother Shen, there's something strange in the distant rice fields. To be safe, we should leave quickly, Yinhua said. Shun Nanning nodded in agreement, as he also had this thought. The three quickly got into the car. Yinhua stepped on the accelerator, and the car sped away. Li Yuzhu, hearing the commotion above, sensed something was wrong. Seeing Jiang Yenin and the others hurriedly leaving, she felt uneasy. She quickly turned around, carried the remaining one-third of her supplies on her back, and then shouted at Wang Jiao, who was still standing there confused. Why are you just standing there? Run. After that, she ran ahead, broke the glass of a nearby car, and jumped inside. The energy from the gene system flickered in the car key slot, quickly creating a duplicate energy key. She started the car, opened the door for Wang Jiao, and hurriedly left. 10 minutes later, an endless black tide swept across the area. Then it split into dozens of smaller black waves rushing toward different parts of the flower market. On the way, Jiang Yenin looked at the distant black tide with a serious expression. First the flower market, then, within just a month, the mouse tide spread across the entire Ji province. It's here. Shun Nanhang and the others also looked serious. Although the black tide was still far away from them, it emitted a deadly, dangerous aura. Brother Shen, Yunhua looked at Shun Nanhang through the rear-view mirror. Where are we going? To Xi province, Shun Nanhang replied before Jiang Yenin, sitting in the front passenger seat, answered for him. Xi province is on the way to Jing City, and the three of them had no objections. Xi province. Shun Nanhang thought of a map of Huagua. Let's go to Yangshi in Xi province. Is that okay? He looked at Jiang Yenin. Yangshi is about 5 hours from the flower market. Considering possible emergencies, they should arrive before dark. Jiang Yenin nodded. Okay, it doesn't matter which city in Province C they go to, as long as they leave Province G as quickly as possible. Yinhua quickly checked the navigation and then turned the steering wheel to take a different road. The new route was opposite to the direction of the black tide moving forward, so as long as they kept going straight, they wouldn't encounter it. Half an hour later, the car entered the highway. On the highway, there were no living people, only battered cars and zombies wandering between them. When they heard the roar of their vehicle, the zombies rushed toward them. Yunhua sped up and crashed directly into them. The zombies were knocked flying one after another. Some fell to the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. Others were pushed off the highway, rolling down below, dragging their bodies with decayed flesh, and continued wandering with other zombies. The car sped along and finally reached the flower market. As they left, Jiang Yenin looked back and took one last look at the flower market. Goodbye to the place that grew with me and held countless happy memories. When the driver relaxed, hunger struck. Brother Shen, are you hungry? Jiang Yenin turned to look at Shen Nanxing in the back seat. Shen Nanxing nodded in understanding. Yunhua, pull over to the side. Let's eat lunch before we go. Okay, Yunhua nodded and parked the car by the roadside. After getting out, the three of them went to deal with the zombies around them, while Jiang Yenin prepared lunch. When Shen Nanxing and the others returned, they saw a pot, a power bank, and a microwave next to the car. Enin, your gear is so complete. Yunfan hurried over to the microwave, which was working with bread inside. There was a big pot of cold noodles with ice cubes, sausages, and tomato slices. Come on, wash your hands with the disinfectant, and it's time to eat. Jiang Yenin handed them sanitizer. Shun Nanxing caught it and then handed over the 30 or so crystal cores he had just received. Then he and Yunhua went aside to wash their hands. Jiang Yenin looked at the crystal cores in his hand and couldn't help but chuckle. This scene looked just like a landlord's wife and her 3 farmhands. After washing their hands, the 3 took the bowls and chopsticks from Jiang Yenin, sat on the picnic mat she had prepared, and started eating around the pot. You have to try this bread. It's super delicious. Jiang Yenin took out a hot, flaky meat pie from the microwave and divided it among them. So tasty. Teaming up with Anin is just too happy. Yunfan ate noodles and bread happily, looking very pleased. Yunhua smiled and said, Anin is the most careful and thoughtful girl I have ever met. He truly didn't expect that besides the refrigerator, there was also a microwave in Jiang Yenin's space. Shin Nanheng, standing nearby, didn't speak but looked at Jiang Yenin with admiration in his eyes. All right, stop praising me. Hurry up and eat more. Jiang Yenin cheerfully called out to the three of them. After eating well, they would have the strength to fight zombies and mutated plants and animals. Only then could she gather more crystal cores. The three of them stopped talking and focused on eating. Halfway through, Shin Nanheng suddenly spoke. When we arrive in Yangshi City, let's find 2 generators. Yunfan and Yunhua nodded in agreement. Yes, we really need generators. Whether it's the refrigerator, microwave, or stove, they all need electricity. The power in the portable batteries is limited, so it must be replenished in time. Hearing their conversation, Jiang Yenin glanced at the generator in her space. Should she tell them that she actually has enough generators? After a moment of thought, she took out a portable gasoline generator. I also have a generator. To prevent the situation where they can't find a generator after reaching Yangshi City, she brought one in advance as a backup. Shin Nanheng and the others paused their eating, and all looked at the generator. Anin, I really believe now that you're an outdoor camping enthusiast. Shin Nanheng finally couldn't help but comment. Yunfan and Yunhua nodded in agreement. This equipment is really too complete. Hearing this, Jiang Yenin smirked with a little pride. She wasn't bragging. When it comes to personal player gear, probably no one could match her. After finishing their meal, Yunhua and Yunfan went to wash the dishes and clean the pots. Shin Nanheng approached Jiang Yenin and pointed at the microwave, discussing with her. And then let's put the pots, microwave, and other items in the trunk. When we reach Yangshi City, we'll find some food and fill the space. Jiang Yenin nodded. Okay. They immediately started placing the microwave and picnic mat into the trunk. Then Jiang Yenin took out an electric stove, a frying pan, 2 bags of 50 pounds of flour, and a 30-pound bag of rice. She also took out a cardboard box filled with various seasonings, spatulas, and spoons. Done. Jiang Yenin clapped her hands. These items are still good and take up space, so they'll all go in the trunk. Considering the height, there's about 1.5 square meters of free space left. At this moment, Yunhua and Yunfan returned with clean dishes and chopsticks. Jiang Yenin placed the dishes into the pot and covered it with a lid to keep out dust. The power bank was taken back into her space. After finishing everything, the 4 of them continued their journey. This time, they didn't stop and drove straight out of Ji Province into C Province. The moment they completely left Ji Province, Jiang Yenin finally felt at ease. She yawned comfortably and leaned against the window to rest. The car moved smoothly. When there was only half an hour left to reach the city, Yunhua suddenly slammed on the brakes. The sudden stop made Jiang Yenin unprepared, and she was thrown forward by the inertia. Be careful. Shin Nanxing reacted quickly, leaning forward and grabbing her shoulder to pull her back. Are you okay? Shin Nanxing looked at her. Jiang Yenin was still a bit dazed but waved her hand and said, I'm fine. Shin Nanxing then relaxed and looked serious at the front of the car. Just then, a young girl suddenly ran out from the woods beside the road and stopped their car. If Yunhua hadn't reacted quickly, at their speed, the girl would have been seriously injured or worse. Yunhua already opened the door angrily and got out of the car, followed by Yunfan. Before Yunhua and Yunfan could speak, 3 men ran out from the woods. 2 of them carried large bags. When the girl saw them, she screamed and hurriedly moved closer to Yunhua and Yunfan, looking terrified and helpless. Please help me. They want to sell me, the girl cried, her eyes red, her hair messy, and her face marked with slap prints, swollen badly. Her clothes were torn, and her exposed skin was covered with various bruises and cuts. Friends, please don't listen to her nonsense. The ones who really sold her are her parents. The injuries on her are also caused by her parents. We are only chasing her because she stole from us. The leading man stepped forward politely, bowing slightly. Yunhua and Yunfan showed no concern for the girl's tragic state and were not interested in her relationship with the three men. They both took a step back, keeping their distance from the girl who was almost pressed against them. You. The girl's eyes filled with tears. She couldn't believe Yunhua and Yunfan didn't plan to help her. She looked so pitiful and weak now. Were these two really men? What's going on between you? It's none of our business, but the fact that she suddenly ran out and stopped the car caused our younger sister to almost get hurt. You owe us an explanation, Yunfan said fiercely, with icy mist swirling around his hands. Yunhua's palms also showed a flow of water, and his face looked grim. The sudden stop just now almost caused Jiang Yenin to get hurt, which made him feel very guilty. The two abilities users. The man in charge was surprised and instinctively looked at Jiang Yenin and Shin Nanqing inside the car. He only saw Jiang Yenin covering her mouth, yawning one after another, making it hard to tell what she was really thinking. Behind her, Shin Nanqing had a snake made of electricity coiled around his arm. The man in charge's pupils suddenly shrank, another ability user. His strength was beyond their ability to fight. Sorry, this was definitely our fault, the man in charge said more politely, giving a signal to a shorter man beside him. The shorter man understood and took a bag of 5 jin of rice and a very finely made necklace from his bag. The man in charge took the items and handed them to Yunhua and the others. This bag of rice is a gift for the 4 of you as an apology. The necklace is for your sister to calm her down. Please forgive our mistake earlier. Yunhua didn't take the items, but turned to Shin Nanqing inside the car, using her eyes to ask for his opinion. Shin Nanqing looked at Jiang Yenin and asked, "Anin, are you satisfied with this explanation?" Still a bit dazed, Jiang Yenin responded with an, "Ah," then reacted and nodded. "Okay, it's getting dark. Let's take the stuff and keep going." Sitting in the car was too tiring. Hearing Jiang Yenin, Yunhua reached out to take the items and turned to walk back to the car with Yunfan. Shin Nanqing opened the door and got out, telling Yunhua, "I'll drive." Yunhua's heart was not as ruthless as his. If it were him, he would have just crashed into them earlier. He wouldn't give outsiders a chance to hurt his own people. Yunhua nodded and crawled into the back seat. "Enin, I'm sorry about earlier," Yunhua said with guilt. "It's okay," Jiang Yenin waved her hand. "It was just a reflex. Small matter, small matter. Don't take it to heart. But if it were her, she wouldn't choose to stop. She wouldn't let her own people get hurt for others." The 3 people then headed towards the girl. Seeing them coming, the girl screamed. Suddenly, she turned around and lunged toward Jiang Yenin, reaching through the open window to grab her face. Jiang Yenin? They were trying to grab her? Was something wrong? Her face darkened instantly, and she moved faster than lightning. She threw a punch. "Ah!" The girl screamed painfully, flying backward, blood streaming from her nose in 2 streams, then crashing heavily to the ground. Filled with anger, Jiang Yenin stormed out of the car. She took 3 quick steps, reached the girl, and squatted down, giving her 2 big slaps. "Madam, is this beautiful face something you can touch?" Shen Nanhang. Silently, he lowered his still extended leg. Yunfan and Yunhua, who hurriedly got out of the car, also touched their noses and silently leaned against the door, watching quietly. Thud. Jiang Yenin slapped her twice on the face with the back of her hand, then grabbed the girl's collar and lifted her up. "I told you I didn't want to get involved in your mess, but you didn't listen, right? Do you think we've already considered you one of us? Do you think that by provoking our anger again and fighting with them, you can take the opportunity to run away? And do you think I am the easiest to bully, the one most likely to be hurt by you?" Jiang Yenin grew angrier the more she spoke, raising her hand for 2 more slaps. "Are you blind? Do you think just because I look good, I am easy to bully? Am I easy to bully? No. The girl, already seeing stars from the hits, had tears, snot, and blood all over her face. Hearing this, she instinctively shook her head. She truly regretted it now. She would rather be taken back by these 3 to pay for damages than offend Jiang Yenin again. This woman was too fierce, too terrifying. Seeing her scared, Jiang Yenin finally threw her back to the ground. She hated these kinds of black-hearted people who, despite being in the wrong, wanted to drag innocent bystanders into trouble, just like that despicable woman Xinjiao. Pfft, you damn fool, unlucky thing. Jiang Yenin cursed again, then carefully wiped her hands with disinfectant wipes and turned to walk away. As she passed by the three, she flicked her eyelids. Shun Nanhang noticed her movement, his hand crackling with sparks of lightning, ready to attack the three at Jiang Yenin's command. Yun Fan and Yun Hua also straightened up, looking ready to jump in at any moment. Seeing this, Jiang Yenin's eyes warmed with a ripple of affection. Now, this is a teammate. Always ready to support, always ready to fight side by side. Unlike Xinjiao, who only hides behind her and strikes from the shadows. She took a deep breath and looked again at the three in front of her. You. Jiang Yenin just opened her mouth when the man leading the group suddenly tore off his teammate's large bag and directly stuffed it into Jiang Yenin's arms. Jiang Yenin's mouth twitched. What do you mean? She just wanted these three to quickly take that mentally unstable person away. That was all. Apologize. The leading man swallowed hard. It's because we chased her that we caused trouble for everyone. So, please, after hitting her, don't hit us anymore. And once you apologize, just leave quickly. The man looked at Jiang Yenin with pleading eyes. Jiang Yenin. She pursed her lips and didn't want to say anything more. She grabbed her bag and walked back. Shall we go? Jiang Yenin looked at Xin Nanhang and the others. The three nodded and got into the car to continue their journey. After the car disappeared completely from sight, the leading man finally let out a big sigh of relief. Zheng, take her with us. We need to collect our debt. They had felt sorry for her earlier and bought her from her parents with 10 jin of flour. But she turned out ungrateful, like a traitor, not only refusing to repay them but also stealing their supplies. The most frustrating thing was that she had taken the supplies she stole from them and given them to her parents, who were about to hurt her badly. She was truly foolish and wicked. The man called Zheng nodded, stepped forward, and dragged the girl who was almost dead back with him. Their figures gradually disappeared into the deep woods. Meanwhile, Jiang Yenin and her group had already entered Yang City. It was night, and the streets were filled with howling zombies. Shun Nanhang was driving, hitting the zombies that lunged at them while looking around for a safe place to rest. Yun Hua and Yun Fan also observed their surroundings, glancing at the buildings on both sides. Jiang Yenin was holding a large flatbread in her left hand and a big thermos in her right, eating and drinking at the same time. Fighting really drained energy. For example, everyone had eaten the same amount at noon, but while the three big men nearby weren't hungry, she was already hungry again. Thinking about this, Jiang Yenin took a big bite of the flatbread. It smelled so good. Then she lowered her head and took a big sip from the straw of her thermos, which contained cool milk tea. It was so refreshing. Xin Nanhang turned the steering wheel, and the car slowly entered a residential area, stopping in front of a quiet apartment building. Let's rest here tonight, Xin Nanhang said to the others. Yun Hua and Yun Fan had no objections, and Jiang Yenin nodded casually. Having a place to sleep and wash up was a good place to rest. The four of them got out of the car and headed into the building. Inside the corridor, there were several zombie bodies lying around, with blood and rotten flesh emitting a disgusting smell. Flies buzzed constantly, and many unknown insects crawled over the corpses. Jiang Yenin took out a bottle of insect repellent and sprayed it on the ground. The flies and bugs immediately scattered, clearing a path for them to step through. The four found an empty 3-bedroom apartment on the second floor. From the balcony window, they could see their car below. At night, someone on watch only needed to sit on the balcony to guard both the house and the vehicle. Jiang Yenin handed Xin Nanhang 3 emergency lights. One is hung in the living room, another in their bedroom at night, and the last one in her own bedroom. Then she took out a portable charger, letting Xin Nanhang and the others connect the air conditioner themselves and find the remote to turn it on. After that, she left a stack of pancakes, a dozen packets of pickled vegetables, and a few bottles of iced water for the 3 of them. She then carried water given by Yunhua into her room to wash up. Her body was sticky and uncomfortable. If she didn't wash soon, she felt she would go crazy. After washing up, Jiang Yenin took the water to the bathroom, said goodnight to the three, and collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep sleep. Shin Nanhang and the others took turns staying watch. At 6:30 the next morning, after half a month, the sun finally appeared on the horizon. A ray of morning light shone through the curtains, landing on Jiang Yenin's face. She slowly opened her eyes, stared at the ceiling in a daze for 5 minutes, then sat up. The bedroom had a bathroom. She finished washing in her room before opening the door and stepping out. The air conditioner in the living room was blowing steadily, making the whole room cool and refreshing. Jiang Yenin looked around the living room, besides Manhwa standing on the balcony. The other two were nowhere to be seen. "Good morning," she greeted Manhwa, then curiously asked, "Where are Shun Ge and Yunfan?" "Good morning," Manhwa replied with a smile. They went out to practice their abilities against zombies. Hearing this, Jiang Yenin's eyes lit up. Her teammates going out early to fight zombies was just her style. Just as she was about to speak, there was a knock on the door, and Shin Nanhong's voice came through. "Yunhua, it's us." "Open the door." "I'll open it." Jiang Yenin stepped quickly to the door and opened it for the two outside. Both were sweaty and carrying 2 large snakeskin bags. Seeing Jiang Yenin open the door, Shin Nanhang was momentarily surprised, then smiled. "Morning." "Anin." "Good morning." Yunfan's had appeared from behind the snakeskin bag, smiling. "Morning." "Coming quickly." Jiang Yenin turned to step inside, making space for them. After entering, they placed the snakeskin bags in the middle of the living room, and Shin Nanhang then took off a backpack from his back. Jiang Yenin handed them towels and placed a few bottles of water on the table, then pointed at the bags and asked, "What's inside?" "The backpack has crystal cores, and the snakeskin bags contain supplies." Shin Nanhang wiped his sweat and drank 2 bottles of water before opening the bags. There probably isn't much left in the shopping malls and supermarkets outside. Many people probably stockpiled a lot of supplies before the end of the world, just like you. So, while Yunfan and I were practicing fighting zombies, we also took a walk around the nearby apartment buildings. To our surprise, we actually found quite a few things. Shen Nanxing took out some items and showed Jiang Yenin. Besides instant noodles and self-heating hot pots, there were also many sweet potatoes and potatoes. Enin, Shun Ge, and I also found these in the basement of the next building. Yunfan excitedly untied another plastic bag. Inside were vegetables like onions, white radishes, pumpkins, and taro, which can be stored for a long time. Although they look a bit wilted, they are still edible. Yunfan's voice was full of excitement. "Enin, there are some other things in that basement. Come with us again." Shun Nanxing looked at Jiang Yenin. "Okay," Jiang Yenin nodded quickly. After packing up the items from the plastic bag, the 3 of them headed to the basement of the neighboring building. Yunhua stayed behind. The zombies on the road had already been dealt with by Shin Nanxing and Yunfan, so it was very quiet. Once inside the next building, Shin Nanxing led the way, with Yunfan bringing up the rear. They protected Jiang Yenin in the middle, walking cautiously toward the basement. As soon as they entered the basement, a cool, damp air hit them. It was a stark contrast to the outside, which was still early morning and over 40 degrees Celsius. Shin Nanxing turned on his flashlight, shining inside. Jiang Yenin saw the situation inside. The basement floor was still piled with many items. There were 2 large bags of potatoes, a big bag of dried bamboo shoots, nearly 30 bottles of chopped chili, 2 bags of flour weighing 100 jin each, 2 bags of rice weighing 50 jin each, and 20 bags of salt. "Can it all fit?" Shen Nanxing asked Jiang Yenin. "Yes," Jiang Yenin replied and stepped forward. First, he placed all the chopped chili on top of the refrigerator, then stuffed the rice and flour into the gaps between the fridge and the space barrier. Finally, he waved his hand and stored the remaining items in the empty space on the floor. The entire 5 square meter space was packed full. "Done," Jiang Yenin said, clapping his hands. Shin Nanxing shone his flashlight around carefully again. After confirming the basement was empty, he nodded slightly at the 2 of them. The 3 immediately headed outside. As soon as they left the building, they heard the roar of a car. They turned to look toward the sound. It was a pickup truck coming toward them. There were 10 people crammed into it, all looking a bit dirty. The driver noticed the three of them and glanced at them briefly before looking away. Others looked over their empty hands and then turned away with disappointed faces. Jiang Yenin noticed their changing expressions, and a dangerous glint appeared in her eyes. Shen Nanhang exchanged a glance with Yun Fan, who understood immediately. Both of them took a half step forward, shielding Jiang Yenin in the middle. Soon, a car passed by the three of them. Coincidentally, it stopped downstairs where they were resting, right next to their vehicle. As soon as the car stopped, everyone on it jumped out quickly. It seemed they had a plan, dividing into 2 groups of 5 people each. One group entered the building where they rested, and the other went to a different apartment building. Yunhua upstairs also noticed the commotion below. He stood up expressionlessly, grabbed a machete, and went outside, crossing his arms and leaning against the door to guard. This was to prevent unnecessary conflict. When the 5 entered the building, they started smashing and knocking. When Jiang Yenin and the others arrived, they saw 2 men unloading the left side door of a house. The other 3 surrounded the middle unit. The entire path to the second floor was blocked tightly. "Please make way." Yun Fan stepped forward and spoke to the 5. They all turned to look at Jiang Yenin and the others. One of them hesitated, glancing at Jiang Yenin for a moment, then suddenly said, "Make way and give us 3 jin of rice as toll. Of course, if you don't have rice." The man at his side unconsciously rubbed his hand. Then, before he finished, Shen Nanning punched him, followed by a shoulder throw that sent the man crashing outside the door. With a flash of lightning and thunder, the man outside the door was left twitching on the ground. Seeing the situation was bad, the 4 people dismantling the door didn't want to fight the man and hurriedly rushed out. The 5 people from the other building heard the noise and came out to check. "What's going on?" The man who had driven the car earlier asked the 4. "Brother Hu, it's like this." One of them immediately leaned in to tell him what happened. After hearing this, Mu Feihu's fierce eyes widened, matching his dark face with a short beard, broad shoulders, and a sturdy build, looking quite intimidating. "Just for 3 jin of rice, you beat him up like this? That's too inhumane." Mu Feihu looked at the skinny monkey, who was barely alive, with anger flashing in his eyes. Hearing this, Shen Nanhang's deep eyes suddenly darkened. Just as he was about to step forward, Jiang Yenin stopped him. "Brother Shen, let me handle this myself." She naturally guessed what the man just now wanted to do. Jiang Yenin slowly walked out of the apartment building. Under the watchful eyes of 9 people across the street, the vine in her hand kept growing longer, then wrapped around the man's neck. Suddenly, it tightened sharply.
Ugh.
Ugh. The man's eyes rolled back, gasping for breath, kicking his legs wildly, trying to break free but unable to do so. "Stop!" Mu Feihu shouted angrily, suddenly spitting out a burst of flame directly at Jiang Yenin's vine. "You bastard! How dare you bully my sister?" Yun Fan was angry. He waved his hand, and a blast of ice mist shot forward. Fire and ice collided, creating a white fog that dispersed as the energy canceled out. Mu Feihu's face changed. He didn't expect the 3 people across to all be supernatural users. The next second, a water jet shot out from the apartment building straight at Mu Feihu. He was startled and quickly dodged to the side. The man who had just explained everything to him was standing right behind Mu Feihu. Mu Feihu's dodge exposed him, and the water jet hit him, knocking him away. Yunhua came out of the building and, like Shen Nanxing, stood behind Jiang Yenin to silently support her. 4 supernatural users. The remaining 8 people across were startled. They saw that there were many of them, but in reality, only Mu Feihu was a supernatural user. For a moment, the people across didn't dare to act rashly again. "I am a very reasonable person," Jiang Yenin said, dragging the man about to be choked to death to her feet. She stepped on his chest, looked down at him with a smile. "Come on, tell them, did you just want 3 jin of rice, or did you want me? By the way, I'll tell you up front, don't lie, okay? Lying people will first be struck by lightning, then boiled in water, then smashed with ice, and finally wrapped in my vine to be slowly fed to zombies." Shen Nanxing and the others cooperated perfectly, each demonstrating their supernatural abilities to the man. The man trembled, his pupils shrinking violently with fear. He struggled to move his mouth and managed to say the word, "You." "Very good. Honest children deserve to be rewarded." Jiang Yan'an smiled again at the man. "I'll reward you with a complete body." As she finished speaking, her smile suddenly disappeared, and the vine tightened sharply. In just 3 seconds, the man bid farewell to this world forever. Looking at the man's body, Jiang Yan'an's eyes were icy cold. No one knew that in her previous life, she had nearly been defiled by such scum in an underground mine. That man was a level 4, a power enhancement supernatural user. She used all her special powers to tightly bind him with a vine for 5 seconds. Then, taking advantage of those 5 seconds, she escaped from his control and ran out of the underground mine. With a heart set on mutual destruction, she bravely charged into the territory of a level 7 mutated fox. The person was afraid of the level 7 mutated fox and didn't dare to follow her inside. But perhaps by luck, the fox ignored her intrusion. The troublemaker, who only lingered at the edge of its territory, became angry and went out to deal with him. When he returned, he was not harmed and allowed her to recover her powers within its territory. Level 7 mutated animals now have thinking abilities similar to humans. Maybe the fox saw her as too weak and pitted her, so it didn't attack. Still, it saved her life and avenged her. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan'an's eyes showed gratitude. She remembered where the fox's territory was. If it hadn't moved, she would definitely go to thank it. As for that troublemaker, if she hadn't repeatedly encountered such bad people, she might have forgotten him. In her previous life, she woke up in the city base and found that this scoundrel had already been there. It seems she still needs to visit the city base. Shen Nanqing saw Jiang Yan'an standing silently after killing that person, not speaking. He thought it was her first time killing someone and worried she couldn't handle it, so he stepped forward and called her softly. Jiang Yan'an snapped back to reality, turned to Shen Nanqing, and asked, "What's wrong, Brother Shen?" Seeing her calm face with no signs of distress, Shen Nanqing let out a breath of relief and shook his head. "Nothing."
Oh.
A look of confusion appeared in Jiang Yan'an's eyes, but she didn't ask further. Instead, she looked at Mu Feihu on the opposite side. When Mu Feihu and the others saw her look over, they instinctively took a step back. Since entering the end times, many people's ways of acting have become more brutal and cruel. They fight at the slightest disagreement. They start grabbing things without hesitation. They threaten with knives in less than 3 words. These are common, but those are just threats. Actual killing was something they had never seen before. They were scared, truly scared. You just now thought that him asking us for 3 jin of rice was a small matter, right? Jiang Yan'an's voice was very calm, but to Mu Feihu, it sounded like a deadly scythe. He shook his head desperately. Jiang Yan'an's eyes slightly narrowed. "I told you earlier, don't lie." Mu Feihu instinctively looked at the dead man, and his eyes flashed with fear. He nodded very hard, very painfully. After bowing his head, he hurriedly explained, "I didn't know earlier that the skinny monkey had bad intentions toward you. If I had known, I wouldn't have said those things." Mu Feihu was almost furious at the dead skinny monkey. He originally took pity on him because they were from the same village, and he looked small and thin. So he kindly took him in. But after some time, he saw that the guy had many bad habits, especially being very lecherous. Whenever a girl passed by, he would stare at her with lustful eyes. Several times, if he hadn't stopped him in time, he might have tried to touch her. A teammate warned him then, saying it was better not to keep the skinny monkey around, or trouble would come sooner or later. He agreed with that. But he was also proud and couldn't just abandon someone halfway. So he kept trying to persuade him kindly. For example, lust is like a sword that hurts both others and yourself. He believed everyone had a wild beast inside, and morality and laws were like cages holding it back. But now, with the end of the world, that cage was broken. The beast was out, and even if you had a reason, it still got scratched. And the skinny monkey was unreasonable. So he begged him to control himself and not think that the law no longer applied just because the world had ended. There are many worse people in this world. But he wouldn't listen. Now he had caused trouble. Not only was he dead, but he also dragged everyone down with him. Mu Feihu's heart was filled with tears. He regretted so much. Why had he been so careless and kind? Why did he bring such a trashy person? And that damn pride. Mu Feihu couldn't help but slap himself. If only he had realized this guy was a waste, he would have just abandoned him and avoided all this trouble.
Sigh, sigh, sigh.
Mu Feihu kept sighing helplessly. They knew they couldn't win against the 4 opponents across from them. They could only admit defeat. Those who know the situation are wise. He hoped that, since the skinny monkey was the main culprit and was already dead, they might be spared. Sorry, I didn't manage him well. Please forgive us. Mu Feihu nodded and admitted his mistake. Fine, pay me 30 jin of rice, Jiang Yenin said, retracting her supernatural power and agreeing straightforwardly. What? Mu Feihu was caught off guard. Jiang Yenin slightly impatiently snorted. You didn't control your person well, and he scared me. Compensation for emotional distress, 30 jin of rice. Since they thought 3 jin was a small matter, he suggested paying 10 times more. Mu Feihu was confused. The person who scared her was clearly a skinny monkey, and he had already risked his life. Why should he also share the rice? Moreover, the one truly frightened was clearly him. Is 30 jin of rice too much? Can you make it less? Mu Feihu forced a smile and tried to negotiate with Jiang Yenin. 30 jin of rice could last their group half a month if they ate sparingly. Stop wasting time and hurry up, Jiang Yenin snapped, brandishing a vine whip and striking the ground hard. With a loud crack, it seemed to hit the hearts of the 8 people across from her, making them flinch instinctively. Brother Hu, just give it to her, someone whispered to Mu Feihu. Instead of arguing, we should leave quickly and find supplies elsewhere. There were dozens of buildings nearby. If they moved quickly and carefully, they could get much more than just 30 jin of rice. Mu Feihu thought this made sense. He turned and grabbed a bag of exactly 30 jin of rice from the car. Jiang Yenin was about to go to take it, but Shen Nanqing stepped ahead and took it first. Sorry, we've already given you the rice. Can we leave now? Mu Feihu looked a bit frustrated. He had lived 45 years, but had never begged so humbly before.
Jiang Nian nodded.
Seeing her agree, Mu Feihu and the others immediately jumped into the pickup truck and sped away. As they left, Jiang Yenin immediately looked like a deflated balloon, soft and limp. It had been an hour and a half since she got up, and she was starving. I'm so hungry. Let's go upstairs and have breakfast quickly, she said without caring about the reactions of the 3 behind her, rushing into the house. When Shen Nanqing carried the rice inside, he saw Jiang Yenin already curled up on the sofa, munching on bread with puffed cheeks, like a little hamster. Her fierce, decisive look earlier was gone, replaced by a cute and innocent expression. A strange ripple of feelings suddenly arose in his heart, and he paused to look at her a little longer. Brother Shen, could you step inside a bit more so we can get in too? Yin Fan, who was behind him, grew anxious seeing Shen Nanqing stop at the door. He was also very hungry. Shen Nanqing snapped out of his thoughts, and that strange feeling disappeared. He took a few steps forward, placed the rice on the ground, and sat beside Jiang Yenin. On the table were some bread and cold soy milk, clearly prepared for them. After wiping his hands with a damp cloth, he casually picked up a bag of bread and started eating. Cloud Fan and Yunhua sat facing each other, also took out some wet wipes to clean their hands, and reached into a bag to pick their favorite items. For a moment, the only sounds in the room were chewing and eating. After all 4 of them finished eating, Shen Nanqing reached out and took the backpack that had been resting on the edge of the sofa onto the coffee table. Before.
Jiang Nian nodded.
Seeing her agree, Mu Feihu and the others immediately jumped into the pickup truck and sped away. As they left, Jiang Yenin immediately looked like a deflated balloon, soft and limp. It had been an hour and a half since she got up, and she was starving. I'm so hungry. Let's go upstairs and have breakfast quickly, she said without caring about the reactions of the 3 behind her, rushing into the house. When Shen Nanqing carried the rice inside, he saw Jiang Yanin already curled up on the sofa, munching on bread with puffed cheeks, like a little hamster. Her fierce, decisive look earlier was gone.
Su Shoren snorted coldly. I think he saw my dislike in my eyes and was determined to get back at me. Xiao Fong saved everyone's life. Didn't Xiao Jiang save anyone? Last time, wasn't it him who attracted the zombies, causing everyone to become zombies? Shouldn't he also be excluded? What about Little Deer? Little Deer showed us the way to survive in a desperate situation, saving everyone's lives. He should also be excluded. Elder Qindao, you're an elder. Should you be excluded too? Zhao Yuling and Shi Xiaoxia are girls. Should they be excluded as well? If that's the case, there's no need for us to draw lots anymore.
He casually picked up a bag of bread. Okay, I have no problem with that. Jiang Yanin raised her hand again, the first to agree. Yun Hua and Yun Fan nodded in agreement. Since everyone has no problem, let's stay for another half hour, absorb all these crystal cores, and then continue our journey. Jiang Yanin made an okay gesture and then hugged her pile of crystal cores and slipped back into the house. Shen Nanqing and the others sat quietly on the sofa, absorbing energy from the crystal cores. Little Blue Dragon, come out, dinner is ready. As soon as she entered the house, Jiang Yanin's consciousness turned into a little person, pulling the blue egg that was sleeping peacefully on the jewelry. Here, with a wave of her tiny hand, 80 crystal cores immediately appeared in front of the Little Blue Dragon.
Wow.
The Little Blue Dragon was very excited, flipping in midair. All right, stop Wang, eat quickly. I'm going to absorb some crystal energy too, the little consciousness urged, then disappeared in front of the Little Blue Dragon. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yanin walked to the door, peeked out quietly through the crack, and saw Shen Nanqing and the others still focused on absorbing crystal cores. She tiptoed and sat down by the door, then took out a taro and cheese jar from her space. She ate while mentally chatting with the Little Blue Dragon in the space. Little Blue Dragon, I realize that stealing food is really more fun than eating in front of others. I've never had such delicious taro and cheese jars. Jiang Yanin took a big bite again. The slightly sweet taro combined with smooth, tasty cheese created an amazing taste. I haven't stolen food before, so I can't feel what the owner is feeling right now, the Little Blue Dragon replied while crunching on a crystal core. You haven't stolen food? You're such a good child. Jiang Yanin thought back to when she was 4, often sneaking snacks like candies or chocolates from the snack cabinet when her parents weren't paying attention. Soon, she finished a jar of cheese, then grabbed a cup of yogurt to sip quietly. Just after drinking, she heard some noise coming from the living room. She quickly threw the empty jar into the bathroom trash to hide the evidence. Then she rinsed her mouth and wiped her lips, walking out calmly. Shen Nanheng looked at Jiang Yanin. Anan, haven't you finished absorbing yet? The rest can be absorbed in the car, he said. Jiang Yanin nodded hurriedly, not daring to speak. She felt a bit full and wanted to burp. Let's go, continue on our way. Shen Nanheng handed her the portable power bank from the living room, then went to the door, picked up the bag of rice again, and led the way downstairs. The three followed immediately. 5 minutes later, the four left the residential area and returned to the main road. The scene on the road was different from before. Many ordinary people and mutants had formed small teams, led by mutants, and started killing zombies. Of course, there were still survivors too scared to fight back, running through the streets chased by zombies. Some people were eyeing the supplies in others' backpacks with drooling greed. While killing zombies, some were also ready to strike and snatch other supplies. Jiang Yanin watched for a while, then boredly looked away. She had seen scenes like this many times in her previous life. Shen Nanheng drove forward until noon, then slowly stopped the car in a small alley. About 200 meters away was a small hospital. There are quite a few zombies here. After lunch, we'll use them for practice, okay? Jiang Yanin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Even in a small hospital, there must be at least 1,000 zombies inside, plus those wandering outside. Today was going to be a big harvest. After getting out of the car, Jiang Yanin prepared lunch, while Shen Nanheng and the others went into the alley to deal with the zombies. The afternoon would be a physical task. Jiang Yanin decided to prepare a nice meal for Shen Nanqing and the others. Eating well and drinking well would give them the energy to fight zombies. When Shen Nanqing and the others returned, they saw a picnic mat laid out with fried chicken pieces, braised ribs, marinated pig's trotters, potato and green bean stew, rice, and 4 large cups of sparkling water with ice. Of course, all were pre-made meal packs. Yun Fan and Yun Hua swallowed hard. They couldn't believe how abundant it was. Even Shen Nanqing, who isn't very fond of rich food, felt his appetite stirred.
After a moment, the rising sun burst over the horizon. Mi Xiaojing took a deep breath. A strand of pure young purple energy entered his spiritual sea. In an instant, this energy merged with his true energy. A mighty force caused his true energy to swell. His bones cracked with sharp sounds, and continuous popping noises sounded like small firecrackers going off. He inhaled 3 breaths of pure young purple energy in a row. Mi Xiaojing realized he had reached the peak of the qi refinement stage, which he hadn't expected. In fact, only cultivators at a high level, at least those in the core formation stage, could smoothly absorb pure young purple energy.
About 2-1, she said, casually wiping the blood splattered on her face, then smiled at Shen Nanqing and the others. Brothers, shall we have a competition? Sure, Shen Nanqing responded, swinging his weapon to take down a zombie that lunged at him, then nodded lightly at Jiang Yenin. Yun Fan, while chopping zombies, chuckled, "And do we have any prizes? Like, maybe a big chicken leg if someone wins. Sounds good." "The one who kills the most gets 2 big chicken legs," Jiang Yenin replied with a smile. "Then I'll work hard." Yun Hua, holding 2 large knives in each hand, swung left and right, quickly killing 2 zombies. Soon, the ground was covered with zombie corpses. The blood stained the ground and also dyed their clothes red. They fought until the sun was about to set and the sky darkened. By then, Jiang Yenin and the others had mostly cleared the zombies around and inside the hospital. The remaining scattered zombies were killed by Shen Nanqing with lightning. Jiang Yenin took out 4 bottles of ice water and handed one to each of the others. "Drink some water and rest." After drinking, she gave each person a large plastic bag and started to extract crystal cores. They fought zombies for 4 hours and spent another 2 hours collecting crystal cores.
The entire Gu family village has only 15 households, almost all of the elderly, weak, sick, or disabled. But no matter how weak or ill they are, as long as they are alive, they must eat. Poor families have no leftover food, so Gu Tianya must take on the responsibility of the only man in the village. He leads the women out to work in the fields of Sun's Ditch and Miyun to earn their food and drink. 15 households, only 13 able-bodied workers remain, and all are widows. They will follow Gu Tianya this winter to work in the ditch, digging mud to make fertilizer for spring planting, no matter how cold it is or how cold.
Yun Hua and Yun Fan also gave their guesses. No. Jiang Yenin raised one finger and waved it at them. "You're all too conservative. Be bolder with your guesses." 2,000. Shen Nanqing added another number. Jiang Yenin clicked her tongue. "Brother Shen, you're still too cautious." Hearing this, Yun Fan immediately added another number. 3,000. "Third brother, you're overestimating yourself." Jiang Yenin lightly punched Yun Fan's shoulder. "It's actually 2436. That many." The 3 of them were surprised. "Yes, and that's just from using half of our abilities. If we use 2/3, surpassing 3,000 wouldn't be a problem." Jiang Yenin happily divided the crystal cores into 4 parts with her mind. Shen Nanqing and the others each received 500, and the rest went to her. "That's too many." Shen Nanqing took out 13 crystal cores from his 500 and handed them to Jiang Yenin. "It should be 487. Seeing this, Yun Fan and Yun Hua also quickly took out 13 cores from their shares and handed them to Jiang Yenin. Jiang Yenin pushed their hands back. "Enough, just these few cores, no need to argue. Actually, I got the biggest deal. Killing 1 zombie earns 2 cores. Compared to that, Shen Nanqing and the others are at a disadvantage." But Shen Nanqing wanted to say more, but Jiang Yenin cut him off. "Brother Shen, let's find a place to stay quickly. I'm hungry." "Brother Shen, let's just leave it at this for now. Next time, we'll give in more." Yun Fan rubbed his stomach. He was hungry too. "All right, let's find a place to eat and sleep." Shen Nanqing signaled for them to get in the car. "Wait." Jiang Yanin called out to them. She took 4 disposable raincoats from her space. Put these on so you don't dirty the car. The 3 looked down at themselves, dirty and emitting a foul smell. They hurriedly took the raincoats from Jiang Yanin and put them on. After confirming they wouldn't dirty the car, they got in. 30 kilometers ahead, there's a village. Let's stay there tonight. Shen Nanqing activated the navigation and pointed to a spot for the 3. Okay. Jiang Yanin and the others had no objections. Although there were other places to stay nearby, they were noisy. Aside from the constant zombie roars and insect chirping, there are occasional screams, curses, and shouts from survivors, making the noise very loud. After 20 minutes, the 4 of them reached the village indicated on the map, Wangjia Village. Shen Nanqing slowly drove into the village entrance and then circled around it. The village is small, with about 200 households, and many places have large signs with the character Chai, demolish. If the end of the world hadn't come, they might have lived good lives, Jiang Yanin said, leaning against the window and looking around with the car's light, feeling a bit sad about the signs. Shen Nanqing parked the car in front of a house. He told Yunfan and Yunhua to go inside first to check the situation, then turned to Jiang Yanin and said, "Things are unpredictable. Fate is uncertain." Sigh. Jiang Yanin sighed softly upon hearing this. Brother Shen, safety, come in. At this moment, Yunfan came out from inside, said a word to the 2, then turned and opened the courtyard gate. Shen Nanqing turned the steering wheel and drove inside. The main house has 3 rooms in a row. With Jiang Yanin and the others' insistence, she chose the middle room. On the left are Yunfan and Yunhua as neighbors, and on the right is Shen Nanqing. Jiang Yanin walked around inside. It seemed the owner had just moved out, so the house was still quite clean. All the furniture had been taken away. The entire house was empty except for a slightly shaky wooden bed. Just as Jiang Yanin laid a mat on the bed, there was a knock on the door. I left the washing water at the door, and I need to get some clean clothes from you." Shen Nanqing's voice came from outside. "Okay, thank you, Brother Shen," Jiang Yanin replied, walking to the door to bring the water inside and handing Shen Nanqing a bag. It contained clean clothes for the 3 of them. "Brother Shen, your clothes might not be enough. You'll need to find a few more tomorrow morning," she reminded him before closing the door. Their clothes were already limited, and she couldn't wash their clothes in the space like her own. So, Shen Nanqing and the others' clothes were usually worn out after a single use. "And this," Jiang Yanin added, handing him 2 boxes of muscle and bone patches. Shen Nanqing was a bit surprised and took them, exclaiming, "And even has these?" Hearing his surprise, Jiang Yanin's face lit up with a proud smile. She slightly raised her chin, like a proud little fox. "I bought these at the pharmacy when the end of the world first started, just in case." Pretty clever, huh? Perhaps the moonlight was too beautiful, or the night was too enchanting. Looking at the smiling face in front of her, Shen Nanqing felt a strange flutter in his heart. He softly hummed. He was about to leave, but his steps felt heavy, and he hesitated to go. He stretched out his long legs, leaned against the doorframe, and tried to find words. An is quite skilled. Did she practice before? Sort of. Jiang Yanin's smile suddenly faded a little. This remark reminded her of the difficult past in her previous life. During those 5 years, she had often been on the edge of life and death. To survive, she had trained hard. Seeing Jiang Yanin's face suddenly turn colder, Shen Nanqing tightened his grip on his backpack. Did I say something wrong? Did he just start talking and then ruin the mood? Shen Nanqing felt a strange sense of defeat.
Huh?
The words were so harsh that noble families couldn't bear it. Wang Sun was furious, pointing at the speaker and shouting, "Ho Junjie, you young brat, how dare you make noise? This is an official court discussion, so serious and solemn. You, a little brat, spouting nonsense, how can you compare the emperor's dignity and law to your foolish words?" The young man who was cursing smiled and stepped forward to bow politely to Li Yuan, showing no sign of arrogance. But then he looked at Wang Sun and cursed again loudly, shouting, "I'm just cursing. As for the emperor's dignity and law, I, Ho Junjie, will respect and obey them."
With a proud smile. She slightly raised her chin, like a proud little, "All right, Brother Shen, We can chat another time. You should hurry and deliver the clothes to them. Shen Nanxing pursed his lips, feeling a bit reluctant. He still wanted to talk with Jiang Nianen, but he couldn't. He couldn't leave Yun Fan and Yun Hua undressed all the time, so he nodded at Jiang Nianen, picked up his bag, and went into the next room. Jiang Nianen turned back to her room, closed the door, and began cleaning the bloodstains from her body. Half an hour later, she was clean, carried the dirty water out of the house. Shen Nanxing and the others were sitting in the yard, absorbing crystal cores. Jiang Nianen didn't disturb them and quietly went to the trunk of the car to get a pot. She wanted to make chicken shredded cold noodles tonight. Just as she took out the ingredients, footsteps sounded outside. Then, "We're here to help you." Yun Fan arrived before his voice. The three quickly pushed the door open. Shen Nanxing hurried over to Jiang Nianen and whispered, "Anan, is there anything I can do?" Jiang Nianen asked him, "Can you cut vegetables?" He nodded. She then asked him to cut cucumbers and shred the chicken. Yun Fan and Yun Hua were busy boiling noodles and crushing peanuts, while she prepared the sauce. Half an hour later, four people each held a large bowl and sat on the steps at the door, eating noodles. After finishing their meal, Shen Nanning stayed in the yard to keep watch, while Jiang Nianen and the other two went back to their rooms to rest. Although called rest, they were actually just changing places to absorb the crystal cores. Jiang Nianen divided half of the crystal cores to the little blue dragon, keeping the other half for herself. The energy inside the crystal core flowed along her palms into her dantian, transforming into a faint green special power. The little blue dragon chewed the crystal core eagerly, secretly glancing at Jiang Nianen. When it saw that she was focused on absorbing the energy, it mumbled a complicated dragon language softly. Then a streak of emerald green light floated out from its body. As the crystal core's energy flowed into Jiang Nianen's dantian, it finally merged with her wood element special power sphere. Jiang Nianen was unaware of this, still concentrating on absorbing the energy from the crystal core. The little blue dragon inside the green egg covered its mouth and giggled quietly for a long time before continuing to nibble on the crystal core. Time passed second by second. It was only after midnight, when the moon was high in the sky, that Jiang Nianen stopped. She flicked the white powder in her hand onto the ground, threw a pillow onto the bed, placed a pillowcase on her stomach, and then fell into a deep sleep. 2 hours later, Shen Nanhang and Yun Hua completed their night watch handover. As Shen Nanning passed by Jiang Nianen's room, his steps paused slightly. "Brother Shen, what's wrong?" Yun Hua asked, confused as Shen Nanning suddenly stopped at Jiang Nianen's door. Shen Nanning shook his head and walked into his own room. Inside, there was only an empty bed frame with a big hole in the middle. He lay down casually, arms behind his head, staring at the ceiling in a daze. He could clearly feel his heartbeat speeding up. It was as if something uncontrollable had taken root deep inside his heart, showing signs of sprouting. The night wind picked up, blowing the fallen leaves and shadows on the ground, as well as disturbing his mind, gradually easing his sleepiness. Huff, unable to sleep, Shen Nanhang sat up again, leaning against the wall, looking at the full moon outside the window. Outside the village, faintly, the howls of zombies could be heard, mixed with barking dogs and the desperate screams of survivors. Shen Nanhang frowned and listened carefully to the sounds from the next door. When he heard that Jiang Nianen was still sleeping peacefully, he finally relaxed. Yun Hua in the yard had already stood up, alert and watching the gate outside. The chaotic footsteps, heavy breathing, and suppressed crying. All kinds of sounds grew closer and closer. If they were just passing through the village, looking for a place to rest, he wouldn't interfere. But if not, Yun Hua clenched the weapon in his hand. Shen Nanxing also noticed the noise outside getting closer and louder. He suddenly felt restless and quickly got up to go out. Just as he reached Yun Hua's side, someone pushed open the courtyard gate. However, the gate had already been locked and tied with sturdy hemp ropes several times, making it very secure. The gate couldn't be opened, so the people outside paused briefly before starting to forcefully bang on it again. Yun Hua quickly took 2 steps forward to the wall, lightly tapped her right toe on the ground, and jumped up. Then she grabbed the top of the wall with both hands, used her strength, and vaulted over. "Hey, there's someone here. Go somewhere else," Yunhua said calmly, glancing at the main gate. There were 7 people, 4 men and 3 women. Besides the person banging on the door, the others kept looking back nervously, their faces showing fear, as if something scary was behind them. They didn't expect anyone inside this house. Yunhua's sudden voice startled them, and they all took a step back. Jiang Nianan and Yun Fan were awakened by the noise outside and came out of the house. "Brother Shen, what happened?" Jiang Nianan jumped down the steps and hurried over to Shen Nanqing, looking up at him. "Nothing serious. A few survivors passing by came here." "Yunhua already told them someone is inside," Shen Nanqing replied. After saying that, he couldn't help but glance at her again. Jiang Nianan still looked a bit sleepy, with half-closed almond-shaped eyes, misty and charming. Shen Nanqing's heart started pounding faster. He instinctively looked away and continued to watch the wall. "Really? I'll go take a look." Jiang Nianan stretched her arms and yawned lazily. Then she sprinted forward, using the grooves on the wall to quickly climb over. Shen Nanqing took a few steps forward and stopped about a meter away from Jiang Nianan, maintaining a safe distance where he could protect her if needed. "Everyone's up there? Then I'll go too." Yun Fan saw Jiang Nianan and Yunhua on the wall and got excited. He quickly reached the wall's base and effortlessly climbed up. Jiang Nianan was sitting on top of the wall, swinging her legs, and reached down to Shen Nanqing with her hand. "Brother Shen, come up." Seeing her delicate, fair hand, Shen Nanqing's lips curved into a slight smile. Just as he was about to reach out, a flashlight beam swept across Jiang Nianan's face. She instinctively withdrew her hand and covered her eyes. Shen Nanqing's thin lips unconsciously tightened. He lifted his long leg and quickly climbed onto the wall, his cold eyes sweeping below. When he saw the flashlight in the man's hand at the front, a flash of lightning crossed his eyes. In the next second, the flashlight in that man's hand suddenly exploded with a loud bang. "Ah!" The man cried out in pain, blood and flesh blurred at his right hand's tiger's mouth. Others might not have noticed, but Yunhua, standing in front of Shen Nanqing, clearly sensed that the energy attacking the flashlight was coming from Shen Nanqing himself. He looked back in confusion, using his eyes to ask Shen Nanqing if these people had a problem. Shen Nanqing's coldness faded, and he returned to his previous calm and composed look. He sat on the wall and said, "I don't know, Yunhua. You don't know, but you still electrocuted him? The person was caught by a mutated creature. If he's not a supernatural being," Jiang Nianan pointed at the 7 people below, "he's going to turn into a zombie." Hearing this, the 7 people below all changed their faces. "Don't talk nonsense," alarming everyone. The man whose hand was injured immediately retorted, "My arm was cut by a knife." He looked at his teammates who had already moved away and tremblingly said, "I was cut with a knife, not caught by a mutated creature." "Whatever," Jiang Nianan shrugged. Believe it or not, she glanced at the man's injured left arm. From the scar, it was indeed a knife wound, but the blackened, rotting edges of the wound didn't lie. He wasn't mutated yet just because he cut away the flesh that was scratched or bitten, slowing down the mutation. Jiang Nianan looked again at the wound, which had already expanded in just a few seconds. No matter what, his ending wouldn't change. Jiang Nianan's fingertips flickered with green light, ready to act at any moment. "Zhenghua, tell us honestly, is your wound from a knife or from those dogs just now?" Captain Gu Hongwei and his team took a few steps back, their eyes wary as they looked at Jiang Zhenghua. They hadn't seen exactly how Jiang Zhenghua was injured. They only saw that his wound looked like a knife cut, and Jiang Zhenghua kept telling them he was hurt while searching for supplies and was cut by someone. So, they had been trusting him to stay with them. "It's..." Jiang Zhenghua just said yes, then suddenly felt his thoughts seem to slip out of control. His mind was muddled, and in just a moment, only the craving for fresh flesh remained. In the eyes of Gu Hongwei and the others, Jiang Zhenghua suddenly transformed into a zombie just because he said yes. Roar! Jiang Zhenghua lunged at Gu Hongwei and the others. Among Gu Hongwei's team, there were 2 with special abilities. One was Gu Hongwei himself, a Earth Element ability user. The other was a young woman in her 20s, who, like Jiang Nianen, was a wood element user. Just as they were about to act, Jiang Nianen moved faster. She shot out a vine, piercing through Jiang Zhenghua's head. When she retracted it, she held a crystal core in her hand. Jiang Zhenghua's body collapsed to the ground with a loud crash.
See?
I told you he'd turn into a zombie, but you didn't believe me, Jiang Nianen said, glancing at the 6 people below and pouting. We believe you, Shen Nanqing replied, turning around and smiling at Jiang Nianen. Yun Fan and Yun Hua quickly nodded. And we all believe you. Jiang Nianen gave Shen Nanqing and the others a thumbs up. My good big brother, good second brother, good third brother. Yun Hua had heard about the sworn brotherhood from Yun Fan, and now hearing the term second brother made his smile grow even wider. Yun Fan, of course, was even happier, his face lighting up with joy. Only Shen Nanqing's smile stiffened slightly when he heard, good big brother. Luckily, the night was dim, and before Jiang Nianen and the others noticed, he quickly adjusted his expression, making sure they didn't see anything unusual. All right, nothing more. Let's go down. We can sleep for another 2 hours before dawn, Jiang Nianen said, feeling sleepy again now that everything was settled. I'll stay on watch for the last 2 hours. Shen Ge, Enan, you 3 should go back and rest, Yun Fan said, waving at the 3 of them, ready to sit on the wall and keep watch. They nodded and Shen Nanqing added, be careful. Don't worry, they replied. Just as Jiang Nianen and the others prepared to jump down, Gu Hongwei hurriedly called out, wait. Jiang Nianen looked back. Is there something else? Gu Hongwei nodded hurriedly. There are 7 fierce mutated dogs outside the village, wandering around. They might come in at any time. We want to team up with you. Our 6, your 4, makes 10 people.
By the Warring States period, hundreds of small feudal states fought among themselves, and by the late Warring States, only 7 remained. These 7 eventually unified into one empire, the Qin. Through constant wars, China's regions became more connected, and roads between cities became more accessible. The construction of these roads wasn't just random. Li Si's initial proposal wasn't made without reason. As China's first imperial chancellor and a student of Xuanzi's governance teachings, he was knowledgeable and insightful. Besides implementing legalist policies, he understood that the roads mainly connected major cities of the 7 states.
She suddenly threw her vine whip onto the wall and used it to climb up. Just as her head appeared, an icy blade pressed against her neck, near her main artery. The cold sensation made her shiver violently, and her body froze in place. Get down, Yun Fan controlled the ice blade, his eyes cold. Xiao Yuxue didn't expect Yun Fan to suddenly attack, and she was momentarily terrified. I'm coming down, don't hurt me. She was afraid Yun Fan might lose control and hurt her, so she quickly climbed down from the wall. Once she was down, Yun Fan withdrew his psychic power. Seeing her retreat, Gu Hongwei signaled to his teammate Luo Pingping. Luo Pingping understood immediately. Her eyes turned red in an instant. She took a few steps toward Yun Fan. Young man, we really mean no harm.
We
just want to fight those vicious dogs with you. We just want to survive. She was small and cute, biting her lip with tears in her eyes, making people feel pity. But Yun Fan was never soft-hearted, and he found her crying annoying. If you want to cry, go cry somewhere else. Don't disturb my moon-gazing mood, Yun Fan said, lying back again with his legs crossed, tapping his toes happily. Luo Pingping's tears streamed down as she looked up at Yun Fan's shoes, crying and pleading, why are you so heartless? We just want to live. Is that wrong? Her crying annoyed Yun Fan so much he wanted to hit her. He sat up impatiently. You want to live? That's fine, but what does that have to do with us? Besides, there are many roads to escape. The village entrance isn't the only exit. What's wrong? Are you crabs? Only walking sideways into the mouths of the vicious dogs at the village entrance. We can't go through the other exits either. The howling of those vicious dogs has attracted all the zombies nearby. The other entrances are already blocked by zombies. With just the 6 of us, we can't escape, Gu Hongwei said with a sad face, feeling miserable inside. If there were any other way out, he would have run long ago, and he wouldn't be sitting here waiting to die. They would never keep trying to find ways to work with them after being rejected again and again. Whether you can get out or not is your problem. In any case, we won't cooperate with you. No way. Luo Pingping, with tears in her eyes, pointed at Yun Fan, her face full of anger, as if Yun Fan were the biggest sinner. If you don't work with us, we will definitely die. But if you do, we might survive. In other words, if we sadly die at the hands of those vicious dogs or zombies, it's all your fault. Gu Hongwei, he was speechless. She tried to act pitiful and guilt-trip them, but it only made her seem morally manipulative. Xiao Yuxue and others. Blind student, it seems you've found a bright spot. They thought her words were strange, as if her mind had gone blank. Yun Fan, are you an idiot? So annoying. Meeting a bunch of crazy people at night is really bad luck. Whether they live or die has nothing to do with us. Yun Fan looked at Luo Pingping as if she were a fool and then jumped down from the roof. He's allergic to fools and needs to leave quickly. Seeing Yun Fan, the only person who could talk to them, leave, the people below were annoyed with Luo Pingping's nonsense and grew more anxious. Captain, what should we do now? Cheng Linghua, one of the team members, was pulling her nearly empty backpack, looking very panicked. They started with 13 people, including 4 with special abilities. But after encountering those 7 dogs, only 7 remained, no, 6. Besides Jiang Zhenghua, the other 6, including 2 with abilities, had all been killed by those 7 dogs. Now the 7 dogs were at the village entrance, tearing apart and eating their bodies. Because those dogs had food, they managed to escape. None of the 13 had killed those 7 dogs, and now only 6 of them were left. Don't be afraid. Let's rest outside this yard. If those animals come in, we'll shout for help. I don't believe they'll just stand there and watch us die. Gu Hongwei sat with his team against the wall. But Captain, what if they really ignore us and don't help? Xiao Yuxue looked serious, not as optimistic as Gu Hongwei. She touched her neck, feeling the coldness still lingering. She was sure that if she had insisted on climbing higher just now, that person would have killed her. Such cold-hearted people definitely wouldn't save others in danger. Luo Pingping bit her lip, angry when she thought about Yun Fan's earlier insults. I also believe they might do something reckless and not help in a dangerous situation. Men who insult women are not worth anything. Hearing this, Xiao Yuxue rolled her eyes and said, I advise you to keep quiet and not cause trouble. What do you mean? Luo Pingping glared and turned to complain to Gu Hongwei. Captain, look at her. Enough. Stop arguing, Gu Hongwei said with a headache, rubbing his temples. Humph. Luo Pingping was upset that Gu Hongwei didn't support her, so she walked to the side, pouting and feeling annoyed. She thought others would come to comfort her or give her a way out, but no one paid attention to her. Luo Pingping's eyes turned red with anger, and she squatted in a corner, tears falling down. She looked pitiful, but still no one cared. Cheng Linghua and the others watched Gu Hongwei, hoping he had a plan to help them escape. Those animals are reckless. If they really come in, do you think they'll spare the 4 pieces of meat inside? When that happens, they won't hold back, Gu Hongwei sneered, licking his dry lips with a sinister look. When those animals attack them, we'll take the chance to run. But Captain, Feng Jun, a team member, looked at the high wall behind him with a worried expression. We're outside, they're inside. If those animals come in, we'll be the first to suffer. Don't worry, Gu Hongwei patted Feng Jun on the shoulder. Yuxue and I will lure them into the yard. You guys take the chance to escape. Captain, Feng Jun and Cheng Linghua looked at Gu Hongwei with gratitude. Don't worry, Yuxue and I will protect you, Gu Hongwei reassured them again. Yes, we will definitely protect you, Yuxue said with a smile to Feng Jun and Cheng Linghua. Seeing their promises, Feng Jun and Cheng Linghua felt a little more at ease. But Luo Pingping and another team member, Lu Pingza, lowered their heads silently, not saying a word. By the way, Linghua, Pingza, carry the supplies for me and Yuxue. The stuff is heavy, and you two won't be able to escape if you carry it. Gu Hongwei offered his hand to Cheng Linghua and Lu Pingza. Cheng Linghua didn't hesitate and gratefully took off her bag, handing it to Gu Hongwei. Gu Hongwei then looked at Lu Pingza. Lu Pengze didn't want to give up his supplies. He didn't trust what Gu Hongwei and Yu Xue had just said. When there were 13 people before, both of them were only focused on escaping and saving themselves. Now only 6 remain. Lu Pengze clenched his backpack tightly. The supplies were all he had left. Only because of the supplies did Gu Hongwei and the others protect him a little more. Pengze, give me the supplies, Gu Hongwei said, staring intently at Lu Pengze with a faint yellowish glow in his eyes, showing pressure. Lu Pengze clenched his teeth, but still took off his bag and handed it over. No matter how unwilling he was, he couldn't change the fact that he couldn't beat Gu Hongwei.
His arm was no match for his thigh.
He looked at his thin arm. Besides, his arm was small. Gu Hongwei felt proud and placed the supplies bag in front of Xiao Yuxue. Yuxue, you're a girl, so carry the lighter one. Let's split it evenly. It's not fair for the captain to carry everything alone, Xiao Yuxue said, holding the supplies tightly with a smile on her face, but her eyes were cold. The malicious person wanted to take all the supplies for herself. Gu Hongwei secretly pulled the bag toward himself, saying, Yuxue, I'm doing this for your safety. Carrying a little more might cost you your life. His tone was warning. Xiao Yuxue was not afraid of him. Both of them had special abilities, so they didn't need to show deference to each other. She sneered silently, a green light flickering at her fingertips. A thin vine suddenly pulled open the zipper of the supplies bag. She reached in and stuffed half of the supplies into another empty, deflated bag. Captain, since we both have abilities, don't be polite with me. Xiao Yuxue quickly carried one of the supplies bags on her back. You. Gu Hongwei clenched his teeth hard, fists tightening as if he wanted to strike. But when he saw Cheng Linghua and the others watching him with confused expressions, he held back and forced a smile. Thanks, Yuxue, he said. Captain, you don't need to thank me. Xiao Yuxue shot him a provocative smile and sat down to the side with her bag. Gu Hongwei gritted his teeth again. At that moment, the courtyard gate suddenly opened, and the sound of a car engine echoed inside. The 6 of them looked at each other in surprise, quickly stood up, and headed toward the gate. The next second, they saw Shen Nanheng driving out, with Jiang Yanan and the others sitting in the car. Where are you going? Gu Hongwei and Xiao Yuxue forgot their petty quarrel and hurried forward to block the car. Shen Nanheng didn't look away, turned the steering wheel, stepped on the accelerator, and drove straight toward them. Gu Hongwei and Xiao Yuxue were startled and jumped to the sides. By the time they reacted, Shen Nanheng and his group had already driven away. Damn it, Feng Jun kicked the curb and said, they actually abandoned us and ran away. Hearing this, Lu Pengze looked at Feng Jun. Even though they were on the same team, he thought this statement was strange and unreasonable. The 4 people weren't even part of their team, so how could they have abandoned them? Captain, what should we do now? Chen Linghua tugged at her sleeve, looking very anxious and close to tears. Let's go, follow them, Gu Hongwei said, putting another supply bag on his back, ready to chase after Shen Nanxing and the others. Please, don't be polite with me. Xiao Yuxue quickly carried one of the supplies bags on her back. You. Gu Hongwei clenched his teeth hard, fists tightening as if he wanted to strike. But when he saw Cheng Linghua and the others watching him with confused expressions, he held back and forced a smile. Thanks, Yuxue, he said. Captain, you don't need to thank me. Xiao Yuxue shot him a provocative smile and sat down to the side with her bag. Gu Hongwei gritted his teeth again. At that moment, the courtyard gate suddenly opened, and the sound of a car engine echoed inside. The 6 of them looked at each other in surprise, quickly stood up. Gu Hongwei's words trailed off with a half-smile, then he looked away. In that moment, a sinister glint flashed in his eyes. Zhou Yuxue tightened her grip on the strap of her bag. That scoundrel, even now, was still thinking about her supplies. Since that's the case, she wouldn't hold back anymore. Fine. I'll return it to you. Zhou Yuxue took off her backpack and handed it to Gu Hongwei. Gu Hongwei's lips curled into a smile as he swung the bag onto his front. Shall we fight now? Shen Nanxing looked at the dense horde of zombies ahead, more than 1,000, and asked the 3 others. This number of zombies was manageable for the 4 of them. Jiang Yan was eager to fight, but the pain from her arm was a clear reminder that she needed to rest. Not now, Brother Shen. Before Jiang Nian could voice her opinion, Yun Fan rushed forward.
I'm tired.
I want to rest. Yunhua nodded in agreement. They had fought too hard yesterday. Even though she had put on the muscle relief patches given by Anen, her arms still ached. Where's Anen? Do you want to fight now? If you do, I'll go with you. Shun Nanxing looked at Jiang Nian. He didn't miss the fleeting look of excitement in her eyes. No, I think I'll pass. My arm hurts a bit, Jiang Nian said, shaking her head. With zombies everywhere, there was no rush. Based on Jiang Nian's words, Shen Nanzhang gave up on the idea of fighting. He stepped on the accelerator fully and drove straight into the zombie horde. The car roared forward. Zombies ahead were knocked aside, flying through the air. Zombies behind lunged at the car, but their claws couldn't damage the metal body. They could only be pushed back by the vehicle's continuous hits. When Gu Hongwei and his team caught up, they saw Shen Nanzhang's car had already broken through the zombie group and sped onto the highway, quickly disappearing from sight.
Damn.
We arrived too late. Foam Jun looked at the approaching zombies and felt his legs go weak. It's not too late yet. Qiao Yushua glanced at the opening created by the car and signaled Gu Hongwei. Both of them activated their powers and rushed forward. Captain, Yushua, wait for us. Foam Jun and the others hurriedly raised their weapons and chased after them. Gu Hongwei led the way with a dirt shield, clearing the path, while Qiao Yushua swung her vine whip to push the zombies aside. Luo Pingping struggled to wave her iron shovel, trying to get closer to Qiao Yushua's protective circle. A flash of anger crossed Qiao Yushua's eyes, and she swung her vine whip harder. With a sharp crack, the whip struck Luo Pingping's face. Luo Pingping screamed as blood splattered from her left eyebrow to her chin, her face torn open. The smell of blood stirred the nearby zombies, causing them to become more agitated. Luo Pingping was quickly overwhelmed by the zombies. After a few screams, she fell silent. Qiao Yushua, are you crazy? Lu Pingzi shouted, hitting the approaching zombies away with his shovel and yelling at Qiao Yushua. Humph. Qiao Yushua snorted coldly and continued rushing forward with Gu Hongwei.
He is the father and mother of the people. The power in his hands represents the will of the 10,000 citizens. Anyone who disobeys or resists him is a great villain who harms the people. His meaning was clear. An official of the 7th rank or higher must be the sole authority within the county. But soon, someone cautiously raised a question, whispering, but the relay station master at Gujia village is also a 7th rank official. Result, Chui Gong smiled confidently and said calmly, that princess is skilled in marching and fighting. Her soldiers are indeed brave and strong, but unfortunately, bravery is only—
Qiao Yushua started to feel the strain. With only 2 meters left to escape, she looked at Gu Hongwei with a fierce glint in her eyes. Die! After temporarily forcing the zombies back again, she suddenly swung her vine whip toward Gu Hongwei's back. Gu Hongwei was always on guard against her. When he heard sounds behind him, he quickly turned around. First, he used a dirt shield to block the vine attack, then swiftly moved the shield aside, drew his dagger, and cut a deep gash on Qiao Yushua's arm. Next, he kicked her in the stomach. All of this happened so fast that Qiao Yushua had no time to react and fell into the zombie horde. Gu Hongwei then kicked several times in quick succession. A few zombies were knocked back, causing a chain reaction that knocked over others behind them. Taking advantage of the brief pause in the zombie attack, Gu Hongwei smirked proudly at Qiao Yushua, who was pinned under the zombies. Haha, you little brat, you didn't expect that, huh? I've trained in martial arts for 3 years. I'm very alert. Someone like you trying to sneak attack me. He adjusted the strap of his drop supplies bag, a look of excitement on his face. They were less than 2 meters away from escaping the zombie encirclement. He was going to survive. Ignoring Qiao Yushua's resentful glare, Gu Hongwei held a large sword made from earth element powers and swung it forward with all his strength. Just as he was about to break free from the zombie trap, a thin vine wrapped around his leg. What is that? Gu Hongwei instinctively looked down, but before he could see clearly, he felt a strong pull on his leg. He was thrown forward violently. In the next moment, the zombie's dark blue claws and sharp teeth ruthlessly pierced his body. Xiao Yushue, Gu Hongwei's face twisted in pain as he struggled to turn around. Xiao Yushue didn't look at him. She only stared at the dawn sky, sneering darkly. Die. All of us die together, haha. Zhang Yan'an and the others sat on a hillside, eating breakfast while watching below. Seeing that both Xiao Yushue and Gu Hongwei had died, Yun Fan clicked his tongue. Isn't this just karma catching up with them? If Xiao Yushue and Gu Hongwei hadn't abandoned their teammates, and if the 6 of them had worked together, using the path they created earlier by crashing the car, they could have escaped. This shows that those who abandon or betray their teammates will end up dying a terrible death. Zhang Yan'an snorted coldly. She took a big, firm bite of her egg pancake. Gu Hongwei's reckless actions reminded her of Shin Jiao, that despicable person. Shin Nanning looked at her with a cold expression, noticing her sudden displeasure. He hesitated and pursed his lips. His intuition told him she wasn't upset about what happened to the others. I just remembered some unpleasant past events. Suddenly, he recalled a sentence Zhang Yan'an had said earlier.
Could it be?
Shin Nanning watched her biting her pancake angrily, and a guess flashed through his mind. Don't worry, we will never abandon you or betray you, Shin Nanhang promised Zhang Yan'an without hesitation. Yes, 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 Yun Fan nodded repeatedly. And we will never do what they did. Once they trust someone, they are good teammates for life. Our 3 brothers are not like those people, Yunhua also smiled and said. I believe you. Zhang Yan'an raised her iced coffee. Here's to us not only meeting but also forming a team by fate. Cheers to meeting and forming a team by fate. The 3 of them raised their coffees and gently clinked them with Zhang Yan'an's. Dum dum dum. The 4 of them drank all the coffee in one go. Zhang Yan'an threw the empty can aside, smiling happily. Big brother, second brother, third brother, is this coffee good? Shin Nanhang immediately nodded. Annan's coffee is very good. Delicious. It refreshes and wakes me up. Yun Fan crushed the can with excitement. All my fatigue is gone. I feel fully revived. Me too, Yunhua chuckled in agreement. Since that's the case, Zhang Yan'an grinned, pointing at the zombies below. Let's take them out. They had rested on the hill for almost an hour, and she felt confident again. Shin Nanhang took the last bite of his snack and grabbed the knife beside him. Okay, Yunhua and Yun Fan. Can they take back what they just said? Let's go. Zhang Yan'an raised her big sword and charged down the hill. Annan, wait for us. Shin Nanhang chased after her with his knife. Big brother, let's go. All right, little brother. The 2 brothers, almost crying, sighed and followed closely behind. 2 minutes later, the 4 of them pounced on the zombie horde like wolves. They hacked and slashed in various strange poses, killing zombies in bizarre ways. Brother Shin, watch out. Zhang Yan'an saw a zombie's claw about to touch Shin Nanhang, and with quick reflexes, she slashed off the zombie's claw. Hearing her voice, Shin Nanhang turned around and decapitated the zombie with one strike. Thanks, Sinan. Shin Nanhang's face softened unconsciously. Zhang Yan'an waved her hand. No need to be polite, we're teammates. Under the morning light, her cheeks glowed faintly red. From Shin Nanhang's perspective, she looked especially beautiful and charming. He dared not look too long, quickly turning around and back to back with Zhang Yan'an. And then you cover my back. Okay, I will also guard your back, Zhang Yan'an exclaimed excitedly as she chopped a zombie coming at her. Don't forget about us too. Cloud Hua and Yun Fan were both panting heavily as they quickly filled the gaps on their sides. Kill them, Zhang Yan'an shouted loudly, swinging his sword at the zombie's head. After 20 minutes, the 4 of them had killed all the 1,000 zombies around them. Just as they finished extracting and storing the crystal cores, more zombies approached from a distance. I can't do it anymore, I can't, Zhang Yan'an gasped, waving his hands at the others. We can't fight any longer. Brothers, let's run quickly. Run. We must run. Yun Fan bent over, supporting his knees and panting hard. Put on your clothes and let's go. Shin Nanhang took out a disposable raincoat from earlier and handed it to the 3 of them. Within a minute, the 4 of them ran without stopping.
County Captain Fong Quan said with admiration. Ancient wisdom says, A craftsman must first sharpen his tools to do good work. The appearance of such a useful tool will greatly speed up the construction of the highway and reduce the need for many laborers. This is truly great news. Jiang Biding nodded excitedly, unable to hide his enthusiasm. He continued, "We serve the emperor and protect the people. We must carefully notice these small improvements and inventions. Everything we eat, wear, and use comes from the experience of our ancestors who kept exploring. Now, with the 6 kingdoms united and the people one,"
he responded softly. Jiang Yenin didn't notice his reaction, slapped the patch onto his arm, and sat back down. In the back seat, Yunhua and the others had already leaned against the window and fallen asleep. Jiang Yenin yawned. "Brother Shin, I'll take a quick nap for half an hour, then I'll take over driving." Without waiting for Shin Nanheng's reply, he closed his eyes and fell asleep. The car suddenly became quiet. Shin Nanheng turned his head to look at Jiang Yenin, eased his foot on the accelerator, and the car became smoother. Thus, Jiang Yenin and the others slept more soundly. Half an hour later, Jiang Yenin didn't wake up. He even mumbled, "Delicious," with a click of his lips. Shin Nanheng couldn't help but chuckle softly, turned the steering wheel onto the highway. 2 hours later, the car crossed the boundary marker and entered Tanshur City in Province C. Once they entered Tanshur City, the number of zombies increased. Their loud howls woke the 3 who had been drooling in sleep. However, Yun Fan and Yunhua shifted positions and fell back asleep. Jiang Yenin blinked sleepily. "Brother Shin, where are we?" "That's Tanshur City in Province C," Shin Nanheng replied. Tanshur City. Jiang Yenin's eyes widened suddenly. Wow, how long had I been asleep? Thinking about how she had said she would take over driving after half an hour, Jiang Yenin blushed. "Sorry, Brother Shin, I overslept." Jiang Yenin scratched her head. "You parked by the roadside, so let's switch." "No need." Shin Nanheng calmly pushed away the approaching zombie and pointed to the nearby shopping mall. "Let's go there." Jiang Yenin looked in the direction he pointed. The mall was about 300 meters away in a straight line, so there was no need to switch drivers. She nodded, crossed her arms, and stretched lazily, but her stomach suddenly growled loudly. The eggs she ate this morning had long since been digested during the fight with the zombies. She patted her empty stomach and thought that Shin Nanheng was probably hungry too, so she took out 2 bags of fruit bread. "Brother Shin, eat some bread to fill your stomach first." Jiang Yenin handed him the already opened bread. Shin Nanheng was indeed hungry and took it, eating eagerly. Watching him gobble the bread, Jiang Yenin felt strangely guilty. She silently took out a backpack, packed some instant rice, dry noodles, and biscuits, then stuffed 2 bottles of water into the pockets. She placed the bag in the empty seat between them. "Brother Shin, this is an emergency bag. When I sleep, if you're hungry, just take something from here," she said. Shin Nanheng nodded, and from an angle Jiang Yenin couldn't see, he slightly lifted the corner of his mouth. The car slowly stopped in front of them all. "Yun Fan, Yunhua," Shin Nanheng called out to the 2 still sleeping deeply. The 2 woke up, blinking blankly as they looked around. "Yun Fan, Yunhua, you 2 stay in the car," Shin Nanheng instructed. "Okay." Yunhua yawned and agreed. Yun Fan, holding his stomach, called out to Jiang Yenin, "And I'm hungry. I'll get you some food. Also, I want to tell you, if you're hungry later, just take something from this bag." "Huh." Jiang Yenin turned to speak to them while reaching for the emergency bag. She reached but found it empty. Strange. She looked at where the bag should be. It was gone. She looked around, searching, and finally saw the emergency bag between Shin Nanheng's feet. Seeing Jiang Yenin realize where the bag was, Shin Nanheng subtly moved his leg to hide it carefully, avoiding eye contact with her. He looked at the sky, the ground, and the zombies, but refused to meet Jiang Yenin's gaze. "Jiang Yenin, what does this mean?" Not giving Yun Fan and Yunhua any food? And in Yun Fan, unable to wait for food, whined as his stomach growled loudly. He didn't care about the bag, he just wanted to eat. Cloud Hua sensed something and tilted his body, peering through the gap beside the driver's seat at Shin Nanqing's feet. When he saw the bag hidden under Shin Nanqing's legs, he raised an eyebrow. Brother Shin seemed to have a faint idea forming. Jiang and Ian had to set aside the emergency kit for now, and took some food from the space to give to Yun Fan and the others. Hearing chewing sounds from behind, Shen Nanqing looked at Jiang and Ian immediately. And then let's go inside. Okay. Jiang and Ian couldn't understand Shen Nanqing's behavior earlier, so she decided not to think about it and nodded before getting out of the car. Shen Nanqing also got out. Then, with a complicated look from Jiang and Ian, he slung the emergency bag on his back. Brother Shen, you don't need to carry that bag. There were Yun Hua and others inside the car, and the bag couldn't be left behind. Shen Nanqing cleared his throat seriously. The emergency bag has to be carried on the body to be useful, Jiang and Ian. As long as you're happy. The two of them carried knives and entered the shopping mall. Behind them, a string of wobbling, screeching zombies followed. Shen Nanqing closed the mall door, blocking them outside. The first floor of the mall was a mess, dirty and chaotic. There were excrement, trash, zombie blood, and the blood of survivors, mixed with severed limbs and arms that zombies hadn't eaten. The surface was crawling with maggots about the length of a finger, large cockroaches, and swarms of flies. The entire space was filled with a foul, rotten smell. Roar! Dozens of zombies still wandered on the first floor, gathered at the staircase, constantly howling toward the second floor and above. Jiang and Ian and the others knew there were survivors upstairs. The sounds of their footsteps and the zombies outside drew the attention of the zombies on the first floor. They all turned and lunged toward Jiang and Ian and the others. Jiang and Ian ignored them and took 4 trash bags from the space, handing 2 to Shen Nanqing. Brother Shen, put these on your feet. They quickly put on the trash bag shoe covers and stepped into the filth directly. The first floor, like most shopping malls, was dedicated to cosmetics, skincare, and luxury goods. But now, most of these items lay in the filth. Jiang and Ian had no intention of storing them in the space. The two of them headed straight to the second floor. The second floor was silent, but both of them kept their guard up. Jiang and Ian shined her flashlight around and then nudged Shen Nanqing with her elbow. Brother Shen, over here. She had already spotted a men's clothing store. The two people walked toward the men's clothing store. When they reached the door, they simultaneously held knives across their chests and entered the store side by side. The store was messy, with blood everywhere. Behind the cash register, there was a headless zombie that had already died. In front of the register, 2 survivors' bodies with cut throats lay side by side.
So awesome. Her anger was completely gone. Qin Zhong and Qin Erge stumbled out and reached the bamboo pavilion at the street corner. Both collapsed on the ground, with Qin Zhong holding his head, feeling dizzy and unsettled. Qin Erge gasped. What? What kind of attack was that? I feel terrible. Ugh. I think I'm going to. Suddenly, Qin Zhong was overwhelmed and vomited all over himself. He was caught off guard, covered in on his face and head. He was furious. He grabbed Qin Ergu's clothes and wiped himself while scolding. Ergu, do you want to die? You stink so bad. Ugh. They had not cleaned up.
No, I don't mind, he said simply, without fuss or fussiness about cleanliness. Besides, given the current situation, just finding clothes to wear was good enough. Okay, Jiang Yan'an handed Shen Nanqing a sack. Then let's pack some. Shen Nanqing immediately swept all the clothes they could wear into the sack. Jiang Yan'an then pointed to the storage room behind the store. Brother Shen, let's check that place too. Shen Nanqing nodded, stepped quickly to Jiang Yan'an's front, and moved toward the storage room. Just as Shen Nanqing stepped inside, a shadow suddenly appeared behind Jiang Yan'an, stabbing a dagger fiercely into her back. Jiang Yan'an reacted very quickly, turning her back hand to block the attack with a large knife. With a clink, the dagger was stopped. In the next second, the attacker was kicked away by Shen Nanqing. Yan'an, are you okay? Shen Nanqing looked worried. Jiang Yan'an shook her head. I'm fine. I was prepared. She had been attacked before by Xin Jiao, so she would never give anyone a chance to stab her from behind again. The person attacking Jiang Yan'an got up from the ground, neither running nor hiding, just clapped his hands lightly. What is he doing? Is he so impressed by my cool blocking move that he's giving me a round of applause? Jiang Yan'an, holding a large knife and standing on a chair, lightly stroked her chin, guessing. The man who clapped, calling his companions. He's crazy. Clapping for her? He's not on medication or something. Shen Nanqing cupped his hand near his mouth and cleared his throat. And with a look of confusion, Jiang Yenin saw him struggle to speak. Actually, he's calling someone. That applause is a signal, Jiang Yenin. Sorry, I was shallow. At this moment, two strong men entered from outside, their muscles well developed. Seeing them, the man across raised his dagger again. Shen Nanhang, prepare to die. Enemy. Jiang Yenin raised her flashlight and shined it on the faces of the three men, then looked back at Shen Nanhang. Do you know them? Not really, but they're probably my older brother's men. Shen Nanhang mimicked her, slinging a big sword over his shoulder, stepping on a chair, and stroking his chin as he guessed. Huh? Your brother's men came to kill you. Jiang Yenin's eyes widened in surprise, her jaw dropping. Yes, we have some assets at home. He's afraid I'll take them, so he sent people to assassinate me. This was usually a very angry thing for him to think about, but now. Seeing Jiang Yenin's surprised jaw, Shen Nanhang couldn't help but laugh quietly. Jiang Yenin watched Shen Nanhang quietly giggling with his head down, and her mouth twitched. Was he happy about being attacked? She didn't understand, but it didn't stop her from gossiping. Brother Shen, are you and your older brother real brothers? Her mind automatically played out a story of family love and hatred. Shen Nanning nodded. Yes, real brothers. Same father and mother? Jiang Yenin asked again, her gossip fire burning in her eyes. Yes, same parents. Shen Nanhang's lips curved slightly, satisfying her curiosity. Our parents love us equally. Teach us to get along, be respectful, share meals, and trust each other. Huh? Then why did your brother send people to kill you? Jiang Yenin couldn't understand at all. Their family atmosphere was good, and their parents' education was excellent. Normally, both should be good young men like Shen Nanhang, upright and kind. But Shen Nanhang's older brother was the opposite. He was crooked, dark-hearted, ruthless, and always wanted to kill his younger brother. Could it be a genetic mutation? Possessed by a ghost? Took the wrong medicine? No medicine? Or smoked? Because there can only be one heir in the family. Our grandfather prefers me to be the heir, Shen Nanhang said with half-closed eyes and a dark look. He had no interest in that heir position. He had also discussed with his grandfather and decided to withdraw from the inheritance fight. He had clearly expressed his thoughts to his good, older brother more than once. But his older brother, who had protected him since childhood, insisted he had to die before believing he had no interest in that position.
Ha!
If that's the case, then he would give him what he wanted and compete for the position properly. So, Brother Shen, do you want that heir position? Hearing this, Shen Nanhang withdrew his thoughts and gave Jiang Yenin a gentle smile. I didn't want it before, but since he sent someone to assassinate me, I started thinking. Jiang Yenin moved closer to Shen Nanqing and pointed at his lower abdomen. So, the injury there was caused by your older brother's people. Yes, that was the first time he sent someone to try to kill me. Jiang Yenin blinked, waiting like she was listening to a story. Shen Nanqing simply grabbed a bench and patted it. Come, sit down, and I'll tell you everything slowly. Hey! The man across the way was furious to see Shen Nanqing and Jiang Yenin ignoring them. Slowly tell what? That's a load of crap. Damn it, they are so disrespectful to a killer. Shen Nanqing's expression suddenly turned cold. He looked sharply at the three men opposite him, his gaze as sharp as a blade. The three men felt their hearts pounding and a cold chill rising from their feet. Travelers and workers, I've seen many, but I've never seen someone rushing to die. If you want to die so badly, I'll make your wish come true. Jiang Yenin suddenly stood up and charged at the three men. So annoying. Even listening to a story is not peaceful. Go. The man on the other side signaled to his two subordinates.
Shinsu always mourns silently for the fish of this era. It's so easy to be fooled. A few bones can turn into 7 or 8 pounds, or even over 10 pounds overnight. Almost like collecting leftovers. He also started making grilled fish because eating saltwater boiled fish made him sick. Since there was no special grill rack for fish in the future, the fish he grilled had uneven heat on the surface, some parts burned, others undercooked. Without cooking oils, chili, or cumin, the flavor was completely unacceptable to him. He ate the least each time, even less than Xinjiangshi, because he couldn't swallow it. For the poor, this is more painful than simply ignoring them. His long speech sounded very reasonable, but unfortunately, it was flawed reasoning. However, Steward Sun 7 dared not ignore his words. He respectfully replied, "Thank you for your warning, young master. I will not make the same mistake again." Sun Zhao was very pleased. He nodded and said, "In that case, go back now." Sun 7 carefully looked at him and asked, "Aren't you going back?" Sun Zhao waved his hand lightly and said calmly, "I am the county magistrate. I will only stay in the county office from now on." Steward Sun 7 quickly replied, "It's dark and the roads are slippery."
His gaze as sharp as a blade.
A faint mist started to drift over the riverbank. They stopped, took off their clothes, and jumped into the river for a good wash. Then they packed up the fish traps, catching 7 or 8 small fish weighing 2 or 3 taels each. After washing them, they strung them on a grass stem and carried them home. "Wow, we have grilled fish to eat again today." The little girl was already waiting at the yard gate, looking eager. She hurried over to take the fish from Nyodashi and ran quickly to the fire. "Shinger, slow down," Nyodashi called, quickly bouncing after her. Shinger,
Ada, Air-Shur, stop hesitating. Quickly take her out, then come help me. He ordered Ada, who used wind powers, and Air-Shur, who had enhanced strength, to attract Shin Nanjing's attention and attacks, so he could find an opportunity to strike a fatal blow. Maybe he could find a way to survive. As for Jiang Yenin, who was being attacked by Ada and Air-Shur, the killer leader sneered. They hadn't used their special abilities all this time, which showed they were ordinary people.
Ha!
An ordinary person who only swings a big sword wildly and without any order couldn't possibly be a match for Ada and Air-Shur, who had special powers. The killer leader didn't see Jiang Yenin as a threat at all. Ada and Air-Shur, who had been targeted by the killer leader, kept retreating and dodging Jiang Yenin's swinging sword. Her sword seemed to swing randomly, but each strike was aimed directly at their vital points. If they didn't have their special abilities, they would have been cut down already. Hearing the killer leader's words, they felt bitter. Were they trying to finish her quickly? No, they just couldn't do it fast enough. If Jiang Yenin could hear their thoughts, she would tell them not to feel inferior. After all, their strength was far weaker than that of a third-level mutated wild boar. And she was a brave warrior who, after exhausting her powers, fought the mutated wild boar with a spear for 300 rounds and finally defeated it. However, although Jiang Yenin couldn't hear Ada and Air-Shur's thoughts, she could hear the killer leader's words. She immediately became annoyed. Who did he think he was looking down on? Brother Shin, let's switch. Let me play with this arrogant fool. She slung her sword over her shoulder and stepped back to stand in front of Shin Nanjing. All right. Shin Nanjing, who was mostly focused on Jiang Yenin, immediately agreed and then waved his hand, sending a bolt of lightning toward the killer leader. He had fought these 3 before, and his strength wasn't very high. They were just amateur killers, not even third-rate. If he hadn't been overwhelmed earlier, he would have killed all 3 of them already. Now, sparing their lives was just because Jiang Yenin was having fun swinging her sword. As the lightning approached, the killer leader's blue light flickered, and he quickly dodged away. But his speed couldn't match that of lightning. Just as he reached the door of the shop, he let out a muffled cry, grimacing in pain as he clutched his right leg and collapsed. Brotherly, Ada and Air-Shur hurriedly turned around and ran to his side. When they saw Zhuan Li's right leg, both of them gasped in shock. Zhuan Li's entire right leg was dark and emitted a burnt flesh smell, clearly broken. Shin Nanjing looked at Ada and Air-Shur, then suddenly struck out with 2 flashes of lightning. They had to release Zhuan Li and escape to the sides. Shin Nanjing then lowered his head to look at Jiang Yenin and softly said, "It's okay, go play." He then lifted his long leg and walked toward Ada and Air-Shur. Ada and Air-Shur looked at Shin Nanjing, instinctively took a step back, feeling afraid. Jiang Yenin looked at the injured assassin leader sitting on the ground without anyone helping him, unable to stand up, and her eyes twitched. How can someone be like this? The assassin leader's eyes flashed with resentment, and suddenly he swung his hand, aiming his dagger at Jiang Yenin's throat. Just as he was about to stab Jiang Yenin, a vine wrapped around it. The assassin leader's pupils shrank in disbelief as he looked at the vine swaying in Jiang Yanan's palm. "You're a wood-type ability user," he shouted in surprise. Jiang Yanan held the dagger, looked down at Zhuanli, and casually nodded. "Yeah, then why didn't you use your ability to attack just now?" Zhuanli was almost breaking down. If he had known Jiang Yanan was a wood-type ability user, he would have chosen to let Ada and Airshire trap Shen Nanqing first, and he would have attacked Jiang Yanan himself.
I'm willing.
"Do you have a say in that?" Jiang Yanan rolled her eyes and, with a mental command, the vines grew rapidly. In Zhuanli's terrified eyes, they pierced through his heart. This person was already broken, no longer worth playing with. It was better to not waste time and words and just send him to death. Seeing Zhuanli die, Ada and Airshire no longer had the heart to assassinate Shen Nanqing and turned to run away. Shen Nanqing gave a cold glance. Amid the thunder and lightning, the two convulsed and collapsed. "Brother Shen, it seems your subordinates aren't very good. They can't even handle your attack and still try to assassinate you?" Jiang Yanan squatted beside Zhuanli's body and pouted. "There are stronger ones, but I killed them before the end of the world." Jiang Yanan stood up and walked to Shen Nanqing, curiously asking, "How many people did your brother send to kill you? Almost 100? "I can't remember clearly. Since I went to the flower market, I've been under assassination attempts." Shen Nanqing picked up a cloth bag with clothes, ready to continue searching the storage room for more. Jiang Yanan raised her hand to stop him. "Brother Shen, let's have a fight." She knew she couldn't match Shen Nanqing's skills, but she just wanted to see how much she and Shen Nanqing differed. Shen Nanqing didn't know what strange idea had just popped into her little head, but he couldn't bear to refuse her. He placed the sack aside and relaxed his body. "Come on," his eyes showed a mix of helplessness and indulgence. In the darkness, Jiang Anayan couldn't see his expression clearly, but she could see his body was relaxed. "Brother Shen, don't underestimate me. I can get hurt, and I won't hold back." After saying that, she threw a punch. Shen Nanqing quickly turned his body to dodge the punch and took 2 steps back, grabbing her kicking leg. Feeling the warmth and delicate touch from his fingertips, his heartbeat suddenly sped up, and a faint blush appeared on his ear tips. He hurriedly let go, saying, "Sorry, and I didn't mean to. Brother Shen, we're supposed to be fighting now." "How can you suddenly say sorry in the middle of a fight?" Jiang Anayan responded with a cold punch. Shen Nanqing sidestepped again, neither fighting back nor retaliating. "Brother Shen," Jiang Anayan stopped. "You keep dodging and not fighting back. Do you think I'm too weak?" "No, I didn't." Shen Nanqing shook his head quickly. "Anan is very strong. Then fight me properly, so I can see how your skills compare to mine." Jiang Anayan prepared to attack again. Shen Nanqing stood still, thought for a moment, then nodded and simply replied, "Okay." Jiang Anayan swung her fist at Shen Nanqing again. This time, Shen Nanqing didn't dodge, but chose to take the hit directly. After a few rounds of punches, Jiang Anayan, who had hit Shen Nanqing several times, got angry. She looked at him angrily. "Brother Shen, you just think I'm too weak." Even the Water Dragon King would cry. I'm not fighting anymore." Jiang Anayan turned to leave. Anan, Shen Nanqing hurriedly chased after her. He wanted to reach out and explain, but each time he nearly touched her hand, he blushed and pulled back. Seeing her about to reach the staircase, he clenched his teeth, made a decision, and reached for her hand. Just then, Jiang Anayan, angry and distracted, stepped on something slippery. She lost her footing and fell forward, right toward the stairs. Just as she threw out her vines to save herself, Shen Nanqing's panicked voice came from behind. "Anan, be careful." He grabbed her hand and, with his other arm around her waist, pulled her back. Jiang Yanan suddenly fell into his arms, lying against his strong chest. Feeling the girl's soft body close to him, Shen Nanqing's throat involuntarily moved a few times, and his body stiffened in place. This unexpected turn of events was also something Jiang Yanan hadn't anticipated. Her face grew warm unconsciously, and she quickly straightened up by supporting herself on Shen Nanqing's chest. To hide her embarrassment, she lowered her head and whispered, "Thank you, Brother Shen." Shen Nanqing's face was not only hot but also felt very warm, and he was unusually nervous, his voice stiff and hesitant. No need to thank me. It's my fault. I shouldn't have let you see me slack off and make you angry. I won't do it next time. This version of Shen Nanqing was completely different from his usual self. It made Jiang Yenin can't help but look up at him. Shen Nanqing noticed her gaze and shifted his eyes aside, a little afraid to meet her eyes. But the next moment, Jiang Yenin's words caused him to lower his head suddenly. You won't slack off next time? Jiang Yenin blinked expectantly. No. Shen Nanqing looked at her with a hint of helplessness in his voice. I won't agree to play with you again next time. This way, he could fundamentally prevent himself from making her angry over this matter. Jiang Yenin. She just wanted to play a game with him. Forget it, let's go find some clothes. After a while, Jiang Yenin touched her nose and walked back to the store they had just left. Thinking about her impulsive act of turning around and leaving, she felt a bit guilty. It seemed she was being unreasonable. The more she thought about it, the more awkward she felt. Jiang Yenin covered her face and hurried into the storage room. Shen Nanqing followed behind her, watching her seemingly fleeing in a hurry, with a smile in his eyes and at the corners of his mouth. Clearly, he was the one who made the mistake. Yet in the end, she looked more guilty than him. After entering the storage room, Jiang Yenin finally turned on her flashlight and looked inside. Seeing the clothes scattered in the cardboard boxes, still unopened, her eyes lit up with surprise. Brother Shen, come quickly. There are still quite a few clothes here. Coming. Hearing her, Shen Nanqing grabbed a sack and hurried inside. You better pick some out and see if there's anything suitable for you guys. Jiang Yenin fixed the flashlight on the wall, then squatted in front of a box to start sorting. Half an hour later, the two of them had selected over 20 sets of summer clothes suitable for 3 people from the storage room. Brother Shen, it's already September now. If we go further north, the weather will only get colder. I think we should find both autumn and winter clothes together. The weather was still very hot, and most survivors hadn't yet prepared for the colder seasons. Moreover, the autumn and winter clothes are thick, and the survivors find them too bulky. Therefore, this storage room still contains many outdated autumn and winter men's clothes. Shen Nanqing hesitated a bit, asking, Is there no more space? These half bags of clothes might still be squeezed into the space, but the thick winter clothes probably won't fit. There is enough space. I haven't had a chance to tell you that after absorbing so many crystal cores, the space has increased by about 1 square meter. Jiang Yenin, to make things easier later, had to change the space from 5 square meters to 6. However, she wasn't entirely wrong. Moving from a first-level to a second-level ability requires 30,000 first-level crystal cores. During the absorption process, other elemental abilities, users notice they can manipulate more energy. For space storage users, their space keeps expanding. When the space grows from 5 to 15 square meters, it indicates they've advanced from first to second level. Hearing Jiang Yenin say the space increased by 1 square meter, Shen Nanqing's face lit up with a happy smile. I suspected the space would expand, but I didn't expect it to happen so quickly, because Brother Shen and you all gave me many crystal cores. Teaming up with you, I feel like I got a big advantage, Jiang Yenin said as she rummaged through clothes, tossing some she thought suitable to Shen Nanqing. Shen Nanqing disagreed with her, saying, If anyone's getting a big advantage, it's us 3. In this end of the world where crystal cores are everywhere with Yenin's skills, it's not hard for her to get enough cores for herself. Compared to her needs, they actually can't do without her. Without Yenin, most of their time heading north would be spent rushing around for supplies, and they might not find enough. Even if they do find supplies, they wouldn't be living as comfortably as now. After all, the car's space is limited, and it doesn't keep things warm or fresh. Plus, Yenin has been sharing her stored supplies to help them. Her pre-stored supplies are now extremely precious and invaluable, beyond what crystal cores can measure. Yenin, I will discuss with Manhwa and the others to give you more crystal cores. Shen Nanqing thought more and more that they were treating Jiang Yenin unfairly. Jiang Yenin was confused, asking, why? The current division of crystal cores already made her feel a bit embarrassed. Shen Nanqing explained his thoughts to her. After hearing, Jiang Yanin couldn't help but laugh and cry. Brother Shen, there's really no need. First, I think the current sharing ratio is already very fair. Second, don't you guys want to improve your strength? The situation outside is so chaotic. Without strength, you can't survive. You'll be bullied, and you won't be able to protect the supplies. Besides, you said before that you would protect me. I don't want to end up needing protection myself. No, I will protect you well, Shen Nanheng quickly assured her with a serious tone. That's right, Brother Shen. Keep fighting the zombies and work hard to improve your strength. Shen Nanheng nodded firmly. Okay, I will do my best. Jiang Yanin felt confident she had convinced him. She smiled at Shen Nanheng, then continued rummaging through her clothes. An hour later, Jiang Yanin and Shen Nanheng came out of the shopping mall. When Yun Fan saw them, he leaned out of the car window. Finally, you two are out. If you didn't come out soon, we would have gone inside to find you. Jiang Yanin smiled at him. We ran into a small problem, so it took a little longer. A small problem? What kind of small problem? Yunhua leaned in from behind. Shen Nanheng opened the car door for Jiang Yanin. After she sat inside, he said to Yunhua and Yunfan, we encountered a few escaped zombies. It's no big deal. We've already handled it. They still haven't given up? Yunfan looked angry and punched the seat cushion. Shen Nanheng started the car and replied, there are just a few tiny pests now. Before we return to Jing City, there won't be any more trouble like this. Now, everything was in chaos and all communication signals were down. Their big brother trying to find them wouldn't be easy. Yunhua and Yunfan finally relaxed. By the way, Brother Shen, did you find any clothes? Both of them were empty-handed, and Yunhua wasn't sure if they had found anything. We found quite a lot. Enough for you to wear for a while, Jiang Yanin replied. She turned back. Not only summer clothes, but also autumn and winter outfits. Plus, our space has grown by a meter. So, besides clothes, we also found a washing machine. Now we have a place to wash clothes, which will reduce damage. That's great. Hearing this, Yunfan's anger disappeared, and he became happy again. Jiang Yanin yawned. Brother Shen, find a safe place to rest. They had finished their work in the afternoon and didn't sleep well last night. They needed a proper place to sleep. Okay. Shen Nanheng checked the GPS, then smoothly turned the steering wheel and headed toward their destination. 20 minutes later, Shen Nanheng parked in front of a standalone villa. He turned to Jiang Yanin. How about this place? Sounds good. I've never lived in a villa before. Jiang Yanin stretched lazily and then opened the door to get out of the car. Yun Fan and Yun Hua had already gone inside to check for safety. Shen Nanxing was inspecting the small courtyard and had locked the main gate. There's no problem in the yard, he said. 10 minutes later, Shen Nanxing walked back to Jiang Yanin. Coincidentally, Yun Fan peeked out from the second floor. It's safe inside. The two headed toward the villa. When they were just one step from the door, Jiang Yanin stopped and looked back at the beautiful morning glory flowers blooming on the west side of the yard. What's wrong? Shen Nanxing looked in the same direction and saw a cluster of colorful morning glories. Jiang Yanin turned around, staring closely at the flowers. Brother Shen, do morning glories eat bugs? No, they don't. Why? Look at the other plants nearby. There are mosquitoes around them, but these flowers are so bright and beautiful, and no mosquitoes are bothering them. All signs made Jiang Yanin sure that these morning glories had probably mutated and gained some awareness. After the rainstorm, all plants were contaminated, but only some mutated. The contaminated plants' roots lacked crystal cores and wouldn't attack other creatures or their own kind. They only provided energy to the mutated plants. These mutated plants were quite the opposite. Brother Shen, I think something's wrong with these flowers, Jiang Yanin said, guiding Shen Nanxing to think about plant mutation as well. She moved toward the flowers, drawing a dagger and holding it in front of her chest, looking fierce. The morning glories swayed in the wind, seemingly normal. But Jiang Yanin's sharp eyes noticed that one of the flowers' movements didn't match the others. Got you, she whispered. With a flick of her wrist, the green vine with the dagger struck at that flower. Just as the dagger was about to cut it, the flower suddenly retracted. Shen Nanxing was stunned. Was he seeing things? He saw the flower moving on its own and dodging the dagger. Jiang Yenin swung the dagger in a wide arc, cutting all the flowers around the mutated one, then returned the dagger to her hand. The mutated morning glory, now exposed and swaying in the wind, was very conspicuous. This. Shun Nanxing's pupils shrank. Not only humans and animals but even plants have mutated? In the next second, the mutated flower proved it to Shun Nanxing with action. It suddenly twisted rapidly, retracting from the fence to the ground. Then it crawled along the ground toward the two of them. As it approached, the mutated flower suddenly leapt up. Its petals opened wide, aiming to bite them. Inside, there are 2 rows of sharp little thorns that look like mouths, opening and closing constantly. Shen Nanxing frowned and quickly raised his hand, throwing out several electric blades, cutting the mutated morning glories into many pieces. All the flower buds on the mutated morning glories fell to the ground, but the sharp little thorns inside still kept opening and closing. The sap also spilled everywhere. Instead of being transparent or green, as Shun Nanxing remembered, it was blood red, like fresh blood. Wow, what is this thing? Yun Fan and Yunhua ran out when they heard the noise outside. As soon as they appeared, they saw the flowers with open mouths all over the ground and a pool of blood-red liquid. There was also a main vine like a snake, twisting and crawling on the ground, growing quickly. Every time the main vine touched a flower, that flower would grow back onto it. At Jean Yenin's feet, there was also a mutated morning glory bud. She lifted her foot and crushed it hard, causing the blood-red juice to burst out under her foot. These buds contain the energy of the mutated morning glory. Losing one bud weakened its power slightly. Jean Yenin's action directly angered the mutated morning glory. It leapt into the air again. Several smaller branches, 2/3 thinner than the main vine, grew out from the main vine and all attacked Jean Yenin. Shun Nanxing and the others immediately stepped forward, blocking Jean Yenin, with their blades creating afterimages. In less than a minute, the flower buds of the mutated morning glory fell all over the ground again. The slightly conscious mutated morning glory. It was too bullying to the flowers. Haha, Jean Yenin, protected in the middle by the 3, blinked and smiled at the mutated morning glory that was once again searching for buds all over the ground. She lifted her foot again and crushed the buds beside her. Then she started running around the yard. Like a child discovering a new toy, she deliberately stepped on all the buds before the mutated morning glory could reach them. During its angry pursuit and attack, she accidentally tripped over one of its smaller branches. Coincidentally, she fell right in front of the root of the mutated morning glory. Enen, Shun Nanxing, who had been watching her happily and with gentle affection, suddenly changed his expression when he saw her fall. He quickly ran to Jean Yenin's side, summoned a bolt of lightning, and struck the main vine of the mutated morning glory. At the same time, he reached out to pull her up. It's okay, it's okay. Jean Yenin supported herself on Shun Nanxing's arm and, with her other hand, seemingly unintentionally grabbed the root of the mutated morning glory. As she tried to stand, she forcefully pulled the entire plant out of the ground. The shiny, faint green crystal core at the root appeared before the 4 of them. Is this a crystal core? Cloud Fan stepped forward, grabbed the crystal core, and squinted at it in the sunlight. Yunhua also came over. I didn't expect plant roots to have crystal cores too. As the crystal core fell from the root, the mutated morning glory withered visibly fast. And your leg is scraped. Let's go inside and put on some medicine. Shun Nanxing stepped on the withered vine of the mutated morning glory, looking at it with disgust. It's just a small injury, no need to bother. Jiang Yenin shook her head at Shun Nanxing and bent down to brush off the dirt from her clothes. Sigh, to let them know that plant roots can also have crystal cores. She worked hard. Anin, your wound needs medicine. Shun Nanxing looked at her bleeding knee with a frown. Really no need, Brother Shin. Jiang Yenin genuinely thought it wasn't necessary to fuss over a tiny cut the size of a fingernail. Anin, Shun Nanxing looked at her with strong disapproval.
Ah.
Okay, seeing Shun Nanxing insist, Jiang Yenin stopped refusing his kindness. The 2 headed into the house. Yunhua watched their backs walking side by side, rubbing his chin thoughtfully, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Brother, do you think Shinji's attitude towards Enin has changed? What do you mean? Yunfan asked confused. Where has it changed? Well, he's really caring about Enin. Yunfan scratched his head, looking puzzled. But Shinji has always cared about Enin, hasn't he? That doesn't seem like a change. No, it's not the same kind of caring as before. I don't know how to explain it to you. Yunhua also didn't know how to describe it to Yunfan. Yunfan's attention was already elsewhere. 2 shovels were lying beside the flower bushes. Yunfan walked over, bent down to pick one up, and then handed 1 shovel to Yunhua. I don't know how to say it, so forget it. Let's go dig up some plants. Maybe we'll find a crystal core. Yunhua. In the villa. Jiang Yenin looked down at Shin Nanqing, who was squatting in front of her, carefully applying medicine to her wound with a cotton swab. Her face was serious, and she was about to heal. A strange feeling arose in her heart, warm, tense. Not the kind of friendship between friends, but Brother Shin, Jiang Yenin softly called him. Shin Nanqing looked up and met her clear eyes. Suddenly, he felt uneasy. What's wrong? Did I hurt you by being too rough? No. I just want to say, Brother Shin, you're really a good older brother. Jiang Yenin spoke sincerely, with a genuine look on her face. So this was how it felt to be cared for by her brother. Shin Nanqing's anxious, hurried heart suddenly calmed down. He lowered his head, sounding a bit dull. Seeing Shin Nanqing's mood suddenly turn low, Jiang Yenin looked puzzled. Shouldn't he be happy when praised? Why did he seem disappointed? Could it be that the praise was too perfunctory? Or that it was too brief? Brother Shin, you're the best brother in the world. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Yenin added. But as soon as she finished speaking, Shin Nanqing's sense of disappointment grew even more. Jiang Yenin thought to herself, forget it. Men are hard to understand, like a needle in a haystack. She couldn't figure it out, so she gave up. She leaned back on the sofa, letting Shin Nanqing tend to his wound. After a while, Jiang Yenin sat up again. Brother Shin, what do you want to eat for lunch? Anything is fine. Whatever you make, I'll eat. Shin Nanqing closed the bottle of hemostatic powder and put it into the emergency kit. I'll ask Yunfan and the others, she said. It's rare to have a relaxing noon, and she wanted to enjoy a good meal. Shin Nanqing stopped her. No need to ask. Whatever you make, they'll eat. If you don't want to cook, bread is fine. No bread. Jiang Yenin immediately shook her head. During midday, she wanted something better than bread. She rummaged through her space, choosing ingredients. Just as she was about to take them out, a cautious voice came from outside. Who are you? Brother Shin, let's go check outside. The 2 of them stood up and headed out. Outside the villa gate, about a dozen people stood. Leading them was a chubby man who looked honest and straightforward. He smiled and said, Haha, don't worry, everyone. We're not bad people. Hearing this, Jiang Yenin turned to Shin Nanqing, pouting. Brother Shin, I tell you, when someone says they're not bad, they usually are. We need to be careful. Shin Nanqing chuckled softly. Yeah, I know. Neither of them lowered their voices, so the chubby man overheard their conversation. His eyes flashed with annoyance. Just as he was about to lose his temper, he remembered his group's purpose. He held back, forcing a slightly awkward smile. But the twitching muscles on his face showed. He was clenching his teeth tightly. I must be right. Jiang Yenin gently nudged Shin Nanqing. Look at how he's biting his back teeth. Hearing this, the chubby man quickly relaxed his jaw and returned to his honest, simple look. Please don't misunderstand, everyone. We don't have any bad intentions. It's just that, since it's mealtime, our food supply is running low. His eyes drifted toward the car with the open trunk in the middle of the yard, a greedy look flashing in his eyes. Since you all seem to have plenty of food, we thought we could borrow some. Of course, we'll write an IOU. Borrow some? Write an IOU. Jiang Yenin took a few steps forward, sneering. Come on, it's daytime. What kind of silly dream are you having? The chubby man rubbed his hands, showing some pity. It's okay if a few adults go hungry, but we have some children too. He moved aside and the people behind him also stepped back. The last 3 children in the group appeared in front of Jiang Yenin and the others. "Mommy, I'm hungry." One child immediately clung to his mother's leg and cried. "Be good, sweetheart. We'll ask those 4 big brothers and sisters to show kindness and lend us some food. Once we have food, I'll cook porridge for you." A tired-looking woman with a boy about 6 years old stepped forward. She suddenly knelt down in front of Jiang Yenin with a loud thud. "Please, we're begging you. Just for the kids' sake, lend us some food. Yeah, you have so much. Please be kind to us orphans and widows." Another mother and her child approached. The last mother and daughter didn't say anything, but knelt sadly to the side. Seeing their behavior, Jiang Yenin turned around expressionlessly and walked toward the car. The first woman who knelt down looked happy inside and exchanged a proud look with the chubby man nearby. They thought asking these young people was the most reliable choice. They were young, soft-hearted, and full of justice. The woman quickly turned to her child and said, "Baby, thank the sister." The child, quick to follow instructions, immediately smiled sweetly and said to Jiang Yenin, "Thank you, sister." Others outside the door also brightened their eyes, thinking they might finally get a full meal today. Hearing the woman's words, Jiang Yenin sneered. "Thank? What should I thank you for?" Then, with everyone's eager eyes watching, she slammed the trunk shut with a loud bang. Everyone outside the door's smiles immediately fell. Jiang Yenin leaned against the car, raising an eyebrow as she looked at the crowd outside, trying to guilt us with morality. She looked over the faces of the people outside in turn, then clicked her tongue. "So funny. Do you think we look like moral people?" The crowd outside instinctively nodded. The chubby man even flattered. "You 4 look honest and upright, with no trace of evil in your brows. You're clearly good young people." Jiang Yenin curled her lips. "Wow, so this is moral pressure? Or has it turned into manipulation?" Yun Fan and Yun Hua both rolled their eyes at the same time. Since killing the zombies this morning, they haven't had time to wash up or change clothes. They were covered in blood from head to toe, looking like killers. How do these people think they are good people? Shen Nanheng kept his gaze on Jiang Yenin, watching her expression change from speechless to dazed to disdainful. It was quite amusing. A smile flickered in his eyes, and his mouth curved upward.
I am willing. I like you. Actually, I've always liked you. I care, but if it's you, I don't want to mind. I like you, Li Ziwei. The only response I got was the sound of rushing water. Some things happen because they are meant to happen. I, Jiang Tian, Zhao Yuling, and I walk through a damp, foul-smelling sewer. The future ahead is dark and unclear, and the painful past is behind us. My right foot is numb now. Maybe my nerves can still send pain signals, but I can't feel anything. We walk for a while without seeing any zombies. Finally, we leave the underground drainage system and return to a normal sewer.
The trunk shut with a loud bang. Everyone outside the door smiles. "Get lost quickly, or I'll chop you up and serve you as zombie snacks." The chubby man looked at the bloody machete, swallowed hard, and, seemingly unintentionally, kicked the small boy kneeling on the ground. The boy opened his mouth to cry. "Shut up." Jiang Yenin sharply looked down at the boy. "If you cry, I'll cut out your tongue." The boy immediately covered his mouth, blinking his eyes. Tears held back. "I didn't cry. Good kid," Jiang Yenin praised emotionlessly. She patted her stomach, which was acting up. She was hungry and didn't want to argue with them anymore. "In 10 seconds, get out of my sight," or... She turned to Shen Nanheng, who had been following her closely. "Brother Shen, give them a lesson on what a thunderbolt looks like." Shen Nanheng extended his right hand, and a ball of lightning appeared in his palm. The entire iron gate instantly turned into an electric grid, with countless sparks dancing across it.
Ah!
The 3 pairs of mother and daughter, or son, who were kneeling in front of the gate were so frightened that they scrambled backward, crawling away in fear. "Do you understand?" Jiang Yenin looked at the chubby man. "No, let's discuss it again." 10. Jiang Yenin began counting down. "We won't borrow much, just 30 jin of flour and 5 jin of rice." The chubby man had already estimated the weight based on how full the bags in the trunk looked. 9. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Please be kind. Jiang Yanan's patience was running out as he watched him mutter to himself. His voice suddenly grew louder. 3, 2, hey, why are you still trying to cheat and skip numbers? Hurry up, go, go, go. Seeing the lightning in Shin Nanhong's hand about to strike them, the chubby man shivered and quickly called the others to run away. None of them had special abilities. This is so annoying. We might as well just rush up and grab it. I could take down a little kid with one strike, Jiang Yanan muttered, then turned and rushed toward the villa. I'm starving, and then slow down, Shen Nanhang chased after him. After they entered, Yunhua grabbed Yunfan, who also wanted to follow inside. Yunfan, did you open the trunk? Yunfan was stunned. Huh? Wasn't it you? No, I didn't open it. Yunhua shook his head. Huh? Neither you nor I. Anan and Brother Shin were just inside a moment ago, so Yunfan looked at the car, eyes wide with surprise. Could it be a ghost, Yunhua? Stop joking. I'm watching here, Yunhua said, slinging a shovel over his shoulder and looking cautiously at the car. He told Yunfan, go inside and call Brother Shin out. Okay, Yunfan threw down the shovel and ran toward the villa. The shovel clattered into the rose bushes on the south side of the yard. The bushes trembled under the impact. Huh. Yunhua suddenly turned to look at the bushes. It seemed like something had just darted past them. He waved his hand, shooting a dozen water arrows into the bushes. The rose petals fell everywhere, but nothing unusual was found. Was his sense mistaken? Yunhua squinted, took a few steps toward the bushes, and used the shovel to push aside the branches. Still, nothing unusual. What's wrong? Shen Nanhang quickly came out of the villa. Yunfan followed behind him. Brother Shin. Yunhua stepped back near the car. The trunk wasn't opened by us. Shin Nanhong's gaze sharpened as he stared at the trunk, alert. Wasn't it you guys? Yes, the only place in the yard where something could be hidden is the bushes, but I just checked and found nothing. And when the trunk was opened, neither of us noticed anything, Yunfan added. What happened? Jiang Yanan also came out of the villa, holding a bowl of chilled sour soup rice noodles. Shin Nanhang turned to Jiang Yanan and said, Yunhua and the others said they didn't open the trunk, and they don't know when or how it was opened. Jiang Yanan paused while eating her noodles. Could it be ghosts? Hearing this, Yunfan burst into laughter. Our guesses are the same. No wonder we're siblings. Our minds think alike. Of course. Jiang Yanan smiled at him, then turned to Shin Nanhang and Yunhua. Brothers, don't worry about it now. I've already cooked lunch. Let's eat first and talk after. She then threw out 4 vines, pulling 4 chairs from inside the house and placing them in the shade. With another wave, the vines shot back into the villa, bringing out 3 large bowls of sour soup rice noodles onto the table. Come, let's sit here to eat. If anyone's foolish enough to cause trouble, humph. Jiang Yanan sat down and snorted coldly toward the direction of the car. Hearing this, a small creature hiding in the trunk trembled with fear. Shen Nanhang and the others nodded, sat down with their bowls of sour soup rice noodles, and started eating eagerly. The chubby man and his group were hiding at a distance, secretly watching Jiang Yanan and the others. When they saw the 4 people happily slurping their noodles, they swallowed hard. Zheng Chengel squeezed next to Jinghua and wiped his mouth. Brother Pang, what should we do now? They knew they couldn't fight, but watching those 3 big bags of grain slip away in front of their eyes made Zheng Chengel feel frustrated. Yi Xiaofei approached with her daughter, her eyes flickering with schemes. I heard there's a tiger hunting squad in the west of the city, with 10 members, 5 of whom are capable of supernatural powers, living by stealing supplies. Yu Jinghua's face twitched as he said, go on. I mean, why not tell the tiger hunting squad about the large amount of supplies they have and let the squad deal with them? Zheng Chengel frowned and immediately opposed. I don't agree. If we do that, those supplies won't be ours anymore. You're stupid. We can use this information to exchange for supplies with the tiger hunting squad, Yi Xiaofei said, glaring at Zheng Chengel with disappointment. Anyway, we definitely won't get those supplies ourselves. Better to try our luck with the tiger hunting squad. But Zheng Chengel looked hesitant. He always felt this plan wasn't very reliable. Those 4 people were not easy to deal with. Could the tiger hunting squad really be easy? He had heard that all members of that squad were quite bad to the bone. It was very likely they would trust their own information and even beat them up for it. Alright, I won't talk about it anymore. I'll tell Brother Pang. Yi Xiaofei pushed Xing Chengle aside and stepped closer to Yu Jinghua. Brother Pang, what do you think of my idea? It's worth a try. Yu Jinghua looked at the 4 people far away, laughing, eating, and drinking. He made up his mind. As Yi Xiaofei said, relying on these people wouldn't get them the supplies. It was better to go to the tiger hunting squad and exchange information for supplies. No matter how much they could get, it would be a gain. As for those 4 stingy, greedy people, humph, let them die. If you are determined to find the tiger hunting squad, then I will withdraw. Xing Chengle took a step back, picked up his empty backpack from the grass, and turned to leave. He didn't believe in this plan. He always felt that once they went to find the tiger hunting squad, it would be a one-way trip. No one tried to stop him. Everyone else, except Xing Chengle, believed it could work. Without his voice, they could eat more. Even Yu Jinghua, the team leader, only pretended to sigh and then straightened his expression. Men, go with me to find the tiger hunting squad. Women and children stay here, and keep an eye on them. If they try to leave before we return, you must find a way to hold them back, Yu Jinghua instructed anxiously. Don't worry, Brother Pang. If they try to run, I will lie in front of their cars with my sisters and children. I don't believe they can push past us, Yi Xiaofei assured Yu Jinghua, pounding her chest. The other 2 women nodded repeatedly. All right, then this is up to you. Yu Jinghua led the remaining 8 men away. They were in the western district of the city, only an hour's walk from the tiger hunting squad. The squad had a car, so they would take their vehicle to return. It would take at most an hour and a half round trip. Yi Xiaofei, with the other 2 women and 3 children, continued to hide behind the grass and watch Jiang Yenin and the others. Jiang Yenin's group had finished eating. Yun Fan was squatting in a corner of the yard, washing dishes and cleaning the pot. Yun Hua still thought there was something wrong with the rose bushes, so he was cutting the flowers with a knife. Shin Nanhang looked at Jiang Yenin. Anin, while we have this time, let Yun Hua and the others keep watch for a while. Let's go inside, wash up, change clothes, and then come out to replace them. Jiang Yenin was slumped in the chair, feeling sleepy. When she heard the news, she nodded. Yunhua had brought out 4 large buckets of water while digging plants with Yunfan. The maximum amount of water his space could hold was the same as Jiang Yenin's, now increased to 70 liters. At this moment, the water had become warm under the hot midday sun. Shen Nanqing carried 2 buckets and headed to the room Jiang Yenin had chosen. Brother Shen, 1 bucket is enough for me, she quickly said when she saw him planning to keep both buckets for herself. She had plenty of water in her space, and didn't want Yinhua to prepare more unless she was worried Shen Nanqing and the others might suspect. It was better to save her supernatural power for fighting zombies. Here, take this. Use it. Shen Nanqing ignored her and kept both buckets. Girls need more water for washing, and he knew that. Anin, give me a shirt, he asked. When Jiang Yenin moved her mouth to refuse, Shen Nanqing quickly interrupted her. Her attention shifted immediately. Oh, okay. She hurriedly took out 3 sets of men's clothes from her space and handed them to him. She also reminded him, now that we have a washing machine, don't just toss your clothes around. Give them all to me later, and I'll wash them. Got it. Shen Nanqing nodded and took the clothes, then left quickly. Sighing, Jiang Yenin looked at the water left at the door and shook her head. This was her teammate's love for her, deep as water. She shook her head and swayed her body as she took out a large basin, pouring water into it. Shen Nanqing had left her 1 bucket of water at the door, which she used. After half an hour, she poured some dirty water from the basin into a bucket, then collected the rest along with the basin back into her space. Xiao Qinglong told her that the land inside her space was very tough and resistant to viruses. The contaminated water outside could be used to water the plants. Feeling refreshed, she pushed open the door, ready to take out the dirty water and leftover water. Shen Nanqing appeared suddenly.
I'll do it, he said.
Then he frowned. Why isn't it finished? I said 1 bucket was enough for me. Jiang Yenin shrugged. The rest can be used for laundry later. Okay, Shen Nanxing could only nod in agreement. The two left the villa and called Yunhua and the others inside to wash. Jiang Yan'an walked around the yard. Like Yunhua and the others, she didn't find anything unusual. All the plants in the yard had been uprooted by Yunfan and Yunhua, including the rose bushes. There might be hidden mutated creatures or survivors, clearly visible. Brother Shen, this trunk isn't a flower bed. How can it just open like that? Jiang Yan'an walked to the trunk, gently resting her hand on the latch, then turned to look at Shen Nanhang. Could there really be something dirty inside? But today is only the 31st, and the Zhongyuan festival is still 2 days away. Why are they coming out to work so early? She joked seriously. Whether there is or not, just open and see. Then, step back a bit. I'll open it. Shen Nanning stepped forward, also serious. I'm full of positive energy, so I'm not afraid of anything dirty. Jiang Yan'an was momentarily stunned, then burst out laughing. Brother Shen, so you have a bit of humor too. She slowly stepped back 2 steps, and vines wrapped around a dagger appeared beside Shen Nanhang, floating quietly, ready to strike. Brother Shen, be careful. Don't worry. Shen Nanhang quickly opened the trunk, then stepped back to Jiang Yan'an's side. Both stared at the trunk. As before, it was quiet inside, nothing happened. They looked at each other, guessing wrong. Jiang Yan'an put the dagger away, then used the vines to carefully store the items in the trunk into her space. When she picked up the last bag of rice, suddenly a black and white creature darted out from under the rice bag and crawled under the front passenger seat. Come out. Jiang Yan'an's vines split into 10, wrapping around the passenger seat in a tangle. The creature hurriedly crawled out from under the seat, then climbed to the window edge, blinking its round eyes at them. Only then did they see clearly. It was a mutated silver-ringed snake. Unlike other snakes, its eyes were round, not triangular. Its head was larger than usual, and it was only about half a meter long, looking somewhat cute. But Jiang Yan'an was not someone who liked cute things. She snorted coldly, bringing her vines together again. With a flick of her wrist, the vines struck toward the snake. The mutated silver-ringed snake was startled, quickly crawling out of the car window. The window was already scorching hot under the blazing sun. The snake hissed in pain, using its tail to push itself out of the car. It fell straight to the ground with a thud. The ground was also hot. The mutated snake looked like it had been burned, curling and twisting as it hurried into the messy flower bushes that Yunfan and the others had dug up. It hid among the flowers, neither attacking nor fleeing, simply curling into a ball, watching Jiang Yan'an and Shen Nanhang with its round eyes. To be precise, she was watching Jiang Yan'an. Her head was resting on her body, and her mouth was tightly closed. She didn't seem like she was trying to hurt her. A hint of confusion flashed in Jiang Yan'an's eyes, as she couldn't quite understand the intentions of the mutated silver-ring snake. She took 2 steps toward the snake. The snake's eyes showed excitement, and it quickly lunged forward a little. Be careful. Shen Nanning quickly stepped in front of Jiang Yan'an and shot a bolt of lightning at the snake. The snake was startled, quickly retreated, and returned to its original position. It looked at Shen Nanhang with a dangerous gleam in its eyes. Its body curled up, mouth slightly open, tongue flicking constantly, ready to attack. But as soon as it sensed Jiang Yan'an's gaze on it, it immediately lowered its head to the ground. Its eyes were full of grievance. Jiang Yan'an and Shen Nanhang. Such a drama queen. With a face-changing speed that could win the snake Oscars. Brother Shen, what do you think this means? Jiang Yan'an looked at Shen Nanhang beside her. It seems like it doesn't have any intention to hurt me. She almost said, us, but then remembered how the mutated silver-ring snake had just tried to attack Shen Nanhang, so she silently removed that word. Before Shen Nanhang could speak, the snake lifted its small head and hurriedly nodded. Oh? Can it understand us? Jiang Yan'an suddenly became interested. The snake nodded again, even trying to lift the corner of its mouth into a small smile, showing a bit of appeasement in its eyes. That's interesting. Jiang Yan'an crouched down and asked the snake, "Did you open the trunk of the car?" The snake hesitated for a moment before nodding. Her suspicion grew. "Are there others with you?" The snake hesitated again, hesitation flickering in its eyes. Jiang Yenin exchanged a glance with Shun Nanhang. Shun Nanhang immediately pulled out his knife from his waist and strode toward the car. The snake hissed in alarm, darting out like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, reached the trunk. Such speed! Jiang Yenin stood up and walked beside Shun Nanhang, looking at the snake blocking their way, and exclaimed in amazement. But even with her surprise, she still had to threaten it. "Hurry up and call your companions, or..." Jiang Yenin drew out a large cleaver. "We'll chop you into minced meat and use you as fertilizer for the garden flowers." The snake looked around the yard and then at Jiang Yenin, flicking its tongue twice. Strangely, Jiang Yenin understood what it meant. All the flowers in the yard were uprooted. No fertilizer needed. Jiang Yenin's mouth twitched slightly. Seeing Shun Nanqing's puzzled look, she turned and walked over to the rose bushes. She picked a few stems and stuck them into the soil. "Now I have them," the mutated silver-ringed snake. It quickly darted forward, flicking its tail. The roses she just planted fell over again. The mutated silver-ringed snake lifted its small head, looking at Jiang Yenin with a bit of pride and smugness in its eyes. But before it could feel too proud for more than a second, Shun Nanqing suddenly walked to the back seat window and reached inside. In the startled eyes of the mutated silver-ringed snake, he grabbed a giant mutated king cobra over 2 meters long. His hand crackled with sparks. Once the king cobra was shocked into twitching all over and nearly lost consciousness, Shun Nanqing threw it to the ground. The mutated silver-ringed snake hurried over to check on the king cobra. Hiss hiss. It sounded strange, but Jiang Yenin understood it. "My friend, are you okay?" The king cobra twitched and tried to flick out its tongue to reply. "Yes, I'm numb." After understanding the conversation between the two snakes, Jiang Yenin couldn't help but laugh out loud. Shun Nanqing looked at her with confusion. Jiang Yenin pointed at the two snakes on the ground. "They're having an interesting conversation." Shun Nanqing was shocked. "And then you can understand what they're saying?" "Yes." Honestly, she herself was also quite surprised and found it unbelievable. But she really could understand their dialogue. Cough cough, the small green dragon, focused on chewing the crystal core in the space and feeling very unnoticed, cleared his throat and spoke. "It's because of me." "Because of you?" "What do you mean?" "Because I can understand their language, so the part of your soul connected to me naturally hears it too." "Then why didn't I understand the mutated monkeys and mice I encountered earlier?" "That's because their talents are too low, and I don't have the right to understand them." The small green dragon's tone carried a hint of disdain. Jiang Yenin's eyes flickered. "So that means these two snakes have high talent and will be very strong in the future?" "That's a fair way to put it." The small green dragon nodded. "They came here because they sensed my presence." "To be precise, they sensed my presence from you. Because our souls are connected?" Jiang Yenin asked. The small green dragon nodded inside the egg.
That's when he realized that the knowledge Wang Weijun had passed on was indeed valuable. Just now, he had been unfair to the old man. "Sorry, old man. I was wrong about you earlier." Wang Weijun was still furious. When he suddenly heard Mi Shaojing apologize and say he was wrong, he felt a deep pain in his heart. It was almost unbearable, and he almost shed tears. Luckily, he was in a nascent soul state, so even if he cried, he wouldn't have tears. His emotions swung between anger and grievance, and even Wang Weijun himself didn't notice. His feelings were completely out of control and gradually dominated by Mi Shaojing.
An interesting conversation. Jiang Yenin suddenly understood. "So that's how it is." Little green dragon then threw 2 crystal cores into his mouth, chewed loudly, and gave Jiang Yenin a suggestion. "Master, I suggest you keep these 2 snakes as pets. When they grow up, they will be helpful." "Yes, I know," Jiang Yenin replied. "It would be great to have 2 high-talent mutated snakes as pets." Jiang Yenin's consciousness withdrew from the space. Just then, Yun Fan and Yun Hua came out of the villa carrying dirty water. "Snakes." Yun Fan threw down the bucket and quickly ran to the others. "Brother Shen, where did these snakes come from?"
Chu Zihong learned about these things from Uncle Chun. The word gossip is positive rather than negative when it comes to him. He enjoys gossip but keeps it secret. Better to be short and sharp rather than long and crooked. Luck is with you. Energy sinks to the dantian. His inner gossip doesn't interfere with serious matters. Chu Zihong continued teaching. What does it mean to have luck with you and energy sinking to the dantian? Lu Mingfei was confused. Is it air? But if there's air in the blood vessels, people will die. Qi refers to a kind of energy, feeling like a warmth. Chu Zihong explained, it's okay if you can't feel.
Yun Fan was stunned, thinking it made sense. But why did they open our trunk? Because Jiang Yenin touched his face, a slight smile on his lips. They saw I was beautiful and wanted to follow me. But they were afraid I wouldn't agree, so they sneaked into the trunk. Yun Fan and Yun Hua looked stiff. You can't just use your looks as an excuse to fool us. Only Shin Nanheng's lips curled slightly. Yes, Anin is right. Still, Brother Shin is better. Unlike second and third brothers, who don't believe me. Humph. Jiang Yenin crossed her arms and turned her head to the side, looking annoyed. Believe me. How could I not believe you? Yun Fan immediately stepped forward, chuckling at Jiang Yenin, trying to flatter her. No matter what Anin says, third brother believes you. Yunhua hurriedly stepped in front of Jiang Yenin and apologized. Yes, Anin, you're beautiful. Everything I say is right. Humph, no need to flatter me with nice words. Facts speak louder than words. I'll prove it to you now. Jiang Yenin strode confidently to the two mutated snakes and asked, Are you looking at me because I'm beautiful and want to follow me? The mutated silvering snake and the mutated Kingjin snake were momentarily stunned, then nodded. They didn't know if she was beautiful, but they did want to follow her. See that? See that? Jiang Yenin turned her head and smiled proudly at Yun Fan and Yunhua. Yunhua and Yun Fan exchanged a quick look and hurriedly complimented her. Anin is amazing. Anin is great. Anin is the most beautiful. Humph. Hearing their praise, Jiang Yenin became even more proud. Suddenly, a loud roar of cars came from afar. There were quite a few. The four of them immediately straightened up, no longer joking, and looked toward the source of the sound. Soon, 5 cars appeared in their line of sight. Go back to your cars first, Jiang Yenin gently kicked the 2 snakes. The mutated silvering snake and the mutated Kingjin snake immediately crawled into the trunk. The Kingjin snake even used its tail to hook the trunk lid, flipping it shut with a snap. It was definitely Fat Go and the tiger hunting squad. Yi Xiaofei, hiding in the bushes, was excited. She was worried about being discovered by Jiang Yenin and the others, so she stayed hidden, listening carefully for any sounds of vehicles. Her legs went numb from crouching, but finally, Fat Go and the others returned. Yi Xiaofei quickly pulled her daughter and called out to the others, crawling out of the bushes. Hearing Yi Xiaofei's excited shouts, Jiang Yenin looked confused. Tiger hunting squad? What's that? I don't know. But they probably don't come with good intentions, Shin Nanqing said, looking at the stopped cars outside the gate with a faint coldness in his eyes. Soon, 10 men got out of the cars. The leader was around 35, with a thick beard and a rough appearance, carrying an arrogant expression. I heard you have a lot of supplies? Hand them over and we won't kill you, he said, approaching the gate. His hand flashed with golden light, and the iron lock on the gate melted into a pool of molten metal, dripping to the ground. The gate creaked open to both sides. Who told you that? Shin Nanqing stepped forward, his body crackling with static electricity, giving off a faint oppressive feeling. Yu Juanhao looked at Shin Nanqing, hesitating slightly. Electricity element. So, what if he's an electric element? With so many of us, we're not afraid of one person. A man with purple hair, Kasong Yuan, stepped out from behind Yu Juanhao, flames flickering at his fingertips. At this moment, Yi Xiaofei stepped forward, giving Yu Juanhao a flattering smile. Captain Yu, sorry to bother you. May I ask, where are Brother Pang and the others? She had just quietly circled the car, but didn't find any trace of Yu Jinghua and the others. Brother Pang? Oh, you mean Yu Jinghua and them. Kasong Yuan glanced at her sideways. They're dead. Dead? Dead? Yi Xiaofei gasped, forcing a smile. How could they be dead? Deputy Captain Ko, please don't joke with me. Joke? Kasong Yuan sneered. Xiao Jiao, show her. As he finished speaking, a bald young man at the back bent down and lifted a head from the car. He threw it in front of Yi Xiaofei with a slap. The head rolled a couple of times on the ground. When it landed face up, Yu Jinghua's wide open, unblinking eyes stared directly at her. Yi Xiaofei screamed sharply, took a few steps back, and fell into the grass by the roadside. Did you kill him? She trembled and asked. Yes, we did. Gao Zhuo, still wearing a tight suit in the hot weather, sneered. We were just delivering a message. How dare he ask us for 30 pounds of rice? A reckless fool. Does he even deserve it? Yi Xiaofei protected her daughter behind her, trembling as she continued to ask, and the others. Gao Zhuo maliciously curled his lips. They're all dead. As soon as he finished, the man called Xiao Jiao threw several more heads in front of her. These were the people who had gone with Yu Jinghua to deliver the message. Yi Xiaofei's face turned deathly pale. She tightly covered her daughter's eyes with her hands, staring in horror at the group of men before her. Just over an hour ago, they were alive. Now, they appeared in this brutal manner. She was terrified. They weren't human, they were demons. If you don't want to give it, just refuse. Let them come back. Why did you have to kill them? Li Xuelan, who was behind Yi Xiaofei, suddenly screamed uncontrollably. Among the dead men were her brother and her husband. Losing two loved ones suddenly, especially in such a gruesome way, overwhelmed her. You murderers! Return my brother and husband to me. She was crying frantic, grabbing a stone from the roadside and throwing it at the Tiger Hunt squad members. You're asking for death. A white shadow flashed past. A speed enhancement ally appeared behind Li Xuelan. If you care so much about them, then go join them. He skillfully turned the dagger in his hand and fiercely slashed across her neck. Blood gushed out from Li Xuelan's throat. She stared in disbelief, her eyes wide, and weakly reached out toward her son. Just as she was about to touch him, the attacker kicked her hard in the stomach. Li Xuelan was thrown backward into the grass and fell heavily to the ground. Blood spread beneath her, and she nearly lost consciousness instantly. Ah, Yi Xiaofei and another woman screamed, grabbing their children and running away on their hands and knees. From Li Xuelan's frantic questioning to her being killed, only half a minute had passed. Her son Liangzhou was only 5 years old and was too scared to move after witnessing the scene. It was only when the attacker sneered and approached him that he burst into tears and rushed toward Li Xuelan's body, shouting, "Mom, shut up." The attacker had already reached Liangzhou and raised his blood-stained dagger again.
Stop.
Jiang Yenin waved her hand, flicking out 2 green leaves. These people had been brought here by those who previously wanted to ask for grain. They deserved what happened to them. But she couldn't just stand by and watch a young child die in front of her. After knocking the attacker's dagger away, the green leaves turned into vines that pulled Liangzhou to Jiang Yenin's side. Trying to stop us from hunting tigers? You're asking for death. The attacker, furious and ashamed, quickly picked up his dagger. Using his impressive speed, he charged at Jiang Yenin. Shen Nanxing clenched his right hand tightly, and lightning erupted around him. A powerful current crackled through the air with a sharp, piercing sound, heading straight for the attacker.
Oh.
Seeing the situation was dire, the attacker hurriedly withdrew his dagger and stepped back quickly. At the same time, Yun Fan and Yun Hua launched attacks at Yu Juanhao and Ke Song Yuan outside the main gate. Both their ice blades and water arrows were infused with lightning, doubling their power. Yu Juanhao and Ke Song Yuan's faces changed, and they quickly retreated. Their attacks didn't go far, stopping just outside the gate. They hadn't yet figured out the opponent's strength, so they had to be cautious with their abilities. Yu Juanhao and the others retreated near the car. There are 4 ability users, and one of them controls lightning. The attacker clenched his dagger tightly. Big brother, this is not easy to handle. Maybe we should give up, don't be afraid. Out of our 10 people, 5 are ability users. Even if one fights one, we still have an extra one. Ke Song Yuan, annoyed by his cowardice, glared at him and then whispered in Yu Juanhao's ear. However, this lightning element is really hard to deal with. Let's have our followers use their speed to lure him away. Big brother, you, I, and Gao Zhuo will each handle one. Xiao Jie will take the rest to seize the supplies. Yu Juanhao glanced at Shen Nanhang and the others, then nodded. Let's try it this way first. According to Yu Jinghua, these 4 people are carrying nearly 250 pounds of rice and flour. The temptation is too great. We must take it. I disagree. I can't fight him, said the follower, his face darkening at the plan. He immediately refused. You're asking me to walk into danger. It's not to fight him, but to lure him away. Once we deal with those 3 people, we'll come help you right away, Ko Sung-yuan urged. The follower frowned. I won't do it either. Lightning moves too fast. If I hadn't run fast enough just now, I would have been gone. Let me go. Party you handle that woman. Gaozhua stepped forward, taking on the most difficult task. He's Earth Element with high defense, so he can hold on a bit longer. Party Yu's tightly knit brows relaxed. All right, I'll deal with that woman. Gaozhua, you handle the Lightning Element. Seeing Gaozhua agree, Yu Juanhao nodded. Ko Sung-yuan looked at Party Yu with a sneer. You're too timid. Before the apocalypse, you dared to kill with a knife. Where's that fierce spirit now? What do you mean I'm too timid? Party Yu retorted angrily. Killing others and risking my life are not the same. Didn't you cry out loud before the execution? Now you're trembling. Hearing this, Ko Sung-yuan's temper flared. Say one more word, and I'll beat you up, his fists clenched, ready to fight. Party Yu, knowing he couldn't win, quickly stepped behind Yu Juanhao. Enough, enough. Yu Juanhao stopped their pointless fight. Let's focus on the main task. Seeing Yu Juanhao speak, Ko Sung-yuan lowered his fists and shot Party Yu a fierce look, then temporarily suppressed his anger. Jiang Yenin watched the 10 people gathered in front of the car, whispering among themselves. He nudged the 3 beside him with his arm. Brothers, they're openly discussing how to kill us. What do you think about that? Shen Nanheng glanced at the crooked plants in the yard. Innocent plants just lacking fertilizer, Yunhua snorted. They want to kill us? That's not enough for them. Yunfan stuck his shovel into the ground. Let's do it. Just press them down to the ground. Let's go. First, let's see what they're really capable of. Jiang Yenin helped the fainting Liang Zhou into the villa. Then, holding a large machete, he kicked off the ground and rushed out. Shen Nanqing and the others followed closely behind. They're here, attack as we planned. Yu Juanhao saw the 4 of them act first, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, and immediately signaled to the others behind him. Gaozhua faced Shen Nanqing. Yu Juanhao faced Yunfan.
Qu'est-ce qui vit Ko Sung-yuan ser Yunhua?
The henchmen held daggers and attacked Jiang Yenin directly. Xiao Jiu, with the remaining 5 powerless people, bypassed the fighting and quickly slipped into the yard, heading toward the trunk of the car. Bad guys opened the trunk. Jiang Yenin temporarily pushed back the henchman with his machete, then suddenly turned and shouted this at the trunk. Yu Juanhao and the others. Come on, they weren't good people to begin with. Well, Sai, what kind of harmless words are these? Who could they possibly threaten? Xiao Jiu, who had his hand on the trunk switch, looked at them with disdain. Big breasts, no brains, pretty but brainless. That's exactly the kind of woman this describes. One of his men forcefully pressed the trunk open with a loud bang. At the same time, the henchman with a dagger charged again, sneering at Jiang Yenin. Do you think we're playing house with you? Jiang Yenin raised his machete to block his attack, rolled his eyes, and said, Do you think I'm talking to you? What do you mean? The henchman paused. Suddenly, a scream came from the trunk area. Xiao Jiu clutched his neck, staggered back a few steps, then collapsed straight down. Xiao Jiu. Yu Juanhao's heart raced. Xiao Jiu was his only family, his only relative left. Yu Juanhao swiftly threw 3 golden spikes at Yunfan. Taking advantage of Yunfan dodging to the side, he rushed into the yard and threw himself in front of Xiao Jiu. There were 2 blood holes in Xiao Jiu's neck, black blood flowing out steadily. His entire face and neck were dark purple and black, showing extreme pain. He clutched Yu Juanhao's hand tightly, trying to say something, but ultimately couldn't speak, and he died. Xiao Jiu? Xiao Jiu? Xiao Jiu. No! Yu Juanhao cried out painfully, clutching Xiao Jiu's body with a broken heart. Since entering the apocalypse, his greatest fear was losing his brother. That's why he always led the team ahead, taking all the danger himself, while his brother stayed behind gathering supplies. Everything had been safe and smooth. But unexpectedly, this time was different. It happened so quickly, before he could even say a full word, his brother was gone. Yu Juanhao suddenly looked up at the other 5 people, his eyes bloodshot and terrifying. His hoarse voice carried a sharp killing intent. What is going on? Big brother, there's... The mutated silver-ringed snake moved very fast, leaping out from the trunk and biting the man speaking on the neck. The poison quickly invaded his nerves. In less than 5 seconds, the man collapsed, dead like Xiaojiu. The mutated silver-ringed snake hissed and crawled back into the trunk, tilting its head up, its tail gently swaying, tongue flicking constantly. Except for Yu Juanhao, the other 4 instinctively stepped back. One of them retreated behind the roses, as the mutated king cobra swiftly coiled around his calf. As the man struggled wildly, it tightened its grip around his neck and kept squeezing. Big brother, save. Save me. The man reached out to Yu Juanhao. But Yu Juanhao ignored him, staring only at the mutated silver-ringed snake. His brother was dead, but these people with him were still alive.
Why?
Xiaojiu had suffered so much pain. Shouldn't they experience some of it too? Suddenly, he turned and ran to the other 3, grabbing 2 of them and throwing them toward the mutated silver-ringed snake. Yu Juanhao looked frantic.
Bite.
Bite them too. Bite them all to death. After shouting, he took a few more steps forward and caught the one who had already run to the gate, throwing him along with the others toward the snake.
Bite.
Isn't it supposed to love biting? Bite them to death. The mutated silver-ringed snake. You say bite and it bites? Do I look like I care about face? It quickly crawled down from the car, ignoring the 3 people on the ground who were too scared to move, and headed straight for Yu Juanhao. Seeing the snake leave, the 3 on the ground felt relieved. They had survived. At that moment, the mutated king cobra approached. Hiss! It suddenly opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth with a bloody smell, biting each of the 3 people. In the blink of an eye, 6 people were dead. Seeing Yu Juanhao also go crazy, chased by 2 mutated snakes running wildly around the yard. Ke Songyuan, Gao Zhua, and Dang Yu were stunned. How is this possible? Dang Yu was panicked and dared not continue fighting Jiang Yanan. Using his full power, he quickly moved to the car. He wanted to escape. If he didn't leave now, it would be too late. Just as he turned the key to start the car, a vine reached in through the window and snatched the key. Without hesitation, Dang Yu got out of the car and ran toward another vehicle. Jiang Yanan snapped her fingers, and a dozen wooden spikes appeared, shooting like meteors toward Dang Yu. Party Feather's pupils suddenly shrank, and she quickly stepped back. Jiang Yanan stood still, her fingers flickering slightly. Wooden thorns, under her control, closely followed Party Feather without letting up. Party Feather's special ability rapidly drained, and her speed gradually slowed down. Don't kill me. I'll tell you where our team supplies are hidden. Seeing the wooden thorns getting closer and closer, Party Feather's legs went weak. Oh, Jiang Yanan paused her finger, and the wooden thorn stopped. Tell me, Party Feather, how dare you? Gao Zhua and Ke Songyuan shouted angrily at the same time. At this moment, Yun Hua and Yun Fan were fighting with them, while Shen Nanqing stood outside the gate watching Jiang Yanan. Party Feather looked at the wooden thorns less than a meter away and swallowed hard. I'm about to die anyway. What am I afraid of? Our supplies are hidden in... Party Feather, Gao Zhua, and Ke Songyuan interrupted him again. So annoying. Brother Shen, let them shut up. Jiang Yanan turned around and shouted at Shen Nanqing. Okay, Shen Nanqing responded. He originally wanted Yun Fan and Yun Hua to fight a bit longer with Gao Zhua and Ke Songyuan to practice their skills, since he thought they were pretty good. But since Nen told him to make them shut up, Shen Nanqing formed 2 large electric balls, each as big as a soccer ball, and threw them at Ke Songyuan and Gao Zhua. Poof! Both of them spat out blood and collapsed. And then, Shen Nanqing quickly walked to Jiang Yanan. I told them to shut up. Jiang Yanan nodded. Yes, I saw. Shen Nanqing still looked at her, repeating, and I told them to shut up. Jiang Yanan blinked. What does that mean? Is he asking her to praise him? Great! Jiang Yanan gave him a thumbs up. Brother Shen is amazing. Shen Nanqing's expression remained unchanged, and he responded with a sound before calmly shifting his gaze away. Jiang Yanan. I didn't expect you to be this kind of brother, Shen. I'll fight with you. Yu Juanhao, who was cornered by two mutated snakes, roared angrily. He exhausted all his abilities, and hundreds of golden spikes floated in front of him, all shooting toward the two mutated snakes. The mutated silver ring snake instinctively sensed danger. Hiss hiss. It immediately called out to its companions and quickly climbed behind Yun Fan and Yun Hua, using them as shields. Not bad at all. Jiang Yanan saw the actions of the two mutated snakes and praised with a smile. Shen Nanqing heard her praise for the snakes and pursed his lips, responding with a hum. Cloud Hua, don't interfere.
No one will see anyway. Everyone around burst into laughter, but the person being called just sat motionless by the pillar, as if dead. I really am going to die. I can feel certain parts of my body fading away. It's like finishing a marathon in a heavy sweat and lying on the ground, feeling my body gradually becoming unrecognizable. I'm losing control of my body. My legs don't hurt as much anymore. I read a report saying that near death, people lose the sense of pain. It's a protective mechanism of the brain. It's good. All evidence points to my imminent death. Chen Sansheng. This is shouting something below, but I can't hear clearly.
Shen Nanqing still looked at her, repeating. Yu Juanhao felt his mind instantly fall into chaos and then lose consciousness. The golden spikes, losing control, slowly dissipated into the air. Didn't expect this guy's venom to be quite strong. Yun Fan retracted his ability and glanced at Yu Juanhao's darkened face, secretly surprised. Cloud Hua watched the mutated silver-ringed snake that had already reached Jiang Yanan's feet and nodded. Indeed, he said. It didn't give anyone a chance to cure the poison, ending it with a single strike. Jiang Yanan flicked out a small vine and told the snake, which was twisting on the hot ground, come up. The mutated silver-ringed snake's eyes lit up with joy and quickly climbed up the vine, finally curling up on her arm. Jiang Yanan looked again at the mutated king cobra in the trunk and turned to discuss with Shen Nanjing and the others. Brothers, let's leave them here, she said. Hearing this, the mutated silver-ringed snake blinked and looked around at Shen Nanjing and the others. The king cobra in the trunk also straightened up, listening carefully. All right, Yun Fan was the first to agree. I think they can be useful. I agree too, Cloud Hua quickly added. Jiang Yanan then looked at Shen Nanjing. Brother Shen, what do you think? Shen Nanjing's eyes moved slightly, and his fingers on both sides of his body curled instinctively. Do you like them? Huh? Jiang Yanan was surprised at first, then shook her head. Not exactly liking them. I just think they are quite useful. Plus, with them around, you guys can save some effort during night watch. What do you think? Hearing the word, dislike, the small head of the mutated silver-ringed snake immediately drooped and weakly rested on Jiang Yanan's shoulder. That word was really a blow to the snake. Jiang Yanan looked at it with a bit of amusement and gently patted its small head. As long as you behave and listen, maybe one day, I might like you. The mutated silver-ringed snake's eyes brightened, and it nodded quickly. Hiss hiss, obedient, I promise to obey. Jiang Yanan heard its reply and smiled. Good boy, I like you now. The mutated silver-ringed snake proudly lifted its small head. Shen Nanqing took a step forward, standing directly opposite Jiang Yanan, with a tense expression. As long as you obey, you like it, huh? Jiang Yanan was still talking to the mutated silver-ringed snake when she suddenly heard Shen Nanqing's words and felt confused. What kind of answer was that? It didn't make sense. She looked up at Shen Nanqing, still smiling as she had when talking to the snake. Seeing her smile, Shen Nanqing instinctively looked away and shook his head slightly. It's nothing. After hearing this, Jiang Yanan was even more puzzled. So, Shen Ge, what do you really think? Shen Nanqing looked down at his toes and nodded. I agree to keep them. Seeing Shen Nanqing agree, Jiang Yanan's smile grew wider. She turned to the mutated snake and said, Did you hear that? The brothers all agree. The mutated snake hurriedly nodded, eyes shining with excitement. Jiang Yanan took it to the trunk and said, I'll give you a name. You can call him Little Silver. She named the mutated silver-ringed snake first, then looked at the king of mutant snakes. And you call him Big King. And then, that's such a... Too rustic. With a threatening look, Jiang Yenin made it clear she disapproved. Yun Fan silently swallowed the last 3 words. What's wrong with that name? Jiang Yenin snorted coldly, raising her eyebrows and tilting her chin. It's just too nice. Yun Fan quickly chuckled and then signaled wildly to Yun Hua and Shen Nanqing. Stop her quickly. That name is too rustic. Yun Hua rubbed his nose, ignoring her gaze, and quickly walked into the villa to see Liang Zhou, who was sniffling on the sofa. Shen Nanqing called out to the 2 snakes, Little Silver, Big King, Yun Fan. Looks like they'll just have to be called Little Silver and Big King. The snakes were quite happy. It was the first time they had names. How novel. Party members hid by the car, secretly watching Jiang Yenin and the others. Seeing everyone's attention focused on the trunk, he held his breath, crouched low, and quietly slipped onto a small side path. Shen Nanqing shot a cold glance, and an electric current seemed to pass through the air. Party member Yao let out a cry and fell to the ground. Shen Nanqing approached him, stepping on his chest, and coldly said, "Hideout location." I said, but after I spoke, "Can you let me go?" The subordinate's face was pale, eyes full of fear, lips trembling, making it hard for him to speak. "Little Silver, go scare him." Jiang Yenin patted Little Silver's head and gave the first command. Little Silver immediately jumped down from her arm, moving as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, it appeared on the subordinate. It slowly crawled onto his neck. Its tongue kept flicking out, leaving wet marks on his neck now and then.
In Lu Mingfei's shocked and almost unbelieving eyes, Chu Zihong approached the moon-gathering pavilion. Then, he threw the flame into it. Suddenly, a fierce explosion occurred. The deafening sound was like thunder, and the bright sparks of light instantly dispelled all darkness around. The shockwave from the explosion shattered the glass on both sides of the enclosed corridor. Lu Mingfei staggered and fell to the ground, barely avoiding injury by curling into a corner. After a while, he struggled to stand up, ears ringing, and looked blankly at what was in front of him. The moon-gathering pavilion was almost completely destroyed in an instant, leaving only a few columns and supporting walls.
Silver and Big King. The snake, it's in the basement of number 36 Manhwa Street, West City. Shen Nanhang pressed down slightly. Are there any traps or mechanisms inside? The subordinate shook his head repeatedly, like a rattle. No, very safe. The survivors here are afraid of our hunting tiger squad and don't dare go to our place, so there are no traps. Brother Shin, let him go. Let him take us there. Just listening to him, who knows if he's telling the truth? Shin Nanning nodded and took a step back. Third brother, call second brother. Let's go to their hidden supplies place. Jiang Yenin called out to Yun Fan again. Yun Hua, inside the house, heard her and came out with Liang Zhou. What should we do with this kid? Liang Zhou, tired from crying, curled up in Yun Hua's arms, sleeping soundly. Jiang Yenin thought for a moment and said, "Take him first. After we finish our main task, we'll send him to the Tan City base." Tan City base? Does Tan City have a base now? Yun Fan scratched his head, uncertain. Yunhua also looked at her. I don't know, Jiang Yenin said irresponsibly, shrugging. We'll see when the time comes. Even if the Tan City base hasn't been built yet, it's not a big problem. The Shanqing base has already been established. It's not far from Shanqing, and sending the kid there is the same. We can't just leave him here like this. All right. Yunhua took Liang Zhou onto the car, and Yun Fan started driving. Hey, stop pretending to be dead, Jiang Yenin kicked the henchman. Get up and drive us to that place, number 36. Yes. The henchman hurriedly got up, his eyes fixed on the small silver pendant tightly hanging around his neck. He stiffly sat in the car. Shen Nanhang and Jiang Yenin sat in the back seat. The car slowly started and headed toward number 36, Manhwa Street. Hey, how long will it take to get there? Jiang Yenin patted the driver's seat. The henchman shivered suddenly.
1
hour. 1 hour. Huh. Jiang Yenin turned to Shen Nanhang. Brother Shen, you might as well take a nap now. She and Yun Fan had slept several hours before reaching Tanshir City, but Shen Nanhang hadn't closed his eyes since last night. Shen Nanhang leaned back and closed his eyes to rest. Jiang Yenin took out a bottle of water, drinking small sips while constantly looking around. A buzzing sound came from the roadside. Jiang Yenin turned her head to look. It was a swarm of mutated wasps. They were twice as large as before the apocalypse, with developed mouthparts. If you looked closely, you could see 2 rows of sharp, tiny teeth inside their mouths. Their stingers, about 3 centimeters long, were a dark black, clearly poisonous. They were currently biting and eating on 2 rotting, foul-smelling corpses. They ate very quickly. In just a few seconds, the bodies had turned into bones. After finishing the corpses, the mutated wasps flew away in groups, continuing to search for other bodies or active creatures outside. Jiang Yenin looked away and then glanced at the other side of the road. Many plants were gently shaking. Some released various scents, some bloomed with bright, beautiful flowers, and some used vines to attract and catch mutated insects landing on them. Some plants even tried to extend their vines to attack the car, but as soon as they touched the hot surface, they quickly retracted. After watching for a while, Jiang Yenin stretched lazily and looked at Shin Nanhang. He was breathing steadily and had fallen asleep, but sweat was beading on his forehead and his half-sleeve shirt was soaked. "Turn the air conditioning down a bit," Jiang Yenin said to the henchman. Yes, yes, yes. The henchman was sweating even more than Shin Nanhang. Though Shin Nanhang was hot, the henchman was scared. The temperature quickly dropped, and Shin Nanhang's sweat gradually dried. An hour later, the car slowly entered Manhwa Street. A dozen survivors were sitting on the street, resting. When they saw the henchman, they immediately stood up and ran away without hesitation. "It's the Tiger Hunt Squad members. Run quickly." A group of new survivors who just arrived here saw others running and followed suit. As they ran, they looked confused and asked, Hey, guys, why are you running?" "Because the Tiger Hunt Squad is here," the survivor being asked replied without looking back. That person was even more confused. "The Tiger Hunt Squad? Why do you run just because they show up?" "Let me tell you, the Tiger Hunt Squad is a group of really mean people. They kick anyone they pass by." "That's not specific enough," another person added. "People in the Tiger Hunt Squad used to be killers before the end of the world. They are ruthless. After the world ended, they enjoy killing even more." "Oh my gosh," the outsider's eyes widened. "That's so scary." He quickly sped up and ran down another street. Jiang Yenin listened carefully to their words, with a cold look sweeping over his followers. Party Yu trembled, and his hands, holding the steering wheel, also shook. Suddenly, the car veered toward a building.
This passage was written in traditional characters, so Zhao Ning could understand it. Her face showed curiosity, thinking that Gu Tianya's father must be quite an eccentric person. Gu Tianya looked a bit embarrassed. Taking advantage of Zhao Ning's curiosity, he quickly put away the first book and picked up the second. This one was also a booklet, with a simplified title printed on the cover. Times of Stability, 3,000 Ways to Get Rich Quickly. Wow, this book also seems unreliable. Gu Tianya's face twitched, and he swiftly put the book away again. He looked for the next one. Black Techniques, with a note, "Be cautious when learning."
They immediately stood up and ran away. Shen Nanqing slowly opened his eyes, paused for a moment, then snapped out of it. "Let's go." Jiang Yenin opened the door and got out of the car. Shen Nanqing immediately followed. Party Yu had already reached the front door, with Yun Fan and Yunhua coming from behind. "Open the door." Shen Nanqing held a knife, expressionless, and looked at Party Yu, who hesitated and didn't want to open the door. His eyes carried a killing intent, and Party Yu dared not delay anymore. He hurriedly took out the key from his pocket, trembling as he unlocked the door. As the door opened, a strong smell of blood hit him. Yun Fan moved quickly and entered the yard first. Wow, the scene inside made him gasp in shock. Then he punched Party Yu, knocking him out of the way. "You animals," he shouted angrily. Jiang Yenin and the others exchanged quick glances and rushed inside. Even Jiang Yenin, who was used to seeing dark and bloody scenes, couldn't help but cover his mouth in shock. The yard was filled with over 100 headless bodies, all covered with signs of torture. Some looked like they had just died, while others were already decayed and stiff. Blood from their bodies formed a small river on the ground. Under the hot sun, it had become sticky and hard to walk through. Everywhere, There was blood and corpses, making it difficult to find a place to step. The heads of the victims were stacked in a pyramid shape in the center of the yard, all with wide-open eyes and still showing expressions of fear from before death. They are really animals. Xiao Yin, kill him. Jiang Yenin hadn't been this angry in a long time. No, don't kill me. This is all they're doing. It has nothing to do with me. The traitor struggled desperately. Xiao Yin bit through his throat in one bite. The traitor fell straight down. Watching him fall into the pool of blood, Jiang Yenin felt some of his anger lessen. Yunfan stepped inside. Yunhua, you and the king stay here to guard, Shen Nanqing told Yunhua before following behind. The two of them walked around the head pyramid in the middle, heading into the building. Yunfan and Xiao Yin had already gone ahead into the building. When they reached the first floor, Yunfan's voice came from below. Brother Shen and I found supplies. As he spoke, he appeared at the staircase entrance, waving excitedly at them. Come quickly. There are lots of supplies downstairs. If we take everything, we can eat and use them for half a year. So much. Jiang Yenin's eyes showed surprise, and he quickened his pace. The three soon reached the basement door. The basement windows were mostly exposed on the ground. Light was shining in from outside, making the space quite bright. This also allowed Jiang Yenin and Shen Nanqing to see inside clearly. The basement was about 50 square meters. At the front, there were about 50 bags of rice and 20 bags of flour. Behind the rice and flour, there were over 100 boxes of the same size. On each side of the boxes, there were 2 single beds. I just looked inside those boxes. They're filled with instant food and daily necessities, all packed tightly, Yunfan said as he hurried to a box and picked one up casually. Brother Shen, and look at this. He opened the box, revealing it filled with instant noodles. And there's more surprises. Yunfan led them around to the back of the boxes. The first thing they saw were 2 portable power banks, followed by 2 large freezers placed side by side. Inside, there were frozen, semi-prepared foods and meats. Seeing these things, Jiang Yenin's eyes lit up. She was originally worried about how to find new supplies after finishing the food in the fridge. Unexpectedly, she discovered so many frozen foods here. This was really perfect, just in time. Brother Shen and how should we take them away? Yunfan asked eagerly. Shen Nanning looked around and shook his head slightly. It's not realistic to take everything. They didn't have enough space. Brother Shen is right, but we must take all these frozen items. As he spoke, Jiang Yenin opened the freezer door and started tossing items into the space one by one. As for the rest, we can pick some. The leftovers can be left for others who are lucky. She kept talking while tossing things. I agree with you. Shen Nanning had no objections. All right then. Yunfan also knew they couldn't take everything, but he felt a little disappointed. XX just thinking about only being able to take a small part made him feel sad, like losing money. So, what exactly should we choose? Yunfan looked downcast, like a wilted eggplant. Once we put these frozen items in, there are only these boxes left, maybe. Jiang Yenin looked at the 6 square meter space and estimated, about 6 boxes. You two can decide for yourselves. There were over 100 boxes here, but they could only take 6. Yunfan covered his chest. Heartbroken. By the way, we still have the trunk to put things in. It can probably hold another 6 boxes. Yunfan suddenly remembered this. I don't think so. Jiang Yenin looked up at Yunfan. The king is big. It alone needs a whole trunk. Yunfan, I'll carry it. To take more boxes, he was willing to try. The king is over 3.5 meters long and weighs over 60 pounds. We still have a long way to Jing City. Jiang Yenin looked at Yunfan with a serious expression. Are you sure you want to carry it, Yunfan? During the trip, we might not find so many supplies again. Shen Nanning paused and looked at Jiang Yenin. Why don't we drive 2 cars like before? Yunfan's eyes lit up instantly. Great idea. That way, we can have 2 extra rows of seats and an extra trunk. He paced around and started counting on his fingers. 6 trunks in the trunk. Each seat can squeeze in 8 people, 6 plus 16, plus 6. Wow, Yunfan was excited. Then we can take away 28 boxes. If we let the big boss feel a little wronged and work harder to pack, then it only needs half of the trunk space, and we can fit 3 more. Yunfan swallowed hard and suddenly turned to look at Jiang Yenin and the others, his eyes shining brightly. That means 31 boxes. Before Jiang Yenin and Shen Nanheng could speak, he lowered his head and muttered to himself, "Maybe we can tie a few on the car roof too?" Shen Nanheng and Jiang Yenin. "There's also a way to get 2 more boxes. Do you want to hear it?" Shen Nanheng asked Yunfan. Yunfan nodded eagerly.
Yes.
"Brother Shen, tell me quickly. You get out of the car and run alongside it. The space freed up will just be enough to hold a few more boxes." Yunfan, "Actually, I think I can sit on the roof," he whispered after a while. Jiang Yenin, the last time I was this speechless was. Shen Nanheng smiled at him. "Get lost." Yunfan took a step back, holding a box filled with eggs, shaking his head vigorously. "I won't get off, but I can carry eggs." Jiang Yenin and Shen Nanheng ignored him at the same time. "Brother Shen, I think driving 2 cars is a good idea, but with so much supplies inside, it might cause unnecessary trouble." "Yes, I thought of that," Shen Nanheng replied gently. "Once we get the supplies, we'll find a place with many zombies. You just find a safe spot to rest, and the 3 of us will go kill some zombies. Until we gather enough space to hold a square kilometer of crystal cores." Jiang Yenin blinked, staring at Shen Nanheng with a dazed look. "Is this really happening?" "Enin, do you think this is okay?" Shen Nanheng asked her. "Yes." Jiang Yenin felt so happy, she almost burst into tears. She tried to keep her smile from spreading too wide. "What's wrong with this? It's just too good. Third brother, be brave and carry everything." She waved her hand at Yunfan after a while. "Got it." Yunfan clenched his fists, eager. "I've been waiting for you to say that." Half an hour later, Yunfan sat on the car hood, expressionless, holding a big boss, looking utterly defeated. He was tied with a hemp rope, one end fixed to the passenger seat, the other tied around Yunhua's leg. Yunhua looked at Yunfan on the hood, then at the 4 boxes teetering on the verge of falling from the passenger seat.
Suddenly, amidst the lightning and thunder, it sounded like a horse neighing from behind. "Hide!" Ma Debo's face changed drastically. The group immediately scattered and hid among the bushes on both sides of the trail. Less than 3 minutes later, amid the thunder, lightning, and rain, a horse galloped quickly along the trail and passed right in front of them. "Everyone stay still," Ma Debo whispered. It took about 7 or 8 minutes before the horse returned along the trail, once again rushing past the group. Soon, a loud roar came from the rain. "No traces here. They must have fallen off the cliff."
"Third brother, you and second brother go straight up. Don't kill them." Jiang Yenin quickly stopped the others from killing the zombies. "Brother Shen, you should rest upstairs too. I'll stay down here and watch. In 3 hours, we'll go kill the zombies again." Jiang Yenin looked at Shen Nanqing. "Killing zombies is a tiring job. All 3 of them need to rest properly." Shen Nanqing's throat moved as he was about to speak, but Yi Nanshi raised his hand to stop him. "Don't worry, with King and Little Silver here with me, you better not waste time. Hurry and go," Jiang Yenin urged him. "All right then." Shen Nanqing paused, then pointed to the first floor and said, "I won't go upstairs. I'll rest on the first floor. Call me if anything happens." Got it." Jiang Yenin nodded. Shen Nanqing opened the door, stepped out of the car, and kicked away a rushing zombie before walking quickly into the guest house. "Brother Shen, close the door properly. If zombies sneak in, it's not my fault," Jiang Yenin shouted after him. Shen Nanqing's eyes flashed with a smile, and he replied, "Got it." After Shen Nanqing closed the door and went inside to rest, Jiang Yenin moved a few more boxes to the driver's seat to block the back. Then he took out a strawberry ice treat. Little Silver had never seen strawberry ice before and blinked, staring intently. "Want some?" Jiang Yenin asked Little Silver. It nodded. It had never eaten human food before. Jiang Yenin took a disposable wooden spoon and scooped some for it. Little Silver climbed the spoon, spat out its snake tongue, and licked a small bit. Hiss! It shivered suddenly. "Yuck, this is really bad." It licked once, and then crawled out through the car window to find King. Soon, Jiang Yenin saw Little Silver and King running around the yard, chasing zombies. When tired, they climbed up a 2-meter-high wall and used their tails to tease the zombies. When they rested enough, They climbed down and continued chasing zombies. Is this fun? Jiang Yenin threw the half-eaten strawberry ice back into the space and stretched lazily. Half a minute later, Jiang Yenin appeared on the roof of the guest house's pavilion. She is holding a bamboo stick. The front part of the bamboo stick is tied with a fishing line. Hanging below the line is a piece of fresh beef about the size of a ping-pong ball. A group of zombies is gathered under the beef. They are reaching out eagerly, trying to grab the meat. So boring. Jiang Yenin yawned and glanced at the time. Only 10 minutes had passed. Little Silver, Big King, go outside and bring some zombies in for me. Little Silver and Big King, also feeling bored, immediately slid down the wall. In less than 5 minutes, they returned with a string of zombies. Jiang Yenin took out a children's slingshot from her space, along with a jar of glass marbles. She loaded the marbles, pulled back the slingshot. Whoosh! Jiang Yenin made a sound with her mouth, then released the slingshot. The marble shot straight into a zombie's head, knocking out its core. The zombie collapsed with a thud. Yeah, Jiang Yenin gave herself a fist pump, then loaded another marble and shot again. After an hour and a half, she looked at the ground full of zombie bodies and felt tired. Sigh, after staying with Brother Shin and the others for so long, being alone now feels pretty boring. What should I do next? She put away the slingshot and marbles, sat on a pavilion, resting her chin on her hands, and looked into the distance. Master, you can activate the seeds. Little Green Dragon's voice came from her space, a bit tired. It had finally finished eating all of Jiang Yenin's cores. I said, activating seeds to practice powers is just an excuse to fool Brother Shin and the others. Ordinary seeds can't handle the power of the abilities. Forcing activation will just make them explode, and that's not fun. Jiang Yenin pouted and continued to gaze into the distance, lost in thought. Oh, Master, just give it a try, Little Green Dragon hummed. There will be a surprise. Hearing this, Jiang Yenin looked back, curious. What surprise? You try and you'll find out. Little Green Dragon sounded mysterious. All right, I'll try, Jiang Yenin said, taking out a packet of lettuce seeds, opening it and holding 2 seeds in her palm. She used her ability to activate them. Just as she was about to make the seeds explode, they unexpectedly sprouted. Jiang Yenin was stunned. How is that possible? She had tried activating seeds before and almost got blown up. Hee. Little Green Dragon lay inside the shell, covering its mouth to stifle a laugh. Little Green Dragon, tell me, what's really going on? Jiang Yenin looked at the lettuce, now 10 centimeters tall in her hand, feeling both excited and anxious. Master, let me tell you, our Green Dragon clan is of the wood element, Little Green Dragon said proudly. Of the wood element, so what? Jiang Yenin's consciousness turned into a small person and flew to the blue egg, looking confused. She couldn't understand what made it so proud. The Little Green Dragon said, so we have the ability to make plants grow quickly, and I shared this ability with you. Jiang Yenin's eyes widened. Does that mean I can rely on myself in the future and have endless vegetables and fruits? Yes, that's what it means, the Little Green Dragon said proudly again. Then you also have to help me plant the land. I paid for it. Jiang Yenin continued to use her powers, excitedly encouraging the lettuce to grow, while deliberately teasing the Little Green Dragon. The Little Green Dragon said, thank you, it really would thank her. One more thing. The Little Green Dragon's voice suddenly sounded softer. Go ahead. Jiang Yenin glanced at the blue egg and then focused on the growing lettuce. The lettuce was already 25 centimeters tall and still growing. A moment later, she said, aren't you guys going out to fight zombies soon? Aren't they supposed to give you the crystal cores? She looked at it again and nodded. Yes, and then, can you give me those crystal cores? The Little Green Dragon asked, then quickly flew to the corner, afraid Jiang Yenin might get angry and scold it. Sure, Jiang Yenin replied straightforwardly. She planned to give all the crystal cores she obtained today to the Little Green Dragon, so it could transform fully. Then she would absorb the dragon energy back. That way, she wouldn't have to worry about encountering mutated animals, especially groups of mutated animals.
Wow.
Master, you're so good to me. The Little Green Dragon suddenly flew out from the corner, tears hanging on the egg, feeling very touched. Knowing I treat you well, You better help me plant the land properly. Jiang Yenin smiled slightly. The little green dragon said. The bond between master and pet was maintained entirely through planting the land. When Shen Nanqing came out, he saw Jiang Yenin sitting on the pavilion top, holding a lettuce about 1.5 meters tall, lost in thought. Enin Shen Nanqing, holding a sword, chopped down a zombie that lunged at him, then quickly walked to the pavilion and climbed up. He looked at the lettuce with disbelief. Where did this come from? I used my wood-type powers to grow it, Jiang Yenin said, handing the lettuce to Shen Nanqing and taking out a seed again. With a flicker of green light, the seeds sprouted rapidly and grew. 5 minutes later, another 1.5-meter high lettuce appeared. Jiang Yenin peeked out from behind the huge lettuce and said, Shen Ge, this is how it came about. At this moment, Yun Fan and Manhwa also woke up and came out of the room. Wow, are those lettuces you're holding? As soon as they appeared, Yun Fan was surprised by the large lettuces in their hands. Wow, he's never seen such big lettuces before. The two quickly went downstairs, finished off the remaining dozen or so zombies in the yard, and then came to the pavilion. Jiang Yenin and Shen Nanhang jumped down while holding the lettuces. Yun Fan stepped forward and took the lettuce from Shen Nanhang's hand, then tore off a small piece and put it in his mouth. His eyes lit up immediately. It really tastes like lettuce. Third brother, it's actually lettuce, Jiang Yenin said, rubbing her forehead. I used my wood-type ability to make the lettuce seeds grow, and then what about other vegetables? Can they also be grown using your wood ability? Yunhua asked excitedly. I'll try, Jiang Yenin said without giving a definite answer. She flipped her hand and took out a bag of tomato seeds. After opening it, she took out one seed and started to stimulate its growth. Under Shen Nanhang and the others' watchful eyes, the tomato seeds sprouted, grew leaves, flowered, and rapidly developed. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yenin held a thick plant with more than 30 bright red tomatoes on it. Try some, she said, handing the tomatoes forward. Yun Fan couldn't wait and plucked one, biting into it with a big mouthful. Delicious. It's better than any tomato I've ever eaten. He finished one in a few bites, then reached out and took 2 more, handing them to Shen Nanhang and Yunhua. Shen Ge, you guys should try too. Yunhua took one, put it in his mouth, and took a bite. It was juicy, sweet, and sour, very tasty. It really is delicious, Yunhua couldn't help but praise. Hearing this, Jiang Yenin smiled proudly. Of course. These tomatoes were grown by me personally. My brand, Anin's Tomatoes, must be delicious. They are pollution-free, non-toxic, and even contain a bit of her wood energy. Shen Nanning didn't, but gently stroked the tomato in his hand and looked up at Jiang Yenin. Enin, how much of your energy does it take to stimulate these? If I divide my energy into 100 parts, each seed's growth consumes 1 part. Jiang Yenin had already calculated the energy cost and told Shen Nanhang immediately. Growing 1 seed takes that much energy. Yunhua was stunned, looking at the half-remaining tomatoes in his hand, with shock in his eyes. This amount of energy consumption is acceptable. After all, 1 seed produces enough for us 4 to eat for several days, Jiang Yenin said casually, waving her hand. She felt it was worth it. Most importantly, in the future, they wouldn't have to sneak around to eat fruits and vegetables. I think that in the future, the crystals we obtain should be divided into more parts, with half allocated to Anin. The energy needed to activate the seeds will come from this half. After saying this, Shen Nanqing looked at Yun Fan and the others. What do you think? Yunhua nodded. That works. I have no objections. Naturally, most of what Anin activates will go into their stomachs. Giving more of this half is the most reasonable choice. Yun Fan tore off a piece of lettuce, put it in his mouth, and said while eating, I'll prove with my actions that I fully support this. Shen Nanqing then declared, from now on, we will split the crystals at 55%, with 25% going to Anin and the remaining 30% for us. Agreed. Yunhua and the others nodded. Seeing that the 3 of them were busy discussing, Jiang Yenin sighed. Enough. You're just using a little bit of energy, and you're making such a fuss? Just take back that half of it. Jiang Yenin stored the lettuce and tomatoes back into her space and walked toward the car. Shen Nanqing hurried after her. But, Anin, this isn't fair to you. Huh? Fair, Jiang Yanan paused, turned her head with a smile, and looked at him. Brother Shen, are you sure you want to talk about fairness? Shen Nanqing looked at her smiling face and was about to nod but stopped himself. He felt that if he nodded today, Anan would immediately turn against him. Jiang Yanan didn't mind his answer and continued speaking. If you really want to discuss fairness, then let's sit down and calculate everything clearly. The cost of using space, the materials you found earlier, the materials we found together, and my own supplies. Let's set a price for each. From now on, when dividing the crystals, we'll follow this price. We'll be polite to each other, neither taking advantage of the other. If someday the benefits are uneven, we'll part ways. Deal. Shen Nanqing looked down at Jiang Yanan. Though her eyes carried a smile, there was hidden displeasure in her gaze. His hand by his side instinctively clenched, and suddenly he turned to look at Yunhua and the others. What did we just say? We're going to kill zombies and upgrade our space, right? Yes, Yunhua understood immediately and nodded in agreement. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Shen Nanqing didn't want to stay even a second longer and hurriedly turned to get into the car. Yunfan was confused. Huh? Weren't we just talking about? Before he finished, he covered the back of his head and looked angrily at Yunhua. Why did you hit me? I hit you, you blockhead. Yunhua glared at Yunfan and then walked toward the car. Yunfan, you're the fool. Your whole family is fools. Yunhua, who had already reached the car, seemed to hear his thoughts and with a blank expression, looked up. We are family, Yunfan. He realized he had made a mistake. Anan, let's get in the car too. Yunfan, feeling upset, looked at Jiang Yanan, who was smiling happily for some reason. Third brother, move the stuff from the back seat of your car to Shinji's car to make space for me. Anan, are you not riding with Shingo anymore? Yunfan asked confused. Jiang Yanan put away her smile and hummed softly. Yes, we had a fight. Huh? When did you two have a fight? Yunfan became more confused. I don't know either, Jiang Yanan said as she walked toward Yunhua's car without looking back. Anyway, we argued. Yunfan. Shingo seemed to be acting strangely, speaking incoherently. His older brother suddenly went crazy and started hitting things. Anan seemed to have split personality, smiling happily one second and turning cold the next, suddenly throwing a small tantrum. Iota, comma. Third brother, come help me move the stuff. Jiang Yanan called out from in front of the car. Coming, Yunfan sighed and walked over to Jiang Yanan. As he passed Shen Nanhong's car, a cold shiver ran up his spine, making him tremble involuntarily. Yunfan looked at Shen Nanhang. No moving. Shen Nanhang, expressionless, silently warned him with his eyes.
New book uploaded. Dear readers, please support with votes. For discussions, add the WeChat official account Zio Qiangwenfang, Xiaoqian's official account, or join the QQ group 156537480. In the third batch, a strong aroma fills the air, and Mi Xiaojing feels very energized. This batch only produced one pill, about the size of a thumb. It has visible pill patterns on the surface and upper-grade pill. Counting the patterns, there are 7. Mi Xiaojing knows that if a pill has 10 patterns, it is considered a top-grade pill. Medium-grade pills usually show 1 to 5 patterns, which are often blurry and hard to see without careful inspection.
Not riding with Shingo anymore? Yunfan asked confused. Jiang Yanan put aside. Human world is really hard to understand. The snake's world is much simpler. Just then, a hand grabbed its head. Xiao Yin froze. No way. Even a quarrel can bring trouble to others? Jiang Yanan pulled Xiao Yin off her shoulder. She was speaking to Xiao Yin, but her eyes were on Shen Nanqing. Xiao Yin, do you know? Someone says we're good teammates. Even if we don't swear brotherhood, I could still be like a big sister to you, protect you. But in fact, they have no real feelings, only care about interests, and just want to keep their distance from me. Clear and simple. Huh. Xiao Yin. As far as I know nothing. Shen Nanqing. He realized she was talking about him. But he couldn't possibly only care about interests? And about keeping distance? She shouldn't even think about it. Shen Nanqing didn't want Jiang Yanan to misunderstand him. After switching the car to autopilot mode, he turned around and explained, "And then I said I'd give you half, not to make things clear between us, but because I don't want us to take your efforts for granted. Jiang Yanin automatically blocked him out and kept talking to Xiaoyin. I treat them as friends, as big brothers. When I found out I could grow vegetables from seeds, I quickly shared with them. My simple goal was just to enjoy some happiness together, especially now that I have fresh vegetables to eat. But what do? They treat me like a coin-operated robot, afraid I'll do less work, so they threaten to stop me. Sigh. Basically, in their eyes, I'm just some nameless weed in the field, a fallen flower in the garden. Insignificant. Maybe one day, they'll find a better coin-operated robot and toss me aside. She pretended to be surprised and looked at Xiaoyin. Huh? Xiaoyin, why are you asking me that, Xiaoyin? No, I didn't ask. Of course, because between us, there's only interests, no feelings. A team without feelings is like sand. Blow it away with the wind. Her words were becoming more and more unreasonable. Shen Nanxing couldn't help but frown. Enin, you're deliberately twisting my words. Jiang Yanin still ignored him and kept talking to Xiaoyin. Forget it. Let's just treat this as a deal. Nothing about sincerity or sibling feelings matters. Just see us as strangers with some mutual interests. Shen Nanxing. After she finished speaking, Jiang Yanin looked at Xiaoyin and sighed. Xiaoyin, why are you asking me why? Don't you understand even this? Just then, Shen Nanxing suddenly reached out, snatched Xiaoyin, and threw it onto the back seat trunk. Xiaoyin. In the end, it was affected by the chaos. Stop talking to it. Talk to me. Jiang Yanin crossed her arms and looked out the window, her expression cold. You're boring. I don't want to talk to you. Shen Nanxing. Why does he think he's boring? After a moment of silence, Shen Nanxing reached out, took Little Silver back, and then placed it into Jiang Yanin's hand. Then you keep talking to it. I'm listening, Little Silver. No one was around. Nobody cared about how it felt. Little Silver asked someone. The world is busy with profit. Everyone is rushing for benefits. Does he want us to be like that? Jiang Yanin snorted coldly, then shoved Little Silver back into Shen Nanxing's hand. Shen Nanxing gently held Little Silver's head, his eyes soft and his voice gentle. Little Silver, tell Enin I absolutely don't want to. He then returned Little Silver to Jiang Yanin. Eating vegetables and still trying to make me understand? I think someone here is overthinking. Hearing this, Shen Nanxing threw Little Silver away again. He looked at Jiang Yanin with intense eyes. Enin, you can't twist the matter of splitting the semi-finished crystal core into some idea I never had. Oh, Jiang Yanin sat upright, glancing at him indifferently. Shen Nanxing. After a moment, he looked down, feeling downcast. Enin, don't do this. I won't mention the semi-finished crystal core again. Seeing his disappointed face, Jiang Yanin finally straightened up and prepared to have a serious talk with him about the distribution of the crystal cores. Brother Shen, I actually know you truly see me as family, as a little sister. That's why you're worried I'll be at a disadvantage and always try to give me a little more. Hearing this, Shen Nanxing couldn't help but look up at her, his eyes bright. Enin, you finally understand my good intentions. His voice even carried a touch of emotion. Jiang Yanin, don't speak yet. Oh, you go ahead. Shen Nanxing sat upright, holding his breath and listening carefully. Somehow, he felt a familiar sense of Yunfan. Jiang Yanin paused briefly, then turned her head aside before continuing. On the other hand, I feel the same about you. If I only see you as collaborators, I would happily accept that. But if I see you as friends or brothers, I can't accept your actions. You're worried I'll be at a disadvantage. But isn't it the same for me? So I hope that between us, there is mutual effort, give and take, and sincere exchanges. Well, four-way efforts. At the end, Jiang Yanin raised her hand and patted Shen Nanxing's shoulder. Brother Shen, you choose. Do you want me to see you as just a business partner without feelings or as a good brother? Good brother. Shen Nanning made his choice without hesitation. As expected of Brother Shen, your decisions are always the wisest. Jiang Yanin proudly held up her cheap thumb. Good brother for a lifetime. Wait, hold on. Shen Nanhang felt something was wrong. Jiang Yanin's thumb joint bent at a 90-degree angle. What's wrong? Don't want to be a brother for life? Shen Nanhang looked conflicted. I do want to be a brother for life, but Oh, just want it, no buts. That's it. That's all. Jiang Yenin took out 2 cups of water. Come on, let's toast to our lifelong brotherhood. She forcefully clinked her cup with Shen Nanhong's and drank it all in one go. All this talk made her thirsty. Shen Nanhang stared at the water in his hand. Absolutely cannot drink. If he drinks, they will be lifelong brothers. But he also can't pour it out. Then they wouldn't be brothers anymore. What should he do? Shen Nanhong's mind raced. When his eyes flicked to Xiao Yin, he paused. Xiao Yin, are you thirsty? At this, Xiao Yin reflexively shrank back. What does this bad guy want to do now? Shen Nanhang slightly smiled at Xiao Yin, then quickly pulled it over. Come on, I'll feed you water. Gulp gulp. Xiao Yin thought a string of swear words. Don't bully Xiao Yin. Jiang Yenin rescued Xiao Yin from Shen Nanhang. Shen Nanhang looked at the nearly empty bottle of water, feeling very happy. He definitely couldn't drink water that a poisonous snake had drunk. But just to be safe, Shen Nanhang simply put the cup into his pocket. Jiang Yenin looked at his emergency kit still on his back. That another new habit? Storing cups in his pocket? Forget it, as long as he's happy. Brother Shen, where are we going to kill zombies? Jiang Yenin looked around after walking for over half an hour, still seeing Shen Nanhang driving forward. She couldn't help but be curious. Tan City First People's Hospital. Shen Nanhang checked the navigation, zoomed in on the map, and pointed to a location for Jiang Yenin. They were only 3 kilometers away from their destination. 5 minutes later, Shen Nanhang parked the car just 20 meters from the entrance of Tan City First People's Hospital. Like the previous hospital, the area around Tan City First People's Hospital was full of zombies. And stay on the roof of the noodle shop. We are fighting zombies below, while you are above collecting crystal cores with a vine. Once you collect them, absorb them. When the space expands, call us to stop. After Shen Nanqing finished speaking, he led Yun Fan and Yun Hua into the zombie horde that was rushing toward them. There are too many zombies here. Killing them while collecting crystal cores is the fastest way to complete the task. Xiao Yin and Da Wang also charged in. Xiao Yin, being fast, climbed behind a zombie's head and bit out the crystal core from its brain. It wanted to swallow it, but thinking that Jiang Yenin needed the cores more, it quietly spat it out. Da Wang, though not as fast as Xiao Yin, has very tough scales. The zombie's bites and scratches couldn't hurt it at all. It opened its mouth wide, biting off zombie heads one after another. Soon, there were many zombie heads and crystal cores dropping around Da Wang and Xiao Yin. Jiang Yenin quickly climbed onto the roof of a small restaurant. Using 5 vines from her hand, she collected the crystal cores one by one. She gave all the cores she got from Shen Nanqing and the others to Xiao Qinglong, then absorbed the cores from Xiao Yin and Da Wang. After 2 hours, Jiang Yenin called out to the 3 of them, brothers Xiao Yin, Da Wang, that's enough. In 2 hours, the 3 people and 2 snakes had killed nearly 3,000 zombies. This number was enough for a 6 square meter space to grow into a 7 square meter space. Jiang Yenin also marked out 1 square meter in the space where she was planting, connecting it to the previous one, to store new supplies. Although she was pretending, she had to make the illusion convincing. Sigh, she was exhausted, and so were they. It was too hard. When Jiang Yenin said it was enough, the 3 people and 2 snakes quickly retreated. The zombies were still stumbling toward them. Jiang Yenin swiftly jumped down from the roof and gathered all the supplies in the vehicle. Shen Nanqing and the others also put on disposable raincoats. The 4 of them and 2 snakes quickly got into a car and drove away. And give me some disinfectant and hemostatic medicine, Yunhua suddenly spoke after turning a corner. Are you hurt? Jiang Yenin immediately turned around and looked at Yunhua sitting in the back. Let me see your wound. When an ability user is injured by zombies or other mutated creatures, they won't turn into zombies, but the treatment is different from normal wounds. Shen Nanqing also stopped the car on the roadside and looked back. Yunhua raised her left arm. There was a 5-centimeter long scratch on the inside of her forearm. The skin around the wound was faintly black, somewhat like rotting flesh on zombies. I thought I didn't need to worry about such a small injury, but it kept bleeding and itched a lot. A wound caused by a zombie bite will not heal on its own if not treated. Jiang Yenin took out the dagger Shen Nanning gave her and carefully disinfected it with alcohol. To heal properly, you first need to cut away the dead tissue around the wound, then apply medicine normally. Hang in there. She grabbed Yunhua's arm and quickly made a cut. Yunhua groaned softly, tensing up, biting his lower teeth tightly, trying to endure. She removed the dead tissue around the wound. The darkened blood earlier turned normal and flowed from his arm. Jiang Yenin took out disinfectant, cleaned his wound, sprinkled some hemostatic powder, and wrapped it with the bandage.
Done.
It should heal in a few days. She handed Yunfan a bottle of medicine. Third brother, remember to change the dressing for second brother in the next couple of days. Oh, okay. But, Anin, how do you know what to do after a zombie bite? Have you ever been bitten? Not only Yunfan was curious, but Yunhua and Shen Nanning looked over as well. I haven't been bitten, but on the day my powers awakened, I saw other mutants with injured legs. They fussed around for a long time, bleeding almost out, before figuring out how to treat zombie bites. I remembered that method. I see. Luckily, you learned that back then or today would have been really troublesome, Yunhua said with relief. Yeah, that also shows you're lucky, Jiang Yanin smiled but didn't dwell on the topic. That was all from her past experience. If they probed further, she wouldn't be able to come up with so many reasons. She sat back down and said to Shen Nanhang, Brother Shen, let's keep looking for a place to stay. After walking 2 more streets, Jiang Yanin pointed ahead to the left. There's a residential area called Happiness Community. Shen Nanning saw it too and immediately turned the steering wheel toward Happiness Community. When they reached the entrance, zombies lunged at them. Shen Nanning stepped on the accelerator and drove straight through. There are so many zombies in this community. They had already reached deep inside, but over 100 zombies still wandered around. At the front, there were at least 2,000 zombies in this area. Each building was silent, not like there were survivors. No one, yet so many zombies are attracted here. Brother Shen, there must be other living creatures hiding in this community, maybe mutated animals or plants. It's still unsafe. We should find another place, Jiang Yenin said seriously, watching the zombies pounding on their car windows. Yeah. Shen Nanqing sensed something was wrong and quickly turned the car around to head back out. Just as they were about to leave the community, a crawling sound suddenly came from behind the car, like a rustling. Jiang Yenin immediately took out a flashlight and shined it behind them. Such a big scorpion. Yunfan took the flashlight from Jiang Yenin and, along with Yunhua, carefully looked behind. They saw a dense cluster of about 200 black scorpions, each over 30 centimeters long, with shiny black bodies. Their heads were triangular with bulging eyes, and their mouths had sharp saw-like teeth. Their backs were covered with spines, and their tails and large claws shimmered with a faint blue glow. They looked very poisonous. Jiang Yenin was also watching. The mutated black scorpions were fast, and their claws and tails were venomous, but they had very low defenses. Basically, they were fragile but aggressive. Since the 4 of them could attack from a distance, it wasn't a big problem. But just this small patch of scorpions, which preferred dark places and didn't move much normally, could attract so many zombies? That didn't seem possible. There must be something else hidden in this community. Uncle, I'm scared. Little Yangzhou tightly held Yunhua's hand, eyes fixed on the mutated black scorpions behind them, looking terrified. Don't be afraid. They can't catch us. Look ahead, don't look at them. Yunhua gently patted his head and told him to sit still and not move. He kept his eyes on the scorpions behind the car. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from all around, as if something was crawling quickly on the ground. What's that noise? Yunfan shined his flashlight around the ground. Besides the black scorpions still chasing their car, the only other creatures nearby were zombies coming from a distance. But it was clear that these sounds didn't come from zombies. Jiang Yenin suddenly had a bad feeling. After exchanging a quick look with Shen Nanqing, he shouted, "Get out of the car, quickly!" But their words were too slow. Before they could get out, several vines shot out from the darkness, piercing through the car windows and aiming at them. Shen Nanqing's eyes flashed with electricity, and sparks crackled in the air as he struck the vines. The front ends of the vines instantly turned black and disintegrated into ash, vanishing into the air. Jiang Yenin drew a dagger with a green glow and slashed fiercely, cutting the vines apart. The broken vines oozed a blood-like sap that dripped onto the car windows and seats, emitting a strange smell, a mixture of plant scent and rusty, bloody odor. Cloud Fan and Yunhua also activated their special abilities at the same time. Ice spikes pierced the vines, freezing them, while water blades forcefully cut through. There were several cracking sounds. The vines broke apart into pieces and fell to the ground, shattering into fragments. The main part of the vine sensed the threat, and all the vines quickly retracted. The four of them seized the chance to open the door and get into the car. "Uncle, the scorpion is coming." Little Yangzhou looked at the mutated black scorpion crawling toward them, trembling with fear. Shen Nanning stomped his right foot hard on the ground, and a burst of lightning erupted from beneath him. Electric currents surged across the ground, bright and dense, all rushing toward the mutated black scorpion.
After a few awkward words, he closed the door and left. Outside, Su Dayo looked just as helpless. His sister, due to some childhood personality issues, had few friends and no boyfriends. This made him very anxious. He thought, if I had money, I could buy her a lot of things, but she's picky and aloof. What will I do in the future? Before the zombie outbreak, he desperately set up blind dates for his sister, but they all fell apart. In the end, he thought she didn't like men, so he arranged some friends for her, but his sister chased them away for 3 streets. Su Dayo felt a bit hopeless. He thought his younger sister was heading towards the same path as the ancient Buddha and lanterns.
Jiang Yenin drew a dagger with a green glow and he shivered and followed the big king into the nearby building. A vine suddenly shot forward rapidly along the ground. When it approached Little Yangzhou and the big king, it suddenly leapt up and struck toward Little Yangzhou. Little Yangzhou was so frightened that he fell to the ground. Just then, the big king quickly leapt forward, shielding Little Yangzhou behind him, and bit into the vine. Then he spat out the broken vine onto the ground. The vine missed its target and retracted again. Seeing the vine withdraw, Little Yangzhou pouted and was about to cry. "Don't cry," Jiang Yenin pretended to be fierce, glaring at Little Yangzhou. "Get up now, run into the building, or..." She raised her vine whip and struck the ground forcefully. Frightened, Little Yangzhou forced himself to hold back his fear and tears, quickly got up, and continued running into the building with the big king. Jiang Yenin kept watching until Little Yangzhou and the big king safely entered the building before she looked away. The vines shot out again, 3 times more than before. Jiang Yenin raised her hand, and a green glow burst from her palm, transforming into countless green leaves that attacked the vines. Shen Nanhong's lightning followed closely, combined with Cloud Fan and Yunhua's water blades and ice spikes, cutting all the vines. However, within half a minute, the cut vines grew back quickly and continued attacking the 4. After several repetitions, Jiang Yenin turned to Shen Nanhang. "Brother Shen, we can't keep doing this. Looking at it now, these vines indeed cannot hurt them. However, the vines can regenerate endlessly, while their special abilities are limited. Over time, defeat is inevitable for them. Brothers, cover me. I will go find the main body of the vines. Only by locating and completely defeating the main vine can they break the current deadlock." "I'll go look." Shen Nanxing stepped forward, crackling with lightning. "Brother Shen, I am a wood-type user and can sense the location of the main vine faster than you." Jiang Yenin smiled at the 3 of them. "I'll leave my safety to you guys." After speaking, she charged toward the direction where the vines shot toward her. It seemed the main vine sensed Jiang Yenin's intention. Most of the vines attacked her all at once. Boom! Shen Nanxing controlled lightning to form a web of electricity above her. The vines naturally feared the power of lightning and dared not attack from above, instead falling to the ground and slithering underground. A cold flash appeared in Shen Nanxing's eyes, and the electric web split into 2, one above and one below. The main vine had no choice but to attack from the sides. Yun Fan and Yunhua quickly ran forward, one on each side, protecting Jiang Yenin. Jiang Yenin felt the fluctuations of wood-type energy in the air, searching for the strongest signal. I found it. A faint smile appeared on Jiang Yanan's face. Using her vines, she aimed a dagger and stabbed fiercely at a spot 20 meters to her front left. Sizzle. The main vine was pierced by the dagger, emitting a sound like a scream. Its instinct told it to escape. It was no match for the 4 people in front of it. The main vine quickly retracted all its branches, abandoning the part that Jiang Yanan's dagger had pinned to the ground, and shot into the earth to run away. Trying to run? No way. Jiang Yanan had already locked onto it and chased after it. Shen Nanxing and the others withdrew their abilities and followed. The main vine kept moving, trying to shake off Jiang Yanan's pursuit. But Jiang Yanan had her own way of tracking mutated plants. Not only did she stay close behind, but she also threw daggers at it from time to time, each one hitting precisely. She cut off many of its branches, which had shrunk to just 1 meter. The main vine's strength was gradually diminishing, but it kept running without slowing down. A gust of wind blew, carrying the scents of various plants.
Bricks needed to be fired in a kiln, which required a lot of wood or coal. The more Chinsu thought about it, the more discouraged he felt. There was so much missing, he felt hopeless. Only 10 years remained before Emperor Qin Shi Huang died. In that time, he had to grow strong enough to protect himself and his family. When could he leave this poor mountain village to earn money? And how could he do it? The wild boar and big snake had sold for quite a bit of money, enough for a poor family to live comfortably for years. But to Chinsu, that wasn't making it big. Making money meant building a large company, with continuous goods to sell and many people working hard for his goals.
Appeared on Jiang Yanan's face. Using her vines, Little Silver, go bite off its core. Jiang Yanan quickly grabbed Little Silver and threw it directly onto the vine's main body. Little Silver bit into the vine, first using poison to completely numb it, then crawling around the vine, but couldn't find the core. It blinked in confusion. Where is the core of this big black ball? As it hesitated, Jiang Yanan and the others had already reached the vine's main body. The vine's main body was a large sphere over 1 meter in diameter, with soft, dangling parts hanging from its lower half, looking somewhat like an octopus. Little Silver, where is the core? Seeing that the vine's main body was no longer moving, Jiang Yanan instinctively thought Little Silver had already obtained the core. Little Silver shook its head at Jiang Yanan, hissing softly. I didn't find it. I don't know where its core is. Hearing this, Jiang Yanan was momentarily stunned, then quickly reacted. Little Silver, have you never fought mutated plants before? I'll tell you. The cores of mutated plants are always hanging from their roots. She stepped forward, ready to pull the vine's main body out by its roots. These mutated plants that can move quickly through the soil usually have underdeveloped root systems. Plus, the ground becomes soft due to their movement, making it easy to uproot them. Let me do it. Shen Nanxing grabbed the vine's main body and pulled with force, uprooting it completely. Jiang Yanan touched the roots and quickly found the core in the middle of the roots. She didn't rush to pull it out but first pointed it out to Little Silver. Little Silver, look, the core is right here. She turned on her flashlight to give Little Silver a clearer view. Little Silver nodded, indicating it remembered. Only then did Jiang Yanan pull out the core and store it in her space. She looked ahead, her eyes flickering with a hint of eagerness. For other elemental abilities, the core of a mutated plant was no different from the cores in zombies or mutated animals' brains. But for wood elemental users, absorbing the cores of mutated plants could potentially enhance their talents, helping them reach higher growth limits. If it weren't for the abundance of plants, there would also be more animals, and since she now has the ability to absorb mutated animal traits, she would have tricked Shen Nanhang and the others into taking the mountain path long ago. Plants naturally fear fire and lightning. With Shen Nanhang present, it was easy for her to gather crystals from mutated plants. But now, Jiang Yanan glanced at Shen Nanhang and the other 2 beside her. They all looked tired. Continuous fighting had pushed them close to their limits. Forget it, there's always tomorrow. Let's go back the way we came and find the king and that child. Jiang Yanan bent down to pick up Xiaoyin, then turned to walk back with Shen Nanhang and the others. They had been chasing all the way and now reached the deep part of the community. Roar! The zombies kept coming closer. The 4 of them didn't want to waste more time, so they ran together straight to the community gate. Oh my goodness, after a whole afternoon and now this evening, I'm so tired, hot, and hungry. Yun Fan supported his knees, gasping for breath, sweat pouring down. Shun Nanhang and Yunhua didn't speak and didn't pant as heavily as Yun Fan, but Jiang Yenin knew they were just as exhausted. She handed each of them a bottle of ice water. Drink some water and rest here for a bit. I'll go collect the crystal nucleus from the scorpion's brain. I'll go with you, Shen Nanning said after taking a sip of water, ready to follow. No need, I can do it quickly with my powers. Jiang Yenin refused and headed alone toward the mutated black scorpion. Shun Nanhang didn't listen. After finishing his water, he still stepped toward Jiang Yenin.
She smiled even more charmingly, wrapping her arm around my shoulder. I could see her deliberately leaving some parts of her body exposed. I immediately looked straight ahead. Even though I usually curse casually, I had never seen such a posture before. My heart fluttered more and more. Her little finger seemed to want to slip into my sleeve, almost like it was brushing against me. Sudayo was walking in front, glancing back with a cold look. Suddenly, Li Zihui's image flashed in my mind, and I snapped out of my daze. A cold sweat broke out on my back. Li Zihui, yes, Li Zihui. Feng Wan's seductive charm suddenly felt dull and uninteresting.
The king and that child. Jiang Yenin bent down to pick up Xiao. So, is that trusting or not trusting? Shun Nanhang chuckled softly, but didn't explain. 5 minutes later, Jiang Yenin stored all the crystal nuclei from the mutated black scorpions into her space. Yun Hua and Yun Fan went into the building and called Xiao Liangzhou and the king out. Jiang Yenin looked at Xiao Liangzhou, who was holding tightly to Yun Hua's leg, and frowned. Today, I didn't have time to ask anyone if there was a base in this city. No rush. We'll ask tomorrow.
Okay.
The two of them walked toward the car, while talking. The disposable raincoat on her was torn into strips, but Jiang Yenin didn't take out a new one. She felt there was no need to protect the car anymore. The windows were almost shattered, unable to stop even the weakest zombie. She sat directly inside. Brothers, let's find a new car tomorrow. Yes, we need a new one. Shen Nanxing also sat down directly. I have no opinion, but let's find a place to rest now.
I'm exhausted.
Yun Fan slumped into his seat, looking dazed. Hungry, tired, sleepy. Let's eat a bread to fill up first. Jiang Yenin handed a few bread rolls to Yun Hua and Xiao Liangzhou in the back seat. Brother Shin, here you go. She tore open a pack of toasted bread and handed it to Shin Nanhang, who was driving and couldn't open the package easily. Thanks, Enin. Shin Nanhang looked at the bread in his hand, a smile flashing in his eyes. Jiang Yenin also started eating, not forgetting to ask De Wang and Xiao Yin. Are you two eating? Xiao Yin and De Wang shook their heads at the same time, making a hissing sound. We'll find food ourselves later. Okay, Jiang Yenin nodded and praised. Good job, not only can they help a lot, but they also don't need her to worry about food. It's really easy to take care of them. Half an hour later, Shen Nanhang parked the car in front of a hotel. Let's stay here. There weren't many zombies nearby, and it was quite quiet. Plus, the lights flickering in the upper rooms of the hotel indicated it was safe inside. Yun Fan was the first to rush into the hotel. Yunhua held Xiao Liangzhou's hand and followed behind him. We should go in too, Jiang Yenin told Shen Nanhang, and also stepped inside. De Wang was carried on Shen Nanhang's shoulder. The hallways and stairs of the hotel were as dirty as elsewhere. If De Wang climbed up there, even Shen Nanhang, with strong willpower, couldn't help but shiver. The scene was too frightening to think about in detail. Yun Fan and Yun Hua explored the second floor. They finally found a room at the edge, surprisingly clean. Yun Fan turned back and waved to Jiang Yenin and the others. Come here. When they arrived, Yun Fan pointed at the room and said in surprise, It's rare to find a room this clean. Lower floors are more vulnerable to attacks by mutated creatures, especially in this kind of edge room. Jiang Yenin pointed towards the front balcony and then the side bathroom. Other rooms only have one attack point, but this one is two, so others might not dare to stay here. After speaking, Jiang Yenin directed two people to check inside the room. Xiao Yin, De Wang go around the room and check. De Wang and Xiao Yin immediately ran inside. After 5 minutes, Xiao Yin and De Wang returned. Hiss, safe. Jiang Yenin then took off her shoe covers and stepped inside confidently. Yun Fan was about to remove his shoe covers and follow when Shen Nanqing stopped him with a hand. Can you and Yun Hua go check if the next room is safe to stay in? Yun Fan was momentarily stunned, then quickly understood. Okay. Yun Hua nodded and took Xiao Liangzhou's hand to walk to the next room. Jiang Yenin went to the coffee table and grabbed over 10 boxes of self-heating rice. Shen Ge, can you help me? Sure, I will. Shen Nanqing, who was checking the lock on Jiang Yenin's door, responded immediately and turned to go to her. Uncle, why do we need 2 rooms? Xiao Liangzhou asked shyly, curious. Because Sister Nin is a girl and we are boys. We can't sleep in the same room as her, Yun Hua explained patiently with a smile. Why can't we sleep in the same room as Sister Nin? Xiao Liangzhou looked puzzled. When he was with his parents, uncle, and other relatives, everyone shared a room. Yun Hua paused, thought for a moment, then answered in a way Xiao Liangzhou could understand. Because we need to protect Sister Nin. Hearing this, Xiao Liangzhou lowered his head and thought seriously. After a moment, he nodded firmly at Yun Hua. Uncle, I understand. Yun Hua chuckled. What do you understand? Xiao Liangzhou clenched his small fists. We can't sleep in the same room as girls, and we need to protect them. Hearing this, Yun Hua couldn't help but smile and patted his head. Yes, but before protecting, you need to carefully tell if someone is good or bad. If they're bad, then run quickly. How do I tell if someone is good or bad? Xiao Liangzhou asked confused. Use your heart, Yun Hua replied. How do I use my heart? Xiao Liangzhou asked, even more confused. That's a good question. You can ask Uncle Shen later. Cloud Hua didn't know how to explain to Xiao Liangzhou, so he simply blamed Shen Nanheng.
When I turned to look back, I saw a figure sitting on the roof of Su Jing's villa, waving at me. Su Jing picked up her clear cup and took a gentle sip. The moonlight tonight was very beautiful, reflecting in her cup with ripples. The evening breeze lifted her summer shirt, making her feel much calmer. I climbed up the ladder I had prepared nearby and saw her drinking alone, so I sat beside her. Is your knife always with you? I asked, noticing her tang sword lying next to her, almost like her signature. She nodded softly. I used to like the tang sword, but I couldn't carry it openly before. Now I have to hold it all the time because I never know when zombies might appear.
Same room as Sister Nin. Xiao Liangzhou looked puzzled. When he was with his parents, Jiang Yenin, who was setting out bowls and chopsticks, heard the noise from the balcony and wasn't surprised to see him come in. Second brother, call third brother to eat first. No need to call, I'm coming. As soon as Jiang Yenin finished speaking, Yun Fan excitedly ran over from the next room. There were about a dozen boxes of self-heating rice with water added, 3 jin of baked pancakes, and half a lettuce on the coffee table. Jiang Yenin also opened 2 canned fish and mixed a large plate of tomatoes with sugar. Sizzle. Little Silver and King crawled over. They wanted to go out to find food too. Go ahead. Jiang Yenin used vines to send them from the 2nd floor window to the 1st floor. After Little Silver and King left, Jiang Yenin and the others picked up their chopsticks and started eating. After the meal, Jiang Yenin asked Cloud Hua to leave her a bucket of water. She also brought them a set of clean clothes and filled bottles with ice water, then sent the 3 of them back to the next room with Liangzhou. She had just finished washing up when Little Silver and King returned through the outside drain pipe. King sleeps at the door, Little Silver on the balcony. They obediently climbed to their designated spots to rest with their eyes closed. Jiang Yenin didn't close the balcony door, only pulled down the curtains. She laid a disposable bed sheet on the bed, then took out her pillow and blanket, and fell into a deep sleep. The full moon gradually rose higher. Shen Nanheng sat on the half-wall in the middle of the balcony, quietly watching. A terrified scream pierced the sky, waking everyone in the hotel. Jiang Yenin suddenly opened her eyes and sat up in bed. Enin? Shen Nanheng's voice came from the balcony. Hey! Jiang Yenin responded quickly, tidied up her pillow and blanket, and went to the balcony. Did you get scared?
He deeply loved her. Glug glug watching Chen Su place a big rib into a ceramic bowl in front of the girl, Yuya, who had been standing nearby with eager eyes, swallowed a large mouthful of saliva. Chen Su pretended not to hear. For this foodie he had rescued, besides being poor, he was also very thick-skinned. He often started eating without saying much, but now that the little girl and Aunt Chen were present, he didn't dare to start grabbing first. The last dish was mushroom and pork slices. The pork was wild boar belly, with layers of fat and lean meat. It was first stir-fried over high heat.
Yenin and the others picked up their chops, but they only managed a few steps before collapsing. Shen Nanhang looked down. Under the moonlight, he saw a tiny, slender creature about 2 inches long crawling out of a survivor's mouth. What is that thing? Yun Fan and Yunhua also saw this, and their hearts suddenly skipped a beat. The slender creature tilted its head and made a short, sharp sound. Then, there was rustling outside the room's wall. Something was crawling quickly on the wall. After the noise moved away from the second floor and reached the first floor, Xiao Yin and the king looked outside the window. Jiang Yenin also followed their gaze. Through the window, they saw a group of tiny, 2-inch-long creatures rushing out of the hotel's front door and climbing onto the dead survivors. A chewing sound came from outside. 10 minutes later, the creatures dispersed, leaving only a pile of white bones behind. Uncle, Xiao Liangzhou's face was pale. He opened his mouth but was quickly covered by Yinhua. The slender creatures below, searching for survivors, suddenly looked up and saw movement. They hurriedly ran toward that direction. Once the noise below disappeared completely, Jiang Yenin gently lifted Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin only showed half his head, looking around below. When he confirmed the creatures had left, he shrank back down. A hissing sound nearby, they're gone. Jiang Yenin finally let out a breath and signaled to the others, pointing inside the room. Shen Nanhang and the others understood and quietly got up, moving toward the room. Just now, what was that? Mice? Yun Fan asked softly. Thinking that the thing had crawled out of a survivor's mouth, he felt a chill. I didn't see clearly. Shen Nanning shook his head, but it probably wasn't a mouse. Its size doesn't match. The sound also doesn't match. From the sound, it seems like a lizard, Yunhua added. Jiang Yenin didn't speak. She was trying hard to recall her memories, hoping to find clues about that thin creature. But after a few minutes, she sighed sadly. She had never seen this thing before. In the apocalypse, there are countless mutated creatures. Even after 5 years in her previous life, she probably saw less than 1% of all the mutated animals. Suddenly, a woman's crying came from the room across the hall. Stay quiet, who knows if those monsters have gone far. Another woman's voice responded, with a rough male voice agreeing. Exactly. If they hear us and come back, we'll all be dead. The crying stopped abruptly, filled with restraint. There's 3 hours until dawn. To be safe, let's stay here for now. When morning comes, we'll head back to the base. Okay, came 2 more voices. After they finished speaking, there was no more sound from the other side. From their words, Jiang Yenin and the others learned that there was a base in Tan City. Yunhua looked down at Mingming, who was extremely sleepy but trying to stay awake, afraid to fall asleep. Are children without adults accepted at the base? I don't know. Let's try, Jiang Yenin said, but she was confident that the base would take them in. Currently, all bases were built by local governments, and orphans like Liangzhou were within their aid scope. She yawned, then lay back on the bed. I'll rest a little more. Yunhua placed Liangzhou on the sofa nearby and told him, It's okay now, go to sleep. Liangzhou tightly held Yunhua's hand, as if clutching courage, then slowly closed his eyes. Yunhua sat on the ground, leaning against the sofa to rest. Shen Nanqing sat at the other end of the sofa, closing his eyes to recover. Yunfan simply lay on the coffee table, resting his head on his arm and falling asleep. Until dawn, those thin creatures never appeared again. Jiang Yenin had prepared breakfast, instant porridge and meat pies. After eating, they kept listening to the sounds from the other side. Until after 7 a.m., the door on the other side opened and a cautious person went downstairs. Let's go. Jiang Yenin stretched lazily and climbed down from the second-floor window. Shen Nanqing and the others did the same. Liangzhou was lowered by Jiang Yenin using vines. This method made them quicker than the people across the hall. Suddenly, before they could reach the ground, a piercing scream sounded. Just as Jiang Yenin and the others wanted to check what was happening, for pale-faced survivors ran out of the room.
Run.
There are monsters. As one person passed by Jiang Yenin and the others, they called out to them. Just after she spoke, another man rushed out of the building. He looked pained and tightly pressed his right hand against his chest. Lin Ling, Sun Sheng is still alive. Another woman in the group grabbed Lin Ling, trying to pull her away to help Sun Sheng. At that moment, Sun Sheng, like the survivor who died in the middle of the night, staggered forward a few steps before collapsing. This familiar scene made Jiang Yenin and the others, along with Xiao Liangzhou, immediately think of the slim creature crawling out of the survivor's mouth. They all stepped back at once. Jiang Yenin quickly warned Lin Ling, who had just told her to run, "Don't go over there." Lin Ling broke free from the woman's grasp and backed away with Jiang Yenin and the others. The other two men with Lin Ling had already run away. The woman was in disbelief. "Lin Ling, you're not helping Sun Sheng anymore." No one paid her any attention. "Let's leave here on the broken vehicle first." "You should come too," Jiang Yenin called out to Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded quickly, showing a grateful smile. "Take me with you too." Seeing them leave, the woman no longer cared about Sun Sheng and ran toward Jiang Yenin and the others. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing sound disturbed everyone, and a movement came from Sun Sheng's chest. After some writhing, his hand that was pressed against his chest was pushed away. Blood burst out, staining a large area on his chest. Immediately, a 2-inch-long, thin, sinister creature emerged from Sun Sheng's chest. With a quick leap, faster than anyone could react, it pounced onto the woman's back. The cold sensation on her back frightened her. She frantically jumped and tried to shake off the creature. Its sharp claws pierced her skin, and it opened its mouth wide. A tearing sound echoed as it penetrated her flesh, and her jumping stopped abruptly. Her eyes widened in horror, and her face turned pale. She fell backward stiffly. With a loud bang, dust flew everywhere, and the woman's mouth slightly opened. An eerie scene made Yun Fan shiver again. The 2-inch-long slim creature crawled out of her mouth. Jiang Yenin and the others finally saw what this creature looked like. It resembled a mix between a lizard and an alligator, but much uglier and more terrifying. Its head was flat, with no eyes or nose, only a large mouth taking up 2/3 of its head. Inside the mouth were jagged, sharp little teeth. Its body was dark brown, covered with black scales from its back to its tail, shimmering with a cold, eerie glow in the sunlight. "What is this thing?" Jiang Yenin looked left and right, but couldn't figure out what this thin creature really was. The head of the thin creature slowly turned towards Jiang Yenin. Although it had no eyes, Jiang Yenin felt a fierce, sinister gaze fixed on him. The creature's cheeks puffed out slightly, and its back legs stomped heavily on the woman's face before lunging at Jiang Yenin. Shen Nanqing quickly raised his hand and threw a bolt of lightning at the creature. It was struck with a loud crack and fell to the ground, motionless. "Is it dead now?" "It doesn't seem that strong." Yun Fan took a step forward, holding a piece of ice, and tried to poke the creature's scales. It didn't budge. "Just because this ugly thing is so small doesn't mean its scales aren't tough," Yun Fan said, turning back to the others with a sigh. Suddenly, the creature, which was thought to be dead, lifted its head and opened its mouth, spitting out a mouthful of foul-smelling saliva toward Yun Fan. "Watch out, third brother." Jiang Yenin quickly wrapped vines around Yun Fan's waist and pulled him back sharply. Yun Fan narrowly avoided the spit. The foul saliva sizzled on the ground, producing white smoke. "You ugly thing! So shameless, playing dead and then spitting." "That's just rude." Yun Fan angrily threw the ice piece, aiming to pin the creature to the ground. Although the creature's limbs were short, it moved very quickly. While dodging, it spat several more mouthfuls of foul saliva at the others. Taking advantage of their distraction, it suddenly leapt up and charged straight at Jiang Yenin with its mouth open. Jiang Yenin swiftly bent backward to dodge the attack. Then he quickly straightened up and turned sideways, giving the creature a whip with his hand. The creature was hit and flipped several times in the air before crashing against the wall with a loud thud, hanging there limply. Jiang Yenin didn't give it time to react and used the vines to pierce through its head. When he pulled back the vines, he also took out the creature's crystal core from its brain. This time, it's definitely really dead, Jiang Yenin said proudly, holding the crystal core and waving it at Shen Nanxing and the others. Just as Shen Nanxing was about to speak, there was a rustling sound from the nearby bushes. His expression changed. Let's get out of here first. Yes, the group quickly got into the vehicle. As soon as they started the engine, the previously retreating creatures burst out of the bushes. Some headed straight for Sun Sheng's and the others' bodies, while others chased after the vehicle. Shen Nanxing kept his composure, stepped on the accelerator, and sped away. The creatures continued to chase relentlessly. They are so fast, they are catching up. Seeing the long, thin creature getting closer to their car, Lin Ling shouted in surprise. Jiang Yenin looked back. There were thousands of them, packed tightly together. Remembering the creature that had been staring at her and attacking earlier, she frowned. These ugly things were probably after her, because of her dragon energy. Brother Shen, drive carefully. I'll handle them. Jiang Yenin turned to Shen Nanhang and said. She stuck her right hand out of the window, flipping it upside down onto the roof, using her upper body to hang outside the car. When the creatures saw Jiang Yenin, they immediately sped up as if they had been energized. They not only chased but also spat foul-smelling saliva at her. Rolling her eyes, Jiang Yenin said, Ugly is one thing, but your mouths are so stinky. Let me clean your mouths and disinfect you. She made vines in her palm grow quickly, holding a bucket of alcohol. They swiftly reached above the creatures. Like rain, the alcohol poured down on them. Brother Shen, Jiang Yenin called out to Shen Nanhang. Just as she finished, lightning struck behind them. With a loud bang, the creatures caught fire. They hissed and panicked, running around wildly like headless flies, no longer chasing their car. Jiang Yenin finally sat back down and turned to Lin Ling. Where's the base? Lin Ling was momentarily stunned, then looked surprised. Are you guys going to the base too? Yes, Jiang Yenin nodded. Lin Ling quickly took out a map of Tanshur City from her pocket and pointed to a spot. Right here. The map was complicated, making Jiang Yenin dizzy. Sorry, can I borrow this? The clueless player and directly handed the map to Shen Nanhang. Shen Nanhang took the map, drove the car to a nearby bus stop, and looked at the sign to confirm their location. After that, he glanced at the base's location and returned the map to Lin Ling. Do you know how to get there? Jiang Yenin was stunned. This was too fast. A human navigation device? Yes, Shen Nanhang nodded. I've been to Tanshur City before, and happened to visit the place where the base is now. I roughly remember the way. He started the car, drove straight to the street, then turned the steering wheel to another street. Miss, does the Tanshur City base accept orphans? Yunfan asked Lin Ling halfway. Orphans? Who? Him. Lin Ling's gaze fell on Xiao Yangzhou. Yunfan nodded. Yes. Lin Ling heard this and looked at Xiao Yangzhou again. He was silently shedding tears. She thought this child and the 4 people in front of her were on the same side, but it turned out they were not. Although she was confused, Lin Ling didn't ask much. She just nodded and said, received. Yunfan made an okay sign and said nothing more. Last night before sleeping, they told Liangzhou they would bring him to the base today. Whether Liangzhou wanted to go or not was not something they needed to decide, nor was it up to Liangzhou. The car fell silent for a moment. Half an hour later, Shen Nanhang parked the car by the roadside. About 100 meters ahead was their destination. It was once the Tanshur City government, now it was the Tanshur City base. There were long lines of people at the gate. Armed guards with guns stood on both sides, watching for mutated creatures and maintaining order in the queue. Can you take him directly to the base to handle the paperwork? Jiang Yenin looked at the long queue, which stretched several hundred meters, and asked Lin Ling with a slight smile. They had already gone beyond past grievances to save Liangzhou, taken care of him for 2 days, and brought him to the base entrance. They had shown the best of human kindness. It was impossible for them to wait in line again. Lin Ling quickly responded, Yes, I am from the base. I can take him directly. Then please do so. We won't charge you for the car, Jiang Yenin said softly. No problem, Lin Ling replied cheerfully. If it weren't for their help, she might have been like Sun Sheng and the others, with no way out. She had to help with what she could. Lin Ling reached out to carry Xiao Liangzhou, opened the car door, and got out. After thanking Jiang Nianen and the others, she headed toward the base gate. Xiao Liangzhou kept looking back at them. In the last second before entering the base, he suddenly waved to the four people and cried out, "Thank you, uncle." "Thank you, sister." "Not bad. Better than his parents." Jiang Nianen withdrew his gaze and turned to Shin Nanhang. "Let's go. Find a car. There are a few gas stations on the way to Xing City. We should find a usable car there." Shin Nanhang checked the navigation, restarted the vehicle, and headed toward Xing City. After leaving the Tanshir city base, the road became quiet again. Almost no survivors were seen on the streets, only zombies wandering aimlessly. Hey, did I see that right? Was that zombie eating its own kind? Yun Fan suddenly sat up straight, pointing ahead and shouting in surprise. The three of them looked in the direction he was pointing. I saw a tall zombie lying on top of a headless zombie, happily munching away. What's so strange about that? They are now just mindless monster creatures, eating whatever they want. Yunhua yawned, looking away with a tired face and leaning back in his seat. Yawning is contagious. Yun Fan also yawned widely and said with a guokudi expression, "Life is so hard now. I just want a good, peaceful sleep." "Third brother, be content," Jiang Nianen said, glancing from the second floor of a nearby supermarket. "We just can't sleep well, but at least we can still eat enough." Look at them. On the second floor of the supermarket, two people stood by the window, eating a dark, sticky mass. From their occasional gagging, it was clear the food was terrible. But neither of them discarded it. Instead, their eyes were full of surprise as they desperately shoved the food into their mouths. Yun Fan also saw that their faces, shoulders, and arms were covered in wounds. One of them had half of his face infected and swollen, with pus mixed with blood dripping down as he chewed. Yun Fan said nothing anymore. Compared to other survivors, their days were
just too easy.
"Brother Shen, how far is the first gas station?" Yunhua leaned forward, looking at the navigation but couldn't find the gas station sign. "About an hour." "What's wrong?" Shen Nanqing adjusted the map and pointed to the location of the first gas station. "I'll take a quick nap first. When we reach the first station, we'll switch." Shen Nanqing nodded lightly. "Then I'll also take a nap. After the second station, it's my turn to drive," Yun Fan said, tilting his head and leaning on Yunhua's shoulder, closing his eyes to sleep. Jiang Nianen wasn't sleepy and kept observing the surroundings, occasionally pulling out vines to retrieve 2 crystal cores from zombie brains by the roadside. Xiao Yin and Wang were curled up in the trunk, resting with their eyes closed, just like Yunhua and the others. 20 minutes later, the car left the city and turned onto the highway. Jiang Nianen looked at the scenery, which hardly changed, feeling bored. Just as he took out a bag of potato chips to eat, their car was stopped by a group of people. There were men and women, old and young, all crowded together. Yunhua and Yunfan opened their eyes and looked at the front of the car with a hostile expression. Being woken up in the middle of sleep by noise was the most annoying. Jiang Nianen turned his head to look out the window. About 200 meters away, there was a fairly large village. It should be the people from that village. Jiang Yan was calm and composed, eating potato chips while signaling Shen Nanqing and the others to look to the side. "You all, get out of the car." A burly man stepped forward without hesitation and punched the front of the car. The hood dented with a loud crack. The headlights shattered with a bang and broke into pieces on the ground. Shen Nanqing's expression darkened as lightning suddenly shot out from outside the car, directly striking the burly man. The man screamed painfully, convulsed, and was flung back over the guardrail, falling into the farmland below. Li Sheng. The villagers behind the man were startled. About 10 men immediately jumped down and gathered around to check on him. Before the others could get out of the car, another man rushed out from the crowd. Jiang Nian glanced at him. He looked somewhat like the man called Li Sheng. Probably brothers. He had a flame flickering in his left hand and pointed at Shen Nanqing with his right, shouting loudly, You ungrateful dog. Get down here. Oh, my hot temper. Shen Nanqing hadn't moved yet when Jiang Yan quickly clenched her potato chip bag and opened the door to get out. She was very protective of her friends. Anyone insulting her openly was asking for trouble. Seeing that Jiang Yan was the first to step out, the man immediately clutched his stomach and burst into laughter. Haha, 3 cowards and you send a woman? Think I won't hit a woman. His words were full of disdain and contempt. Just as he was laughing happily, Jiang Yan rushed forward and threw a punch, hitting him hard on the nose. You're the real dog that doesn't know shame. The man, who had ignored Jiang Yan, was caught off guard and punched. He cried out in pain, covering his nose which was bleeding heavily, and instinctively stepped back. After retreating, he felt embarrassed and angry. In his shame, he raised his flaming fist and swung it at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan raised her hand to stop Shen Nanqing and the others from intervening. There were many people here, so to be safe, Shen Nanqing and the others decided to hold back. Besides, she was a first-level fire-type ability user and could handle this easily. Jiang Yan tilted her head slightly, dodging the punch, then swung her hand and slapped the man hard across the face. With a loud slap, she knocked him senseless. When he finally reacted, Jiang Yan had already stepped back about 3 meters. The man's face looked extremely unpleasant. Not only had he been hit by her, but he also missed his counterattack and was slapped again in front of everyone. This made him, who loved to show off and care about his reputation, completely unable to accept it. However, the first punch could be excused as him being unprepared. But the subsequent dodge and the slap that he couldn't avoid told him this woman was different from the women in their village, not easy to deal with. Li Dong's eyes fixed tightly on Jiang Yanin, his mind barely holding on, and he didn't rush to attack again. At this moment, a mocking voice came from the villagers behind him. Wow, Li Sheng and Li Dong brag all day about how great they are, but in the end, they can't even beat a woman. This voice made Li Dong's face turn almost ferocious. It was his rival's voice. An elemental water ability user. Usually, this bastard relied on his ability to provide water for the villagers and often looked down on others. Now, seeing himself unable to even beat a woman, Li Dong's face twisted in fury, and he swung his fist again at Jiang Yanin. Damn it, I'll kill you. Jiang Yanin sneered and quickly stepped forward. Dodging Li Dong's fiery punch, she struck upward with her fist, hitting Li Dong's chin. Ah! Li Dong screamed, leaning back and falling hard to the ground. He grimaced in pain. You bastard! Shen Nanheng's eyes flashed coldly as he threw out an electric blade. Li Dong's heart suddenly burst. At the same time, Jiang Yanin's knife swung straight down. With a splat, it cut through Li Dong's neck. Both deadly points were hit at the same time, and his curses stopped abruptly. Blood splattered out, splashing onto the villagers nearby. Ah! The villagers were coiled in shock. You killed Li Dong? Jiang Yanin bent down, pulled her knife from his neck, and looked coldly at the villagers. What's wrong? Are you blind? Want us to kill another one to prove it to you? As soon as she finished speaking, someone from the fields looked up and shouted at the villagers on the highway, Li Shang is dead. What a coincidence. Jiang Yanin looked up at the villagers with a slight smile. Killing 2 more wouldn't be a problem. The villagers retreated again, their eyes filled with fear when they looked at Jiang Yanin and Shen Nanheng, not daring to speak. We only wanted some toll money, never thought of taking your lives. But now, you're so ruthless, killing 2 of our villagers in a row. An old, angry voice rang out from the crowd. Jiang Yanin and the others looked into the crowd. Village chief. The villagers' eyes lit up as if they had found their backbone, and they quickly moved aside. An old man, wearing tattered clothes, stepped out from the crowd, followed by more than 10 men holding shovels, hoes, sickles, and similar weapons. Road toll? What a joke. Think just because this road is close to you, it belongs to you. Yunhua crossed his arms and looked at the people across from him, sneering. Brother, why are you wasting words on them? Yunfan played with a shard of ice in his hand, his gaze sweeping over the villagers. They talk nicely, but basically, they are just a bunch of robbers. I think we should just kill them all. Hearing the words, kill them all, the villagers' faces changed again, and they stepped back several large steps. Young man, don't talk so big. The village chief's cane struck the ground heavily. The men behind him quickly moved forward and surrounded the four. We only wanted to take half of your supplies and then let you go, but you refused and even killed brothers Li Sheng and Li Dong. Now hand over all your supplies and kneel to apologize, or don't blame us for being rude. The village chief's cloudy eyes fixed greedily and cruelly on Jiang Yenin and the others. I'll give you one more warning. Aside from brothers Li Sheng and Li Dong, there are 17 other ability users in our village. Too much nonsense. Jiang Yenin interrupted, turning her wrist sharply and slashing at the men surrounding them with a blade of ice, breaking the village chief's words with action. She moved, and Shen Nanhang and the others immediately followed. The village chief's words were cut off, and anger flashed in his eyes. Refuse to accept our kindness? Then kill them all and avenge brothers Li Dong and Li Sheng. The people attacking Shen Nanhang's group immediately showed fierce and vicious expressions. Unfortunately, although these 17 people looked fierce, they clearly lacked combat experience. Their ability attacks were chaotic and inaccurate, missing Jiang Yenin and the others and accidentally injuring their own people. With a puff, Jiang Yenin's vine pierced through a metal ability user's throat, then lifted his body and slammed him heavily at the village chief. The village chief's face changed, and he hurriedly retreated in panic. But being old and slow, he couldn't dodge in time. With a loud bang, the body hit the ground, and he immediately wailed, my leg. My leg. Shen Nanhang and the others had already taken care of the other ability users. Still want to kill us? I'll crush you, old man. Jiang Yenin swung her vine, smashing the bodies of these people one by one onto the village chief. Seeing the situation turning bad, most villagers secretly slipped down the highway and fled into the village. Only a few villagers rushed forward, trying to rescue the village chief. But Jiang Yenin used corpses to push them back. She only stopped when she ran out of bodies. The village chief was covered in blood from being hit by one corpse after another and was barely breathing. Brothers, take this old thing. We need to get paid. Jiang Yenin glanced at the car. It was more damaged. These people had wasted their time, energy, and special abilities. All right, I like this idea. Yun Fan grinned happily, quickly digging out the barely conscious village chief from under the corpses. King, sorry to bother you for a moment. He tossed the village chief into the trunk and got into the car. Jiang Yenin and the others also got in and sat down. Shen Nanxing started the car, heading down a fork in the road toward the village. Some villagers who were slow to run heard the roar of the car behind them and looked back. That look almost took their souls away. Oh no, they're chasing us. What? The villagers turned around. Seeing Shen Nanxing and his group coming toward them in the car, they were terrified. Run fast. Bandits are coming into the village. Jiang Yenin was munching on leftover potato chips when she heard this and snorted. They're the real bandits, but they're blaming us. Since they say we're bandits, then let's act like bandits. Shen Nanxing turned to look at Jiang Yenin with a smile. That makes sense. Since they've said so, we should get more compensation. We can't let them get away with it. Jiang Yenin threw a chip into her mouth and then directed Shen Nanxing, Bandit leader, drive faster. Got it. Shen Nanxing's eyes sparkled with a smile as he pushed the speed to the maximum. The car quickly sped into the village. When the villagers hiding in the cellar heard the car enter, they shivered, their hearts pounding. Shen Nanxing drove the car to the center of the village and stopped. The four got out. Looks like everyone is hiding. Yun Fan looked around and saw no one. Yun Hua went to the trunk and pulled out the village chief, who was nearly fainting from fear. Jiang Yenin approached the village chief and lifted his chin with the tip of her machete. The village chief trembled in fear and begged, "Don't kill me. I don't want to die. Please don't hurt me." Jiang Yenin smiled slightly at him. "Want to live?" The village chief nodded quickly. Yes. Then pay up. First, a car. Second, all the time, energy, and strength wasted because of you. All converted into supplies to compensate us. Finally, a large group of you surrounded us, scaring us. You also need to compensate us for emotional distress. Hearing about emotional distress compensation, Shen Nanqing and the others exchanged glances. This recipe looks very familiar. I don't know if it's because of the pain from my injuries or because of Jiang and Ian's words.
Both were ambitious and eager to make contributions to their sect, following the rules strictly. No, the marketplace is only open to our sect's disciples. Non-disciples are not allowed in. Mi Xiaojing immediately understood they had encountered fools. Even though it was his first time in the marketplace, he knew such rules were unlikely to be strictly enforced. Dealing with fools is hard to explain. They weren't wrong. They just naively took everything seriously. Mi Xiaojing felt headache. He couldn't just hit them. We are from Chaorantang. Can't we also bring people inside? Chaorantang actually has certain privileges.
How much we pay depends on how much your life is worth. My life, my cheap life, isn't worth much. The village chief sat on the ground, trying to smile awkwardly. Oh, Jiang and Nian's smile instantly disappeared from her face. Then just kill him. Hearing this, Shen Nanqing immediately raised his knife and swung it toward the village chief's head. Wait, my life is precious. Very precious, extremely precious. The village chief, trying to bargain, was terrified and shouted loudly. Shen Nanqing's knife stopped just 1 centimeter from his scalp. The wind blew, and a few white hairs on the village chief's head floated down into the mud. Just like his mood right now, very bleak. Jiang and Nian's smile returned, and her eyes looked very kind. I just like noble lives. Fine, where are your supplies? We will go get them ourselves. The village chief fell silent again after hearing this. Jiang and Nian suddenly pressed her machete against his neck. 3 numbers. If you don't say them, you die. 3, 2, keep walking straight to the end of the village. Under the blue brick house, there's a big cellar where all our things are stored. Seeing the knife already cutting into his neck and continuing to cut deeper, the village chief panicked. Where are the cars? Jiang and Ian asked again. The village chief hurriedly replied, the cars are under the big willow tree at the west end of the village. Shen Nanqing bent down, grabbed the village chief, then turned to tell Manhwa and the others, go find the cars. And I will go with him. Okay, be careful, both of you. Manhwa nodded to Shen Nanqing and, together with Yin Fan, headed toward the west end of the village. King, you go with second brother and third brother. Xiao Yin, stay with me and brother Shen. Jiang Yanin called out to the 2 people hiding under the car to avoid the sun. The king nodded and chased after Manhwa and the others. Xiao Yin quickly climbed onto Jiang Yanin's shoulder. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yanin and Xin Nanhang followed the village chief's instructions and found the cellar where supplies were stored. Jiang Yanin looked at the cellar, which was about 5 meters deep, and his eyes flickered. Xiao Yin, go down and check the situation. Xiao Yin hissed and crawled into the cellar. 2 minutes later, Xiao Yin returned, signaling that it was safe. Jiang Yanin gave Xin Nanhang a look. Shen Nanhang understood and grabbed the village chief, jumping down the ladder into the cellar. Jiang Yanin followed closely with a flashlight. Wow, you guys have quite a lot here. Did you steal a lot? The cellar was about 60 square meters. From the fresh dirt on the surrounding walls, it seemed to have been expanded recently. Besides the open space at the entrance and the corridor separated by supplies, the rest was full of items. The village chief didn't dare speak. Most of the supplies in the cellar were stolen by them. But could he really tell the truth? Of course not. He had a feeling that if he told the truth, his life would be at greater risk, and he might get beaten. Jiang Yanin didn't mind his silence. She took out 2 large sacks, just enough to fill the trunk, and handed them to Xin Nanhang. Brother Xin, just fill these 2 sacks. Xin Nanhang took the sacks, threw the village chief onto the ground, and replied, got it. Seeing the size of the sacks Xin Nanhang held, the village chief heaved a sigh of relief. If measured in meters, each sack could hold about 50 kilograms, so 2 sacks would be around 100 kilograms. Even with 5 sacks, it would only be about 250 kilograms. They had nearly 2,000 kilograms of rice alone, not counting other supplies. The amount they could take was almost negligible. Plus, the cars at the west end of the village weren't very big. Besides where they sat, they could probably fit at most 3 more sacks. Thinking of this, the village chief smiled and politely said, Take as much as you can. Since the village chief is so generous, we shouldn't be too stingy, Jiang Yenin said, fixing the flashlight on the wall to illuminate Shin Nanhang. She strode into the darkness. She didn't bother to check exactly what was there. Besides the supplies acting as a corridor or blocking the view, she took everything else. If it weren't for her suspicion of Shin Nanhang's intentions and his tendency to provoke her, she wouldn't have come here voluntarily. Jiang Yenin sneered inwardly and blocked the entrance before Shin Nanhang could come this way. All the heavy items like rice, flour, and potatoes are taking up space. I've already taken everything I can and the space is full, so there's no point in going over there to waste time. Shin Nanxing didn't suspect anything and nodded. Then he bent down and took about 10 packs of instant buckwheat noodles and 5 large bundles of dried noodles from the box on the ground. After stuffing everything into the burlap sacks, he tied them shut. They're full. He placed the 2 bulging sacks in front of Jiang Yenin for her to see. Jiang Yenin looked down and saw they were indeed full. Then let's go. Shin Nanxing hoisted the sacks and turned to walk outside. Jiang Yenin followed him, occasionally reaching into nearby boxes to take small items. Just as they were about to leave, the village chief, sitting on the ground and unguarded, got anxious. You too, take me with you. Jiang Yenin took the flashlight from the wall and made a cutting gesture across her neck. The village chief shrank back, not daring to ask to go with them anymore. He knew that once they left, the villagers would come looking for him. Shin Nanxing first threw the 2 sacks up, then grabbed the ladder and climbed up quickly.
If you want to exchange this tea for money, I can help you take some to Wanqing to try, Yu Wuya said while drinking tea. Really? Chen Su was so excited, he almost dropped his cup. At this moment, it is impossible for Chen Su to travel far. He is still a minor, with no household registration or identification. Even if he manages to get dozens or hundreds of jin of tea leaves, he cannot transport them. First, there are no helpers. Second, no horses. Third, he doesn't know the roads or the people. However, with 2,000 years of civilization behind him, he knows that in any era, as long as one knows enough and complex enough people, many problems can be solved.
He couldn't believe it, clutching his bleeding neck, and collapsed. Those 2 had deceived him. Shin Nanxing and Jiang Yenin, from angles where the other couldn't see, both smirked slightly. Brother Shen, and over here. Halfway there, Yunhua and Yunfan arrived in a car to find them. Boss, hide in the middle of the back seat. Jiang Yenin opened the trunk and gently patted the dog. The dog immediately crawled into the back seat. Shin Nanxing placed the sacks in the trunk, and they both got into the back seat. Are we still going to the gas station? After starting the car, Yunhua looked back and asked Shin Nanxing and Jiang Yenin. Yes, go ahead. Refill the car and the oil cans. Jiang Yenin glanced at the space. The gasoline we stored earlier is almost half gone. All right, I'll head to the gas station then. Yunhua turned back and headed out of the village. Some brave villagers, hearing the car drive away, crawled out of the cellar. When they saw that Shin Nanhang and the others had already left the village, they cheered and called all the surviving villagers out. They're gone. They're gone. They left. Really? Some villagers doubted it and ran to the village entrance to check. Seeing Shin Nanhang and the others heading toward the highway entrance, they finally relaxed. Oh no! An ant suddenly slapped her thigh. The village chief is still on the highway. Could he have been hurt? Everyone remembered how fiercely Jiang Yenin had smashed things earlier, and they shivered. No way. I even heard the village chief talking to them in front of Erwa's house, someone said. Really? What did they say? About compensation, cars, supplies, stuff like that. The speaker scratched his head. They were a bit far, so I couldn't hear clearly. Cars, supplies. They've taken them. Maybe they went to our village's supply depot. Someone exclaimed and ran toward the village's end. Others quickly followed. Supplies were their lifeline. Just as they approached the village's end, loud wolf howls came from outside. Before anyone could react, over 30 wolves burst out from the crops behind the village. These wolves were twice as big as pre-apocalypse wolves and looked very fierce. Woof! The wolf king howled to the sky, and the pack immediately snapped and lunged at the villagers.
Wolves.
Wolves! Run! Get into the cellar! Quickly, the villagers panicked and scattered, but they hadn't run far before wolves chased after them. Many were knocked down and bitten alive. Help! Save me! The smell of blood filled the air, and desperate screams echoed through the village. No one dared to help. Everyone wished they had 8 legs to run faster. But humans only have 2 legs and couldn't outrun the 4-legged wolves. Soon, some older women and men were bitten and fell into pools of blood, then eaten by the wolves. "I'm fighting with you." A villager grabbed a shovel and charged at the wolves eating the corpses, but another wolf rushed out and knocked him down. It bit his throat, killing him instantly. This scene made the villagers, who had wanted to fight the wolves, retreat again and run desperately. "Wait, there's a car at the west end of the village. We can escape by car." A tall, thin man suddenly remembered. Humans can't outrun wolves, but maybe a car could work. He told the others nearby and ran toward the west side of the village. Others quickly followed. Behind them, 3 wolves followed. These wolves seemed to enjoy the chase, making the people gasp and shout. They moved slowly, but steadily behind the group. To the west of the village, the willow trees were lush and full of leaves, swaying gently in the wind. Under the sunlight, they glowed with a soft green light. The tall, thin man saw the lively big willow tree and felt a surge of hope. "Neighbors, run faster. If we can get to the big willow tree, we'll be safe." The group pushed forward with all their strength, rushing toward the tree. But the 3 wolves suddenly stopped when they saw the willow tree. Their animal instincts told them there was danger ahead. "Hey, Liangzi, those 3 dogs aren't chasing anymore." Someone behind them noticed the silence and looked back. Just then, they saw the wolves stop, lifting their heads to look at the willow tree, baring their teeth and growling softly. Liangzi, the tall man, was happy to see this. "Perfect. Let's get on the car and leave now." The group hurried to the tree and was about to get in the vehicle when something unexpected happened. The trunk of the big willow tree suddenly shook slightly. Countless willow branches, like vines, wrapped around the villagers' bodies. Before they could react, the branches lifted them into the air. The branches kept twisting and tightening. In a short time, more than 10 people were wrapped into green balls. From inside these balls, terrible screams echoed, chilling and sharp. Within a minute, the screams stopped. The willow branches relaxed, their leaves stained with blood. Liangzi and the others had turned into shriveled corpses, falling from the air. Is that willow tree alive? Has it become a spirit? Yunfan stared in shock at the willow tree still swinging its branches, trying to attack the 3 wolves. Yunhua squinted and said, "With this situation, it's almost like it's a spirit. Second brother, third brother, when you went to look for the car under that tree earlier, weren't you attacked?" Jiang Yanan asked Yunfan and Yunhua. "No." Yunfan shook his head. "Our car is stuck by its roots now. I chopped the roots and kicked it twice." Jiang Yanan touched her chin thoughtfully. "So, this is a tree that's afraid of the tough and bullying." Seeing her interested in the mutated willow tree, Shen Nanning asked her quietly, "And do you want to go see it?" "No need. Even if we kill it, it's just a crystal core. Not worth the trouble. Let's go." Jiang Yanan waved her hand and got back into the car. Seeing she wasn't interested, Shen Nanheng didn't say anything further and turned to get in the vehicle. "Second brother, third brother, stop looking. Let's go." Jiang Yanan stuck her head out of the window and called out to Yunhua and the other person, who were still looking toward the village. "They're coming." The 2 quickly got into the car. Half an hour later, Yunhua parked outside a gas station. "Anan, give me the empty oil cans. Yunfan and I will go inside to check."
The loud shouting echoed again, as if trying to tear through the sky, spreading across the town. Such strong authority, such bold courage. In Mitsuan County, to accuse the Sun family. Old man Zhao instinctively swallowed, but a faint confusion arose in his mind. He wondered silently, they are all brave soldiers from the Lady Army. Why did they suddenly become common villagers of Mitsuan County? For some reason, his vision blurred briefly, and he seemed to see a thin figure with a calm smile on his face. He recognized it as Gu Xiao, a young man he once knew. Oh, no, it should be young Master Gu. In Zhao Lao San's mind, Gu Tianya's gentle smile flickered, and suddenly he felt he might have.
Just as she was about to walk toward the area where the oil cans might be buried, She heard Shin Nanheng follow her. She paused, looked back at him, and hesitated. Brother Shin, I'm just going to the bathroom. You don't need to come with me, right? Cough. Shin Nanheng placed his hand near his lips and coughed softly, looking away awkwardly. I won't go. I'll just stand here. If there's danger, just shout. All right. Jiang Yenin smiled at him and turned to continue toward the area where the oil tanks might be buried. A bald young man nudged the man beside him and nodded toward Jiang Yenin's back. These people are well-dressed, alert, and probably have a lot of good stuff. Perfect. Since that woman is alone, let's sneak over, tie her up, and we can get some things from them. Zhao Ming watched Jiang Yenin's back. After a few seconds of thought, he threw his cigarette but to the ground and suddenly stood up. Let's do it. Move out. The bald young man and a dark, chubby middle-aged man exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with determination, and followed quickly. The three of them circled around and slipped into the farmland beside the gas station, crawling low toward Jiang Yenin. Shen Nanheng had been watching their movements from the moment they stood up. Now, seeing them sneaking toward Jiang Yenin, his expression darkened sharply. Shao Yin, deal with them. Finish before Anin comes back. His lightning energy was active near the gas station, which could cause an explosion. He kept his distance, not worried about being hurt himself, but Jiang Yenin and the others were still at the station. Little Silver heard Shin Nanheng's words and immediately jumped out of the car. Quick as lightning, it crawled toward the farmland. In just a few seconds, it reached the feet of the three people. Then it bit the ankle of the chubby, dark-skinned man.
Ow!
Something bit me. Before he finished speaking, he collapsed, startling the young man with a bald head and Zhao Ming. Pang, what's going on? The bald young man was about to check on the chubby man's condition when he felt as if something had bitten his own leg. He instinctively looked down and saw a dark shadow moving. Brother Zhao, he only managed to say half his sentence before he fell down. Zhao Ming was startled by the sudden collapse of the two people. What kind of thing is that? Get out of here now, he shouted, wildly swinging several wind blades at the weeds around his feet, cutting through the grass, but he found nothing. Little Silver quietly watched him go crazy from the grass. The noise in the farmland caught Jiang Yenin's attention, and she looked over. She saw a shirtless man with messy hair jumping around in the crops. Bored, Jiang Yenin looked away and continued controlling the vine in her hand to search for the oil tank in the soil. Got it. After 3 minutes, Jiang Yenin found the oil tank behind the gas station. Now that she had vines to extend her reach, she no longer needed to dig in the dirt. Her mind moved, and she stored the 2 large oil tanks into her walnut space. Then she went to the back of the gas station to use the outdoor toilet. Afterward, she sprayed some perfume on herself and headed toward Shen Nanheng. Sizzle, Little Silver saw Jiang Yenin walking back and quickly crawled out of the grass. When Zhao Ming paused, it suddenly leapt up, bit his calf, and ran away. Zhao Ming felt a sharp pain and instinctively swung a wind blade behind him. The activation of his supernatural power sped up the toxins circulating in his body. Almost as soon as the wind blade hit the ground, Zhao Ming, looking pale, collapsed. When Jiang Yenin returned to the car, she saw Shen Nanheng talking to Little Silver, who nodded from time to time. What are they talking about? She hurried over, curious. Nothing much. You haven't come back and I was worried. I wanted Little Silver to check the situation, Shen Nanheng said, noticing the sweat on Jiang Yenin's nose. He turned and opened the car door. Get in first, it's too hot outside. Okay. Jiang Yenin got into the car. The air conditioning was on and it was very cool inside. She took out 2 wet wipes, wiped away her sweat, then took out 2 bottles of sparkling water and handed one to Shen Nanqing. Brother Shen, drink some water. Shen Nanqing took the water and was about to drink when Yun Fan and Yun Hua returned. Yun Hua was carrying 2 full buckets of gasoline and Yun Fan was holding a black bag. Look what I found, Yun Fan said excitedly, waving the black bag. Snacks, Jiang and Ian guessed blindly. Anin, how could it be snacks? Yun Fan looked at the curb across the street. There are so many people here. I didn't even find a piece of paper, let alone snacks. Then what did you find? Jiang and Ian thought that only finding food could make Yun Fan so excited. I found this. Yunfan opened the bag, and Jiang and Ian and Shen Nanqing both leaned in to look. Inside were 8 bottles of car air conditioning refrigerant.
How about that?
Pretty good, right? Yunfan raised his eyebrows proudly. Jiang and Ian gave Yunfan a thumbs up. Great. Shen Nanqing looked away, leaned back in his seat, and said calmly, enough playing around. Hand over the gasoline and refrigerant to Enan, and let's keep going. Yunfan handed the refrigerant to Jiang and Ian, muttering, I found such good stuff, and you don't even praise me, and say I'm just fooling around. Yunhua handed over the gasoline to Jiang and Ian, then turned and lightly kicked him on the back. You're just talkative. Get in the car. Humph. Yunfan snorted angrily and opened the passenger door to sit in. Shen Nanqing glanced at the navigation and said to Yunhua, just head straight to Xing City. We'll find a place to eat when we get there. Okay, Yunhua replied. They were only about 20 minutes away from Xing City. Jiang and Ian, with nothing else to do, took out a bag of watermelon seeds from the space and started planting watermelons. Shen Nanqing looked at her sideways, his expression softening unconsciously. Strange. Why are there so many people and cars gathered at the entrance of Xing City? Yunhua slowly pulled a car over to the side. Yunfan, go see what's happening up front. Yunfan nodded and got out of the car. He walked about 1,000 meters to the entrance of Xing City and saw that there was a gate blocking the way. People inside and outside the gate were arguing. Hey, sir, Yunfan called out, stopping a middle-aged man passing by. What's going on here? The middle-aged man's face darkened when he heard Yunfan's question. He pointed at the entrance and spat as he spoke. That director of the Xing City base, he's no good at all. He actually ordered someone to set up a gate here, saying that to enter the City of Stars, you must pay a toll, 3 jin of rice per person. When Yunfan heard this, his eyes flickered. Then you can take another route to get in. Now, there are more than one way to enter the City of Stars. Don't mention it. Every entrance that can be used has a toll. Even if you don't go into the city and just walk along the highway nearby, you still have to pay 2 jin of rice. Otherwise, they won't let you pass. The middle-aged man's face darkened further. What about breaking in by force? He asked. The middle-aged man shook his head and made a stop sign with his hand. That won't work. They have that, and there are many of them. Besides paying rice, there's no other way. The middle-aged man waved his hand, sighed, and prepared to leave. Yunfan quickly grabbed him. Uncle, I have another question. What if I don't have rice? Can I use other supplies? Did you see that signboard? The middle-aged man pointed to the gate. It shows what to do if you don't have rice. Okay, I'll go check. Thank you, Uncle. Yunfan thanked him and then headed forward. In front of the signboard, a crowd gathered. Yunfan struggled to squeeze in. The sign was densely covered with small, messy writing. Can't they make a bigger sign? Yunfan squinted hard to read the words. It detailed how 5 jin of rice could be exchanged for other supplies. After reading, Yunfan pouted and glanced at the gate again. As the uncle said, everyone carried guns. Yunfan's eyes suddenly looked strange. He moved a few steps forward and looked more closely at the trigger. The armed people noticed his gaze and instinctively adjusted their guns to block his view. Seeing their reaction, Yunfan didn't look further and quickly turned back to leave. So, how is it, third brother? What happened up front? Jiang Yenan, holding a tomato and taking a bite, asked when he saw Yunfan return. Yunfan hurriedly told the others what had happened and couldn't help but complain. It's really unfair. If it's instant noodles or something similar, they want 5 packs per person. After hearing this, the 3 of them frowned. That was too much. And also, the guns they carry are fake, imitation guns, Yunfan added. Fake? Jiang Yenan was surprised. Third brother, are you sure? Absolutely sure, Yunfan nodded firmly. 1 month before the end of the world, our company started a new toy factory. The guns they carried were the same model sold by my family's toy factory. The hidden logo on the trigger was personally designed by me. If you don't believe me, you can ask my brother.
Wow.
Jiang Yenan blinked. I believe you. At the same time, a strange feeling arose in her mind. Usually, there are gates at the entrance of our base. To enter and live inside, people need to pay supplies and get a pass. The supplies collected can be adjusted based on local reserves, but each person can only carry up to 2 jin. This order was issued by the Beijing city government to all local bases. After all, whether building the base or collecting and storing supplies early on, the main goal is to help more people survive. But the way the Xing city base does things, it's really suspicious. Brothers, I suspect that the people collecting supplies ahead are not from the Xing city base, Jiang Yenin said, resting her hand on the back of the passenger seat, her eyes narrowing slightly. Maybe someone is taking advantage of the situation, tricking survivors and collecting supplies for themselves. Shen Nanning nodded in agreement. With the current situation, the people from the government base wouldn't carry fake guns to scare others. Plus, they're asking for too many supplies, which is almost like forcing people to die or get angry and fight back. Not everyone has a stockpile of supplies like they do. So what do we do now? Break through? Yunhua asked, looking at the unmoving line ahead and frowning. No. Jiang Yenin shook her head and slumped back into her seat.
I'm hungry.
Let's find a place to eat first. The road ahead was almost blocked by survivors and vehicles. Even if they tried to force their way through, it would be difficult. Yunhua, drive the car to a less crowded area at the back. Let's have lunch first, Shen Nanning said, holding a tomato in his hand. He took the last bite of the tomato, glanced behind him, and saw more survivors and cars coming. They were about to get stuck in the middle and couldn't move. Okay, Yunhua immediately started reversing the car. After reaching the nearest fork in the road, he followed it further down. When they were about 100 meters away from the queue, Yunhua pulled the car over to the side. There are too many people outside, and it's too crowded. Let's just eat in the car, Jiang Yenin suggested, leaning into the trunk and opening a burlap bag. Inside were instant snacks. She pulled out 4 military-style self-heating food packs, gave one to each of the 3 of them, and also handed out 2 bottles of water each. Brothers, rely on yourselves now. This stuff is fresh. I've never tried this kind of military self-heating food before, Yunfan said excitedly as he took one and opened it. Inside, I found 2 servings of fried rice, along with some side dishes and sauces. Sizzle. Xiao Yin and Da Wang asked to go out and look for food. Jiang Yenin patted their heads and said, "Go ahead, be careful." After Xiao Yin and Da Wang left, the 4 of them followed the instructions on the packaging to heat everything inside. It took 15 minutes to fully heat. While waiting, they kept an eye on the situation at the entrance of Star City. The remaining survivors at the front were still arguing with the people inside, while those behind showed obvious impatience and anger. Although it was already September, the temperature was still above 40 degrees Celsius. The hot sun, hunger, and the high stress of surviving in the end times pushed people's emotions to the limit. Shen Nanning looked at the crops beside the road and said, "After eating, walk through the fields. If you're stopped, don't hold back. Okay?" Yunhua replied. Just as they were talking, Xiao Yin and Wang suddenly hurried back from a short distance.
Sizzle. Run.
There are many winged insects flying over. What? Lots of winged insects. Jiang Yenin quickly took out the binoculars and looked toward the sky. In just one glance, her face changed. Second brother, run now. Countless black dots appeared in her line of sight, covering the sky and coming toward them like rain. The mutated locusts had very strong mouthparts, and their vehicle might not withstand them. Almost at the moment Jiang Yenin finished speaking, Yunhua started the car and sped forward. Although he couldn't see the exact shape of the mutated locusts, the overwhelming black mass in the sky was enough to scare anyone. Shen Nanning turned to Jiang Yenin and said, "And then let me use the binoculars." "Okay." Jiang Yenin handed him the binoculars. Shen Nanning took them and looked in the direction Jiang Yenin had just seen. The mutated locusts were about the size of fists, covered in green fur, with a hard black shell on their chest and back. As they approached, Shen Nanning also saw that each locust's mouthparts had 3 pairs of sharp teeth about a centimeter long, with dense small spikes in the middle. Where they passed, no grass grew, and even stones were chewed into pits. From this, it was clear how sharp their mouthparts were and how strong their chewing and devouring abilities were. Shen Nanhang lowered the binoculars, his pupils slightly darkened. "Yunhua, go full speed." "Look. What is that?" Other survivors also noticed the strange sight in the sky. All the waiting survivors turned their eyes toward the sky, following his gaze. It's a swarm of locusts, with enhanced vision. The mutant with special powers saw the situation in the distance clearly.
Run.
They have teeth in their mouths. After days of struggling to survive, the survivors have concluded that any mutated creature with teeth must be a threat to humans. Survivors with vehicles quickly jumped in and rushed forward, without hesitation. Chaos erupted at the entrance of Star City. People screamed in fear, cried out for help, and wailed loudly. Many survivors who hadn't escaped from the middle of the cars were run over by the wheels. The vehicles collided with each other. The cars caught in the middle soon deformed badly and turned into scrap metal. Inside, many people were injured or killed. The car owners desperately tried to escape, but couldn't. They could only watch helplessly as their bodies were pierced by car parts, unable to die peacefully. Come through the fields below. Jiang Yenin looked back at the chaos and bloodshed on the road, shouting to them. If things continued like this, all the survivors at the entrance of Star City might be lost here. Even without the barrier gate, the entrance couldn't allow more than 10 cars lined up to pass at once. Some survivors heard her voice and hurriedly drove into the fields, following Jiang Yenin's car into the city. When one person did it, others followed suit. Soon, all the movable cars on the road drove into the fields. The fields, dried and hardened by the sun, were large enough to prevent the previous chaos from repeating. After the cars left, the remaining survivors without vehicles sighed in relief and rushed through the barrier gate into Star City. Those who had been blocking behind the gate had already escaped by car. Watching their frantic fleeing figures, Jiang Yenin became more certain they were liars. If they truly belonged to the Star City base, they wouldn't just let survivors die on their own.
But
How could the Star City base allow them to deceive people at the entrance using the base's name? Master. Suddenly, the little green dragon's excited cry came from the space. I've absorbed enough energy to transform. Jiang Yenin's eyes lit up instantly. She pretended to close her eyes and quickly shifted her consciousness into a small person, entering the space. The green egg floated in the air, shining with golden light, surrounded by swirling green mist. Then, a cracking sound was heard as a small crack appeared on the shell. Since that small crack appeared, the sound of cracking has been continuous. Jiang Yenin watched eagerly. The crack on the eggshell gradually widened until it suddenly shattered. A pink, chubby 3-year-old boy with dragon scales on his lower body and a topknot appeared before Jiang Yenin. His round face had 2 cute dimples, and his eyes were bright and shiny as he looked at her. Master. The boy flew over to Jiang Yenin, spun around her, and his smile became even brighter. Are you a little green dragon? Jiang Yenin stared blankly, opening her mouth in surprise. She thought she would see a real dragon, but seeing a small baby emerge from the egg was even more shocking than seeing a dragon. Yes, I am. Master. The little green dragon nodded immediately and said, Master, I'll tell you more later. First, I need to gather my dragon energy back, or those locusts might fly over and bother you. Then, the little green dragon opened his mouth and took a deep breath inside the space. Jiang Yenin saw several strands of blue mist drifting from all corners of the space, eventually flowing into the little green dragon's body. Done. The little green dragon stretched lazily. I've collected all my dragon energy, so you don't have to worry about those mutated animals chasing after you anymore. Hearing this, Jiang Yenin breathed a sigh of relief. But her worry grew when the little green dragon spoke again. Master, I want to go outside and play. Jiang Yenin. No way. If the little green dragon really went out, how could she explain his presence to Shin Nanjing and the others without raising suspicion? Why? The little green dragon asked confused. He looked down at himself. Master, look at me, smooth, white, and shiny. I look just like a human child. They definitely won't suspect me, he said. Jiang Yenin. This is not the real issue. She flew onto the little green dragon's shoulder, poking his delicate face. The main problem is, what reasonable excuse will you use to appear in front of them and convince them to let you and us go north? Like, I'm your long-lost son. the little green dragon tentatively suggested. Jiang Nianen. I advise you not to be too ridiculous, she said. The little green dragon chuckled, just joking if he truly believed Jiang Nianen was his mother. Then, his fire-breathing dragon queen would definitely be furious and tear through space-time to drag him back and give him a spanking. Thinking about his little bottom being spanked, the little green dragon shivered and shook his head. No, that won't do. But what reason can I use? Maybe I should persuade the owner to break up with them. Once the owner is alone, he can go out or come into the space whenever he wants. Owner, alright, you just focus on farming for now. I gave you over 2,000 crystal cores, so don't just collect cores without working. Just as the little green dragon was about to carry out his plan to persuade, Jiang Nianen interrupted him. The little green dragon looked at the 200 acres of land in front of him. 5 minutes later, a child with a small hoe appeared in the space's land, working hard. Jiang Nianen looked at the little green dragon, feeling a bit guilty and touching his nose. He had a strange feeling of mistreatment towards a child. The little green dragon was swinging his hoe and secretly glancing at Jiang Nianen. When he saw the guilt flicker across Jiang Nianen's face, he smiled secretly. Of course, he could plan everything at once with his mind, but then the owner wouldn't feel distressed, and he could think of ways to make him go out. Jiang Nianen saw through his little plan and, helpless, sighed and exited the space. They had already left the highway and entered the suburbs of Star City. The locust swarm was also nearby. Places that had been visited by them were completely stripped, leaving only bare ground. Many of the cars behind them had also been affected. The mutated locusts attached to the tires and bit through them with sharp mouths. When the cars had to stop, the mutated locusts immediately swarmed over. In no time, the cars that had stopped were covered with locusts. Some even crawled into the engine hoods, frantically biting all the parts they could reach. Some locusts even climbed into the cars through the front grills, directly attacking the survivors inside. Painful screams kept coming from the cars. Some survivors, unable to bear the bites, instinctively opened the car doors to escape, forgetting the outside danger. But in the next second, they were surrounded by mutated locusts and turned into skeletons within minutes. Yunfan kept an eye on what was happening behind him and couldn't help shivering after seeing this. My goodness, this is so terrifying. Jiang Nianen opened a small crack in the window and controlled 2 bottles of insecticide with vines, spraying wildly at the back. The strong smell slowed down the mutated locusts chasing them. While the locusts were dizzy from the fumes, Yunhua drove the car to the warehouse front. The warehouse door was tightly closed. Jiang Nianen used the vines again, reaching inside to quickly open the door. Yunhua sped the car inside, as fast as he could. Shen Nanhang and Yunfan jumped out at the warehouse entrance, quickly closing the door behind them. But they were too slow. Just as the door was shutting, over 100 mutated locusts rushed in. Shen Nanhang released a burst of lightning energy, with streaks like silver snakes darting through the air, killing all the locusts that entered. Next second, more mutated locusts landed on the iron door, trying to chew a big hole through it. Jiang Nianen's eyes brightened as she grabbed Shen Nanhang's arm. Brother Shen, you come. Shen Nanning looked at her hand, holding his arm, and smiled softly. Okay. He followed Jiang Nianen to the warehouse door. She pointed at the big iron door, excited. Brother Shen, discharge electricity. Shen Nanning didn't hesitate and sent lightning at the door. The bright sparks crackled across the metal, and the locusts on the door smoked and blackened. Then, like rain, they fell to the ground with a thud. Jiang Nianen heard the noise and stepped forward, squinting as she looked outside through the crack. There were at least 700 or 800 locust corpses outside the door. The crystal cores of 3 mutated locusts had the same energy as one level 1 zombie's crystal core. Including the previous ones, that added up to about 300 level 1 crystal cores, enough for Shen Nanhang to be exhausted, and for the 3 of them to be happy. This deal was really worth it. Brother Shen, again. Jiang Nianen excitedly shook Shen Nanhang's arm. All right. Shen Nanhang's eyes were gentle as he let her shake his arm, and with his other hand, he released another burst of lightning. Hearing the continuous fall of locust bodies, Jiang Yan'an's smile grew even brighter. Yunfan and Yunhua crouched behind them, digging into the brains of the locusts to get their crystal cores. They ate one each time they dug one out. Besides eating the crystal cores, consuming other mutated creatures could also boost their strength. Brother Shen, that's enough. Until Shen Nanqing finished releasing the 25th Thunderbolt, Jiang Yan'an estimated that his energy was more than half depleted, so she finally let go of the arm she had been holding. She carefully leaned against the door crack and looked outside. Under the repeated lightning attacks, most of the mutated locusts were frightened and had already left. Only a few, whether foolish or brave, stubbornly lingered outside the iron gate. Jiang Yan'an patted her belly, planning to leave them alone for a while. After they had eaten enough, she would go out to deal with them and collect the crystal cores.
Absolutely impossible. But Lu Mingfei completely proved her doubt wrong with his actions because he was really solving the problems. Although limited to basic conditions and only able to do multiple-choice questions, with only enough time for one question during each break, he still managed to do it. He really did it. Multiple-choice questions might seem like a lucky guess, but with such a high accuracy rate across so many questions, it's unlikely to be just luck. Did he memorize the answers in advance? Su Xiaoqiang skipped many questions, even changing data on the spot to create answers, and Lu Mingfei still answered correctly.
Shen Nanhan, it was strange. Why did he suddenly feel uneasy? Yunfan kept eating silently. Seeing Yunhua suddenly stop, he asked, "Brother, are you not finished eating?" Then reached toward Yunhua's lunchbox. "Go away. Who said I can't finish?" Yunhua pushed his hand away, suppressing that strange feeling in his mind, and ate heartily. "Third brother, are you not full? There's more in the trunk. Help yourself." Jiang Yan'an overheard their conversation, leaned forward, and spoke to Yunfan across Shen Nanqing and Yunhua. "Okay." Yunfan nodded quickly. He really wasn't full. Jiang Yan'an sat back down, eating while observing the warehouse. The warehouse was about 400 square meters, filled with dozens of dusty machine tools, and scattered with some broken cardboard boxes. Zombies and survivor bodies lay in disarray on the ground. The closest bodies even had blood still flowing from them, indicating they had died not long ago. Jiang Yan'an's gaze swept around the warehouse. 5 people behind the machine tools near the back door of the warehouse, 3 men and 2 women. Shen Nanqing knew what she was looking for and told her. "Do you know they're here?" Jiang Yan'an was surprised. Shen Nanqing gave her a faint smile. "Yes, I saw them hurriedly hiding when I rushed in." "Wow, Brother Shen, you're amazing." Jiang Yan'an praised sincerely. She and Shen Nanqing sat in the back seat, but she didn't see anything else. Suddenly, outside the warehouse, the sound of chickens crowing was heard, full of excitement and energy. Jiang Yan'an quickly ate the last 2 bites of her meal from the lunchbox, then grabbed a knife and rushed out. The dirty chicken must be here to steal her locust carcass. Enan, Shen Nanqing hurried after her. Yunhua and Yunfan, after instructing Xiao Yin and A Wang to guard the car, also ran over. Jiang Yan'an looked fierce as she forcefully opened the warehouse door. She waved some leaves to kill the mutated locusts flying around, then focused her gaze on the old hen that was about to peck at the locust carcass. "Hey!" she shouted, pointing her knife at the old hen. "You damn thief hen!" The old hen was frightened and flapped its wings, taking off and trying to escape. "Where do you think you're going?" She chased after it with her knife. For a moment, the farmland was filled with Jiang Yan'an threatening the hen and the hen loudly protesting. Shen Nanqing stood at the warehouse door, watching Jiang Yan'an's movements with a helpless smile. "Let Nan play for a while. We should first dig out these crystal cores," he said to Yunfan and Yunhua. They both nodded at the same time. Yunfan looked at Jiang Yan'an and sighed. "Youth is really great, so full of energy." Shen Nanqing paused his work on digging the crystal cores. "Don't talk nonsense," he said. Yunhua looked confused. "What do you mean, Shen Ge? Are you saying Anan is not young and not energetic?" Yunfan asked cautiously. Shen Nanqing. "Shen Ge means that we are still quite young," Yunhua said, tossing a bug to Yunfan. Stop wasting time and start digging the crystal cores. Yun Fan looked at the dark bug in his hand and frowned. It turned out that age was not only a taboo for women but also a sensitive topic for his brother and Shinge. Really, two grown men still cared about this. Jiang Yenin chased the old hen for a while. Once her stiff body, caused by sitting in the car for too long, loosened up, she used vines to tie the hen back up. Master, the sound of the little green dragon and the broken neck of the hen echoed simultaneously. Little green dragon, what's wrong? Want to eat chicken? Jiang Yenin asked, holding the dead chicken. The little green dragon paused before speaking. No, I just want to say the chicken you have is a normal one. You can keep it in the space to raise. With a swift strike, she cut off the old hen's head. She reached out and touched inside the hen's head, but there was no crystal core. This was strange. Animals, like humans, had some mutations at the start of the apocalypse, but not all of them. However, animals and humans were not exactly the same. Humans think, when supplies are still enough, they won't touch things soaked in black rain. Animals, on the other hand, act on instinct. They search for anything they can eat. For example, this old hen in her hand. Without anyone caring for it, it would instinctively drink polluted water and eat contaminated plants or insects. Its fate would likely be either death or a mutation with a crystal core. Jiang Yenin looked carefully at the hen again. It was so fat, it didn't seem hungry at all. If she hadn't called out quickly earlier, it might have gone to eat the mutated locust carcass. From this, it didn't seem like a clever chicken that could tell what was safe to eat and what wasn't. So, how did this chicken avoid mutation and death? Could someone be raising it? Feeding it normal food? Jiang Yenin had an idea, but she needed to confirm with Xiao Qinglong first. Xiao Qinglong, can living things be kept in the space? As long as they are normal creatures, yes. After getting the answer she wanted, Jiang Yenin felt more confident. She looked around. Aside from the road, only the fields gnawed bare by mutated locusts remained. Thinking about the direction the hen had instinctively run earlier, she stepped forward. If someone was raising this chicken, they probably didn't only have this one. Maybe there were others. Shen Nanxing had been watching Jiang Yenin closely. When he saw her move further away, he frowned. Keep digging. I'll go check on Anin, he said, then stood up and strode toward Jiang Yenin. Just as he reached her side, distant barking and roaring engines suddenly sounded. Shen Nanxing took a half step forward, shielding her behind him, then looked ahead with sharp eyes. Jiang Yenin stared at the tall figure protecting her, momentarily stunned. After a while, she smiled with pursed lips. Brother Shen really is a very good brother. She threw the old hen into the space, then peeked out from behind Shen Nanxing, watching ahead. In just a short moment, 2 speeding cars appeared in their view. Behind them, nearly 30 mutated dogs followed, all larger than before the apocalypse, with fierce and violent looks, drooling. Yunfan put all the crystal cores into the car and drive over. Yunhua carefully took out the crystal core from the last mutated locust's brain, handed it to Yunfan, and quickly rushed to Shen Nanxing and the others. His hands clenched the machete tightly. When the people in the car saw Shen Nanxing and the others in the field, they immediately charged toward them. Help! The people in the car shouted, but their eyes showed clear malice. These bastards, they want to use us as bait. Yunhua cursed when he saw the aggressive dogs also distracted by the scene. Whether these dogs live or die didn't matter. Those in the car were doomed. Shen Nanxing's eyes darkened, and he gathered electric energy in his hands. If they wanted to use them as shields, well, he would send them on their way first. When the car was 50 meters away, Shen Nanxing already formed 2 large balls of lightning about the size of soccer balls. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the lightning balls suddenly shot out from his hands, streaking like meteors, directly hitting the 2 cars.
Boom.
The lightning balls exploded, releasing intense, dazzling sparks. The people inside the cars let out piercing screams. Enin, close your eyes. Shen Nanxing instinctively reached out to cover Jiang Yenin's eyes. Feeling the warmth from his palm, Jiang Yenin couldn't help blinking her bright eyes. She then shoved her newly taken from space sunglasses into Shen Nanxing's other hand. Brother Shen, put these on quickly. Shen Nanqing was stunned, but then silently smiled. He put on the sunglasses with one hand, and behind the lenses, a gentle warmth flickered in his eyes that Jiang Mianin couldn't see. Boom! At that moment, the two cars exploded with a louder bang than the lightning bolts, flames shooting into the sky. The residual electric energy shockwave burst out, eventually forming a scorching heat wave that spread outward. The mutated dogs at the front were instantly burned to ash. The dogs behind were stunned, and once they recovered, they scrambled to run away, rolling and crawling. As the heat wave approached, Yunhua's palms sprouted a fountain of water, which he gently threw forward. A water curtain appeared in front of the three, blocking the heat wave. When the heat subsided, Yunhua withdrew his supernatural power. All the mutated dogs had escaped. Only the burning cars remained in their line of sight. The people inside had already turned to ash. The three remained calm, their hearts as steady as water. If others don't offend me, I won't offend them. If someone harms me, I will send them to death. Suddenly, a thunderclap echoed across the sky. The clear sky instantly darkened. Thick clouds gathered, fierce winds howled, and yellow dust flew everywhere. Brother Shen and brother, quickly get in the car. Cloud Fan drove quickly to the three people and said, "Looks like it's going to rain." The three immediately turned around and got into the car. Jiang Mianin leaned on the window, looking at the gloomy, oppressive sky, feeling a bad premonition. Cloud Fan drove onto the highway and kept going forward. After 10 minutes, heavy rain poured down. It was a black rain with a sour smell, thick and fast. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. This rain is corrosive. Cloud Fan looked at the car's hood, which was already pitted and corroded by the black rain, and felt worried. Find a place to rest nearby. Okay? After hearing Shen Nanqing, Cloud Fan quickly turned the steering wheel and drove into a small road nearby. Then he continued along the small road into what looked like a housing complex. Many zombies wandered between the buildings. The black rain had no effect on them, and they rushed forward after hearing the car's roar. Cloud Fan stepped on the accelerator, rushing through the zombies, then stopped the car in front of a somewhat secluded apartment building, only 2 meters from the door. Jiang Mianin flicked her fingertips and gently tapped the door. A light green flower canopy appeared above the car, blocking the black rain. Since the rain could corrode the car, it certainly couldn't protect an umbrella. Cloud Fan and Yunhua quickly got out of the car, circled around the trunk, and carried bags of supplies. Jiang Mianin followed behind, with Xiao Yin wrapped around her arm. Shen Nanqing carried the big king. The building was very quiet, with little dirt or damage on the ground. The four immediately guessed that there probably weren't many survivors inside, or maybe none at all. Second brother, third brother, let's go upstairs and see if there are other survivors coming into shelter from the rain. If we stay too low, it might be noisy and chaotic, Jiang Mianin quickly suggested, seeing Yunhua and the others preparing to stay on the lower floors as before. The car downstairs was already beyond repair, so there was no need to deliberately choose a lower floor to live on anymore. Okay. Cloud Fan and Yunhua nodded and continued climbing upstairs. They went all the way to the 8th floor and found a suitable house to enter. Cloud Fan and Yunhua sat on the sofa dividing the crystal cores, while Shen Nanqing took Xiao Yin and A Wang to check the house. Jiang Mianin hurried to the window and looked down. Besides zombies, there were also plants unaffected by the black rain. Under the rain, these plants became even more lively. In just a few minutes, she sensed energy fluctuations from some of them. This meant they had changed from a polluted state to a mutated one. Additionally, the plants that were only contaminated are growing wildly at a visible speed. For example, a tree just 20 meters from this building grew over half a meter in 5 minutes, and its canopy expanded by more than 2 meters. The branches and leaves are lush and green. The wild grasses and flowers nearby are also shooting up 2 meters high, swaying in the black rain. This black rain seems to act like a powerful nutrient for the plants. But why is that? Jiang Mianin frowns, feeling confused. In the last life, there was only one black rain. Why is there another one now? And this one is actually good for the plants. Could it be the butterfly effect from her rebirth? Watching what? Shen Nanqing walks over to Jiang Yanan after noticing everything inside is normal. I'm looking at the plants outside, Jiang Yanan responds, snapping back to reality. She points downward at the plants. If nothing unexpected happens, this rain will bring trouble. Shen Nanqing follows her finger and looks. When he sees clearly, he gasps in shock. How are they growing so fast? Not only are they growing fast, but in just a short time, there are more than 10 mutated plants below. Although these mutated plants seem weak now, that's only because they are naturally weak. Some wildflowers, grasses, and small vines are not worth mentioning. But Jiang Yanan's gaze suddenly becomes distant. Those plants that have lived for decades, over 100 years, even hundreds, are different. Plants are inherently spiritual, especially those over 100 years old, which have developed their own intelligence. While the two are staring blankly at the plants below, a vehicle rushes in. Not just one, but dozens. However, only 7 stop in front of their building. The people inside quickly get out and rush into the building, staring at the black rain that burns their skin. King Little Silver, guard outside. Jiang Yanan turns back and speaks to the 2 people at the tea table, Yunfan and another, who are dividing crystal cores. Got it, they reply. The king skillfully opens the door, then carefully closes it with his tail after securing it at the entrance. Soon, there is movement downstairs. Jiang Yanan listens carefully. Most survivors have chosen to stay on the lower floors, but a few footsteps continue upstairs. Outside, footsteps and hushed conversations can be heard. Someone has chosen their floor.
Ah.
Snake. There's a snake here. A survivor notices the central house where Jiang Yanan and the others are staying. As soon as she walked over, she saw a large snake with a venomous snake on its head, coldly staring at her. The snake hissed, "Don't eat me. I'm tough-skinned and not tasty." The survivor scrambled and ran away. The snake hissed again, flicking its tongue, with a look of confusion in its eyes. How could tough skin be unappetizing? Thick meat is more delicious and filling. The little silver snake also flicked its tongue. Don't listen to him. Thick meat is the best. Next time we'll only look for thick meat to eat. As for tough skin, Little Silver thought, no matter how tough the skin is, it can't withstand its teeth. Hearing that the survivor had been scared away by the Snake King and Little Silver, Jiang Yanan turned her attention back to the plants. Brother Shen and the crystal cores are divided. Since we're free now, let's absorb them first. She called out to the 2 by the window. Coming. Jiang Yanan responded immediately. She loved absorbing crystal cores, especially now that she didn't need to provide the little blue dragon with many crystal cores to transform. Seeing her happy like a cheerful bird, Shen Nanheng couldn't help but smile. He quickly walked over, took his share, and sat beside Jiang Yanan to absorb quietly. Over the next 3 hours, the 4 of them quietly absorbed their crystal cores. Around 7 p.m., Jiang Yanan finally opened her eyes slowly, her stomach protesting. She patted her belly, chewed on a piece of dried meat, then looked around. Shen Nanheng and the other 2 still had 1/5 of their crystal cores left to absorb, while she still had half. Jiang Yanan waved her hand, storing the crystal cores into her 7-square space. She stood up, stretched lazily, and quickly went into the kitchen. She hung an emergency light on the wall, then took out pots, bowls, and other utensils. The rain not only made the plants grow rapidly, but also brought a cool breeze. Jiang Yanan decided to eat something warm. She prepared 4 soul soup bases, chopped green onions, soy sauce, dark soy sauce, and lard, then added a little salt, sugar, and pepper. She cooked a large pot of dragon beard noodles, serving both noodles and broth in a bowl. Finally, she heated 2 jin of pancakes. It only took about 10 minutes to prepare dinner. As the lard melted, a delicious aroma filled the air. Smells so good. Jiang Yanan was very pleased with her cooking, calling herself a little genius in making simple meals. Brothers, don't absorb the crystal cores yet. Come and eat. She stuck her head out and called to the living room. Shen Nanheng quickly finished absorbing his crystal core and stood up, walking briskly to the kitchen. Brother Shen, this bowl is yours. Be careful, it's hot. Jiang Yanan pointed to the largest bowl, basin. Based on her observations during this period, Shen Nanheng has the largest appetite. eating 3.5 bowls.
Don't talk about your second uncle anymore. Donghua pursed his lips. He knew his father's stubborn nature on certain matters. He still needed to discuss this with Ma San. His eyes followed his father's gaze out the window into the dark night. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Just as the saying goes, speak of the devil, the convoy coming in was indeed Ma San's vehicle. But he noticed something unusual. There seemed to be an extra off-road vehicle in Ma San's convoy. Su Jing and the others got out of the car. The feeling of normal human life made them feel happier. After seeing so many zombies, returning to human society felt like surviving a disaster, a feeling of relief.
They not only made the plants grow rapidly, but also eat quickly, and after you're done, we'll continue absorbing the remaining crystal cores. The three nodded and started eating seriously. After finishing their meal, Shin Nanhang and the others washed the pots and dishes. Jiang Yenin took the opportunity to call Big King and Little Silver into the bedroom. Big King, Little Silver, come in, she said softly. Hearing her, Big King and Little Silver, who had been diligently guarding the door, immediately crawled in. Are you hungry? She asked quietly, paying attention to the movement in the kitchen. Both nodded. The rain outside hasn't stopped yet, so it's hard to find food outside. I'll get you some to eat, just to tide you over for now. Besides humans, other mutated creatures prefer eating mutated food, as it gives them strength. But now, there's no choice. Jiang Yenin took 10 chickens from her space and placed them on the windowsill. Go eat quietly. She patted their heads and left the room. She just happened to meet Shen Nanhang coming out of the kitchen. Still absorbing crystal cores? Shen Nanhang asked as they walked side by side toward the sofa. Yes. Jiang Yenin sat down heavily, taking out the remaining crystal cores. When Yunfan and Yunhua came out, they saw that both were already sitting on the sofa, in the process of absorbing the cores. Brother, we should hurry too, Yunfan said, pulling Yunhua to sit opposite them and quickly entering absorption mode. Suddenly, a strange noise came from the kitchen window halfway through their absorption. The four immediately opened their eyes, alert, and got up to check the kitchen. Shin Nanhang held a flashlight, shining toward the window. It turned out that a holly tree, grown rapidly by the black rain, had reached 20 meters tall, with branches sprawling everywhere. One branch was swaying in the wind, hitting the window glass. Oh, it's just a branch. That was scary. Yunfan patted his chest and let out a breath. We need to cut this branch, or the window will eventually break, and I won't be able to sleep peacefully tonight. Jiang Yenin held a saw and walked toward the window. Let me do it, Shen Nanqing said, stopping her. He quickly moved to the window, and lightning-like energy shot out of his hand, striking the holly tree directly. The branch blocking the window turned to ash instantly. Then, the whole holly tree suddenly burst into flames with a loud bang. Not only the branches, but even the roots were destroyed, leaving the tree completely lifeless. Soon, there was a rustling sound from below, as if something was escaping into the distance. All right, Shen Nanqing turned to look at Jiang Yenin. You can sleep peacefully tonight, don't worry. Great. Jiang Yenin gave a thumbs up. Shen Nanqing smiled slightly. Her praise made him feel good. The four of them went back to the living room to absorb the crystal cores. After finishing, they each went to their rooms to wash up and rest. The next morning, Jiang Yenin was awakened first by the chirping of various birds outside. Then she heard Yunfan's surprised shout from the living room. Wow, if you guys weren't still here, I'd think I woke up in a primitive forest. Quiet, Shen Nanqing kicked him. Enin is still sleeping. Oh, okay. Yunfan hurriedly covered his mouth. It's fine, I'm up now. Jiang Yenin sat up on the bed, first calling out toward the door, then pulling back the curtain to look outside. The entire window was covered with unknown vines. She only saw a dark green mass. She wasn't surprised. She had guessed this would happen when she saw the plants growing wildly yesterday. Little Silver and Big King climbed from the windowsill to Jiang Yenin's front, their small eyes full of excitement. Hiss hiss, wanna go play? Little Silver tilted its head and gently rubbed against Jiang Yenin's arm. Big King looked at her with longing. They loved this environment the most. Jiang Yenin didn't stop them. She stood up, opened the window, and said, Go ahead, be careful. Big King and Little Silver excitedly opened their mouths, biting through the vines blocking the window, then climbed down along the vines. Jiang Mianen used the holes they made to see outside. After a night of rapid growth, the plants had broken their limits and formed a vast green ocean. Countless vines intertwined and spread upward along the building, dense like a dark green spider web covering the entire neighborhood. Most of the surrounding trees had grown over 30 meters tall, with thick trunks and canopies that blocked the sun. Only sparse, mottled light filtered through the branches and leaves. The entire neighborhood was dimly lit, with very low visibility, making everything look even more eerie and strange. Jiang Mianen took out a telescope and looked down. The ground was covered with dense plants and flowers, and various insects moved among them, sometimes darting past quickly moving mutated plants. A bright red spider, as big as a grown man's fist, climbed up a vine. It opened its mouth and spat out a green sticky substance toward Jiang Mianen. "Hey, you tiny thing with no hair yet, you dare to attack me." Jiang Mianen flicked her finger, and a green light shot out, hitting the green goo and knocking it away, also knocking the blood-red spider over. The spider rolled down the vine. A black and red bird flew down from a pine tree, grabbed the blood-red spider with its beak, and then swallowed it. It tilted its head back and swallowed the spider whole. Then it looked at Jiang Mianen. Jiang Mianen narrowed her eyes slightly, ready to attack, but suddenly a streak of electric light shot out behind her. After a crackling sound, a smoking bird fell to the ground, crying out in distress. The smell of roasted bird was very tempting, attracting many mutated insects and birds nearby. It also made some slightly smarter mutated creatures wary of the house where Jiang Mianen and the others were. Shun Nanxing went forward, closed the window, and turned to look at Jiang Mianen. His sharp gaze softened unconsciously. "Let's go out and have breakfast." "Huh? You made breakfast?" Jiang Mianen was surprised and raised an eyebrow, asking him, "What did you make?" As Jiang Mianen looked at him with her moist eyes, Shen Nanxing felt his throat tighten. He quickly turned his head to avoid her gaze. "We just boiled some instant noodles." "Instant noodles?" Jiang Mianen couldn't help but chuckle softly and walked toward the living room. She should have guessed. When the two came out, Yun Fan hurriedly called out to them, "Come on, come on." There were 4 bowls of steaming hot instant noodles on the coffee table, and nothing else. Jiang Mianen placed a marinated egg and 2 marinated chicken legs into each bowl. Just as she sat down, there was a loud crash from the balcony window, and glass shattered everywhere. A bat, over a meter long, with yellowish fur and white wings, carrying damp, sticky wind, flew in and hung upside down on the balcony door. Its ears stood up straight, and its eyes were bright red, glaring greedily at Jiang Mianen and the others. Saliva dripped from its sharp, protruding fangs. Jiang Mianen stared at a muddy, withered leaf in her bowl, clenched her fists tightly. Jiang Mianen swung her vine whip fiercely at the mutated bat. Seeing Jiang Mianen dare to attack, the bat's anger flared. A sharp, piercing scream sounded. The mutated bat quickly changed direction, dodging Jiang Mianen's whip and swooping down close to the ground. Its large mouth opened wide, rushing straight toward Jiang Mianen. "Brothers, let me handle this," Jiang Mianen shouted to Shen Nanxing and the others, who were about to attack the bat. She then sidestepped to avoid the bat's strike, quickly raised her knee, and slammed it into the bat's belly. The bat squeaked in pain, flipping twice in the air before letting out an angry growl. Still daring to shout, "Today, I will tear you apart and feed you to the dogs." Jiang Mianen's vine whip transformed into a fierce wolf. It leapt forward and bit into the bat's wing. The bat squealed painfully, flapping its wings desperately to break free from the wolf's grip. Jiang Mianen's eyes flashed coldly as she commanded the wolf to pull hard. Half of the bat's wing was torn off, blood spraying out as it fell to the ground, crying out in pain. The wolf turned back into the vine whip, tying up the injured bat. Then, it stomped several times on the bat's chest. "How dare you damage my face? I'll crush you to death." The bat's screams gradually weakened until they stopped. Jiang Mianen stepped forward and retrieved a crystal core from the bat's brain, her face full of anger. "Humph. Serves you right. At least 10 crystal cores could be exchanged for 4 bowls of instant noodles, but now she only had 1. She felt she had been cheated. Jiang Yenin retracted her supernatural power, grabbed a few wet wipes to clean her hands, and then turned to Shen Nanqing and the others, a smile on her face. "Brothers, I'm going to heat up some buns. We'll have buns for breakfast today." After saying that, she hurried into the kitchen. Shen Nanqing, who had been standing behind her, immediately followed. "Oh, it hurts." Halfway there, Jiang Yenin suddenly turned around. Just as she was about to ask if they wanted more tea eggs, she unexpectedly bumped into a warm, broad embrace. Shen Nanqing didn't expect her to turn suddenly, and was caught off guard. "Be careful." Seeing Jiang Yenin's body being pushed back, he quickly reached out and pulled her into his arms. His arms wrapped around her protectively. They were so close that Jiang Yenin could feel his breath. "Are you okay?" Shen Nanqing looked down at her with a worried and caring expression.
It is much larger than Ji County. The city walls are taller and more majestic, and the city itself is several times bigger. Outside the city, roads crisscross through vast farmland. Wheat fields sway in the wind, and the wheat is turning yellow, ready to harvest. Within a few dozen miles around the farmland, green trees are dense. Villages are scattered nearby, with thousands of households living there. The sounds of chickens and dogs can be heard everywhere. Along the riverbanks surrounding the city, hundreds of workshops for copper and iron crafts are densely packed. Many simple, low-grass huts are built around them, inhabited by large groups of homeless refugees and slaves without household registration.
"Brother Shen, my head is fine. Please let me go." Hearing Jiang Yenin's voice, Shen Nanhang finally reacted. He hurriedly loosened his hold and took a step back, lowering his head.
Saw thee.
And he almost dared not look at Jiang Yenin and nervously fidgeted with his clothes, afraid that if he looked up, he would meet a pair of angry eyes. Seeing Shen Nanning looking as if he had done something wrong, Jiang Yenin remained calm. She smiled and said, "It's just." Before she finished, the entire building suddenly shook violently. The walls cracked visibly, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the ground. "Let's go. This place is collapsing." Shen Nanhang instinctively grabbed Jiang Yenin's hand and quickly rushed into the living room balcony, climbing out through a broken window. Yunfan and Yunhua followed closely behind. The 4 of them grabbed onto vines wrapped around the building and slid down quickly. Jiang Yenin's palm glowed with green light. If these vines broke, she would immediately save herself and the others. But until they landed safely, the vines remained strong and unbroken. As they hit the ground, the building collapsed with a loud crash. About 11 or 12 survivors, like them, climbed down the vines. Looking at the fallen building, everyone was filled with shock and fear. Nearby, the small silver and big king saw Jiang Yenin and the others and quickly scurried over. The ground was still shaking wildly. Besides the building in front of them, other nearby and distant buildings were collapsing one after another. Mutant creatures were also disturbed. Birds flew chaotically, zombies roared in the woods, insects and mutated plants scurried everywhere, and vines twisted constantly underfoot. Occasionally, survivors tripped and were even dragged away. "Help me! Save me!" The people being dragged shouted desperately, calling for help from others.
They supported scholars and philosophers, who in turn gave them advice and sometimes even worked with officials. These scholars used their knowledge to serve the rich, hoping for a better life. These scholars were similar to modern influencers, using their cultural skills to support and promote the interests of the wealthy merchants. Because of this, the southern part of the city, near the river, was filled with tall, spacious houses brightly lit at night, with faint sounds of laughter and music coming from within. Despite the curfew, people still moved about in the streets. In a dark alley, a girl dressed in a light blue linen dress hid against the wall, glancing around cautiously.
On the building and slid down quickly. Jiang Yenin's palm glowed. She handed the emergency packs to Yunhua and Yunfan. "Second brother, third brother, carry these just in case." Then she quickly added a flashlight, lighter, and medicine into Shen Nanqing's backpack. "We can't stay here any longer." Shen Nanqing looked around carefully. After the collapse of the building, the surrounding trees kept falling one after another, making loud crashing sounds. The 4 of them carefully crossed the neighborhood. "King, stay close to us." Jiang Yenin kept her eyes fixed on the ground, still reminding King to stay safe. King nodded and followed Yunhua and Yunfan, crawling forward while staying alert to their surroundings. Just as they were about to leave the neighborhood, a water-like sound echoed from underground. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet cracked open, and before they could react, the four of them fell into a deep abyss. Jiang Yenin quickly threw out vines, one anchoring above and the other tossed toward the three of them. Just as they nearly touched Shen Nanqing and the others, a foul-smelling, damp water jet shot up from the bottomless abyss, knocking the vine out of Jiang Yenin's hand. At the same time, the other vine she held also collapsed, smashing straight toward her head. "Anan, be careful." Shen Nanqing threw out a chain of lightning, wrapping around her vine and pulling her into his arms. At that moment, a groaning sound came from below again, followed by a faint green gas spreading upward. "This is..." Jiang Yenin hadn't finished speaking before she fainted. Shen Nanqing and the others also lost consciousness after inhaling a small amount of the green gas. The gas continued to rise. All mutated creatures that touched it instantly lost consciousness and fell into the cracking ground one after another. 200 meters underground, Jiang Yenin woke up to find herself lying on a soft, plush-like surface. The surroundings were filled with the sound of water, and in the distance, there were cries for help and the sounds of fleeing survivors. The scene was almost completely dark, with only some glowing little insects providing a faint light. "Where am I?" she muttered, rubbing her still-dazed head. She slowly sat up and then took out a flashlight. As soon as she turned it on, Jiang Yenin saw what was beneath her. "Oh my gosh," she jumped up quickly, leaping away and moving 2 meters forward. She was not lying on a soft cushion but on a corpse covered in long black hair, with an indistinct face. "What is this thing?" Jiang Yenin shined her flashlight, carefully examining the body. It looked like a monkey, but with much longer fur and a taller build. Besides her and the corpse, there was nothing else, no other creatures or objects. Shen Nanqing and the others, Xiao Yin and the king, were missing. The little blue dragon in the space was also curled up on the jewelry box, unaware of the situation. Although she was unconscious, her soul was connected to the little blue dragon, and she sensed that it had made a last-minute effort to protect them before fainting from mental exhaustion. "Why didn't Shen go and the others fall with me?" Jiang Yenin muttered to herself, glancing down at her injuries. She had many cuts and bruises on her legs and arms. Most were superficial scrapes, but the worst was a deep, roughly 3-centimeter cut on her left arm that was still bleeding. However, she saw these as just surface wounds. She threw a mat on the ground, clipped her flashlight to the wall, and began to treat her wounds while observing her surroundings. It seemed she was in a cave-like place. In front of her was a narrow, seemingly endless corridor, beside which flowed a swift river. The path beneath her feet was the only way out, with stalactites of various shapes growing above and on both sides.
Why what? Why did you do such a thing? This question was not just for the female doctor, but also seemed to be a direct challenge to the woman who had broken his heart. He had kept his feelings inside for so many years, avoided them for so long, and today finally dared to stand up. The female doctor looked steadily at Su Dayo. His eyes were red, his expression angry yet very sad. His gaze seemed to threaten. Thinking for a moment, the female doctor beckoned to Su Dayo. "Come over and look at this." Su Dayo stepped closer. Previously, he was overwhelmed and didn't notice that besides zombies, there were other things in the place where the female doctor brought him.
Shen Nanqing and the others, Xiao Yin and the king. She had to find Shen Nanqing and the others quickly. Fortunately, I prepared emergency kits for all 3 of them before we fell. As for Little Silver and the king, Jiang Yenin wasn't too worried. No matter the environment, mutated plants and animals tend to survive better than humans. After walking about 300 meters, they reached a fork in the road about 2 meters wide on the left side. In the distance, faint thunder could be heard. Could it be Brother Shen and the others? Jiang Yenin felt a sudden joy and quickly turned in that direction. But after taking just a few steps, she saw a survivor's body covered in black rats. The body was palm-sized, covered in sticky, colorful goo, and crowded with rats. Jiang Yanan's face involuntarily wrinkled, not out of fear, but because she felt disgusted. The black rats, busy gnawing on the corpse, suddenly turned around when they heard the noise behind them. Perhaps because they had lived in darkness for years, these rats had no eyes, only large ears. When they caught the scent of fresh blood, they abandoned the corpse and rushed toward Jiang Yanan. Unfazed, Jiang Yanan lightly stomped her right foot. A wooden spike protruded from beneath her, pinning the rats in place. The rats struggled painfully on the spikes. Jiang Yanan flicked a green thread from her fingertips, stabbing into their brains and extracting their crystal cores. Just as she threw the cores into her space, a strong gust of wind hit her from behind. She quickly leapt forward, swung her sword in a reverse strike, but was knocked back by a huge head. She stumbled back 10 steps, focusing on the creature attacking her. It was a giant lizard over 3 meters long, its massive body filling the corridor. Its eyes, glowing with crimson fury, shot fire at her. "Stare all you want. You attacked me first, so don't complain now." Jiang Yanan's eyes widened as she raised her sword again and charged at the giant lizard. The lizard's eyes flashed with bloodthirsty ferocity. It opened its huge mouth, sharp teeth smelling of rottenness, and lunged fiercely at Jiang Yanan. Knowing its scales were tough and couldn't be cut with her sword, Jiang Yanan avoided its armor and controlled her blade with vines, slicing it across the lizard's soft lower jaw. Hot blood spurted out, and Jiang Yanan quickly retreated, the blood splattering onto the stone walls on either side. Roar! The lizard cried out in pain, its enormous head thrashing wildly. Suddenly, dust and stones flew everywhere, threatening to collapse the corridor. Jiang Yanan hadn't expected that one strike would make the lizard go crazy. Without hesitation, she sheathed her sword and turned to run. The lizard's tough skin and thick flesh meant that even if the corridor collapsed, it probably wouldn't kill it. Her fragile body couldn't handle such a fight. The giant lizard saw her run away, and its anger and bloodthirsty intent grew stronger. Enduring the pain from its jaw, it chased after her. It charged recklessly, causing everything it passed to collapse. Jiang Yanan ran forward quickly, and soon she reached a fork in the road. Before she could decide which way to go, a strong arm suddenly wrapped around her waist, pulling her into the narrow path on the right. Even the fast-moving giant lizard didn't react in time and charged straight ahead. A familiar, refreshing scent filled her nose, bringing a sense of comfort. Jiang Yanan felt happy inside, and her lips unconsciously curved upward. She looked up at him, her eyes shining brightly. "Brother Shin." Shin Nanheng restrained his urge to hold her in his arms and spoke in a deep voice. "Yes, it's me." His restless heart finally calmed down at that moment. But when he smelled the medicine on her, he became worried again. "You're hurt." "I'm fine. I just scraped myself when I fell. It'll heal in a few days," Jiang Yanan said casually. Compared to the life-threatening injuries in her past life, her current wounds were minor. Shin Nanheng didn't believe her. His mind moved, and several small silver butterflies appeared around them. They emitted a dazzling light, illuminating the space and revealing the various wounds on Jiang Yanan's body. His hand, hanging at his side, clenched tightly, and his heart ached fiercely. "I'm sorry, Yanan. It's my fault for not protecting you," he said. He had promised to protect her, but failed to do so. However, Jiang Yanan didn't respond to his words. Her gaze was fixed on Shin Nanheng. His injuries were worse than hers, and many wounds were still bleeding because they hadn't been treated.
He was soaked in blood.
"Why didn't you put on medicine?" "I prepared some for you," she asked with a frown, her face showing displeasure, but her eyes were full of concern and worry. Knowing she cared for him warmed Shin Nanheng's heart, filling him with happiness. When he woke up, he saw over a dozen bodies, bloodied and battered, lying on the ground. He supported himself and looked along the path, first finding Yun Fan and Yun Hua. Then he found Xiao Yin and Qingda. But no matter how he searched, he couldn't find her. At that moment, he was extremely panicked, ignoring his own injuries. Seeing him silent for a long time, Jiang Yanan grew anxious. She grabbed his shirt, stood on tiptoe, and pressed close to him. Say something. Shen Nanheng lowered his gaze and looked at her steadily. I was worried about you and afraid you might be in danger, so I didn't tend to my wounds. Hearing this, Jiang Yanan's hand loosened, and a wave of sourness filled her heart. Since her parents passed away, no one had ever been so worried about her safety again. Even if you're in such a hurry to find me, you should first apply some medicine, she said in a muffled voice. She lowered her head to get the medicine and asked about Yunfan and the others. They're fine. Shen Nanning looked down at her as she applied the medicine, his expression gentle. Because we couldn't find you, we set a meeting place and split up to look for you. At that moment, a loud bang came from the narrow path. The giant lizard had returned, crashing into the trail, but only its head got stuck. The force shook the surrounding stalactites, causing them to fall with a clattering. Be careful, Shen Nanhang exerted force, and Jiang Yenin threw herself into his arms, protected tightly by him. She could hear Shen Nanhang's strong, steady heartbeat, which gave her a sense of reassurance. She instinctively tightened her grip on the iodine bottle, feeling a strange flutter she had never experienced before, which made her feel a little panicked. Electric sparks crackled around them, smashing the falling stalactite fragments. Only when nothing else fell did Shen Nanhang gently released Jiang Yenin. Jiang Yenin blushed slightly, lowered her head, and, under the glow of the silver butterfly, continued to apply the medicine to Shen Nanhang. The giant lizard roared angrily at them, wildly swinging its body, trying to rush into the trail. The two ignored it, turning a blind eye. In Shen Nanhang's eyes, only Jiang Yenin mattered. In Jiang Yenin's eyes, only Shen Nanhang's injuries. After 10 minutes, Jiang Yenin put away the medicine, her mood calming again. Brother Shen, since the situation is unclear and we don't even know what kind of place this is, we shouldn't let that giant lizard keep bothering us. To be safe, let's go to the meeting point you and second brother agreed on. Okay, Shen Nanhang replied softly, controlling the silver butterfly to fly toward the exit of the trail for illumination. He stayed close to Jiang Yenin, both walking cautiously toward the exit. As they moved further away, the giant lizard was about to go mad. But helpless, it could only roar angrily at the entrance of the trail, roar, until it saw neither of them anymore. The lizard, bloodied and furious, went off to vent its anger on other mutated creatures. Under Shen Nanhang's lead, Jiang Yenin took a winding path and finally arrived at a natural cave. Inside, they could hear voices, but they were not Yunfan and the others. Is this the place? Jiang Yenin looked at the clearly inhabited cave with a cold expression on her face. Halfway there, Shen Nanang had already told her that the king was guarding the meeting point. Now the place has been taken over by someone. Shen Nanxing's lightning energy had become like a thunder dragon, rushing toward the cave entrance with the power of thunder. A bright golden light burst out from inside and collided with Shen Nanxing's lightning energy. After a loud explosion, the gold-type power slowly dissipated into the air, and the remaining lightning energy shot directly into the cave, forcing the people inside out. There were 12 people, men and women. Jiang Yenin looked coldly at the man leading the group. She was surprised to find that this man's features resembled Shen Nanxing somewhat. Behind the man, 2 middle-aged men saw Shen Nanxing and became excited. Second young master, Jiang Yenin. Do you know him? She turned to look at Shen Nanxing. Before Shen Nanxing could speak, the man at the front of the group smiled warmly and enthusiastically approached. Second brother, I finally found you. Second brother? Could this guy be the mutated gene who sent many killers to assassinate Shenge? Jiang Yenin instinctively stepped in front of Shen Nanxing, pointing her sword at Shen Nanchuan. Stop right there. Shen Nanchuan looked at the sword pointed at his chest, a hint of dark intent flashing in his half-lowered black eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He looked up at Jiang Yenin with a gentle smile. Miss, what do you mean by that? It means don't pretend. Shen Nanxing stepped forward, gently lowering the sword in Jiang Yenin's hand, then pulled her behind him for protection. Pretend? Shen Nanchuan was stunned, confused. Nanxing, big brother doesn't understand what you mean. The people behind him also looked confused, unsure what was happening. Nanxing, be careful with your words. A beautiful girl stepped out from behind Shin Nanchuan. Brother Nanchuan has been worried about your safety. When the apocalypse first started, he went out with people to find you. After finally finding you, you just casually say don't pretend? Don't you think that's too much? Qiao Huaxi looked at Shin Nanxing with disapproval. Shin Nanxing ignored her, coldly glancing at Shin Nanchuan. Where's the snake inside the cave? Second young master. The snake crawled away by itself, answered the person behind Shin Nanchuan. Shin Nanxing didn't care who answered. He just wanted to confirm the whereabouts of the king. He nodded at the responder and then softly said to Jiang Yenin, and then step back. Jiang Yenin didn't know what he was planning but obediently took a few steps back. Just then, the king, who had been hiding nearby, crawled out from a pile of stones. King. Jiang Yenin hurriedly ran to its side and saw multiple wounds on its body, with 2 deep cuts on its back that revealed bones. Her anger surged like a rocket, rising rapidly. King, who hurt you? Upon hearing this, the king immediately looked aggrieved and tilted its head toward Shin Nanchuan. Jiang Yenin quickly stood up and swung her whip at Shin Nanchuan. You bastard, first hurt Brother Shin, then hurt the king. Today, I will teach you a lesson so you understand why the flowers are so red. Seeing the whip coming toward her, Shin Nanchuan's smile instantly faded. He quickly rolled to the side, dodging the whip, then stomped his left foot hard on the ground, lunged forward, and clenched his fist shining with golden light, rushing straight at Jiang Yenin's face with a whistling sound. Jiang Yenin sneered coldly, a dagger appearing in her hand, ready to fight back when a loud shout came from beside her. Shin Nanchuan, you dare to die. Shin Nanxing quickly moved forward, sparks flashing between his hands. He grabbed Shin Nanchuan's fist with his left hand and forcefully pulled it forward, then swiftly raised his right knee and struck Shin Nanchuan's abdomen hard. Shin Nanchuan groaned and hunched over suddenly. In the next second, Shin Nanxing swung his right fist and punched his face. With a loud bang, Shin Nanchuan's body flew backward like a broken kite. Young master, the people on Shin Nanchuan's side hurriedly stepped forward to catch him, then acted as if they were quail. They were all bodyguards of the Shin family. On one side was the eldest young master, and on the other side was the second young master. Helping either side was wrong. Brother Nanchuan, Qiao Huaxi shouted in surprise, rushing to Shin Nanchuan's side and kneeling down. How are you? Cough, cough. Shin Nanchuan coughed violently, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, looking very miserable and battered. Seeing his beloved hurt like this, Qiao Huaxi's heart ached so much that tears fell. Brother Nanchuan, Huaxi, I'm fine. Shin Nanchuan supported himself with the help of others and sat up, gently shaking his head at Qiao Huaxi. It's my fault. I shouldn't have made the second brother angry. Hearing the words, Huaxi, Jiang Yenin suddenly clenched her fists, her breathing quickening. She quickly stepped forward to Shin Nanxing and asked in a low voice, Brother Shin, is her full name Qiao Huaxi? Yes. Shin Nanxing's eyes flashed with doubt. How doesn't it know? Jiang Yenin shook her head. It's just that I think I heard this name somewhere. She said this with her mouth, but her heart sank deeply. In her previous life, the city had experienced a catastrophic beast tide. At that time, help arrived from all directions, including a rescue team called Tianqi. When they helped rescue the city, they worked very hard and were warmly welcomed by the city's base leader. Many people went to see their true appearance. She was worried about her livelihood at the time and had no interest in seeing the Tianqi team. Shun Jiao did go, and after returning, she told her a lot. She said that the team leader and deputy leader of Tianqi were from prominent families in Jing City. They came to rescue the city because the team leader's younger brother had died during the beast tide at the beginning of the apocalypse. He couldn't bear to see other survivors die like his brother, so he came to help. Shun Jiao didn't tell her the team leader's name, but she did mention the deputy leader's name with a look of jealousy, Qiao Huaxi.
Plus, he can earn way more than his salary just by taking a few photos. Knock knock. X2. The knocking on his phone and the crisp sound of glass tapping outside almost happened at the same time. Lao Zhang is stunned, and stands up. The scene outside the security booth comes into view. It's a familiar boy, gasping for breath. When Lao Zhang looks up, the boy forces a smile and says, "Uncle, good morning. Please open the door." On the Nokia N96 screen, the ghost is disguised as a handsome boy the main character has met a few times. "Uncle, please open the door. I need to talk to you." Lao Zhang's body hairs stand on end involuntarily.
Her head. Suddenly, in the dark distance, various beast roars sounded, and even the ground beneath their feet trembled. Thinking of how the team leader's brother died during the beast tide early in the apocalypse, Jiang Yenin instinctively grabbed Shen Nanjing's hand, shouted for the king, and turned to run. Connecting the dots, she realized her Shen Go was the unlucky brother who died during the beast tide at the start of the apocalypse. After hitting someone, you want to run? Stand still. Xiao Huaxi was furious and suddenly whipped toward their backs. Jiang Yenin pulled Shen Nanjing into a narrow alley. After avoiding the fire whip, she took out 2 small gas canisters and threw them behind her with force. Only sneaking attacks? That's all you've got. In the dark, Xiao Huaxi heard something flying toward her. Her face grew cold, and she swung her whip again.
Bang!
The gas canisters exploded after being hit by the whip, releasing gas that ignited instantly, causing a loud explosion. Xiao Huaxi cried out in pain. Jiang Yenin covered her mouth, giggling secretly. Then she pulled Shen Nanjing out of the alley and continued to run forward. If the beast roars weren't getting closer, she would have thrown a few more to play with them. Shen Nanjing followed her forcefully forward, his gaze fixed on their intertwined hands. The corners of his mouth curved into a wider smile, and a gentle warmth appeared in his eyes. They crossed over more than 10 stone paths of different widths, until Jiang Yenin saw a cave about half the size of the previous natural one. But it was enough for them to hide. "Brother Shen, let's hide inside here," she suggested. The path in front of the cave was not very wide, but there was a river that looked shallow, yet flowed fiercely. Because of the river, larger mutated animals dared not come close, but smaller ones were not a threat. Inside the cave, Jiang Yenin was about to let go of Shen Nanjing's hand, but he held her back. "Brother Shen?" she asked, confused. He pulled her further inside, saying, "There's another path behind this cave. Let's go further in." Jiang Yenin then noticed a quiet little trail on the right side of the cave, which looked a bit mysterious. But maybe they didn't need to hold hands anymore. She looked at their tightly clasped hands and suddenly blushed. It seemed Shen Nanjing heard her thoughts. He slightly turned his head away, cleared his throat, and said, "The inside is uncertain. There might be other dangers. Holding hands is safer," Jiang Yenin thought. If there's danger, would not holding hands be safer? How could they defend and counterattack quickly then? Shen Nanjing didn't give her a chance to overthink. He directly pulled her into the small trail, releasing a few small silver butterflies that lit the way and kept watch around them. The stone walls on both sides of the trail were damp, covered with green moss and small black mushrooms, with long vines hanging overhead. The whole path emitted a cold, damp aura. "Brother Shen, what do you think this place is? How did we end up here?" Jiang Yenin carefully avoided the decaying corpses that occasionally appeared on the ground and asked. Shen Nanjing gently shook his head. "I'm not sure." Thinking about the bloodied, almost unrecognizable corpse they saw earlier, he pondered and said, "But I can tell this place is at least 100 meters above ground." Hearing this, Jiang Yenin remembered the image of the fleshy corpse and nodded in agreement. Without at least 100 meters of height, it wouldn't have fallen like that. Shen Nanjing waved his hand, releasing several bolts of lightning that burned the vines above into ashes, preventing them from attacking. "Brother Shen, do you think we can get back to the surface?" Jiang Yenin looked up, but she couldn't see the top. It was pitch black, with no light in sight. "Definitely." Outside, the water was rushing fiercely, likely coming from a high place. "If we follow the direction of the water, we will definitely find a way out," Shen Nanjing said, holding Jiang and Nian's hand tightly. "And I will take you out." "Yes, Brother Shen, I believe you." Jiang and Nian nodded and gently tried to loosen Shen Nanjing's grip on her hand. Enin, hold on to safety. Shin Nanqing looked back at her with sincere and gentle eyes. But Brother Shin, Jiang and Ian touched her belly. I'm hungry. I can't eat with just one hand. She showed a plastic bag in her hand, containing 2 pancakes. They were leftovers from last night, still warm. I want to spread some sauce, add some lettuce and braised meat. She waved the plastic bag. Shin Nanqing's eyes flickered, and suddenly he reached out. Give me the sauce and meat, I'll help you add them, Jiang and Ian. Brother Shin, her cheeks puffed up slightly, her bright eyes wide. Don't be silly. Shin Nanqing looked disappointed and lowered his head, reluctantly releasing Jiang and Ian's hand. In her hunger, Jiang and Ian didn't notice Shin Nanqing's sad mood. She shoved 2 disinfectant wipes into his hand. Quick, wipe your hands. It's time to eat. After cleaning her hands, Jiang and Ian wrapped 4 large pancakes and handed 3 to Shin Nanqing. Let's eat while walking. She lightly nodded her chin, signaling him to keep moving forward. Shin Nanqing looked at the pancakes in his hand, his lips turning down slightly, then suddenly started eating loudly, as if venting his frustration. I wonder how second brother, third brother, and little Silver are doing now. Jiang and Ian followed behind Shin Nanqing, munching and muttering. She secretly fed chicken breast to the big king, making sure it made no sound. Don't worry, Yunfan and Yunhua have been trained in escape and self-rescue techniques since they were young. Nothing will happen. As for little Silver, it should be stronger than us in survival skills, and it's with Yunhua and the others. Hearing Shin Nanqing say this, Jiang and Ian felt more at ease. They fell silent for a moment, only the sound of chewing around them. We're almost there. Shin Nanqing suddenly sensed that the airflow had changed and that the air was less damp than inside the stone path. Wait. Jiang and Ian quickly grabbed Shin Nanqing. Let's finish eating first. She tried to stuff more pancakes into her mouth, cheeks puffed out like a cute little hamster. Shin Nanqing couldn't help but soften his expression. Don't rush. Eat slowly. Jiang and Ian nodded eagerly, but she kept eating quickly. Shun Nan took a few bites of his bread, then pulled out 2 bottles of water from the side of his bag. He opened one and handed it to Jiang Yenin, saying, Drink some water. Be careful not to choke. Jiang Yenin took it, tilted her head back, and drank a few sips. Then she swallowed the last piece of bread. All right, let's go. She patted her chest, put the water back into Shin Nan's emergency bag, and took out a big knife from her space. She looked alert as she moved forward. But in the next moment, Shin Nan grabbed her collar and pulled her back. Why are you running so fast? Stay behind me. Jiang Yenin looked at his broad back, which seemed strong enough to protect her from any storm or danger. She blinked slowly, feeling a strange mix of sweetness and happiness. It was a new feeling, but also a happy one. Shin Nan's hand flickered with sparks, carefully approaching the rocky path and peering outside. It was another dark, narrow stone path, with fast-moving air that carried a faint smell of blood and decay. Shin Nan frowned, controlling the silver butterfly to fly forward a bit. In the light, they saw only moss and crawling black insects on the ground. Nearby was a small water ditch with a few swollen, decayed bodies floating inside. It didn't seem dangerous. And let's go. After confirming the path ahead was safe for now, Shun Nan turned back and called Jiang Yenin. Jiang Yenin bit her lip lightly, suppressing that strange, happy feeling in her heart. She lifted her knife and followed behind. The king quickly reached them, its pale yellow eyes scanning both sides constantly, alert for danger ahead. After walking about 100 meters, the king suddenly stopped. Its neck lifted sharply, and its snake tail twitched anxiously. Its tongue flicked rapidly, making a warning hiss. A faint clack-clack sound came from ahead, like something moving water and approaching them. Both of them raised their knives, staring sharply ahead. The silver butterfly fluttered nearby, clearly illuminating the area within 10 meters. The sounds grew louder and closer. Just as the creature was about to enter the butterfly's light, the king suddenly charged forward. A sharp, frightened squeak echoed ahead. Then, a half-meter-long black rat burst out of the water ditch. The rat, instinctively afraid of the king, was not afraid of Jiang Yenin and Shin Nan. It chose to attack the seemingly weaker Jiang Yenin. The rat was fat but agile, almost like a cat, and in an instant, it darted in front of Jiang Yenin, opening its mouth to bite her. But Shun Nanhang was faster, his lightning energy flowing smoothly. Countless lightning bolts like spider webs tightly trapped the black rat inside. The black rat squeaked wildly in the electric grid, its body convulsing violently from the shocks. Jiang Yenin raised her hand, and a vine shot out from her palm, piercing the black rat and pulling out its brain crystal core. The black rat immediately collapsed helplessly. Before Jiang Yenin could throw the crystal core into her space, sharp squeaks sounded again from ahead. In the darkness, many red eyes lit up. From the height of these eyes above the ground, they appeared larger than the dead rat. Jiang Yenin thought, "This is dangerous." Without hesitation, she grabbed Shen Nanhang's hand and called out to the big snake, "Run fast. Go back to the stone path we saw earlier," Shen Nanning said, pulling Jiang Yenin's hand and leading her back to the previous stone path. As they enter the path, two large black rats follow behind. The big snake at the end hissed and swung its tail sharply, hitting one of the rats hard. It spat blood from the blow. Then, twisting its upper body in midair, it bit into another black rat's neck and tore off half of it. The two large rats squealed loudly, their cries mixed with the smell of blood, making the mutated rats behind them even more agitated. The rats crowded together, desperately squeezing into the narrow stone path. Only 3 rats could walk side by side at once. Jiang Yenin watched helplessly as the mutated rats stacked on top of each other like a tower, stepping on their comrades' bodies, trying to climb higher and attack from above. "Enin, get ready," Shen Nanhang shouted softly. Lightning erupted in front of him, like a fierce beast rushing toward the mutated rats at the entrance of the stone path. In the flashes of lightning, green light intertwined with it, transforming into willow branches as the mutated rats screamed and convulsed on the ground. Under Jiang Yenin's control, she entered their brains and pulled out all the crystal cores. Shen Nanhang's lightning energy formed a dense electric grid at the entrance. The crackling sound of the current and the charred bodies of his companions made the mutated rats hesitate and retreat outside the stone path, no longer rushing forward. Just when Jiang Yenin thought they might give up and leave, a sharp squeak sounded again from outside the path. Called out to the big snake, "Run fast. Go back to the stone path we saw earlier," Shen Nanning said, pulling Jiang Yenin's hand and leading her back to the previous stone path. As they enter the path, 2 large black rats follow behind. The big snake at the end hissed and swung its tail sharply, hitting one of the rats hard. It spat blood from the blow. Then, twisting its upper body in midair, it bit into another black rat's neck and tore off half of it. The 2 large rats squealed loudly, their cries mixed with the smell of blood, making the mutated rats behind them even more agitated. The rats crowded together, desperately squeezing into the narrow stone. They had already killed nearly 200 of these rats, but the swarm still remained as active as before. Outside the stone path, many more mutated black rats might be gathering. In a prolonged fight, the rat swarm had the advantage. To win, they had to kill the Rat King first. "Brother Shen, that must be the Rat King."
Cover me.
"Big King, and I will go kill it." Jiang Yenin crouched low and darted out from Shen Nanqing's arm. Big King quickly followed. Enin, his actions were too fast. Shen Nanqing, controlling the power grid with both hands, couldn't catch her. He could only do his best to block the mutated black rats outside, protecting her. Seeing Jiang Yenin and Big King rushing toward the Rat King's crimson eyes flashed with cruelty. Jiang Yenin reached the entrance of the stone path, wielding a vine whip, and struck the Rat King fiercely. "Brother Shen, open a path for me." Immediately, a gap appeared in the power grid, just wide enough for the vine whip to pass through. Squeak. No matter what kind of mutated creature, the king was proud and could not tolerate being challenged by others. The angry Rat King kicked its hind legs on the ground, then lunged forward, opening its mouth to bite the vine whip. At that moment, the vine whip split into 2, brushing past the Rat King's sides, then wrapped around its body. Jiang Yenin pulled hard with her right hand. Before the Rat King could land, it was suddenly pulled forward and slammed into the power grid. Squeak! The Rat King let out a miserable cry, body trembling from the electric shock, its struggling weakened considerably. Brother Shin, open the door. Let me pull it in. As soon as Jiang Yenin finished speaking, 2 electric chains extended from the power grid, directly dragging the mutated Black Rat King into the stone path. Her gaze at the Rat King was fierce. Big King, go. Bite it to death in front of these black rats. She wanted to kill the Rat King, to scare the swarm. Big King swiftly moved and, in the blink of an eye, reached the mutated Black Rat King, opening his bloody mouth to bite down. The Rat King's eyes widened in terror, squeaking in fear, desperately struggling. But the vines and electric chains held it tightly, controlling it completely. With a sharp sound, the king bit into the mutated Black Rat King's throat, then suddenly lifted its head. A burst of blood, and the Black Rat King's piercing scream shot out, frightening the other mutated black rats still attacking the electric net. The king's body was tightly wrapped around the weak mutated Black Rat King, its snake-like mouth wide open, swallowing the Rat King's head in one bite. Seeing their own king being slowly swallowed, the mutated black rats instinctively felt fear from deep within their bloodline. They all retreated and ran away. Jiang Yenin didn't chase after them. She only took out the crystal core from the recently electrocuted rat's brain. Once there was no more movement outside the stone path, Shen Nanxing withdrew his supernatural power. Beads of sweat covered his forehead, and his brow looked tired. Jiang Yenin quickly handed him a clean handkerchief. Quick, wipe your face. She knew Shen Nanxing's lightning energy was almost gone. They had killed a total of 328 mutated black rats, most of which, about 90%, were killed by Shen Nanxing. These rats, of this size, had crystal cores with energy comparable to 5 zombies. In other words, Shen Nanxing had killed nearly 1,400 zombies in less than half an hour. Shen Nanxing wiped his sweat, then put the handkerchief in his pocket. He looked up at the pile of rat corpses at the entrance of the stone path, which looked like a small mountain. Let's go.
We should leave now.
These bodies will definitely attract other mutated creatures. Jiang Yenin agreed. She also wanted to leave. She looked back at the king and saw that it had already swallowed half of the Rat King, its belly as big as a basket. King, can you still move? She asked hesitantly. The king nodded slowly. She hesitated for a moment, then realized that the Rat King was already inside its belly. Shen Nanxing sighed softly and stepped forward to carry the king. Brother Shen, let's go back to that cave we were in earlier. Jiang Yenin turned on her flashlight and led the way, with Shen Nanxing carrying the king behind her. When they returned to the cave, the previous beast tide had already subsided. Jiang Yenin sat down on a stone on the right side of the cave, then patted another stone nearby. Brother Shen, come here. Shen Nanxing put down the king and quickly sat beside Jiang Yenin. She took out 50 supernatural cores and handed them to him. Recover your energy. Shen Nanxing didn't refuse. He took the crystal cores from Jiang Yenin and quickly restored his supernatural power. Jiang Yenin popped a caramel into her mouth, alertly looking around while trying to recall the times she had heard of or experienced beast tides in her previous life. There were 2 beast tides during the year of the apocalypse. Once there was a mouse swarm in Ji Province's flower market, and another was a beast tide in C Province's Yong City. She teamed up with Brother Shen because they both needed to go to Beijing. At that time, the beast tide hadn't happened yet, so it wasn't the mouse swarm in the flower market that caused his early death in his previous life. It must have been the beast tide in Yong City. But judging by Brother Shen's strength and attitude, he wouldn't have died easily in a beast tide. Unless Jiang Yenin's mind flashed with Shen Nanchuan's face, which made her want to punch him. That Xiao Huaxi said that at the start of the apocalypse, Shen Nanchuan came out with people to find her brother Shen. They fell from Xing City into this dark cave, and no one knew exactly where they were underground. Shen Nanchuan's ability to meet them here probably means he chased Shen from Xing City and fell down. Based on this, if in his previous life, Brother Shen left the flower market but didn't go to Xing City, instead going to Yong City, then Shen Nanchuan, who kept searching for him, would have gone there too. When he finally found Brother Shen, the beast tide just broke out, and he took advantage of the situation to harm Brother Shen. After all, before the apocalypse, Shen Nanchuan could send many killers to kill him, so he wouldn't miss such a good chance during a beast tide. Jiang Yenin convinced herself she knew the truth, then turned to look at Shen Nanchuan with full sympathy. What a tragic Brother Shen. She had lived longer through the apocalypse. Luckily, this time is different. With her nearby reminding him, they would all live long lives. Of course, she first needed to deal with Shen Nanchuan at the root to eliminate the threat. What is the Tianqi squad? This time, she would turn it into the Dead Creek squad and see how they would hurt Brother Shen again. Jiang Yenin snorted fiercely, her expression fierce. Then she popped a piece of fruit candy into her mouth and chewed angrily. Crunch, crunch. The king shrank his neck nervously. An hour later, Shen Nanchuan slowly opened his eyes. Judging by Brother Shen's strength and attitude, he wouldn't have died easily in a beast tide. Unless... Jiang Yenin's mind flashed with Shen Nanchuan's face, which made her want to punch him. That Xiao Huaxi said that at the start of the apocalypse, Shen Nanchuan came out with people to find her brother Shen. They fell from Xing City into this dark cave, and no one knew exactly where they were underground. Shen Nanchuan's ability to meet them here probably means he chased Shen from Xing City and fell down. Based on this, if in his previous life, Brother Shen left the flower market but didn't go to Xing City, instead going to Yong City, then Shen Nanchuan, Let's go to the meeting spot we agreed on earlier. There were many new bodies of mutated animals with different death poses on the ground. Jiang Yenin, thinking it was worth a try, released vines and touched their heads. When she felt that hard spot, her eyes lit up. Hey! There really was a crystal core. Successfully gained it for free. She eagerly controlled the vines, exploring inside each mutated animal's brain. By the time she reached the meeting point, she had already collected over 50 crystal cores. In front of the cave entrance, 2 bodies lay still. They had been completely trampled and mangled by the small beast tied earlier. But from their clothing, she recognized them as the people who had been with Xiao Huaxi. Looks like Shen Nanchuan and his team had encountered that small beast tied. Jiang Yenin smiled.
Ooh.
She wondered if Shen Nanchuan had lost an arm or a leg. If so, she would definitely bow to that small beast tied she just faced. Just as she was happily thinking this, she heard a crackling sound from behind her right. She turned to see a tiny scorpion trying to sneak attack her. But Shen Nanheng had already taken care of it. Brother Shen, should we wait here or leave to look for others? Jiang Yenin put the crystal core from the scorpion's head into her space and turned to ask Shen Nanheng. She thought staying here was better. The area was too large and maze-like, with stone paths winding everywhere. Looking for people inside was like searching for a needle in a haystack. We wait here. They will definitely come back, Shen Nanheng agreed. Instead of wandering aimlessly, it was better to stay put. All right, the two strode into the stone cave, where they saw 2 single sofas. Clearly, these were left by Shen Nanchuan and his team. It seemed some of their team members also had space storage abilities. Quite the luxury. Jiang Yenin placed an emergency light on the ground and called Shen Nanheng to sit on one of the sofas. Honestly, it was much more comfortable than the hard stone. Shen Nanheng wanted to talk to Jiang Yenin, but before he could speak, she handed him a small bag of crystal cores. I kept 50 for second brother and them just in case. The rest of us will split. We need to improve our strength quickly. After saying that, Jiang Yenin ignored Shen Nanheng's reaction and started absorbing the crystal cores herself. Shen Nanheng, he touched his nose, sighed softly, and began to absorb the cores. The king beast was curled at the cave entrance, guarding them. Ha 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 ha. Urgent breathing came from the left tunnel of the cave. The king beast suddenly lifted its head, looked in that direction with alert eyes. Soon, 6 people appeared in its sight. They looked anxious and kept glancing back, as if something scary was chasing them. The king's eyes showed doubt. He didn't see anything frightening behind these 6 people. However, hiss, The king crawled up to Shin Nanqing and Jiang Yenin, waking them from their absorption of the crystal cores. Hearing the noise, the two immediately moved to the entrance of the cave, holding knives in defense. The 6 people were almost at Jiang Yenin and Shin Nanqing's side. The leading man's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw Shin Nanqing.
Shun.
Shin Nanqing, help! Jiang Yenin tugged at Shin Nanqing's clothes and nodded toward the man. Do you know him? Qiao Huaxi's brother, Qiao Xingyang. Are you close? Not really. In just a few words, Qiao Xingyang had already run up to them and, without hesitation, tried to hide behind Shin Nanqing. Jiang Yenin and Shin Nanqing moved in perfect sync, kicking Qiao Xingyang away. The 5 people behind him, caught off guard, fell like dominoes, knocked to the ground by Qiao Xingyang. Shin Nanqing. Qiao Xingyang grimaced and got up from the ground, glaring angrily at Shin Nanqing. What are you glaring at? Jiang Yenin raised her knife, pointing the tip directly at Qiao Xingyang. If you glare again, I'll blind you. Qiao Xingyang looked at the knife pointing at him, his anger rising. But before he could react, the person at the back suddenly grabbed his neck tightly and shouted loudly.
Ah!
Get away! Shin Nanqing and Jiang Yenin's attention was drawn to the scene. Jiang Yenin shined her flashlight at the person and was surprised to see a vine wrapped around his neck. Seeing the vine coming after him, Qiao Xingyang didn't bother to argue with Jiang Yenin anymore and quickly retreated toward the cave entrance, muttering, Shin Nanqing, we've known each other since childhood. You can't just stand by and do nothing. The other four looked terrified, their faces changing color as they backed away. Seeing their cowardice, Shin Nanqing frowned, took a half step forward, and protected Jiang Yenin. Then he looked up at the vine. There was only one main vine, slightly longer than Xiaoyin, which didn't seem special at first glance. But the fact that it could scare Qiao Xingyang so much suggested it might be unusual. The vine, sensing a very comfortable aura from the person it was wrapped around, suddenly moved its snake-like head, slowly lifting and turning to look at Jiang Yenin. With a swift movement, the vine leapt directly toward Jiang Yenin. The pleasant feeling it sensed was coming from this person. He likes her. Shin Nanqing's eyes flashed with a cold light as he waved his hand, releasing a bolt of lightning. He thought the purple vine would be burned black like other mutated plants, but to his surprise, it was unaffected and directly passed through the lightning. Jiang Yenin let out a soft hum and swung a vine whip. With a cracking sound, the purple vine was struck away and heavily hit the nearby stone wall. Jiang Yenin then swung another whip, and the purple vine quickly dodged, slipping into the ground and disappearing. Hey! Qiao Xingyang stood up, pointing at where the vine disappeared in disbelief.
It
just ran away like that. He also had a wood-type ability user in his team. He had used his vine whip to strike the purple vine more than once, but all the whip made of wood ability energy was wrapped and absorbed by the vine for nourishment. In the end, even the wood-type mutant was drained by the purple vine. After their team's wood ability user was drained dry, the purple vine turned on other ability users in their team. They tried fire, blades, ice spikes, water attacks. Every method was used, but not only did they fail to destroy the vine, 4 of their team members were injured. Meanwhile, the purple vine grew from just 10 centimeters to over a meter long. Now, with the same vine whip attack, why was the outcome so different? They were chased like stray dogs, desperately fleeing, but the culprit was the girl in front of them who struck them like a pack of stray dogs running away. Cough, cough. Qiao Xingyang cleared his throat, standing confidently about 2 meters away from Jiang Yenin, with a face covered in patches of ash. It wasn't that he didn't want to step closer, but Shin Nanqing's silent lightning warning kept him in place. He slightly raised his chin and looked down at him. You're Shin Nanqing's bodyguard, right, Jiang Yenin? She looked at Shin Nanqing and asked him with her eyes. Does this person have a problem? Shin Nanqing nodded. Not only was his mind not right, but his eyes also didn't work well. He raised his eyelids, clearly showing disdain as he looked at Qiao Xingyang. Was it because his position wasn't obvious enough, or because his actions weren't quick enough? Who is really the bodyguard, him or Anin? TSK, he clearly has no idea, fool. He spent a lot of resources hiring you. I'll pay double. Qiao Xingyang ignored Shen Nanqing's gaze and made a gesture of 2 with his fingers, looking quite proud. After the apocalypse started, he brought plenty of supplies from Beijing before coming out. Shen Nanqing, on the other hand, came from the flower market and probably didn't have much. Qiao Xingyang then secretly looked into the cave. Under the emergency light, he saw 2 single sofas inside the cave. On one of the sofas, there is a large travel bag. Just a travel bag. How much can it hold? He brought 2 space storage abilities, enough to carry 10 square meters of supplies. He wants to see what Shen Nanhang can compare to him. Qiao Xingyang waved to a subordinate with a space storage ability nearby and took out a small piece of watermelon. Haven't had watermelon in a long time? As long as you switch to my side, this watermelon is yours. Shen Nanhang's travel bag can't hold watermelon. At least he can finally beat Shen Nanhang this time. Feeling happy, Qiao Xingyang looked up and laughed loudly. Haha, I'll make you stop laughing. Shen Nanhang punched him in the face. Qiao Xingyang was caught off guard and took the punch, crying out in pain, and his body fell backward. Shen Nanhang took a big step forward, grabbed his collar, and pulled him back. Shen Nanhang, how dare you hit me? I am your future sister-in-law. Bang. Before Qiao Xingyang could finish, Shen Nanhang's heavy punch hit his face directly, knocking him to the ground. Shen Nanhang's eyes burned with anger. Qiao Xingyang was nothing, yet he dared to compete with him for an. He kneeled on Qiao Xingyang's chest and threw punches one after another at his face. Stop it. Seeing that their young master was about to be beaten to death by Shen Nanhang, his subordinate stepped in. Get lost. Zhang Yan'an quickly intervened, wielding several green blades that aimed straight at the 5 men's faces. If they wanted to bully her brother Shen, they had to ask if she agreed. Although she didn't know why Shen Nanhang suddenly got so angry and started hitting people. Suddenly, the previously disappeared purple vine reappeared, shooting up from the ground and quickly wrapping around one of the earth element abilities, choking him. The vine's tip pierced into him fiercely. With a piercing scream, the earth element ability's Dantian emitted a bright yellow light, which then rapidly traveled up his meridians to his neck, finally being absorbed into Shen Nanhang's purple vine. Once all the energy was drained, the earth element ability's life force was also exhausted. The purple vine slid down his corpse and turned toward Zhang Yan'an. Shen Nanhang kicked Qiao Xingyang to the purple vine's side. The vine was startled and retracted quickly. Then, furious and embarrassed, it climbed over the unconscious Qiao Xingyang and shot toward Shen Nanhang. Shen Nanhang quickly drew his knife from his waist and slashed at the vine.
Clang.
The vine was unharmed, only knocked to the ground, but a crack appeared on Shen Nanhang's blade. Such a tough body, Shen Nanhang looked at the crack on his knife, surprised. Wisteria stared fiercely at Shen Nanhang, then suddenly leapt up again, attacking him. To the Wisteria, Shen Nanhang was the bad guy blocking its close, comfortable aura. But instead of attacking him, it was met with a vine. With a sharp snap, the Wisteria was whipped away by Zhang Yan'an. Having learned from the previous experience with the earthy-type ability user, Zhang Yan'an saw this Wisteria as a mischievous vine that was eyeing Shin Ji's electric energy inside him. The Wisteria quickly climbed up again, stubbornly rushing toward Shen Nanhang. Zhang Yan'an pulled Shen Nanhang behind her and whipped out her vine again. What's wrong with this Wisteria? I was the one who whipped it, so why does it keep staring at Shen Ge? The Wisteria, once again struck and flying away, curled up in a corner, making a chirping sound like a young bird. It wasn't trying to eliminate obstacles, but just wanted to get close to her. Still chirping? Are you protesting? Zhang Yan'an, who didn't understand vine language, raised her hand again. Seeing her raise the whip, the Wisteria immediately dove underground, hurriedly hiding for its own safety. Better to hide now and come back later. It runs pretty fast. Zhang Yan'an retracted her vine whip and looked at Shen Nanhang. Shen Ge, you need to be careful these days. I think it will come back again. Since vines can move underground and attack unexpectedly, it's hard to defend against them. Okay, I'll be careful, Shen Nanhang replied seriously, but his face quickly showed worry. But it's not afraid of my lightning, and even this sword is useless against it. I'm afraid. He hung his head and sighed heavily, looking like he knew he would eventually fall into the Wisteria's trap. Jiang Nianen's heart tightened. Don't worry, Shingu. She hurriedly patted her chest to reassure him. I will protect you. Hearing her promise, a hint of triumph flickered in Shin Nanhong's half-lowered eyes, but he kept a worried look. But that Wisteria is so fast, Jiang Nianen blurted out. I'll stay right by your side and watch over you. Hearing this, Shin Nanhong's eyes lit up with happiness, and his worries disappeared. He subtly moved closer to Jiang Nianen, looking excited. Then I'll rely on Anin to protect me. Don't worry, Jiang Nianen vowed confidently. Bring me a mirror quickly. Just then, Qiao Xingyang, still dizzy, woke up and immediately reached for a mirror. His subordinate hurriedly handed him a small mirror. Qiao Xingyang snatched it and, in the bewildered eyes of Jiang Nianen and Shun Nanhang, carefully examined his face in the mirror. Ah! Zhou Xingyang suddenly let out a loud, pig-like squeal. My handsome face. Shin Nanhang, I won't give up on you. TSK, still calling it a handsome face. Jiang Nianen rolled her eyes and glanced back at Shin Nanhang. Compared to Shin Ge, he's just a pretty face. Not finished? He's quite formidable. Her eyes flicked, and she suddenly shouted, creating a distraction. Wow! The wisteria vine is back again. Where is it? Where is it? Hearing that the wisteria vine had returned, Zhou Xingyang shivered in fear and jumped up, instinctively running toward Shin Nanhang. Shin Nanhang, save me. Jiang Nianen crossed her arms and sneered coldly. If you're brave enough to keep going, then don't come crying for help, Zhou Xingyang. He looked around, but saw no sign of the wisteria vine. You're lying to me. Zhou Xingyang, angry and embarrassed, clenched his fists and was about to attack. Shin Nanhang's face suddenly grew serious. He kicked Zhou Xingyang in the stomach. Zhou Xingyang, did I give you face? Zhou Xingyang grunted and was knocked flying. Young master. 4 of his followers leapt forward and caught him before he hit the ground. Cough, 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 ugh. Zhou Xingyang coughed heavily a few times and suddenly spat out blood. Zhou Xingyang, considering Grandpa Zhou's reputation, I warn you one last time. If you dare to think about Anin again, I will take your life. The words shocked Zhou Xingyang. He looked up at Shin Nanhang. When he met Shin Nanhang's serious, murderous eyes, he fell silent for a moment, then snorted coldly and turned his head away. Shin Nanhang always keeps his promises. For his own life, he wouldn't fight him recklessly. Seeing Zhou Xingyang's reaction, Jiang Nianen was stunned. For a moment, she couldn't tell if their relationship was good or bad. If they weren't close, Shin Ge always left some room when he fought. Even though Zhou Xingyang was beaten like that, he didn't call his bodyguards to fight back, and the harshest words he said were just, I won't let this go. But if they were close... Zhou Xingyang was beaten like that. She, even if she was heartless, couldn't say their relationship was good. Shin Nanhang saw her confusion and softened his expression. Anin, let's go back to the cave first. I'll explain everything to you. Okay. Jiang Nianen nodded. She was indeed curious. Inside the cave, Shin Nanhang didn't speak but used his energy as a pen to write on the ground. When I was young and playful, I accidentally fell into the water. Grandpa Zhou saved me, so I only hit him, not kill him. He didn't dare resist because he understood my personality and knew I always keep my promises. After finishing these 2 sentences, Shun Nanjing waved his hand to erase them and continued writing. Shun Nanchuan must die, but I can't let my parents know I was the one who did it, so I need a witness who can prove Shin Nanchuan died accidentally. In his parents' eyes, Qiao Xingyang has always been a lively but honest person. Watching Shun Nanchuan die in an accident and then telling his parents himself would be perfect. But Brother Shin, he doesn't look very clever.
But herbal tea is not the same as green tea. It's more complicated to make and must be prepared fresh, as it cannot be stored overnight. Simply brewing with boiling water isn't enough to get this flavor. Also, honey is hard to find. Before the invention of white vinegar or fruit vinegar, the sweet and sour taste that later generations enjoy was a luxury in this era. Water sister, my brother has made many fun things. I'll take you to see them. Xinger, very familiar, pulled Shui gently into the house. By now, the sun had set, and the afterglow faded into dusk. Although it was getting darker, the air remained very hot.
She was heartless. Couldn't say their relationship was, but he also worried Jiang Yenin might notice something. Jiang Yenin's fingertips moved quickly, urging him. What's wrong with your friend? Hurry up and tell me. Shen Nanjing clenched his teeth and decided to take a gamble. I have a friend who likes a girl, but she's not interested in him. What should he do? Relationship problems. Jiang Yenin rubbed her hands. She was good at this. Though she had never been in love, she could still be a relationship expert. Just like, does that girl dislike your friend? Shen Nanjing saw this sentence and secretly glanced at Jiang Yenin. She probably didn't dislike him, right? He paused and wrote on the ground, not dislike. That's easy then. Just be brave and pursue her. How to pursue? Shen Nanjing's eyes suddenly brightened, and he quickly wrote another sentence. Brother Shen, can we just talk about it? Writing is so tiring. Jiang Yenin withdrew her supernatural ability, sat on the sofa, and patted the seat beside her. Come on, sit down and talk. Hearing that they should speak, Shen Nanjing looked a bit panicked but forced himself to stay calm. He silently repeated in his mind 3 times, I have a friend, before sitting on the sofa. Okay, he replied with some difficulty, nodding at Jiang Yenin. Shen Nanjing unconsciously clasped his hands on his lap, trying to maintain a calm and relaxed expression. Cough. Jiang Yenin cleared her throat. To pursue someone, you first need to catch their attention and interest. Shen Nanjing nodded seriously, taking note carefully. For example, she counted on her fingers, listing qualities she had seen online as ideal traits for a boyfriend. Good-looking, fit, with proper morals and values. Thoughtful, gentle, kind, cheerful, emotionally stable. Responsible, proactive, knows how to keep a distance from other girls. Only likes her, cares for her, protects her, and is gentle with her. Jiang Yenin finished speaking in one breath, even a little breathless. Shen Nanjing kept everything she said in his little mental notebook, also adding what she had mentioned earlier about being obedient. He then asked, anything else? That's about it. The last time he looked this up online was 5 years ago in his previous life, so he had almost forgotten everything. Then if you do all that, will the girl like him? Shen Nanjing asked aloud, but secretly he was already feeling hopeful. Not necessarily. Everyone has different standards for choosing a partner, Jiang Yenin replied casually, shaking her head. Although she was the one speaking, the final say wasn't hers. Shen Nanjing's heart sank. Iota. His current feeling was like a car approaching a mountain that suddenly collapsed, or a boat reaching a bridge that then broke. It was just 2 words, uncomfortable. This kind of thing needs specific analysis. Jiang Yenin realized she might have said something useless and quickly forced a laugh to cover it. Shen Nanjing said nothing, only giving her a resentful look. His little mental notebook was almost crumpled from his grip. It was like preparing for an exam, with the teacher talking endlessly, while he carefully took notes. In the end, he thought, it wouldn't matter if none of this was on the test. The more he thought about it, the gloomier his eyes looked, making Jiang Yenin feel increasingly uneasy. Mainly because she hadn't even met that girl and didn't know what kind of man she liked, nor did she know what kind of person Shinji's friend was. Shingo, why don't you tell me about their personalities? The 2 of them. Shen Nanjing's thoughts suddenly shifted, and he stopped abruptly. If he explained everything in detail, he'd probably blow his cover. And he still didn't dare reveal his true feelings directly. Anin clearly wasn't interested in him, so if he said it out loud, he might stop being Shinji's brother and become, well, Shen. Who are you, brother? Maybe it was his way of asking that was wrong, or perhaps he should ask more indirectly or subtly. Shen Nanjing's mind moved, and he turned to look outside the cave. His posture was slightly hunched, and a deep sense of disappointment spread over him. Forget it. Let him figure it out himself, he said softly. Don't give up. Jiang Yenin felt a bit embarrassed seeing his expression. But Anin, I don't know what kind of girl she is. Shen Nanjing looked at Jiang Yenin seriously. Before meeting you, I only cared about one woman, my mother. Jiang Yenin was surprised. It's strange. Hearing this answer, she felt unexpectedly happy. Why was that? She instinctively popped a chocolate into her mouth and then turned to look at Shin Nanqing. Maybe when we get to Jing City, I can ask around about what kind of person that girl likes, she suggested. Would that be okay? Shin Nanqing looked at her, cheeks puffed up from the candy, scratching his chin with his index finger. Would it be too much trouble for you? Of course, no problem at all. It's not a big deal, Jiang Nianen replied confidently. Great. Then I'll trouble Yuanin, Shin Nanqing said sincerely. My friend really needs your help. Don't worry, I'll definitely give him lots of advice, so he can be with the person he likes soon, she promised, raising 3 fingers. Shin Nanqing suppressed his excitement and smiled gently. With your words, I feel at ease. Jiang Nianen nodded in agreement. By the way, Inen, Shin Nanqing relaxed his body, leaning back on the sofa as if casually asking, what kind of person do you like? Me? Jiang Nianen snapped her fingers and said without hesitation, I like someone strong and physically fit. Strong strength and good stamina mean they can keep fighting and bring back lots of crystal cores for her. Hearing this, Shin Nanqing's body stiffened, and his gaze involuntarily dropped. His face suddenly flushed. He understood what strong meant, but did good stamina refer to the same thing he was thinking? His strength definitely met Nin's standards. Even if it didn't, it was okay. He could work hard to improve. But this stamina, he hadn't tried that before. Jiang Nianen didn't notice his abnormality and continued confidently, and they have to be handsome, with chest muscles and abs. None can be missing. As long as they look good and have a nice figure, her values align with their appearance. She wouldn't even be willing to scold him during an argument. Handsome? Chest muscles, abs? Shin Nanqing suddenly wanted to grab the mirror from Qiao Xingyang's hand to take a good look at his face. But he held back. He was sure that if he did, Anin would immediately put him on her blacklist of weirdos. But, barring surprises, he probably was handsome. Regarding the chest and abdominal muscles, he also has them. These 2 points meet the standards. Shin Nanqing clenched his jaw to suppress his smile and silently added strong strength and good stamina to his small notebook, then waited for Jiang Nianen's response. But after a few minutes, Jiang Nianen didn't speak again. Shin Nanqing couldn't help but ask, why aren't you saying anything? Jiang Nianen was secretly amused and shrugged. That's all I have. That's all, Shin Nanqing asked in disbelief. Didn't you say earlier? He repeated the long list of standards Jiang Nianen had mentioned before. Oh, those. Jiang Nianen looked indifferent. Then just add them. She added, Brother Shin, your memory is really good. She couldn't even remember exactly what she had just said. Shin Nanqing. At this moment, he just wanted to be quiet. Click, click outside the cave. Qiao Xingyang's chewing sounds could be heard. Jiang Nianen raised her hand and glanced at her wrist. Unknowingly, it was already 8:30 p.m. Brother Shin, it's time for dinner, Jiang Nianen said, taking out a pot and an electric cord. Okay. Shin Nanqing put aside his tangled thoughts and went to help. Jiang Nianen took out a bottle of pure water and handed it to Shin Nanqing. You boil the water first. Let me see what we can eat tonight. After a moment, she found 5 boxes of instant noodles. She opened the packaging and handed the noodles to Shin Nanqing. Shin Nanqing took the noodles, waiting for the water to boil before adding the noodles. Jiang Nianen also took out her bowl and Shin Nanqing's basin, placing the sauce packets and toppings into each. When the water boiled, Jiang Nianen first added 2 large spoonfuls of hot water into the bowls and basin, then let Shin Nanqing put the noodles in to cook. The aroma of the sauce packets wafted out as hot water was poured in. The big dog, leaning against the stone wall and eating dry noodles, was immediately attracted. It secretly peeked, wanting to see what was happening. Snarl. The big dog straightened its neck, eyes fixed on Qiao Xingyang. It seemed ready to bite him if he dared to look. Qiao Xingyang pouted. If I don't look, so what? But his nose couldn't help but sniff the air eagerly. It smelled so good. Looking at the dry noodles in his hand, Qiao Xingyang sighed. Why didn't he think of bringing a pot at the time? Wait, a pot? Could Shin Nanqing's broken travel bag really hold a pot? Qiao Xingyang suddenly stood up and was about to go inside. Shin Nanqing, your pot is. Suddenly, the big dog swoosh lunged forward, opening its mouth to bite Qiao Xingyang, scaring him into retreat. He didn't dare to fight back. This snake belongs to Shen Nanhang and his group. If he gets hurt, Shen Nanhang will definitely scold him. No, his handsome face can't afford any new scars. Shen Nanhang and Jiang Yenin ignore the conflict between the king and Qiao Xingyang. As long as they don't give orders, the king won't bite Qiao Xingyang to death. Qiao Xingyang crosses his arms, looking sad as he sits back in his spot. Seeing this, the king doesn't chase him away, but continues to stay at the cave entrance, guarding. The four subordinates exchange glances and hide their laughter. Only Shen's second young master can keep the king in check. After 5 minutes, Shen Nanhang skillfully divides the noodles from the pot into bowls and basins. Jiang Yenin begins adding ingredients: braised pig's feet, sesame sauce eggs, sausages, chicken meatballs, and tears 2 pieces of lettuce. Jiang Yenin hands Shen Nanhang a pair of chopsticks, then raises his left hand, and 2 vines shoot out. When the vines return, there are 2 mutated rabbit carcasses at the cave entrance. Clearly, they are for the king. Dinner's ready. Hot noodles with rich toppings smell amazing. Shen Nanhang and Jiang Yenin are inside slurping noodles, while Qiao Xingyang is outside swallowing his saliva. After a few minutes of patience, he finally can't hold back, leans against the stone wall, and carefully pokes out half his head. The king glances at him, sees he's not planning to come in, and continues to lower his head and eat rabbits. Under the emergency lamp's light, the bowl in Shen Nanhang's hand, filled with various ingredients, appears in Qiao Xingyang's view. If he hadn't quickly wiped his mouth, he would have drooled on the ground. Shen Nanhang, what are you eating? He deliberately asks. Shen Nanhang ignores him and even turns his body so he can't see. Qiao Xingyang, does it matter? Can he still snatch his food? Besides, he has to be able to snatch it first. Can I trade you a bowl of noodles for something? Qiao Xingyang tries a different approach when his initial request is ignored. Trade? Jiang Yenin looks up with interest. What do you want to trade? How about that watermelon I just had? Poor thing, he threw the watermelon to his subordinates when he was beaten earlier. After all, this thing is now a little less each time. Jiang Yenin pouts and waves her hand, revealing a huge watermelon she had earlier in the car, weighing about 30 jin. She then looks at Qiao Xingyang with a meaningful expression. With her watermelon, he wouldn't be interested at all. Qiao Xingyang is first stunned by the large watermelon, then shocked by Jiang Yenin's ability to produce it out of nowhere. He stares wide-eyed. Are you dual element? Didn't you see that? Jiang Yenin picks up her bowl again and slowly gnaws on the pig's feet. Qiao Xingyang swallowed hard and didn't speak easily about exchanging things for other items. Since the other person also had space, he couldn't be sure that what he had was definitely not available to the other.
Just like that big watermelon.
How could they have such a large watermelon? Qiao Xingyang was really bad at hiding his feelings. Jiang Yenin saw at a glance what he was thinking. She muttered to herself, if only the car had more space, or if I hadn't held back, I could have urged him to carry over 100 jin of watermelon. How can I exchange for a bowl of noodles with what I have? After a while, Qiao Xingyang, eager to eat hot noodles, simply left the decision to Jiang Yenin and the others. Crystal cores, Jiang Yenin said with a slight smile. 20 crystal cores for 1 bowl of noodles. Qiao Xingyang was surprised.
20.
20. If he were on the ground, he would have agreed immediately. Killing 20 zombies would be easy. But this was underground, where the situation was unclear. Not to mention killing mutated creatures for crystal cores, he was almost killed himself. Qiao Xingyang hesitated and sat back down. He did have some crystal cores stored, but he kept them for emergencies. Besides, he was just craving, not starving. He picked up a bottle of mineral water and took a big sip. He had plenty of food, but it was all dried rations, which made him choke sometimes. Jiang Yenin wasn't disappointed that she couldn't trade noodles for crystal cores. She continued eating her noodles quietly. Suddenly, at the end of the cave on the left, 2 heavy breaths sounded. It was familiar voices. Its second brother and third brother. Jiang Yenin's eyes lit up with joy. The 2 put their bowls down by the pot and hurried outside. Meanwhile, the big king was already climbing quickly toward Yunfan and the others. Brother Shen and Yunfan and Yunhua quickened their steps and soon reached them. Little Silver was sitting on the big king's head, talking to it. Jiang Yenin and Shen Nanqing looked at the wounds on the two of them and frowned. Did you encounter that small beast tied earlier? Shen Nanqing asked. Exactly, Yunfan said with a grunt. We tried to avoid it, but the terrain below was complicated. We circled around for a while, and then ran into it again. It's also our fault for not listening to Little Silver. It warned us in advance, but, Yunhua said helplessly, we didn't understand it and relied too much on our instincts. But luckily, the two of us are agile and strong. After fighting them, we managed to retreat safely. Despite the pain from his wounds, Yunfan smiled proudly. We previously encountered a mutant rat swarm, each about a meter long. Shen Nanqing looked calm and spoke quietly. We are not hurt, and we even fought back and killed over 300. And then left 50 crystal cores for each of you. By the way, how many did you kill, Yunfan? The 50 or so crystal cores in his bag suddenly felt hard to show. Oh, Enin, Sanji's arm hurts so much. Yunfan covered his head, looking weak. Please help me put some medicine on it. Hurting your arm but covering your head? What a fool. Qiao Xingyang sneered loudly on purpose. Yunfan immediately got angry and blurted out, You idiot Qiao, who are you calling a fool? After saying that, he realized, Why are you here? Yunhua also looked at Qiao Xingyang. He had noticed a few people sitting near the cave, but didn't expect it to be Qiao Xingyang. Mainly because Qiao Xingyang's face looked terrible right now, bruised and swollen like a pig. Hey, your face. Yunfan saw Qiao Xingyang's face and immediately teased. TSK, looks like you've done something guilty and got beaten up. You're talking nonsense. Qiao Xingyang straightened his back, trying to look confident. I wasn't beaten. Jiang Yenin and Shen Nanqing looked at him at the same time, with teasing in their eyes. Qiao Xingyang's confident posture collapsed, and he hesitated, unable to finish his sentence. Why aren't you saying anything now? Yunfan snorted softly. You clearly got beaten, but you're stubborn. Qiao Xingyang quickly stood up. Enough. Shen Nanqing interrupted their quarrel. Let's go into the cave to treat the wounds. As soon as Shen Nanqing spoke, both of them fell silent. Inside the cave, Shen Nanqing helped them clean and dress their wounds, while Jiang Yenin prepared some food. Brother Shen, how come you and Enin are with Qiao Xingyang? Yunhua looked outside the cave, puzzled, and asked in a low voice only the four of them could hear.
We just met by chance.
Not only him, but also Shen Nanchuan and Qiao Huaxi are down here, Shen Nanqing replied. What? Yunfan exclaimed, then quickly hushed himself. How come they're down here? Shen Nanqing's eyes flashed with sarcasm. According to Qiao Huaxi, when the end of the world first started, Shen Nanchuan used the excuse of searching for me to bring people out. After saying that, he turned his dagger and cut away a piece of rotten flesh from Yunhua's shoulder. Yunhua grunted softly. After the sharp pain subsided, he continued, But how did they find this place? Shen Nanqing shook his head lightly. I don't know. Maybe I called home while there was still signal, and that call let Shen Nanchuan know I was still alive, so he came looking for me. Then, like us, he was pulled down by that unknown crack in the ground earlier. Now, concerned about the outside, Qiao Xingyang, Yunhua, just raised his hand and made a gesture as if to cut his throat. Shen Nanzhong didn't say much. After bandaging his wound and disinfecting the dagger, he went to Yunfan. The topic was temporarily closed. Yunhua had fewer injuries, and Shen Nanzhong quickly treated his wounds. Coincidentally, Jiang Yenin had also cooked noodles for the two of them. Since falling down, Yunhua and Yunfan had hardly eaten. They were either searching for Jiang Yenin or fighting mutated creatures, with no time to eat. Now they were truly hungry, so they hurriedly picked up the noodles and ate. Jiang Yenin reheated the leftover noodles from Shen Nanzhong and Yunhua. For a moment, only the sound of chewing filled the cave. After eating, Shen Nanzhong took apart the armrest of the sofa and made a bed for Jiang Yenin. He and Yunhua leaned against the stone wall, preparing to get through the night. Seeing this, Jiang Yenin couldn't bear it and asked him to also take apart the backrest of the sofa. With the two backrests and armrests, they barely made a bed big enough for two people to lie on their sides. Sleep first. I'll stay on watch for the first half of the night, and you two take turns during the second half. Yunfan and Yunhua nodded, took the down jackets Jiang Yenin handed them as blankets, and hurried to rest. Brother Shin, keep going. Jiang Yenin threw another long down jacket to Shin Nanzhong. The temperature underground was dropping rapidly, like summer skipping autumn and plunging straight into winter, falling below 0 degrees Celsius. Shin Nanzhong took the jacket, his eyes warm as he looked at Jiang Yenin. It's late. Sleep quickly. We'll look for a way out first thing tomorrow. Looking for a way out? Jiang Yenin's eyes showed confusion. Are we looking for that someone? Shin Nanzhong knew she was talking about Shin Nanchuan. No need for us to find him. He'll come to us himself. Shin Nanchuan wouldn't dare let him return safely to Beijing. All right then. Good night, Brother Shin. Jiang Yenin pulled her down jacket up and closed her eyes. Good night. Shin Nanzhong watched Jiang Yenin fall asleep in the blink of an eye, a faint smile appearing on his face. Once everyone was asleep, Shin Nanzhong quietly got up and walked over to the large King and Little Silver near the cave entrance. King and Little Silver opened their alert eyes, but relaxed when they saw it was Shin Nanzhong. He poked them gently. You two go guard Niranen. He leaned at the cave entrance, alert to his surroundings. Until 2 a.m., nothing unusual happened. Shin Nanqing woke Yunhua and Yunfan to guard for another 4 hours. At 5:30 a.m., Yunhua just swallowed some water when he saw Xiaoyin and Dawang open their eyes and walk straight to the cave entrance. Is something wrong? Yunfan and he exchanged a quick look, then immediately grabbed their flashlights and went to the cave entrance. They looked around but found nothing unusual, even waking Qiao Xingyang, who was sleeping on an air mattress. Yunfan, are you crazy? Qiao Xingyang checked his watch, noting it was still early, and got annoyed. Shut up. Yunhua signaled him to be quiet, then called out to Jiang Yenin and the others to wake up. As Shin Nanqing and Jiang Yenin sat up, they heard cries for help outside. They quickly moved to the cave entrance. Help! Is anyone there? Save us. Within 10 seconds, more than 10 people appeared at the end of the stone path outside, running desperately toward them. Behind them, there was a rustling sound, like something crawling. Suddenly, the 4 of them shimmered with energy and prepared to fight. Qiao Xingyang and his 2 elemental subordinates protected the 2 space storage users in the middle. 7 superpowered people. The fleeing people saw hope. Big sister, please help me. There are bugs, many eating bugs, behind us. A girl about 17 or 18, pale as paper and full of panic, was about to throw herself at Jiang Yenin. Get away! Shin Nanqing moved faster than Jiang Yenin. He quickly pulled Jiang Yenin behind him and kicked the girl away. She fell heavily against the wall. From the stone wall behind her, more than a dozen short-furred, black bugs about 5 centimeters long fell. The black bugs wriggled on the ground, moving quickly like lightning, rushing toward Jiang Yenin and the others. Shin Nanqing threw out some lightning bolts, striking down the bugs in flight. Qiao Xingyang drew a fire circle in front of himself, turning the black bugs into ashes instantly. But then, countless black bugs emerged from cracks in the stones and vines above. Seeing so many bugs, Jiang Yenin felt a sinking feeling. These black bugs usually live in stone cracks, feeding on decayed matter, rarely appearing in front of people, let alone chasing after them. Only when the moisture inside the cracks increases significantly, affecting their activity and survival, usually indicating a storm or flood is coming. It's impossible for heavy rain to fall underground, so it must be a flood. Whether groundwater is overflowing or surface water is seeping in, it all causes underground flooding. Anyway, this place isn't safe to stay for long. Jiang Yenin quickly took out a few cans of insecticide, sprayed them on herself and Shin Nanqing and the others, then crouched down beside Little Silver and Big King. The strong smell made the black velvet worms instinctively stay away. Seeing this, Qiao Xingyang also hurriedly had his men take out 2 bottles of insecticide and spray them around himself and the air nearby. The 10 or so people ran into the sprayed air, to get some of the insecticide on themselves. Soon, many black velvet worms crawled away to other places. At this moment, Jiang Mianin stood up. She pulled Shen Nanqing aside and whispered, "Brother Shen, Big King and Little Silver said this place isn't safe. We need to leave right now." Big King and Little Silver. They didn't say anything. After hearing this, Shen Nanqing didn't hesitate at all. He turned to Yunhua and the others and said, "Go get the backpacks. We're leaving now." Yunhua and Yunfan immediately entered the cave, put the emergency packs on their backs, picked up the emergency lantern and came out. Shen Nanqing was just about to leave when the ground suddenly trembled slightly, accompanied by the sound of rushing water. In just a few seconds, a large amount of water flooded in from both sides of the stone path, carrying countless struggling mutated creatures. Use your powers to protect yourselves. Don't let this water get into your mouths or noses. Jiang Mianin's face changed. She only had time to put helmets on the three of them before being swept into the water. Shen Nanqing grabbed Jiang Mianin and pulled her into his arms just before the water arrived. Lightning and thunder surrounded them, striking down the mutated creatures trying to attack in the water. Jiang Mianin wrapped vines around both of them, twisting around each other. The narrow stone path and the fast-moving water made it dangerous not to take some precautions. Yunhua held Yunfan and created a whirlpool of water around them, controlling their bodies so they wouldn't crash into the stone walls. Yunfan was responsible for attacking the mutated creatures in the water. The four of them were quickly pushed out of the narrow path into a wider one. The water level dropped a lot, and although the current was still fast, they could at least keep their heads above water. Huff, huff, the four of them gasped for air. Jiang Mianin was worried they might get separated again, so she threw a vine to Yunfan and Yunhua, tightly wrapping around both of them. She tried to keep all four within 15 meters. As for the king and Little Silver, they were already tightly wrapped around her. "Brother Shen, do you think this water can help us break out of this underground place?" Jiang Mianin took out a powerful waterproof flashlight and shined it ahead. But the stone path was very long, and even with the light, she couldn't see the end. Her eyes showed worry. If they couldn't escape this underground area, it would be very troublesome. Even though they were mutants with special abilities, they couldn't live in water forever. "Yes, we can." Shen Nanhong's voice was very firm in the dark. "Don't be afraid." He looked down at Jiang Mianin, tightening his arm around her waist. The water flows in the same direction as the river before. The river has been flowing here for a long time, but this underground area is only damp, not flooded. That means there must be an outlet, so we will definitely find a way out. Brother Shen is right.
And don't worry.
We will definitely get out, Yunfan said, throwing some ice energy to freeze the mutated creatures coming at them. Then he smiled at Jiang Mianin. Just as he finished speaking, the entire stone path suddenly trembled again. The top of the stone cracked visibly to the eye, and many roots emerged from it, digging downward. The stones also fell as the roots grew. The four of them quickly fought back, smashing the stones above and cutting the roots extending toward them with their powers. Ah! A survivor floating ahead suddenly screamed as a root pierced through him. The smell of blood spread, making the nearby mutated creatures turn red-eyed with rage. The creatures that had been afraid of Shen Nanhong's lightning energy now attacked them again. "Be careful," seeing a mutated calf with a pointed horn rushing toward Jiang Mianin, Shen Nanning shot a lightning bolt, killing the calf instantly. Then he grabbed its horns and pushed it forward, causing the carcass to drift ahead. But unexpectedly, the calf's mother was nearby. When she saw her calf die, she instantly became furious. "Moo!" The mutated cow stomped its hind legs heavily on the stone wall, and its half-meter-long horns aimed straight at the two of them. Little Silver. Jiang Mianin threw Little Silver onto the mutated cow. Little Silver opened its mouth and bit down hard on the cow's head. The toxin quickly invaded the cow's brain, killing it instantly. However, its body, due to inertia and the water current, still floated toward Shen Nanhang and Jiang Mianin. Because of the rushing water and the large size of the carcass, they couldn't dodge in time. Behind them, Yunfan and Yunhua's expressions changed dramatically. Cloud Fan created a thick ice wall in front of the mutated ox's body, trying to slow down its charge. Yunhua also formed a whirlpool beside them, hoping to use its power to move both of them away. But the ice wall was broken in an instant, and the whirlpool was swept away. Jiang Yanan's vines had already wrapped around the mutated creature ahead, ready to use its strength to push them forward. However, the roots above suddenly stirred violently, and the mutated creature she was about to use for leverage was pierced through. Now, not only could she not use its power, but if she hadn't quickly retracted her abilities, she might have been dragged down by the creature's body. Shen Nanqing didn't hesitate. He kicked hard against the rock wall and used his lightning energy to break the vines on himself. If the mutated ox had charged straight at them, they would either have been killed or severely injured. He was willing to exchange his safety for Anan's. Jiang Yanan's expression changed. She tightly grabbed his arm. "Brother Shen, what are you doing?" "Don't be afraid." Shen Nanqing smiled gently at her. "I told you I would protect you." Using the strength from his feet, he shifted his body sideways, just enough to push Jiang Yanan out of the range of the mutated ox's collision. He himself was pierced in the back by the ox's right horn and then pushed away by its massive, heavy body. Shen Nanqing spat out a mouthful of blood but still remembered what Jiang Yanan said, that he couldn't let the water enter his nose and mouth. He desperately held onto the roots extending above to keep himself afloat. "Brother Shen." Jiang Yanan's eyes instantly turned red. How could someone risk their life to ensure her safety? Jiang Yanan grabbed the roots above and quickly swam to Shen Nanqing's side. "Little Silver, King, I leave these mutated animals to you," she explained to Little Silver and King while swimming behind Shen Nanqing. Using the vines to tie the roots that had stopped growing above, she lifted Shen Nanqing's body upward. When she saw the deep wound on his back, her eyes filled with tears in an instant, but she quickly wiped them away with a raised hand. Now was not the time to cry. She took a deep breath, suppressing her tears and choking feelings. At this moment, Yun Fan and Yun Hua arrived hurriedly, anxiously asking, "Brother Shin, are you okay?" "I'm fine, I won't die." "You two help Little Silver and King clear a path." "We need to leave quickly," Shen Nanqing replied with a pale face and a weak smile. He had already used his special ability to protect the wound, preventing infection from water. He was just waiting to leave here and treat it properly. But Jiang Yanan didn't plan to wait until they got out to treat him. Shen Nanqing's power could only keep the wound from being contaminated by the dirty water, but couldn't stop the surrounding rotten flesh from spreading or the bleeding. "Second brother, third brother, do as Shen Ge said. I'll take care of Shen Ji's wound." Yun Fan and Yun Hua finally felt relieved and swam forward. Jiang Yanan forcefully tore open the clothes around Shen Nanqing's wound. Then he took out a sterilized dagger and a clean piece of gauze. "Shen Ge, bite down. I need to treat your wound immediately." Shen Nanqing obediently opened his mouth and bit the gauze. Jiang Yanan controlled the flashlight with vines and quickly moved the dagger. Shen Nanqing grunted softly, clenched his teeth, and endured the sharp, bone-deep pain. Pieces of rotten flesh were shaved away until the entire wound was free of black dirt. Jiang Yanan put away the dagger. Then he sprayed iodine disinfectant, sprinkled 2 bottles of hemostatic powder, wrapped the wound with gauze, and covered it with a waterproof medical cloth. He then swam back to Shen Nanqing, took out the gauze from his mouth, and handed him 2 antibiotics, placing them near his lips. "Shen Ge, take these antibiotics." Shen Nanqing's face was even paler than before, almost falling into unconsciousness. Only Jiang Yanan's vines kept him afloat on the water. The intense pain and heavy blood loss were draining his energy and spirit. When he heard Jiang Yanan's voice, he instinctively opened his mouth and took the pills. As soon as the pills entered, Shen Nanqing frowned and mumbled in a dreamlike voice, "Bitter." Jiang Yanan quickly pinched his chin with one hand and poured clean water into his mouth with the other. "Drink the water and swallow, and it won't be bitter anymore." Shen Nanqing obediently swallowed. Seeing that he had taken the medicine, Jiang Yanan hurriedly stuffed a candy into his mouth. Just then, Yun Hua and Yun Fan swam back from the front, looking happy. But when they saw Shen Nanqing with his eyes closed tightly, their faces changed in shock. Anan, Shinge. It's okay. Shinge just fainted. Jiang Yanan quickly stopped them from imagining the worst, though worry still showed on his face. But we need to get back to the surface quickly and find a place to let Shinge recover. Staying in the water like this, his body won't handle it. We've already found the exit. Just swim past this stone path, then turn around, and you'll see the exit. The king and Little Silver are already checking the way out. Hearing that Shin Nanqing was temporarily safe, Yun Fan relaxed and quickly shared their discovery. Really? That's great. Second brother, you support brother Shin, and I and third brother will clear the obstacles ahead. Okay? Yun Hua immediately swam over to Shin Nanqing, holding him as they moved forward. Yun Fan and Jiang Yanan worked together to push the bodies of mutated creatures floating on the water surface ahead. The bodies quickly disappeared downstream with the current. The four swam along the flow for 10 minutes before reaching the end of the stone path. Then they were swept into a narrow passage over 2 meters wide on the right. The water flow in the narrow passage was 3 times faster than in the stone path, and in a short moment, they were pushed to the middle of the passage. At the end of the narrow path, there was a bright light, just the exit Yun Fan and the others had mentioned. King and Little Silver were hanging on vines above the exit, and upon seeing Jiang Yanan and the others, they anxiously hissed. SSS. Master, it's very high below. If we fall, we'll die. Jiang Yanan nodded. From the rushing water and the deafening sound at the exit, she guessed there must be a waterfall below. But there was no choice. They had to go down. Behind them, countless bodies of mutated creatures floated closer. Even if they had a way to stop at the entrance, the bodies behind wouldn't allow it. Yun Hua and Yun Fan also understood this. What should we do? Yun Fan looked at the nearly reachable exit and scratched his head. Pray that this waterfall isn't too high. Yun Hua used a water rope to securely tie Shin Nanqing to himself. Don't panic. Jiang Yanan threw out a vine for Yun Hua and Yun Fan to hold. Wait for my command. As soon as she finished speaking, the four were swept out of the narrow passage. Little Silver, King, climb down by yourselves, Jiang Yanan hurriedly instructed. Below was a waterfall over 300 meters high. Yun Fan felt a shiver run down his scalp. Damn, so high we're doomed. We'll turn into pulp. They thought it was a way out, but it turned out to be a dead end. Third brother, don't be afraid. I have a plan. Jiang Yanan calmly controlled the vine, forcibly pulling the 3 of them toward her in midair as they performed free fall. She wasn't new to falling from such heights and had experience in self-rescue. She let herself fall freely for 230 meters, and when they were less than 100 meters from the bottom, she finally acted. Brothers, I'll take you down on a slide. A spherical plant-based energy ball spun rapidly, and suddenly, a 5-meter-long, 80-degree inclined vine slide appeared beneath them. When they reached the end, it connected to another 5-meter-long vine slide inclined at 75 degrees. When the vine slide was 20 meters above the ground, its incline was 25 degrees. The 4 people sliding down had already slowed down multiple times. When only 5 meters remained, Jiang Yanan adjusted the angle to 15 degrees, and they finally landed safely. As soon as they hit the ground, Jiang Yanan quickly got up, walked over to Yunhua, and checked Shin Nanqing's condition. How is he? Yunhua also hurried over. Jiang Yanan listened to Shin Nanqing's heartbeat and felt his forehead.
He's fine.
His breathing is steadier than when he was in that cave, and his temperature is normal. But just to be safe, we should change his medicine and remove the waterproof bandage. Okay? Yunhua found a clean stone and was about to place Shin Nanqing on it when Jiang Yanan suddenly called out, "Wait!" She took a soft quilt from her space, folded it, and laid it on the stone. Second brother, it's ready. Be careful not to bump into Brother Shin's wound, Jiang Yanan advised while helping Yunhua place Shin Nanqing on the quilt. Then she looked serious as she changed Shin Nanqing's medicine, giving instructions to Yun Fan and Yunhua. Third brother, come over a bit and block some sunlight from Shinge, so he doesn't get sunburned. Second brother, stand in front of Shinge. The wind is a bit strong up front. Don't blow on him. Yun Fan and Yunhua. Has Shinge become so fragile that he can't even handle the wind and sun? Cough, cough. Just after applying the medicine, Shen Nanqing suddenly coughed twice, and then slowly opened his eyes. "Shinge, are you okay?" In front of him was Jiang Nianen with worried and uneasy eyes. Shen Nanqing instinctively shook his head. "I'm fine, just a bit cold." "Cold?" "Third brother, move aside quickly. You're blocking the sun from Shinge." Jiang Nianen immediately waved at Yunfan. "Yunfan, she's the one blocking the sun, and she's the one annoyed about it. And you're changing so fast." Yunfan silently shed tears for 3 seconds and then quickly crouched down beside Shen Nanqing. Yunhua also came over. The two looked at Shen Nanqing, whose face was still pale, and their eyes were full of concern. Shen Nanqing gently shook his head at them, indicating he was okay. Then he gave them a subtle signal from a hidden angle, telling them not to look at him like that. He had been injured to save Anin. If Yunfan and Yunhua kept looking at him like that, it might make Anin feel guilty. He didn't want Anin to feel guilty. "Shinge, do your eyes hurt?" Yunfan was a bit confused and wanted to ask more, but Yunhua pulled him away. Yunhua looked back at Shen Nanqing and saw him gazing intently at Jiang Nianen with a gentle expression. Thinking about what had happened earlier, he suddenly understood. Brother Shen has feelings for Anin. "Brother, why are you suddenly pulling me?" Yunfan struggled. "We're going to check the nearby area and see if the king and Little Silver have come down," Shen said. Yunhua could only help his brother as much as he could. He dragged Yunfan away. "Second brother, third brother, be careful." Jiang Nianen didn't suspect anything. After giving them a warning, she took out a summer quilt and gently draped it over Shen Nanqing's back. "Brother Shen, do you feel a bit warmer?" Even though it's autumn, it's noon, and the sun is still very hot, shining warmly on people. With the quilt, it should be warm enough. "Much better now." Shen Nanqing tried to sit up. "Don't move. Lie still." Jiang Nianen pressed his shoulder to stop him. "Moving around will make your injury worse." Shen Nanqing obediently lay down. Anin had said that as long as he listened, she would like him.
But
"Where are we?" Shen Nanqing looked around, trying to lift his head. On the left was a big waterfall, and below it was a lake. They were on the grass near the lake. Nearby was a dense forest, and further away, there were rolling mountains with terraced fields, and some crops still growing. Seeing that he was uncomfortable looking up, Jiang Nianen took out a pillow from her space and placed it under his chest. Then she shook her head and said, "I don't know where this is either." "We came out from the mouth of the waterfall." The mouth of the waterfall? Shen Nanqing looked at the waterfall, which was about 300 meters high, and his pupils shrank. "How did we get down?" When he first woke up, he carefully examined Anin and Yunhua. Neither of them was injured. He thought they had been swept into a shallow stream or river, then climbed ashore and moved him here. But it turned out they came directly down from the waterfall. Jiang Nianen heard him mention this and immediately smiled proudly. She told him how she had made an air slide, bringing him and Yunhua down all the way. She even asked for praise. "How was it, Brother Shen? Am I really amazing and clever?" Not to brag, but anyone who could come up with such a plan must be a genius. "Yes, Anin is really amazing." Shen Nanning nodded with a smile, clasping his hands behind his back, and gave her a thumbs up. "Thanks to Anin's good idea, we managed to survive." Jiang Nianen's smile grew brighter, and she looked toward the waterfall's mouth with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. "But it's really strange. We were underground earlier, yet we ended up coming out from the waterfall's mouth over 300 meters away." Shen Nanhang followed her gaze and looked again at the waterfall's mouth. Softly, he said, "Maybe it's because of the terrain. We walked a lot underneath and were washed by water for a long time, so our position kept changing." Jiang Nianen nodded. "That could be possible." She withdrew her gaze and looked back at Shen Nanhang. "Brother Shen, lie down properly. I'll get you some food to help restore your energy." "Okay." Shen Nanhang didn't refuse. He really needed to replenish his energy to heal faster. The surroundings were full of plants and mountains, hiding many dangers. He had to recover quickly. Jiang Nianen moved about 2 meters away, took out a pot and a power source, then gathered many ingredients. She first cooked a nourishing porridge with red dates, red beans, koik seeds, black rice, and brown sugar to boost blood and energy. Then she prepared a stir-fry with spinach and pork liver. Finally, she made a fish soup with Crucian carp and a white radish and also grilled a steak, heated some red bean paste buns. All the dishes contained ingredients that helped restore blood and energy. While cooking, Shin Nanhang watched her intently, his eyes full of affection. But when Jiang Yenin looked at him, he quickly looked away, pretending to be calm and looking elsewhere. When she looked away, his gaze followed her again. Done. Jiang Yenin stretched lazily, looking at the full picnic mat, her eyes showing satisfaction. However, she didn't call Yunhua and Yunfan to come eat immediately. Instead, she first served Shin Nanhang a bowl of porridge. Then she packed the food back into her space and walked towards Shin Nanhang. Seeing her carrying the porridge, Shin Nanhang struggled to sit up. "Brother Shin, don't move." Jiang Yenin hurriedly took a few steps closer. "I'll feed you." She planned to pretend to scoop some porridge and show that her wound was too painful to eat alone, then look helpless and ask Jiang Yenin to feed him. Shin Nanhang froze. Jiang Yenin scooped a spoonful of porridge and brought it to his mouth. Shin Nanhang's Adam's apple moved, his heartbeat quickened, but his face remained calm. He opened his mouth, ready to drink, when suddenly something shot up from the ground, hitting the spoonful of porridge directly. Shen Nanqing watched helplessly as the porridge, which should have gone into his mouth, arced gracefully through the air and then fell onto the grass with a loud smack. It was quickly covered by ants. Shen Nanqing's face darkened instantly. His gaze was fixed on the wisteria 3 meters away, which was trembling slightly as if showing off. Suddenly, lightning shot out toward the wisteria. The wisteria did not dodge or hide. Instead, it jumped forward and absorbed the lightning energy. Under Shin Nanqing and Jiang Yenin's watchful eyes, it grew an inch longer. When it hit the ground, it moved so fast that it rushed straight toward Shin Nanqing, intending to pierce him and absorb his energy. However, Jiang Yenin swung her whip and struck it away. The wisteria hung upside down on a peach tree, making a distressed cry, then quickly dropped down and attacked Shin Nanqing again. It was all because of this person that it was repeatedly beaten by someone it liked. Before Jiang Yenin could swing her whip again to protect Shin Nanqing, Xiao Yin suddenly darted out from the grass, wrapping its snake body around the wisteria and biting into its vine. Poison was released, ravaging and destroying the wisteria's vitality. The wisteria cried out in pain and struggled desperately. "Brother Shen, are you okay?" Yun Fan and Yunhua hurried over after hearing the commotion. The king followed behind them, dragging a nearly finished vine stretcher on his tail. "We're fine." Jiang Yenin shook her head at them, her gaze fixed on the tangled wisteria and Xiao Yin in the grass. Yun Fan and Yunhua looked in the same direction. When they saw the wisteria, they were startled. "A mutated vine." Yunhua raised her hand, and a water blade appeared between her fingers, ready to shoot at the wisteria. "Don't attack it with your powers. It can absorb our abilities and turn them into its own strength," Shin Nanqing warned Yunhua. Yunhua's eyes widened suddenly. "A mutated vine that can absorb abilities." Shin Nanqing looked at the nearly blackened wisteria, completely stained by Xiao Yin's venom, and softly replied, "Yes, only Anin's whip can hurt it before Xiao Yin attacks." Just as the venom was about to completely infect the wisteria, it let out a sharp cry. Then, a faint sound of water came from inside the vine, and the venom started to compress rapidly from the tip of the vine downward. When it reached the part bitten by Xiao Yin, the wisteria split into two. The part without venom quickly moved away and then climbed onto a nearby 3-meter-high tree. Under Jiang Yenin and the others' watchful eyes, it stabbed its vine into the trunk. The tree was decaying quickly to the naked eye, but the wisteria used its vitality to grow back to its previous length. However, its color was not as bright as before, as if a layer of gray had covered it. The small silver snake hissed as it spat out the vine, rushing forward at high speed, getting closer to the wisteria. When the wisteria saw the silver snake coming again, it let out a startled cry and then burrowed into the soil, disappearing in an instant. The silver snake spun around a few times, a bit frustrated, shook its small head, and then crawled back to Jiang Yen's side. "This wisteria is too persistent." Jiang Yen looked around the grass, It actually came all the way here. Persistent? Yun Fan looked at Jiang Yan with confusion in his eyes. What do you mean? Did it attack you before? Jiang Yan shrugged helplessly. It attacked Brother Shen before we met up with you guys, and only attacked him. Why did it only attack Brother Shen? Yun Fan and Yun Hua exchanged glances, both puzzled. I don't know. Jiang Yan's mouth twitched. Maybe it's picky, thinking Brother Shen's lightning energy tastes better? She then patted the silver snake. Xiao Yin, go lie next to Brother Shen. After what just happened, the wisteria should be wary of Xiao Yin now. Xiao Yin nodded, climbed onto Shen Nanhong's shoulder, and obediently curled up. Jiang Yan took out the food she had prepared earlier. Let's eat first. After we're done, we'll look for a place nearby to stay overnight. Usually, camping outdoors for a night wouldn't be a problem, and they might even find something unexpected. But now, with Brother Shen badly injured, they couldn't afford any bumps or surprises. Jiang Yan looked at the setting sun and sighed softly. She took out a bowl of porridge. This time, Shen Nanhang finally got to eat the porridge Jiang Yan fed him herself. When she was feeding him, her expression was tense. But when she turned to sit on the picnic mat, facing away from him and eating, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. This made the hidden wisteria in the soil very angry. With a soft pop, it broke through the ground again and headed straight for Shen Nanhang. Xiao Yin suddenly lunged forward, mouth wide open, wrapping around the wisteria once more. This time, the wisteria was smarter. Before Xiao Yin could bite it, it doubled back, deliberately tucking its vine tail into Xiao Yin's mouth. Then it snapped off about 10 centimeters of itself, and the remaining part continued rushing towards Shen Nanhang. Jiang Yan swung her whip impatiently. So annoying! Can't you let us have a peaceful meal? Wisteria spun several times in the air before falling by the lake. A small, mutated black fish heard the noise and swam over, opening its mouth to drag Wisteria into the water. However, it failed to pull her down and instead broke one of its teeth. Wisteria's vine tail struck the mutated black fish, pulling it into the lake. Then she tilted her vine head, nodded at Jiang Yenin, and quickly sank into the ground, disappearing from sight. Huh. Jiang Yenin rubbed his eyes and turned to ask Shen Nanheng, Brother Shen, did it just nod at me? Yes, Shen Nanheng replied softly, gazing in the direction where Wisteria had vanished, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully. After a moment, he looked at Jiang Yenin. Enin, call it again. Jiang Yenin didn't understand Shen Nanheng's meaning, but she followed his instruction and called out, Wisteria. As soon as she finished speaking, Wisteria suddenly emerged from the ground. Her vine body trembled constantly, and her tail swung back and forth, like a happy puppy playing with her owner. Jiang Yenin. Did she really manage to call it out?